Hello and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Hey guys, how's it going? Happy Friday. I hope you all are doing well. Hopefully you're getting some rest, or maybe you will get some rest this weekend and this upcoming week. We don't have trial this week. How crazy is that? Is anybody else feeling like they're going to go through withdrawals? I might. I don't know, but I know that we're planning on some content here. So it'll be an interesting week. We're still going to plan some Johnny Depp content, maybe some non-Johnny Depp content too, so you guys can kind of get a little bit of a preview of what some other stuff that we do on this channel. So I apologize for being massively late. You guys know, hopefully you know by now that I try to be as on time as possible, especially when I'm the one that's controlling the time. But I'm having issues with pulling up the super chats. Both through StreamYard, the ones that I have saved. You guys may have heard me talk about it, how backstage on StreamYard, there's like two columns. There's like the live feed column, and then there's there's like the starred column when you save a super chat that like saves it on the side. It has this weird, stupid, awful, horrible, and just aggravating, awful tendency. Now, I've noticed it happens a lot that when you leave the stream and try to come back in, or it refreshes on you, everything that you have saved gets erased except for 100 of them. So, given how many we had yesterday that I did not have a chance to get back to, I am incredibly infuriated with StreamYard right now. And to be quite honest, like, this is a big enough deal for me that I am very much considering just finding an alternative to StreamYard. Like, sound issues, other stuff like that we deal with on this platform are fine. They're one thing, but like, not saving things that should be saved, that are very important to save, because I know it's important to a lot of people when they toss money at us to talk about things, to comment on things, to answer questions that they have. It's something that people feel very strongly about. They want their questions answered, right? So, and I feel very strongly about that. I really want to make sure that I'm answering people's stuff. But anyhow, there's a way to go through YouTube Studio to pull them up. But even then, God bless, because the number that we've got, I can't pull up all of them. So I apologize to everyone that if your super chat is not brought up from yesterday's chat, I really apologize, because I've tried to go as far back as I possibly can. So anyhow, and okay, that's why people are saying week 3. It's actually a week. I've got to also update the name of I did this very quickly. Let me change this, the title right here. It's actually week 4 Hangout, and also even the thumbnail is wrong. I'm on a roll today, you guys. Give me 1 second here. Let me update this real quick. I was doing things a little bit quickly and trying to figure things out all at the same time. So I will be updating all of these things in a second here. Yeah, I know. I see in the chat, week 4 already feels like it went by so fast, right? Remember how, like, when we found out that it was going to be a 6-week trial, and we were like, okay, that's insanely long. Like, how is this going to work? And now we're 4 weeks in, and how crazy is that, right? Like, we're 4 weeks in, and it feels like it feels like, okay, I understand now why, number one, why we need 6 weeks, but also 4 weeks have so far kind of flown by. Okay. So, all right, I've got this and I will go in here and I will change the thumbnail real quick. Thanks so much for your patience, you guys. You guys all rock, seriously. And I will change it right in here. Okay. Week 4 recap. Week 4 hangout. Okay, there we go. Now everything is as it should be. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for, like I said, for your patience and for everything. So we are going to have some folks joining us later, but what I wanted to do was to first go through as many of these super chats as I can, because I know once people get in here, we always want to talk. We want to chat about the previous week and whatnot. So first, I want to go through a bunch of these super chats, and I've also turned off super chats for right now because, you know, just like before, I want to get a handle on the ones that we have already, and then I'll open things up for super chats. I'll open things up for more people to come in, and that's what we'll do. So hopefully you guys are okay with that. And yeah, that's how we're going to do this. So I'll start by going through first the super chats that are actually amazingly saved from StreamYard that have not been blown away into the winds of time. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's go through these. Okay, this is, oh, that's a weird look because of the coloring. Okay, anyhow, Peony Lover says, can AH talk to her lawyer during the break? She can talk to her lawyer, but she cannot talk to her lawyer about her testimony. So other stuff, sure, yeah. BK says, why is the lawyer covering JD with a notepad? I know we had a few questions about this. It seems like she may have just been blocking from view something that he was drawing or writing or something, maybe, possibly. Mel B says, Spidey question. I'm sorry that he wasn't here to see this. TS, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Check the she drink on the job facial expression. Panel, are the narcissistic trait signs strong for you guys? I'm triggered. So I don't really know much about, like from a clinical perspective, narcissistic traits or any of that kind of stuff. Like, I'll be honest, I'm kind of new to a lot of that stuff. And so I want to resist opining on it because of the fact that it's not my area of expertise. But there's a lot of weirdness. There is a lot of weirdness. And I see in the chat, also, I saw a question from Jen. Have you seen the clip where Amber poses for crying video? I also have seen that. It is kind of weird. It is a little weird. At first, when people were talking about it, I was like, did she really pose? Did she really pose? But you can see her when she's blowing her nose and she kind of stops and then you see a flash and then she continues. I don't know. She's Hollywood, right? She's Hollywood. You've got to get your shot. That's how I think about it. But from what I understand about narcissistic trait signs, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know enough. I'm sorry, Mel B. She's got a lot of weirdness. Let's just say that. Dan Richards says, can Depp team review Amber's testimony from YouTube? Yeah, the lawyers can. Absolutely. And I would say even Johnny could, although I don't know if he wants to be honest. But yeah, no, they absolutely can. Dennis Shadow says, when they approach, does it count against time? No, I don't think so. That is like, it's you're in objection land. So it doesn't count against your time. This Damon says, how does a jury feel about the amount of objections and why don't we know if they are sustained or overruled after the approach? How does a jury feel about the amount of objections? And why don't we know if they're sustained? So the jury, it's hard to know. Sometimes they may be annoyed. Sometimes they may be just curious about what's going on. If they feel like they're really tuned in to the testimony, they might get annoyed with like, okay, why are you interrupting this? I really want to hear the story. That is always possible. And why don't we know if they're sustained or overruled? Because the judge probably tells the two of them, when they're up there, sustained or overruled. So and she probably gives some kind of an instruction. Oh, is Law Talk with Mike in here? Hey. Hey, Mike, I told everybody that I'm going to be sending around links to invite people in here once I get once I get through a certain number of super chats. But I would love to have a whole panel discussion on the week as soon as I do that. So what I'm working through as many of these as possible before I bring people in. But hopefully you'll be around maybe in like an hour. Okay. Anyhow, yeah. So Tiny Booma says, is lawyer by JD shielding him from cameras? She might be. She may have been. It seemed that's what a lot of people were thinking. DM says for Spidey. Sorry, he's not going to see it. AH has a very consistent poker tell. She draws up the right side of her bottom lip when lying, acting out emotes, or hearing a question that requires a lie or acting. Rewatch and see. That's interesting. So the right side of her bottom lip when lying, when acting out, she emotes, or hearing a question. Okay, interesting. K Horner 10 says, do you think all the objections could annoy the jury? They could. They absolutely could. Maybe they were waiting to listen to her side and annoyed they can't listen with sidebars. That is also a possibility. But I think part of it could be about tone. And I think Camille's tone has been perfect so far. Absolutely perfect. And another part of it could be, if they start to notice if she's winning on her objections, then they can start to put together like, oh, like, yeah, she's interrupting, but for good reason. So it's hard to tell though sometimes whether they're being annoyed unless you're actually in there and can see their facial expressions. Roberto Cabral says, do you think AH can keep up the same tone, fluctuations in mood throughout direct and cross-examination? These objections have to be tiring for AH and her team. Any thoughts? Thank you. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I think it's such a good strategy for Camille to continue to object, because the more that she objects, she interrupts the flow. And that means that, like, Amber being in her emotional moment, you have more data to try to put together whether or not it's authentic or whether it's synthetic. Because if she's like flipping a switch all the time with every single objection, then it kind of looks like, okay, end scene, objection. Okay. And now next take, it can start to look that way. And the same thing with cross-examination. That is a lot of time to be putting out data for people to be picking up and analyzing, right? Throughout multiple days of direct examination, probably a full day at least of cross-examination, maybe a day and a half, 2 days, who knows? That's a lot of time to try to remain consistent. Veze from Quebec says, please explain to a non-lawyer the different objections: hearsay, foundation, non-responsive, and the judge ruling on it. So hearsay basically means it's you've got an out-of-court statement that you are trying to kind of like bootstrap unreliable information. You're trying to bootstrap telephone essentially by saying, so-and-so told me, oh, hey, Kurt, how's it going? I see you in the chat. Feel free to come on in like maybe like an hour or so as I go through super chats and I have a chance to go through stuff. And Hogue, you guys are all here. That's awesome. So hearsay is basically you're trying to bootstrap a conversation in to prove like, well, so-and-so said that this happened, so it must have happened. That's like the simplest way that I can explain hearsay. And there's multiple ways that manifests itself, not just in conversations, but also through documents. So technically a text message is hearsay. The question is, does it fall into an exception, or does it fall outside of the technical definition of hearsay? Meaning, why is it being offered into court? So the statement that is being made that's out of court, is it offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, or is it being offered for some other reason? Like is Amber testifying about what Johnny said because it's for it's to show her present sense impression at the time of that incident, to show like what was going on there, or oh hey Ann, welcome, YouTube member. Or is that something that she's trying to basically bootstrap something that he said in to prove that what he was saying is actually what happened. Anyhow, there's also exceptions to that, and there's a whole long list of it. I could probably actually have an entire video just on hearsay. I might do that this week, actually, guys. You know what? Let me put a poll in the chat here. Okay, video explaining hearsay. Okay, there's a poll up there. If you guys want a video explaining hearsay, let me know in that poll there. That'll actually really help me to figure out how I can maybe make the most of this week for people that really want to get certain types of content. So let me know. The foundation objection is basically where you have to lay a certain foundation so that we can trust that the information that this witness is giving to us is accurate, and we have good reason for it, right? So if you say, like, if someone were to ask Amber, what was Johnny having for breakfast? You might get an initial foundation objection if you say, like, how do we even know that he was having breakfast? How do we know that she knows what he was having breakfast? Was she around him? Was she? So it's like you have to lay a certain foundation to say, okay, where were you? Like at this time, where were you? I was in the kitchen. Oh, okay. Where was Johnny at this time? Johnny was in the kitchen. Okay. What were you doing in the kitchen? Or what was Johnny doing in the kitchen? He was having breakfast. Okay. What was he having for breakfast? So like you have to ask a certain number of questions to sort of make those steps to get yourself over there so that we can reliably be able to understand that information. So non-responsive basically means that the person who is directing the examination, the one that's asking questions, has asked something, and that the witness may have kind of gone off the deep end and never quite answered the question, but given a whole other response. That was one that was actually very effective yesterday, because every time Amber would respond to Elaine Bredehoft with a long narrative, and it would typically be very emotional, then Camille would just say, objection non-responsive, basically to say she didn't answer the freaking question, Your Honor. So, but without coming across as very, very, judgy or like an a-hole. So anyhow, that's those. Yo DJ JC says, since AH testified, is allowed to talk to her counsel. Oh, so is she allowed to talk to her counsel while she's testifying? So she's allowed to talk to them, but just not about her testimony. And also, guys, so I also see in the chat folks that are that want to ask a question. I'll turn on super chats again in a bit. I just need to go through these older ones first so that I can keep track of everything. Parisian Nicole says, isn't this hurting her case? She has all these pictures of him passed out and saying he has always passed out. Unconscious people can't abuse you. It's physically impossible. That's absolutely one possibility. I mean, what she's trying to go for is to say he's so he's so messed up through drugs and alcohol that he doesn't know what he's doing. So therefore you can't possibly rely on what he says happened on that day, because he doesn't even remember himself because he was passing out. But yeah, I mean, like, if anything, you would think that makes him a little bit more vulnerable to abuse in that moment. And he's the one that's being photographed, right? It also, and that's the other part that makes me think that it kind of hurts her case a little bit, because it's like, okay, this man that you love is in a very vulnerable position and he's entirely passed out. And your solution is to take a photo of him rather than to help kind of take care of him. I understand that that's not necessarily, oftentimes when people are dealing with people that have substance abuse issues, sometimes you kind of need that proof so that other people will believe you. And also so that you can just kind of, like, even just for your own purposes, be like, this is what's going on. I need to know that this is what's going on. And I be able to understand that this is not right. It's not just me, right? I'm not just being overly judgmental, but the way that it's being presented makes it seem like she's just like taking advantage of him in his most vulnerable moments. Carly says, why is JD called Steve? So he's called Steve because that is a nickname that he had. So they both had nicknames. His was Steve and hers was Slim. And it was from, God, what was the name of the Humphrey Bogart movie? I can't remember. Somebody in the chat will remember, and you guys can yell at me with it. But it's a movie, and it's where he's much older than Lauren Bacall. And it was actually like something that he had Amber watch in order to show, to kind of like help prepare her for her first role in Rum Diary, with our first role together. It wasn't Casablanca. It wasn't African Queen. To Have and Have Not. Thank you, Rick. Thank you. Okay. JJ Schmiel 78 says doctor and nurse. Yep, now we've got a bunch to have and have not. Yes, thank you guys. Doctor and nurse said AH upset in 2014 pics leaked. AH says abuse started 2012. Don't you think jury injury photos would have been leaked in the happening of 2014? That's another really good point. The fact that there were none of these photos from like 2013 leaked is very interesting, because that would be salacious material that would sell for a lot of money when it comes to Johnny Depp, because there were no allegations against him. He was a pretty popular guy, right? He was Captain Jack Sparrow, for crying out loud. So that's a really good point. And I kind of hope that gets brought up in cross-examination. I mean, there's so much territory to be covered in the cross-examination, right? And it's like, I also am one, I always prefer a very short cross-examination when possible. I guess when it comes to the two-star witnesses, it's not exactly possible. So there's definitely bound to be times where the cross-examination is maybe going to lose some interest or some attention span from the jury. But that's a very interesting point, right? Elizabeth Brewer says, not about this case, but can a restaurant be sued if the significant other fell in their parking lot due to uneven pavement? That is a pretty typical slip and fall, trip and fall kind of case in the United States. How well or how good that case is would depend on a number of things, especially if anyone has communicated previously to that restaurant about that issue, how far that parking lot is from the restaurant, if it's on their property, also the level of injury, also what state you're in. Some states are going to be a bit more plaintiff friendly than others, but that is something that can be sued for, which is actually, truthfully, in the United States, you can sue for anything. You might just get tossed out, but that is a case that would not, on its face, just get tossed out on based on what I know here. Anyhow. Pamela 2 a.m. says, no pictures of all the damage and injuries she claims, but multiple pics of Johnny sleeping. Does that make sense? And how does she back these claims up with no evidence? That is one of the biggest issues here, right? Especially when she references the photos. It's like, if you don't have the photos to admit, why even mention them at all? Because all you're saying is, I have photos, they're not good enough to show you. Or I had photos, they're not good enough to show you. It's a really good point. Caitlin Sane says, if they press her on quick reaction changes, does that lead to support histrionic? And if so, could this word against credibility of forensic psych? The alternative is she appears acting. Yeah. Okay. So looking at the poll, I think we need to do a hearsay video based on this right here. Fantastic, you guys. Thanks for doing that. That's really good information. So, and you know what? I'm gonna add another poll to see. One second. Okay. How about this? Because I'm woefully unqualified to talk about histrionic and BPD. What if we have some psych experts come on this week to have a discussion about these and to talk about Amber's case? I think that would be a fantastic discussion. Let me know. So that would be, I think, pretty good. And oh, you know what? Let's do it this way. Maybe that's a little bit better, a little bit bigger. Okay. Because we've had Dr. Honda on here a couple times. I know people have said Dr. Grande too. I can reach out to him. And I think, and some other folks have also reached out to me that are like forensic psychologists and that kind of stuff. So I think that would be a fantastic conversation to have. Let me see if I can schedule something this week. I think that would be probably very, very useful. Alrighty. Lord Luke M says, we have said that the 10-day break is better for AH, but honestly, JD's team has 10 days to take that direct apart and craft an amazing cross, right? Yes, absolutely. I think both sides have the ability to really capitalize on this break. But I think actually, the more that I think about it, I think JD's team actually has a better ability to to capitalize on it because of the fact that there's so much material that's out there, and her direct wasn't as impactful as I thought a lot of us were thinking it was going to be. Maybe it's just because like we've kind of made conclusions at this point, but we're all trying to at least be somewhat unbiased with with our commentary to say like this is, we can still be rooting for one side and say this is really bad for our side, guys. So yeah, no, I absolutely think you're right, Lord Luke M. So Brune89 says, question, why are the cops up near the front row? Could be just doing crowd control. Could be because they were escorting something. I'm not sure. JES says, is AH's team playing the ad hominem logical fallacy as to avoid the actual issue? I mean, it seems like there's been a bit of that. So I know people have been asking about thoughts on the PR statements yesterday that came out of trial, and that was also very interesting, right? Like we talk a lot about how oh, you know what? Maybe what if I did it like this? Is that no, that's I'm too big there. No, that's not right. That's better. So the actual the PR statements that came out yesterday, the difference in tone between Amber's team and Johnny's team is so fascinating, right? Like where it fits with the vibe overall between the two teams on the legal side as well, where her side has been very aggressive. They've been very aggressive and very like just like attacking him quite a bit. Whereas, hey, Stephanie Jackson, thank you. Welcome. But on Johnny's side, they've been really like very calm and just sort of like on the issues. And that seems to be the tone that they had there too. So anyhow, yeah, I it's an interesting point, Elias. Lori Boffman says, how many of you are PBS fundraisers? Only to better duck and cover as they will be recruiting her for the next one. Oh, thanks. Law RN says, question, how likely is it that Amber will not speak to her counsel about her testimony in the long break? She's not supposed to while on direct, correct? I don't know. I maybe call me naive, but I want to believe that people are going to be following the rules. And I think that more than her, I trust her attorneys because they are going to be the ones to have some very, very, very serious repercussions on their law licenses that will last far beyond this case. So it's like, it's one of those things like the juice is not going to be worth the squeeze for these attorneys to break that rule for her, in my opinion. Brianne Hansen says, do you think your outlook on these stories would be different if Amber had been the original plaintiff and you had heard her case first? Thanks, all. Yeah, I've thought about that a lot because there's a significant advantage to being first and to paint the narrative to sort of fill in the gaps here, right? But at the same time, there's also a very, very powerful move in hearing a story and then hearing everything kind of crumble further and further as you go along, right? I mean, that's kind of like, that kind of tracks the narrative that most people watching this case have been following, right? Like people have been fed this story by the media about Johnny being a wife beater and all of these horrible things that people kind of just initially, it seemed like in the media, they just sided with Amber without really much investigation. And that's been like the slow grind of like dismantling that narrative. And people are starting to really see by watching on their own, right? Yeah. Welcome, Ronan Angelicus. Yeah, and I see also where is this? Kate Moss. Yes, I know a lot of people are asking about Kate Moss. I know that a lot of people have questions about it. I did not even pick up on that on my own, to be honest. I'll make myself a little bit bigger for this one. I didn't actually pick up on that one on my own because it was so fast, but I did see a clip that somebody tagged me on Twitter. And that was very interesting. That was very interesting seeing Ben Chu's reaction there when she mentioned Kate Moss and he kind of turned and like looked behind him at Camille. And I think he gave like a thumbs up or something. And then Johnny's writing, he kind of like turns over and like smiles a little bit like, nobody see this, but we're pretty freaking stoked right now. Because the thing is, she referred to Kate Moss at the top of the stairs as if to say, I was thinking of how Kate Moss was harmed by Johnny during their relationship. I think there's a significant chance. Now, The whole Tasha thing, we thought that opened the door through an expert, but this is another opportunity. We don't, because of the fact that it didn't come in that time. That was a disappointment. But even with that, the whole Tasha thing, the whole Amber's former relationships having DV issues or whatever, that is one thing, because they would be. I have a sense that what happened there was that the judge decided that she didn't want to see extrinsic evidence brought in for that side issue, right? Because I doubt that they were going to be able to have Tasha come in to talk about her relationship with Amber, because of the fact that I don't think she's been a part of this litigation at all. I don't think she's been supportive of really anything. I think she's just wanted to stay away, which is understandable. But here we've had several of Johnny's former girlfriends, former love interests have spoken out and said he has always been wonderful to me. He's always been fantastic to me. And he has said throughout trial, or his attorneys have said throughout trial, you will never get an accusation out of any of his former relationships against him. Now that Amber herself has mentioned how in this moment when she was, being mercilessly beaten or whatever, that she was thinking of Kate Moss, this could possibly open the door to have Kate Moss come in as a rebuttal witness. How freaking crazy would that be? Just one final nail in the coffin at the end, along with Dr. Curry to just like nail all that stuff up. I really think that there's a possibility that she could come in. I can't remember if Kate Moss is actually on the witness list explicitly right now. However, there is at the bottom of Johnny's list, and I'm pretty sure everything is linked in the description below, the both plaintiff and defendant witness list. But at the bottom of Johnny's list, if I remember correctly, last time I looked at it, it said like, listed everyone individually, and then it said at the end, and anyone that is necessary to rebut Amber Heard's testimony, like the defendant's testimony. So how freaking cool would that be, right? Anyhow, yeah. So that's the whole Kate Moss thing. I know a lot of people wanted to hear thoughts on it. Yeah, I'm pretty pumped about it. No guarantees that it's actually going to work, because the judge could say no, that's not enough to open the door. But right. Okay. Anyway, let's go back to the super chats. Yeah. So having the advantage of painting the story first. Yeah, it could have given her a significant advantage, but it doesn't necessarily mean that she would have automatically won because of that, because you still have other facts and evidence to come in for that. Catherine Gamlin says, can you guys address the fact that no one could possibly remember specific conversations from 7-8 years ago? Yeah, right. Memories fade, especially traumatic memories fade. You might have certain memories that are like seared into your brain. Like I joke with one of my friends who was in who I think I mentioned yesterday, but having gone on semester at sea during college, it was like a crazy year where we were on one ship. We went around the world. It was awesome. It was wonderful. And there was one time my friends and I, when the ship docked in Vietnam, we were bicycling around, and I'm terrible on a bicycle. I'm terrible. And I may have actually, unfortunately, unwittingly caused my friend to fall off a small bridge and onto mud and embankment. And it was, there's a lot of sharp bamboo. Thankfully she missed everything. Everything was okay. But like when I relayed this story to one of my friends that was also there with us, or I had mentioned that I had told the story to someone else, she was like, wait, was that me or was that our other friend? And I was like, you don't remember if you almost died off a small bridge onto a muddy bank? She was like, no, I don't remember. Lisa Ribb, fellow SAS alum. Awesome. So yeah, it was one of those things that I was like, how, you don't remember not being one of those people? Like, and she was like, how do you remember? I was like, I don't know, maybe being the one that almost killed a friend, not literally, but I don't know, maybe. But anyway, thankfully everything was good. Ronan and Angelicus, thanks so much for the super sticker. And yeah, for everybody else, I will be opening up super chats soon. Ashley Harrison says, question to the panel. You see a partner abuse an associate at the firm. Do you turn partner in, lose job, or keep quiet and let it happen? Ooh, that is a very good ethical kind of question. It depends on how you define abuse is one thing, because if we're talking colloquially about abuse, like somebody just reamed someone out for something, there's a question of like who do you turn the partner into? Do you make a complaint to another partner at the firm? You could do that, possibly, yeah. But yeah. But the question is, if they are truly abusing someone, abuse, like legally abusing someone, then yeah, I would think so, because your job is not worth it. There are other jobs that you can get, and that probably is a pretty terrible working environment to begin with, also. So interesting question. So basically, that work environment is such that you would want to be finding a new job anyway. Is my ultimate response. Casper Hebert Kelly says, is cross happening today? No, it'll probably be happening on honestly, I think it'll be day 17 when it starts. Space Whale says, is it possible for AH's team to surprise JD's team with evidence, or do both teams have knowledge of what evidence exists between the two? They, generally speaking, have knowledge of all the evidence that exists. And even before they submit something, if they find something new during trial that neither side knew about, they have to turn it over to the other side. They have to give them notice before they try to introduce it at trial, because the other side has to be able to look over it, see if it's even authentic, see if it's real. Like there's all kinds of checks that they need to be able to do. So this idea that someone could just like pull out evidence out of their pocket and no one else knows about it is a very Hollywood moment, but not particularly real. Peter says, at this point, Amber's testimony is so awkward and confusing that with a 10-day break, I think a majority of jurors will expose themselves to public opinion in this case, and that's bad for Amber. I mean, I hope they don't expose themselves to public opinion, honestly. But I would think that they probably will have a lot of time to think about her testimony and to sort of think through a lot of the things that she said. And I think that is going to be beneficial to Johnny, because the more you think about it, the more things don't add up, in my opinion. Magic Mike says 100 mil should be worried for lying in testimony. What is the penalty in U.S. jail? Love from Poland. World is watching and it's embarrassing. Welcome from Poland. So for lying, we've talked about this question a lot, and I think this is also going to be, maybe I'll make an FAQ, so frequently asked questions kind of video, talking about perjury. Usually when it comes to somebody on the stand, perjury is technically possible in theory, because you've got a sworn statement in court where somebody is lying, but it's really, really, really hard to prove. And so for the most part, it's generally not going to be brought. So her punishment is going to be losing the case. Ask TV says, love from Germany. Your stream is every day so good. Thank you. Rad Roz says, can you react to Popcorn Planet yesterday's video about cheating in court by Heard lawyers and PR team and explain it? Hashtag Bites Club, hashtag road to 200K subs. Oh, interesting. I don't know. I don't know about that video about cheating in court. I don't know the details of that, but I'm gonna have to check that out. Popcorn Planet is a really great channel. If you guys don't know about them, if you haven't checked out Andy Signor over there out, please do. He's a really great dude, and he's got some really great content. Rahui says, from Singapore, what do you think about the intimate relationship by Don Hughes? It seems that the partition / line drawn is just a line. They indicated only a guy without sex, but not 4 other men. So it's obvious. I think that what you're referring to is the bias is what it looks like. By the way, Sadiq Muhammad, thank you. Very kind. The bias issue about the men and the women, like women are always the victims and men are always the abusers. And the thing is, like, if pressed, I'm sure she would say that's obviously not the case. You can definitely have a woman who's an abuser and a man who's a victim. But the way that she was talking definitely made it seem that way. So, yeah. I mean, it's one of those things that really stuck out to everybody. Andrea Moreno says, what did you guys think of the judge admonishing Amber and striking her testimony? That was, kind of yeah, for the judge to go ahead and say, no, we need to strike that testimony. That was pretty surprising and pretty, I don't want to say shocking exactly, because it's like, yeah, but it was kind of an interesting moment, let's say. Crafting with Amy says, just starting watching from the start. I see what you're saying, Hogue, but if she lied to the psychologist, that is intent, which is malice, right? So if she lied to the psychologist about it, that's one thing. But when we're talking about defamation, there is a requirement of actual malice when it comes to a public figure that is proving defamation. But actual malice actually means that either she lied in her statement. And what we're talking about, the statement in particular, is not so much the statements to the psychologist, but the statement to the public through the Washington Post article. Johnny has to prove that that she lied, not just like with negligence, but that she lied knowing that what she said was false, or with reckless disregard as to the truth or falsity of the statement. So with her, I think that if they do find that she's lying in those statements, they probably will find actual malice, because it's the thing that was supposedly done to her. So yeah. Winter Sale says, this is from yesterday, but at the start of her testimony, Amber admitted she wrote the op-ed. Will this affect cross-examining? So no. I think a lot of people are confused about the fact, and I understand why, I guess, is the fact that she wrote the op-ed. The issue isn't so much that she wrote the op-ed from the other side, at least from her attorneys. They're not arguing that she didn't write the op-ed. They're arguing that she didn't write the title. So they're trying to get that specific statement struck on that ground, to say she didn't even write it, so she couldn't have lied about it. But yeah, it's a lot of people have seized on that detail. So I understand, I think, what you're coming from. And M says, Natty UK, Heard scans the jury like the Terminator, terrifying. I think the fact that JD's side isn't able to bring up AH's previous DV is appalling. I mean, I understand as a general matter why, because it's more prejudicial than probative, right? Because the fact that she's had some issues in the past with DV doesn't necessarily mean that she is that she's done it in this case. Kathleen Fortier, thank you so much. It doesn't necessarily mean that she has done it in this instance, right? So it's just that logical inconsistency that you can't quite make that link. That's the reason why courts typically don't find that to be trustworthy. That's why that kind of evidence on its own is not brought in. But the reason why it was maybe going to be brought in was because the expert witness said something to the effect of, she's never abused anyone in her previous relationships. It should have come in my opinion, but that's just me. Charlene Revel says, oh, how I wish Team JD had time to pull out, prove, and present all her movie quoting during testimony. Could use testimony vid and a professional behavioral analysis. No, behavioral analysis is not something that really can be brought into court. It's one of those things that, Spidey has said that it's a really great starting point, but it's not a good place to really conclude anything as to like whether someone is lying or anything like that. That's the kind of thing that, like, if someone tried to bring that in at trial, people would call that, even though there's some legitimacy to that kind of analysis, I think. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I love having Spidey on. But in a trial court setting, people would refer to that as junk science, just because it's not as reliable a way of reaching a specific conclusion. But yeah, her movie quoting was really, really interesting. Rubes says, what did you mean when you said that the metadata might not be able to be produced by AH's team? I think regarding photos. Yeah, so there was a bunch of like photos and text messages and all that kind of stuff, like all the stuff that was on Amber's phone. She was supposed to produce for Johnny's team ahead of trial so that they could have enough time, like well in advance of trial, by the way, so that they could have enough time to run a forensic analysis on it, and to basically determine where the metadata, what the metadata showed in terms of like when this photo was taken, when this text message was sent. Has this been messed with in any way? Has this been photoshopped? There's all kinds of things that you can find through the metadata of these images, whether they're text messages or whether they're photos of her injuries. So that's what I meant about that. We don't know if they ended up producing all of that metadata or all of those images and whatnot, so that Johnny could end up analyzing all of the metadata through their forensic analysis. We don't know if they ended up getting through that on time. Stephanie Reed says, do they have the metadata of the photos where she has bruises? If the photos are taken directly after the incidents, then maybe her case is more believable. Otherwise, it would indicate she has been planning this hoax for years. Yeah, I mean that's one of the things that they exactly are looking at when they are trying to analyze the metadata. So that's why that was so crucial. Completely agree. And by the way, Ken Uchimura, thank you so much for the super sticker. Very kind of you. H Yun says, for Hogue, love your channel, by the way. Hogue he's in the chat, but I'll see if I can answer for him. You said you want to believe Amber out of guilt, but what about Johnny? She ruined his career and reputation. Her winning is a national slap in the face for men. I think that what he was saying is that her allegations are so horrific that it's also like either way, regardless of whether they are true or false, they're horrific either way. It's horrific if somebody has actually gone through something like that, but it's also horrific if somebody is making all of that up with that level of detail and that level of gruesomeness and putting that against someone and trying to ruin their entire life through that. I completely agree that it would be a slap in the face for, well, especially for him, but also for men. And I would say particularly for men who have been through something like that. Chimera Truly says, can we get merch that says, okay, cross you next Tuesday? Bike Club, if you know, you know. Cross you next Tuesday. I'll think about that one. Catastrophe says, do we suspect that maybe some of Ben's pics are being saved for rebuttal to debunk the phone thing? Some of Ben's pictures. Oh, Ben King. Could be. Well, I mean, if he's produced them, then they have to turn them over to the other side as well. So it doesn't necessarily mean that so the fact that he hasn't turned them in before doesn't mean that Johnny's side is like saving them for some reason. It just means he hasn't turned them in. But if he turns them into one side, the other side will undoubtedly ask for them and they'll be entitled to them. But also, as it stands, since they know about the photo, either side can ask for it as well. So Amber Heard's side can also ask for them. JJV says she needs help. Lawyers putting her on isn't right. I don't know if they're putting her on. I mean, because keep in mind that she's their client, right? So she's the one that wanted to have them represent her. I mean, she didn't necessarily decide to have this case because Johnny's the one that brought it, but she decided to countersue. And that has a lot of repercussions of this case too. In some ways that she has a certain burden of proving certain things as well. But her needing help, could be. Haley Keene says, during Cross, will they be able to ask if she's seen the movies that she's allegedly quoting and submit movie quotes into evidence? Yeah, I think so. But personally, I don't think that is the most fertile territory for them to get into. There's a lot of other places. There's a lot of other places where they can get into that are going to be much more impactful for Johnny's case, in my opinion. Patrick Collier says, she claiming her head broke tile at the end of the bar. Yeah, the way that she outlined all of her injuries and the way that things happened at the Australia house was very strange. It was very strange. Valerie Creason says, can JD recall Ben to counter all this testimony? I can't remember if he's subject to recall. I think he is. But at this point, he also, I mean, he's already testified to a lot of this stuff anyway, right? Like there's really nothing new that he hasn't testified to other than it's just her account of all of it. Aaron O'Hurley says, what are panel's feelings about Vasquez, Cross, and not Chu? What would be an effective Cross style? I want to see AH get mad like the deposition. Well, I think that she should, Camille, I after seeing her objections, I feel full confidence in her ability to do the cross-examination effectively. I think that her tone, the way that she asked that she made the objections, is exactly how I would like to see her do the cross-examination. Just have that same kind of tone, just ask straightforward, and just like no emotionality, no aggression, none of like what we get particularly annoyed by on Amber Heard's team. Just straightforward and asking tight questions. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Ria, thanks so much for your very generous super chat. The dirty carpet story Amber told is stolen from Michael's Dowd interview. Soft white underbelly at the 34:45 video mark. Oh, there's a lot of folks have been saying that they are that they are that there are a lot of her stories that have been stolen by stolen from other people. Like I know her PA, there's a rape story there that she apparently told, or that she stole, I should say. But thanks for that. Britt Cormier says, LB, after everything else he did to her, it was his cheating by texting someone that sent her over the edge. That is when she knew it was over. All the beating could be forgiven. However, texting is over the MF line. Yeah, right. Kevin Horrock says, how does the what if anything reference get around the objections? I think that this is just how it's a thing about Judge Azcarate that annoys most of us, because in context, you still have a leading question, right? A leading question is usually can be characterized as a yes or no question, but it's basically a question that is asked in such a way that the person testifying knows where the person asking the question is trying to get to. So, by saying, like, did you eat breakfast? That's a leading question. So then like the style, it seems to be to get that in to say, what, if anything, did you have for breakfast? It's one of those things that it seems to be something that is effective for getting around that with Judge Azcarate. Every judge kind of has their quirks. That's can be frustrating, but just it's if you can figure it out and work around it, it's beneficial to you. So Elaine has found that, and so she's decided to capitalize on it. As frustrating as it is what it is. Shurkin says, will AH's team be able to talk to her during the break to prepare for cross, or is she restricted from speaking to them as she is still testifying? So she's able to talk to her team, but just not about her testimony. She can talk to them about other stuff. L says, will JD's team bring up the metadata analysis? I don't know. Because we don't exactly know what resulted from that motion for sanctions on the metadata. So we don't know what the judge said they can and can't do. Anna Richards says, is this the event that she was on the talk show the day after, a headbutt story? If so, this is way too violent sounding to cover with makeup. Yes, I agree. Yeah, this was when she went on the James Corden show the next day. Suzanne LeBlanc says, have you noticed she never feels any pain, been a victim of DV? And I remember the physical pain quite clearly. I'm really sorry about those experiences. And I do hope those memories can fade to a certain extent. But I hope, more than anything, I really hope that you found peace and that you're no longer in that situation. But yeah, it is weird that she doesn't remember feeling any pain. Lisa Malin says, did AH just open the door to past relationships by mentioning Kate Moss? Yeah, we talked about that. I think she may have. If the judge buys it, that could be really, really good for Johnny. Just to kind of round out the case at the end on rebuttal. Erica Ashworth says, do you think any of her attorneys truly believe her? Maybe, but I don't know. It's not exactly the most relevant thing from an attorney's perspective, because you have a job to do, and that's to ensure that this person's rights to a certain extent are preserved, even though this is a civil case. It's not a criminal case, but folks will defend murderers because there's a certain process that they need to follow, and they need to, at the very least, hold the other side in check. So there's a lot of ways that you can feel like your client maybe doesn't even necessarily deserve to win, but you still will do your best damn job possible to ensure that they get the best representation that they possibly can in that process. Aaron Fleming says, has everyone noticed that she has a habit of biting her lip throughout the trial? Looks like the same area where she had damage in photos. Yeah, I did notice that. That was interesting. Sydney says she was afraid and ran, but didn't grab kids. Also interesting. Alicia Barrett says, why did Ben Chu do an air punch when Amber Heard mentioned Kate Moss? Will that open the door for past relationships? He seemed excited about it. I think it will, specifically for Kate Moss, not for all of his relationships, but I think the fact that Amber herself has invoked Kate Moss is something that he deserves to have a rebuttal for, in my opinion, because it's like, here's the thing, like, you can't just like have one party infer or imply that he's done something wrong, and that it's that something wrong included with his previous relationship, and have her just be able to like invoke her name and imply it and then move on and then not allow him to respond. Like that's a bigger deal than, in my opinion, than Amber's expert witness invoking Amber's previous relationships and then Johnny's team not being able to capitalize on it. I think it's a bigger deal. It's a bigger door opening opportunity for Johnny. The more I think about it, because of the fact that it's much more prejudicial to his case. So he has, I think, a better argument to say, look, we have a right to rebut this because she's brought this up and she's implied certain things coming from his previous relationships. And they have said already, no one has ever accused him of any abuse in the past. KikaCal88, thank you so much for your generous super chat. The two stories about MDMA with an unnamed woman are completely identical storylines except the location. My guess is that over the years she has told the story in two different versions, and now she has no choice but to tell them both. Thank you, appreciate you all. Yeah, could be. It is weird how identical they are. Sean Grace is struggling to put into words how I feel seeing this today. Many old personal wounds reopened, hard to watch. embellishments and crocodile tears feel like a slap in the face to victims of abuse. Horrific if all true, but so hard to believe her BS. Yeah, I completely agree. AJ Cook says, unfortunately, false rape accusations are much more common than people think. The Canaan study in 94 found 41% provably false accusations in one Midwestern PD. One was a white woman who falsely claimed some N rapes me for an STD alibi. Ugh, awful. Awful. Hey, Arbauer25, welcome. Welcome to memberships. Hales says, no one can believe this, right? I was violently, sexually, and physically assaulted 5 times here. Here we've heard hundreds of these stories. Amber's not a victim. I'm really sorry about your experiences. And I hope you're no longer in that situation. And I hope things have turned around for you quite a bit. But I understand your frustration and your anger. Alex Torrego says, did JD always take off his rings before hitting her? Just imagine a backhand with those rings. Yep. There's a reason why he's wearing those every day in front of the jury. It's to highlight that point very subtly. VR for Nagel says, after today, which doctor, in your opinion, is more believable? Which doctor? In my opinion, I do think Dr. Curry, because hers seems to be based in more data from the case. Whereas Dr. Hughes, I mean, her testimony just seemed like she was just sort of regurgitating things that Amber had told her and then just relying on that, believing everything that she said. So if what we think from that, if we think that Amber is telling the truth, then that's fine. But if you start to believe that Amber is not telling the truth, then everything Dr. Hughes said is tossed out with the bathwater. Alex D'Agostino says, is her sister testifying? If no, why not? She is on the witness list. However, she has not finished her deposition in this case. She got halfway through, said she felt sick, and then went home. And then Amber's attorneys refused to produce her for a second sitting of the deposition. They said, nope, that's the only shot you got, which is not right. It's not right. I think that there's a very legitimate case for arguing that Whitney should not be able to take the stand because of that. You have to be able to sit for a deposition. Donald Gooch says, hard to say. I married a BPD, stuck it out for 7 years. She left, tried to lie and take my son. 40K, 2 years, TRO, social study, and I prevailed. So hard to see the echo of the gaslighting and hurt in Amber Heard. Oh my gosh. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot of heartbreak that you must have gone through. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, but hopefully things are better, and hopefully your relationship with your son is still good and still intact. Jenny Rel Grievous says, Google, does anyone? Number one autofill is believe Amber. Oh my gosh. Martin Henschel says, hello from Germany. Really like your chats. I'm only up to this case for 1 week now, and it's a horrific scenario for abused people, isn't it? Yes. Yes. And to answer, Chicken Canada, to answer your question, there will be super chats. I'm just trying to get caught up on a bunch of these from yesterday first before I start adding in more to the pile. Cherokee Girl, another great week. Way to go, Indy. Ask your Hugh mom about getting your own merch. You're a star. Yeah, she is the real star of this channel, isn't she? Yeah, she's not on the chair anymore, but she's still here. Alyssa Ramirez says, what % of DV survivors ask for money after divorce? I don't know. I don't know the figure on that. Tracy M says, there is a whole Twitter thread with all the movie quotes she used in her testimony today. Username is Christina Pickles. Yeah, she's got a lot of good stuff on Twitter. Be sure to follow her. Team Lawso says, I'm watching on replay and find it fascinating that in age testimony, she also mimics JD's, where she has a memory when being shown a pic in Australia. Yeah. There's a lot of mimicry. It seems like it's very strange. LB says, A's effect, switching through emotions, emotional then not. Is this normal in trauma response? Can be dissociation, not inherently suspect. Yeah, I mean, I do think that having a range of emotions when you're talking about various aspects of a relationship is absolutely, I think, normal in these kinds of cases. So, yeah, no, I do think it's normal to see a range of emotions, because like you're bound to have had memories from a relationship, even if you had a lot of trauma in it. There were bound to be some good memories in between. So not everything is necessarily going to be entirely emotional, but it depends on also how much of those parts of that relationship you're even asked about. If the questions are all about the trauma, like those events, no, like there's not going to be much of a range. People are going to feel a very specific way about those experiences that they went through. But for her, it was like the most traumatic experiences were just as emotional as the ones that were like minimally so. I don't know. It's just, it was her emotional range was very strange to me. It seemed off. Rhiannon Adams says, Amber Heard didn't talk about child abuse on purpose, frames PTSD solely on DV. Yeah, that's a good question, because we know that she grew up as abused by her father, right? So it's interesting. And I wonder if that's going to come up on cross-examination. Squizmatic says, you all noticed the Urari 2015 calendar in the fridge pic. Can they use that for her to perjure herself about when the pic was taken and its authenticity? That's an interesting point. If there is a calendar entry for that looks like probably February 2015, but the photo is supposed to be from 2013 or 2014, then yeah, that's highly suspect. Super Spence Mom says, has the metadata all been handed in yet? I don't know. Kevin Hunt says, good logic, more like dumb reject. You all trying to be better than Ricada, but wow, you all are great and keep crushing. I just like roast jokes. Thanks, I appreciate it. My old house says, question, how are they getting these photos into evidence? Well, I think that they probably have had some conversations about it and have ultimately made some agreements between the parties. Kyle Leroy says, Joe is interviewing the bird Amber saw in the house. that was funny. Akash Modi says, this break from hearing, it's bad for Amber, I think, because the jury have time to review and maybe find some holes in her story. What's your thoughts on that? Yeah, I think it's, I personally think it's better for Johnny. People are going to sit with that story for 10 days and then have questions. And then the questions will continue during cross-examination. It could go either way, but I have a feeling that it's going to be better for Johnny in the end. Emily Schiff Slater says, in all of AH's accounts of abuse, she describes trying to get away from JD in almost every audio recording. It is JD trying to get away from AH. Yeah, that's her criticism of him in those audio recordings. That's something that stuck out to me too. That she's describing to the witnesses who she knows have already heard these audio tapes of her complaining about him running away. He runs away, he runs away, he runs away. But here, like when she's on the stand, she's like, oh, he ghosts me, but I'm running away from him. How does that make sense? It doesn't. Rob Burton says, plot twist. This is all just a new form of scripted reality drama from Depp Heard Productions. Season 2 airs a week Monday. Bring on Vasquez's cross. Yes, bring it on. Potato Pirate says, read all the horrible abuse Manson describes inflicting on women and his mom in his book. Classic NPD. Victim stories can match. Many abusers have an MO. Interesting. I didn't realize that he had a book like that, but I'll have to check it out. Hell's Gate says, Rob should create a channel called Lawyers Workshop. That would actually be a pretty decent one. Julie O says, onion oil or something like that is mentioned with Alec Baldwin, George Stephanopoulos interview. Chase Hughes mentioned it. Actors put it on fingers or something. Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about that, but that's certainly possible. The Cindy 1023, welcome to YouTube memberships. Lynn Hewliston says, calendar behind her clearly says January 2015. Oh, maybe January. I was thinking February, but oh yeah, interesting. Chelsea Flowers says, the one recording itself completely contradicts everything she said, and the whole dynamic, including Australia, which she says was the last time they were allowed to fight without him running away. Yeah, I completely agree. And that's the thing, is like, she's at this point, she's not only is she saying, don't believe any of the witnesses that you've heard from before my expert. Don't believe any of them. Don't believe any of the guys that are working for Johnny. You can't trust them. Also, don't believe the recordings that you heard of me talking in them. So don't believe me either, but believe me now. It doesn't make sense. McKenna G says, do we know if Whitney will testify even though she didn't give a full deposition? Also, thanks for getting me through 2L finals week. Hey, congratulations on getting through 2L finals week. That can be super stressful. Hopefully you had or you have a little bit of a break now before you get into your summer internship, but good luck. All the best of luck. Do we know if Whitney will testify? So I don't know. There's a good argument for why she shouldn't testify because of that deposition issue. Because Johnny's team has a right to depose her. Because otherwise, like think about it this way. If you put her on the stand and Johnny's team has not had a chance to ask their questions to depose Whitney, they don't have anything to impeach her on. They don't have any prior statements to impeach her on. She could just lie. I mean, other than what she said in the UK trial, you could use those to impeach, but still, like, you want to have your own record. Misty says, what would each of you ask Amber on cross? I would want to, first and foremost, put her own voice to her own voice, right? Like, I would want to use the audio recordings of like her complaining about Johnny running away, and then be like, compare that to what she's saying now of her saying that she's running away, or that she's the one, the one that's running away. That's one of the first things that I would want to do. Maybe not necessarily like right off the bat in the cross-examination, but that's one of the first things that I can think of that would be pretty ripe territory. Sina says, I like the part she mentioned buying a book to fix her marriage after the incident. You know, because there is a book out there on how to fix your marriage after your husband grapes you with a bottle. Yeah, I agree. Matt Such says, Amber called the campfire girl Kelly Sue. Oh, that's right. She did have a name for her. Christina W says, Tassia was previously listed as a live ex-witness for Amber. So if she does get called, can JD's team bring up the DV arrest during cross? Possibly. I mean, especially because the whole reason why she would be brought up in the first place would be because I didn't realize that she was on Amber's list. Okay, so Amber's list is so long that it's easy to miss some names. But yeah, I didn't realize she was on there. In which case, what would be the relevance of her testimony, right? It would only be bolstering to be able to show that Amber in her previous relationships was not an abuser. So that door has to be opened somehow, in my opinion. Just Jay says, want to add that everyone on the panel is 10 out of 10. Oh, thank you. Tatiana Zelenina says, if she is watching you now, can she change her behavior? I wish she would get caught and at least fined for perjury. Evie doesn't look ethical. Changing her behavior on the basis of, any kind of commentary on YouTube is not a good idea, because you don't want to change anything. Consistency is one of the most important things, I think, when it comes to witness testimony for someone's credibility. The more changes someone shows between a deposition and current testimony, the tone in the deposition, the tone in the current testimony, the things that they said, the way that they put them versus the things that they said now, it's just not a good idea to change anything. And if she changes from her testimony yesterday to her testimony on day 16, if she changes her tone, she changes, like, anything that she changes is going to be noticeable, I think. And there'll be questions as to why those changes are being made. And usually the answers to those questions are not very good for her, for the person that's making the change. Tiffany Byers, Fairfax County has many millionaires. Yep. It's DC area. Good logic. I see you in the chat. Thank you. I'll let you in soon. I'm almost finished with this part. I'll let you in soon. Courtney says, OMG, did you see AH posting for PR picture on the stand? Yes, I did. I saw that. That was a little interesting. Minish Mew, welcome. Haley Martin says, did you catch it where she said she screamed until she couldn't hear herself and then followed it with she couldn't breathe or scream even? She's got a lot of interesting points that she's made. Hot Hotu Balloon says, doctor gifting sexy nightgown, ask on cross. Yeah. Isn't it weird? It's a weird thing to give to a patient. I would be very weirded out if, like, some doctor or lawyer or anyone who's, like, working for me, who's, I'm a client of theirs, gave me something like that. That's a very intimate gift to be given by someone with that kind of a relationship. Very strange. Very, very strange. Okay, so that's the last of these. Then I've got the ones coming from the back end of the channel monetization page. Okay, I think that now I can probably bring in some friends. I know I've got some folks that have been chomping at the bit in the chat. I've seen Rick. I've seen Kurt. I've seen Joe. I think maybe it's a good time to invite some folks in. Okay. Alrighty, who is here? Of course. Who else? Who else here?
When some of those questions ask about Hogue, I say I should be allowed to answer these.
I'm so sorry.
You echoing me. No, that's why I sounded like a robot person. I was like, wait, Alita's also talking to me in the background, because I was just watching you and you were doing a great job.
Thank you.
And yeah, I was chatting with your chat because they saw my name and had enough questions I couldn't answer. So that was fun. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. People are saying you're quiet, so let's bring you up here. Okay, yeah, we have the luxury of actually getting to put our volumes on, like, the normal level. So there we go. Cool. I'm doing well. I got more rest last night than I have in the last couple nights, so I'm feeling better. I'll be even better tomorrow when I've been able to get like a full chunk of sleep all in one stay.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I unfortunately had to wake up really early to do corporate transactional law, which I know you guys don't believe I do. We just sit here and talk about Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard litigation.
Yeah, exactly.
I was also giving quotes to somebody that was checking up on LawTube. I was selling the praises of a channel called Legalbytes, and its head, which I called a friend, try to ease this in for the journalists named Alita. So we'll see.
Oh, okay, interesting.
We'll see. It was actually we will see how it goes, because I think it was framed a bit as a hit piece.
Oh,
not on LawTube itself.
Okay.
On everybody that's streaming this trial, that there's some press that have seen that this is a thing now, especially after that Washington Post article. Ironic. Yesterday.
Oh yeah, you still have to send me the link to that. Unless, did you put it up on Twitter? I haven't been able to parse through all my notifications.
I don't think I have. I'll you know what? I'll see if I can grab it.
Okay.
It's a launcher. I don't know if you know how the Post is organized, but they have kind of verticals. So they did one on Twitch covering this, and the angle. So I got a couple of quote requests because I have journalist friends that I give video game quotes to. I got a couple of quote requests that are basically on the premise of, like, our Twitch streamers and people that are streaming this trial, giving massive disinformation and like all this various stuff, coming from that angle of, should this be regulated in some kind of fashion? And I'm like, oh, okay. So I used it to advertise. I used it to advertise Virtual Legality and Legalbytes. So we'll see how much of that I got through the quotes. I was like, no. We're not.
Should we be regulated? Folks in the chat, let us know. What do you think? Should the mainstream media be able to tell us what to do with our channels?
Yes. I have a feeling I know which direction that poll's gonna go. I don't know. So yeah, let's see. God. Okay.
We are lawyers, right? So it's like we've got a professional opinion.
We're pretty safe. Like, the angle that this came from was essentially like, I don't know how much you know Twitch or anywhere else, but like XQC and Pokemon talking about these things, and apparently, as you would expect, right? If you're a Twitch streamer or YouTube gaming or anything like that, maybe not treating it with a sense of decorum. Let's say that. All right.
See. Yeah.
Not a sense of decorum. And so that the angle appeared to be something along the lines of, should these miscreants be stopped? Right. And I said, well, I actually said to the interviewers, I said, well, first of all, I'm too close to this. Like, you asked me this because you know me from other things, but I've been streaming this for 4 weeks.
I'm one of these people.
Yeah, no, it's like you accidentally asked this question of me, and I'm like, I do in fact know about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. Thank you for asking. So we will see how it goes. Whenever it gets published, I will share it with you. We'll see how much I was able to sneak through. Even while I was writing my answers, I was like, this sounds like an advertisement for Alita and me. We'll see how this goes. Because
I don't mind it.
Well, I'm commenting on, well, we think we can bring expertise, and reasonable minds can differ, and have good conversations with people that disagree, and explain, hearsay and rules of evidence and what goes in and out and how this works and what defamation is and everything else.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could certainly add to bad information if you were treating it solely as a soap opera. But there were a lot of interesting questions. I got it from 2 different outlets. One of which was essentially like, why are people paying so much attention to this? And my answer, I tried not to be glib, but it's like, it's Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. So you start there with the celebrity. The witness list includes Paul Bettany and others. Elon Musk. And then on top of that, you add what would have been a ridiculously salacious kind of set of facts if it were Joe Smith and Mary Kay, right? Like, the case in and of itself would have attracted attention just from how it is, and you make it celebrity, and then you get, testimony about private islands, and then you have 5 hours of audio recordings.
Toss in some Amica cream, some mega pints, and some muffins, and
it's just so interesting because I will tell you this, just based on like the volume, like this, the trial itself has hit zeitgeist levels. And now the coverage of the trial, which is not primarily going through NBC News or wherever else you might find it, but is going through LawTube, yes, especially here on YouTube. But increasingly, people on Twitch are getting lots of viewers. They're doing that instead of playing video games. And so the media itself has taken note this week, I would say.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe.
Joe, how's it going? I think that's the longest we've able to keep Joe quiet upon an entrance.
Did you catch me? Did you catch me switching paragraphs as quickly as I could just to see if I could finish my thought? Because Joe's always standing at the ready.
Yeah, he is.
I actually noticed as soon as I came in, you started referencing people you disagree with, which I thought was
it wasn't you, Joe. It wasn't. No, I was telling Alita that I started getting inquiries from journalistic outlets about this crazy LawTube thing and crazy Zoomers streaming trials and whatnot.
I got a recent media request from someone talking kind of about that, but not quite about the whole the Twitch thing and the salaciousness of it, but basically like why do you think this is popular?
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be an interesting conversation. But,
yeah, I think so the one thing I would tell all of LawTube there is be ready. I think we and others are going to start getting a fair amount of coverage, a substantial portion of which I imagine will not be positive.
Yeah.
I don't know how anyone could come up with anything not positive about any of us. We're like, no, this is like a collection of brilliance and beauty. And obviously I'm referring, brilliance and beauty here. That
naturally, Joe, I never had any question in my mind.
Yeah, in case anyone was, I actually was referring to each member being both brilliant and beautiful.
Oh,
so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but it'll be interesting to see how this goes in the next 3 weeks, right? Because now that people have started to notice, the mainstream / corporate / whatever media is not controlling this narrative. People are starting to understand for themselves what's going on and making up their own conclusions. It's like pressing on a balloon. It's like, how else is this going to come out on the other end? What kind of a shape?
I think it's going to start getting coverage because we'll have the final 2 weeks and then jury deliberation week. It's a lot of time to talk about. And like I said, it's not just us. It's not LawTube. It's not Emily. It's not Nick. It's not Alita alone. It seems to have come to the fore all together all at once from a bunch of different quarters. So, be ready. It'll be interesting. There'll be some positive stuff as well. But yeah, I could, as I'm trying to frame my questions, my answers, I'm like,
I can already tell the natural bias coming from these people. They obviously are all Johnny Depp stands.
Well, yeah, that'll probably come up. Chat, you'll probably come up.
Yeah.
Because you guys are vociferous in whatever your leanings are. It's an interesting time because this is a bit of a transition point.
And this is when I love to bring up what Andrea Burkhart says. It's not bias if it's based on facts. You're allowed to come to a conclusion. There's a difference between having a conclusion after doing research and being biased.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have an open mind, and the thing about all of this is I say muddy middle goes to amber. I say things like this is messy.
And we still
in the real world, if we had perfect information, something happened.
I would modify that a little bit. I would say it's not biased if your conclusion is if you come to a conclusion based on fact, but you retain an open mind.
Fair.
Well, yeah, you can self-relax, certainly.
What I'm saying is, you have to be able to keep. You have to be able to. You're not biased if you're open to hearing alternate perspectives and actually incorporating them rather than looking for ways to refute them. That you cannot possibly be biased, even if you're expressing your opinion in a very strong manner. If it's based on fact, that's not bias.
I only express my opinions in a very strong manner.
Just
not as strong as you, Joe.
It
was just interesting. No, we can start hitting super chats. I know.
Yeah. Well, so these are I might share my screen. Let me go through a few first that I had screenshotted. I don't know if you guys were here at the very beginning, but I was livid when I came on because
maybe I missed the very beginning.
Yeah, because well, I mean, I didn't exactly. I kept it mostly retained, but I had to keep it mostly retained because that's my style. But I was pretty pissed because I had quite a few super chats that were saved from yesterday's live stream. And when the page refreshed, there were only 100 that were saved. So there were quite a few that were lost. And then when I went to the back of YouTube Studio to try to get to to try to find, because I had luckily taken a screenshot of the first few to see just in case something happens, I want to try to go back and then just kind of go through YouTube Studio, and it would only let me go so far. So I'm like, there might be some there might be a certain portion that are just going to be lost
Lost
forever.
in
And
the ether.
I'm so pissed about that because people were, when people are reaching into their pocket because they have a question, they want you to address something like, I want to honor that, like it's just,
Right.
it really pisses me off. And this
Yeah.
is the thing that really pisses me off most about StreamYard is the fact that this kind of like super chat monkey business keeps happening. And if it does,
And by the way,
like,
it doesn't matter if it's $3, if it's $2 or $200. Obviously someone's going to be coughing up that much more money. It's going to come to our attention. But a lot of people don't have or couldn't, even if they couldn't, they just don't have it. So like, and we recognize that, and their questions and opinions are no less valued and important than anyone else. It's not about like money. It's a matter of like, look, someone who actually cares enough that they're going to dip into their own pocket. Any of us would feel terrible that it's like, you're feeling that loss. So
do you think it's a couple hundred, Alita? Like because you said going over the date, there was a 4 when we finished last night, right? 400.
Yeah. 470. So there's.
Did you try to export it?
How many did you have left?
Export
how many do you have now?
There were like 470 in there, and then
but I'm saying
lost like 370,
and then 100 were there when I came back.
So you've lost 300 chats.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh well, almost 400 chats.
Yeah, 370. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, that's a big problem that I have with StreamYard.
Have you been assigned your YouTube agent yet?
No, I have not.
That's the kind of thing they can do, I think, maybe.
Yeah, be able to go back because I feel
you're
like
100 now. You'll get one soon.
You know what you do?
I hope sooner than later.
You know what you can do? If you pay someone to go through the day and just pull those chats, like someone will have to spend like hours doing it. So if you pay someone X number of dollars per hour
to like take screenshots,
screenshots, go through the day, take the screenshots, and this way, and try. And also, I would have pay. I'm sure you're doing fine paying someone a couple $100 to go through the day and figure out which ones you've covered and which ones where those 470 are, and that way, like tomorrow or whatever, it takes them today to do it. So tomorrow, you could do it on Sunday, whatever. You can have a chance to actually go through them and address them, and that way
but I have to find a way of finding them. I can even do it myself. I just have to.
You don't have the time. You don't have the
find
time.
them.
No. Realistically. I mean, let's be honest. This is a time of your life where I'm sure you're busier than you've probably ever been in your life. So and people don't want you investing 8 hours going through it. It's just better if you pay someone $500 to go through it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, you pay someone $500. I'm sure lots of people for $500 be happy to spend the time going through it, screenshot, and figure out which ones you cover, which ones you didn't, so you can go through it. And you wouldn't. I'm sure you'll be whatever. People who are saying in the chat they'll do it for $300. So what I'm saying is, whatever that money is, I think that way you'll feel better. You know what I'm saying? It's just a suggestion. You don't have to do it. But it's just, I'm throwing it out.
I'll see what my options are. Maybe if there's a way I can get in touch with YouTube on that. Hey Kurt, how's it going?
Hello, I speak from the void. How are you?
By the way,
good, how are you?
You have like dozens of people in the chat screaming, "I'll do it! I'll do it!"
I see that.
At the risk of giving suggestions you've already considered, have you gone into the YouTube studio and then clicked on the monetization and then super chats and then it says see all and then it says scroll all and it then just gives up after a while?
Yes, it does.
I didn't know it had a bottom.
Yeah.
So,
I didn't know either.
I have successfully made myself look like a fool by mansplaining something that you already did.
No, but that's fine. No.
I'm just surprised it doesn't have an export.
Yeah, it apparently doesn't.
Excel?
No, it doesn't. You can export your membership list, but not all the super chats. So
that would be too useful, YouTube. I'm talking to you, Google.
Yeah. This is one of those. Also I got it.
Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again?
Track your super chat. Oh, okay. If this then that. Okay, this is also something for super chats, but I don't know. So Eric Hunley sent me a link for if this then that. And I know Legal Mindset has talked about that too, that it can track your super chats. I might need to just have this on the back end for the future. I probably will have to figure this out. I wonder if I can back end this from previous streams or if this is just for future streams. I might have to. I'm going to go with what we've got right now. And I'm taking screenshots of like what I've got and what I don't have. So I will, I'll I'll go through what we've got and then try to find the ones that are in that muddy middle that we keep talking about, and then kind of go from there. But otherwise, I'm just gonna have to read from the back of YouTube Studio. So yeah, and then figure out a
it's just because
solution
you have
for
so
going
many.
forward.
See, I don't know that there's a bottom because I don't have so many super chats where this is a problem, Alita.
I think
I didn't know
I'm reliably
either.
informed that no one on earth has
This
as
is
many super chats as
yeah. I
people
mean,
do
you are
that.
listed as
And
number
Legalbytes.
one on all of YouTube, Alita. Number one.
I know it's it is a blessing of a problem to have.
Not
it really
not
is.
PewDiePie.
The
Not
most generous chat and membership on the internet. You all should
Thank
be
you,
proud.
Rich. That's exactly
number
right.
one.
The most
And YouTube
generous.
screwed
chat,
you
yes.
over. No,
Yes.
we'll figure it out.
And
Yeah.
also, congrats to Emily D. Baker for passing 300,000 subscribers.
Yes.
What a day!
What
Yes.
a day! I mean, wow. That's
I'm actually
amazing.
I'm working towards 50.
Yes.
Hey.
Good. How far are you?
I'm
Or how
like
close are you to 50?
48.5.
Okay, we can get 1,500, folks.
Yeah.
If you're not subscribed to Good Logic, subscribe to it. Let's get him to 50K today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
48.5. I'm feeling 50K. I'm smelling it. I'm smelling
do
it.
Oh
it.
yeah, I'm
Let's do
smelling
it. Let's
too.
do it.
Watch out, Alita's a wizard. You might have just gotten it just now.
Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. If you like rants, if you like fiery rants, but that also are hilarious at the same time,
Thank you.
subscribe to Joe. Subscribe
Thank
to
you.
Joe.
Primarily
He
just follow him to
also
the New York
does some
accent.
good legal analysis from time to time too.
Once in a while.
Once in a while, for sure.
Mhm.
No, absolutely. We've got such a great group here, and I love it, and I hope that all of us make it to 100K sooner rather than later, like as soon as possible, right? I really
think
want
everybody
that
in
for all of us.
LawTube is growing at a good clip. From
I'll take
all of
another.
this.
I'll take another 1,700 for 65 today.
Let's do it.
I'm predicting for all three of us, gentlemen, that
Yeah.
by the time we hear a jury decision, all three of us will be at 100. We'll be at 100.
That's
Even
an optimistic prediction.
I'm
not
very
throwing it
confident.
that
Hard
rate.
to believe, Joe.
I'm confident. It gets exponential.
I predict at the end of this trial, Alita will be at 100,000. I know it's a stretch goal, but I believe she can make it.
In fairness, if you go back to my opening day stream with her, I said we're going to go to 100,000 by the end of the trial, and by God, did I deliver? No,
No, I was
yeah.
looking out at this trial. I was like, okay, stretch goal 80,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because I just didn't know. I didn't know how, I figured that there were going to be a lot of people that were live streaming it. I didn't know exactly how much interest there was going to be. I figured there was going to be interest, but I was like, there's a chance that maybe 100K, but I didn't want to quite put that in my brain.
I was sure you would get 200. And then as soon as you started taking off, I was like, she's easily in 250. I was positive you would hit 200 from the
We
get-go.
will see. We will
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
I mean, at this pace, yeah.
I actually think you should set your aspirations higher. I think at this point, I would say
She's picked up 100,000 subs from Johnny Depp.
In the last
Yeah.
all Johnny Depp.
Yeah,
boxes.
yeah.
Since the start of this trial, she's picked up 100,000 subs.
Yeah, but I'm saying is the
very-
algorithm
And we're
just
halfway
grows.
through.
The algorithm just grows.
Yeah,
So
so
I'm saying it
another-
has to work exponentially.
Another 100,000 is not exactly out of reach.
Right?
Yeah.
Hey, you never know. Speaking of it, I saw a good chat like a couple of minutes ago. When do we know what day Amber Heard changed her PR team?
A week ago, Thursday. Was my recollection.
Was it last Thursday? I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was in the middle of the
Thursday.
week.
I think it was. I heard about it at least a week ago Thursday. Maybe she had changed the day earlier and took.
Well, the chat had a suggestion, right? Because I was talking about the fact that I'd been contacted by a couple places now that were doing quasi hit pieces on streaming of this trial.
Mm-hmm.
And the chat, the conspiracy theories, sure, but they said, well, maybe Amber's PR team is going to their journalistic friends and telling them that essentially there are streams that are either more neutral or are thinking Johnny put on a good case to go talk about what they're doing out there on the internet. I said, it's not impossible. From the places I got, yes, it's not impossible. So it goes up in the Washington Post, which you would expect because the Washington Post loves nothing more than reporting on stories about itself. And it's gone up in a couple other places, and then the places that I talked to today will be more either this weekend or early next week. So yeah, could be. Who knows?
I should mention, I know that you're going to be covering like new stuff over the next week while the trial's on vacation. My plan is actually, because I was on vacation for the first 2 weeks of the trial, I'm actually going to be reviewing old testimony during the next week. I'm going to be going through stuff that you guys have all watched already. I'm saying I'm actually planning on spending day by day. I'm going to be going through Depp, like the key testimony. Like I'm going through Depp's testimony and just watching the trial and being able to compare it to like what we've seen from Amber versus the stories that we're hearing from Johnny. And that's sort of what I plan on spending the next week. Just going through Johnny Depp testimony and watching it as if I'm watching it for the first time. And much of it I will be watching for the first time.
I love it.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Right now, I'm contemplating doing something that is tentatively called Depp Lines, which will be talking about corporate messaging and the headlines that I like so much after every day of the trial in the fashion that I do. It's not my usual content, but it might be dovetailing enough with virtual legality that I'll do it. I'm not committing to it, but I do really like corporate messaging and how media handles stories.
You can mix it by having some of those headlines be about Elon Musk.
More. Yeah. Well, if it works out, I was thinking about doing it as a live stream and potentially throwing up an invite. If it works out, it would be a cool way to just talk and hang out more like this style with headlines and news stories of the day.
I think that'd be great.
Because I really do love media and how stories are crafted. And I think this is a great one.
I was just taking a look at the numbers, and I think the counter behind you is out of date. I think it's 162 now.
This tends to be a little bit slower. And also,
what's the point?
What's the point? Oh dear! Now it's off.
Give me a sec.
Yeah.
Let me stop my camera.
Whoops. Well,
look what you did, Kurt.
That was my fault.
You axed Alita from her own stream.
I know. I'm so sorry. During this hostile takeover, I'd like to introduce you all to the channel that is on civil law.
Yes.
Where the best legal commentary is available. And also my friends to my right, Richard Hogue, with fantastic video game commentary, antitrust commentary. He makes wonderfully complex subjects easy to understand and fun. And good logic, with the fieriness, with the brazenness, with the energy that only the good logic can bring. No one else can come close.
Kurt,
I try, but I fail. So
Kurt, one of my favorite comments.
Hogue logic and good logic.
One of my favorite comments from this week, I did a Dobbs video, which is not my normal zeitgeist.
Yeah.
One of the comments was essentially almost as good as Kurt's. Nice job. And I'm like, sweet.
Yes. I feel like until it becomes official, it might be like premature. Like, you don't know how it's gonna, things will change. Parts will change.
Dobbs? Oh, 100%.
Oh yeah, no.
Most of my video was about the leak and giving a history of Roe and Casey. But it was it was just nice. Someone came in and said basically, I don't know whether it was almost as good as Uncivil's or almost as good as Kurt's, but I was like, lovely. Thanks for visiting.
When it comes to constitutional law, you're not.
I don't count. No.
You won't find anybody better than Kurt.
Thank you.
I'll tell you right now.
Appreciate it.
No, I was happy to be in the same sentence. Absolutely. No, it was just funny. I get comments that are like, "Why isn't Alita over here more?" I was like, "Well, we run our own channels. I don't know what to tell you."
She cannot deign to come from on high.
No, it's because I wasn't invited.
Although I will say that Alita has told me she's going to be appearing on Sunday on my channel. So
that is true
for a recap, and I'm going to be inviting the rest of the law tube as well. But the only one I actually cared about making sure I was booking was this.
Was the famous one? Yeah, no.
the celebrity.
Yeah,
so.
Not a celebrity, but it's. I understand people also recognize me on the topic. So
I'm
happy
to buy you a
to
shirt
that
you can. I'm going to buy you a shirt that you
my
can
bet
own.
Is get some media inquiries.
So you can own your position as our queen. I want. It's going to say. I'm kind of a big deal.
Kind of big deal. Yeah, I like it.
Man. You guys are hilarious. But
megabyte does rhyme with megapint. I think there's some visual punnery to be had there.
It does. Mega pints and megabytes for sure. But I love it. Anyhow, let's get some super chats here. Dapper Blue says, do you think police officer bias could discredit them? Isn't it detrimental to their career to side with Amber? Well, I think so. This question it's asking about if the police officers may have been biased, if it was something that they were biased to side with Johnny, if it would have been better for their career to side with Johnny rather than Amber. I don't think so, because you know what, like at the end of the day, there's body camera footage that either supports or doesn't support their testimony, right? Like it's very, very clear to me anyway that what they're saying is just being strictly professional. They're not like they said they didn't even know that Johnny Depp was involved. And you can tell by the conversations, at least in the body cam footage, that no one talked about Johnny Depp. They didn't seem to know who Amber Heard was. So in terms of bias for celebrity, it seems like that's been cut out.
Yeah, I mean, we do have testimony saying they didn't know it was Johnny Depp's at all, right?
Yeah.
So I don't see that one. But
And also,
I could have, if they were both standing there and one's a megastar and one's not, I could make that framework work. But I didn't see that in what we were told.
And also keep in mind, this is Los Angeles, where celebrities are kind of a dime a dozen, especially for like cops. Cops don't deal with celebrities every single day, maybe necessarily, but they do deal with them. And they can't afford to like get starstruck when they meet someone, because oftentimes if they are meeting a celebrity, it's because there's something wrong that's happening and they have to be a professional and do their job. So, it's not the kind of situation that I would think, oh, these cops might be starstruck because this is a big celebrity involved. Because there's a lot of those around Hollywood, around Los Angeles.
Yeah, you get numb to it.
Yeah. It's like meeting a politician in DC. Callie H says, Callie H says, panel, discuss her wardrobe, etc. Not coincidence that she changed her look the next day. What does the panel think? I mean,
that we're influencing her. I would think I would tell you this. I know that we influence trials because I've heard people who are associated with the Rittenhouse trials that they saw, things that were brought up about like the whole photo things and stuff like that. And frankly, I'm firmly of the opinion, if you have a high profile case, why would you not be listening to commentary from a panel of attorneys who, many of us litigators, we know what we're talking about here, and help you get a vibe? Because when you're in the forest, like in anything, not just in the law profession, anything, when you're in the middle of the fray, it's very hard to feel the landscape. You feel your perspective, but you're not seeing things the way someone who has an overview from outside sees it. So why would you disregard completely free information as to how the look and feel of your case is going and where it could improve? Like, it's almost dumb not to assign some paralegal to watch us and take notes on things that are relevant.
I mean, there's also the idea of you don't want too many voices in your head, and you don't want to. I think, it's one of those things where, once you're committed and you're in it, it's like you can only take so much advice from so many people before you just go insane. So it's sometimes easier just to shut it off.
Right.
Yeah, I can tell you, I wouldn't watch us personally if I was running the case, but you might have a
paralegal, like someone else watching.
You've got somebody back at the firm watching. Yeah, right. Exactly.
One good idea.
Can you imagine billing for that? Being like, I'm billing by watching YouTube.
I want to know what the entry is. No, it's not. It's not LawTube. It's
legal research.
Reviewed online in social media sites in respect of Depp V Heard.
Yeah. For strategy reasons.
12.75.
Oh man,
somebody in chat is doing that. Someone in chat works at one of these firms and is laying low right now.
right, rightfully so. They wouldn't be typing in chat. They'd just be sitting back watching.
They're lurkers.
Yeah,
they should be super chatting though. We're giving them all this valuable information. You can bill us.
Seriously, Johnny.
Because I just put a pinned comment up to say that super chats are still turned off right now until I'm sufficiently caught up that I feel like I can manage it.
Good luck.
So yeah, it might be a little bit before I turn on super chats again, but super stickers and memberships those are still coming in. But otherwise,
crafty.
The chats,
that's crafty.
Well,
they can become members. They can become members. I love it.
I have been getting DMs from my tech folks that suggest that there are APIs that interact directly with the YouTube data stream and can pull that stuff. I am way not good enough to know.
Okay.
How to do that.
If there's a way, then I might do a second catch-up stream at some point to do those that last bit, just to make sure that I cover everything that I wanted to cover.
Sure.
Well, maybe one of your more tech.
Or you could just record it. You could just, if you really want to do it that way, you could just record it and just.
Yeah, but it's still nice to have people to interact with.
I know, that's true.
Yeah. So Malimber says, question: someone sounds that far gone kicks you with that much force. X for doubt. Yeah. Good video game reference. Yeah.
Can you name that game, Alita?
What's that?
Can you name X for Doubt, the game?
X for Doubt.
I'm not trying. I was just
press
curious.
X for Doubt. Yeah.
No, don't give it to her, Kurt.
Which specific game? Is it new or not? No, I can't.
It's not. It's not very new.
Okay.
No?
Well,
That's Kurt.
No.
You want to tell her?
LA Noir, man.
It's an LA Noir reference.
Oh, okay. I think that Mr. Bites would have gotten that.
Yeah. X for Doubt.
So,
for
okay.
Jason.
Oh, DUI guy
F for
says
respect.
check your Insta messages. I'll have to do that. I see you in the chat. I know that you've been on Nick's channel quite a bit. Let me get another super chat though. Tabitha Roy says, your thoughts on Amber Heard using lines from the talented Mr. Ripley. The thing with Dickie is she used it word for word. Yeah, there's a lot of weird movie quotes that it seems like she's been doing, right?
Well, it's hard to write that much material. Just speculating. That's a theory.
It's very true. I have quite a few DMs that I need to parse through. I'm sorry, DUI guy. Actually, can you DM me the same thing through Twitter? If he can DM me the same thing through Twitter, I might be able to find that more easily, because I've got a few that I haven't been able to check it in the last like 24 hours, so it exploded. But yeah, if you can send me the same thing, I'll check there. Anyhow, but yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of weird movie quotes. Okay, now I will go into, hey, Coffee Allen, thank you so much. LM Albert says, love you all, most fun watching a trial ever. Diana Rustiniti says, who is on Amber Heard's witness list? Well, there is a link in the description below, I think. There should be. Last I checked, there was going to be. At the very least, there's a link to the Fairfax County website with all of the filings, so that you can see all of the filings there, including both of the witness lists. So I can't go through her entire witness list because it is extensive. She's listed a ton of people there. Casper Hebert Kelly, is cross happening today? Nope. It's probably going to happen on day 17 is my guess. New Star One says she's pushing a Harvey Weinstein cabal defense. Yeah, right. It feels like it's like this whole casting couch thing that she's pulling in. There's a lot of different weird narratives that she's pulling in, like Me Too narratives, that just make me feel like this doesn't sound like what the initial allegations were like. So it's weird. It's got a weird vibe. Space Whale says, is it possible for AH's team to supervise or to surprise JD's team with evidence, or do both teams have knowledge of what evidence exists between the two? They have knowledge of what evidence exists between the two. They're required to, okay, he sent a Twitter DM. They are required to, what's the word?
Discovery.
Yes, discovery. They're required to send stuff. I'm sorry, I'm doing multiple things at once.
No worries.
They're required to share all that stuff to them. But if they find new stuff during the trial, they can use that, but they also are still required to share that as well. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hey, yeah. DUI guy, I sent you the link, so come on in whenever you'd like. Cool. And do this real quick too. Yeah, so basically they're not allowed to do the Hollywood surprise at trial kind of thing that you see with a lot of these TV shows. And
Aha! Here's the gun. Oh my god!
yeah, exactly. That dramatic, like, oh no. Wendy's Cafe says, Ian, would that be?
By the way, I hit 49. I hit 49K. Bless you.
Yay!
Alita's magic.
Let's get it to 50.
Powers.
Can we get 50? Can we get 50? Can we get 50?
Can I get 50? Can I get 50?
Can we get 50.1? 50.2?
Kurt, I think you make a good auctioneer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't know. I trip up over my words a little bit too much to do it. I know my limitations. Ian says, Wendy's Cafe says, Ian, would that be a jarring of cocaine like she said was on the table? Interesting.
I have a jar of Coke. I have a jar of Coke. I have a jar of Coke. That's what I was picturing. I was picturing him falling over a ship, holding that big jar. I have a jar of Coke.
It does seem like a lot of cocaine. I have to admit, I don't know. I mean, it's not space cocaine. That
was a Pirates of the Caribbean reference, because there was a point where he was mocking one of the characters that he had a jar of dirt.
Yeah.
That was big jar. And he's dancing and singing, I have a jar of dirt. So there's this big jar with.
I have to admit, I've seen all the Pirates of the Caribbean, and that scene did not stay with me. So
that was a Davy Jones locker.
It was from Dead. I thought it was Dead Man's Chest.
Davy Jones locker.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't stick with me. I apologize. I'm glad you explained, Joe. I mean, I'm happy for you thinking about your cocaine jar, but I'm glad you explained.
Britt Cormer says she has a picture of someone passed out on vacation while on his own private island. That is not over the top. If that is not over the top, I don't know what is. If I'm on my private island and take a nap in the day, WTF, who the F cares? LOL. Agreed. Catastrophe says there are pics of AH at Public Enemy's movie premiere on red carpet. Not a JD fan, my behind. Also, HIPAA violation by saying Kip have med notes to JD. Bold claim to make against a doctor live like that. So
that was a bold claim. That was a bold claim. HIPAA doesn't get involved, I don't believe, at least as far as Amber's concerned. Yeah. But saying that the doctor's notes went right through, I have to admit, as long as we're talking about references, I thought immediately of Mad Men, where the relationship between the two of them is that she goes to a psychologist and it gets back to Dawn, and I'm like, okay.
Yep. Izzy Wizzy says she had a novel way of getting her point across to jury in a dark fairy tale way, repeating herself in expressions like Meghan Markle. Love Legalbytes. Thank you. It's
repetition. Yeah,
it is repetition.
Repetition is the mother of learning. Or what was it you said? The iron of whatever.
Repetition is the branding iron of knowledge.
See, my history teacher said repetition was the mother of learning, and he said it all the time, so I remember that way. So
maybe I'll say it in every episode, and by the time we get to the end of the trial, will be repetition is the branding iron of knowledge.
There you go.
It's the thing that stuck out to me the most, it was the tea comment.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of tea. A lot of tea.
A lot of tea.
A lot of tea.
I thought we were going to get to a point in the tale where it turns out he was sneaking liquor in his tea, right? Like it's a Chekhov's tea. I mean,
I know,
you've got
exactly.
a bit of a scripted element. You got to have payoff.
That,
yeah.
It better come up in the third act.
Just a quick shout out to the Quartering who's in the chat there. How you doing, Jeremy?
Oh, hey, Quartering. Yeah. And also Nurse Liz. Hey, Nurse Liz. How's it going?
Nice.
Alrighty. Stacy G810 says, when AH said, I saw my future, dollars. And he was effed up. So what's your point? Doesn't prove he abused her. Yeah, I mean, someone could be an alcoholic and a drug addict and never abuse someone.
Yeah.
That is possible. Dwani Prabhu says the amount of work Alita puts in for us, the least we can do is like and subscribe to Legalbytes. Thank you, Hogue, Rob, Late Night Shift, and everyone on the panel. And kudos to your dedication, Alita. Rest well, like and subs, y'all. Thank you. Very kind of you. Hey, Nate, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Daniel.
Sounds like you're in the car.
Say it one more time.
It said, sounds like you're in the car.
Oh, yeah, I'm in the car. I'm picking up children, and I was like, I'm going to pull a Joe today. Because Joe came on my stream early in the car, so I'm just coming in the car.
How did Megyn Kelly go?
It went all right. Come to find, so I'm there in the queue, and then the producer comes, and she's like, oh, we made a mistake. We double booked you.
Oh,
you double booked me? I'm like, you had me waiting all this time.
You're like, don't you know who I am?
Sorry, Mr. the lawyer.
Yeah, so I was like, we'll just do it next time. So they invited me back, so now I got to go back again to do it again. So, but it's fine now. I'm like,
disrespect.
God,
it happens.
Man, get yourself organized, Megyn Kelly. I'm just kidding. I'm giving a hard time.
The producer was really cool. They texted me and everything. They were, they were. So I'm like, all right, it's fine.
Yeah. No, that's good. That's the right call. Just to be like, all right, I'll come back. Anna Kovalovich says, question, I keep hearing metadata mentioned on your streams, but can't find anything online defining this or what it's affecting. Can you explain, please?
I can do that. Yes. Metadata just refers to data about data. So in this question, the data would be the photograph itself. The metadata is everything else. In this case, the embedded information about the photo, such as where it was taken, when, edited, when, by what program, on what device, by whom, so forth and so on. So your computer and phones and cameras and so forth, when they take the photograph, they embed a bunch of this information in the photograph as well. And that is the metadata. The data is the photo. The metadata is all the other stuff. There you go.
My personal experience my personal experience with courts involving litigation, when issues about metadata come up, traditionally they've been very loath to order metadata unless there's real reason for suspicion. There's a lot of latitude, perhaps more than warranted, but there's a concept that we as lawyers are officers of the court. And there's sort of a trustworthiness that whatever we're presenting is in the spirit of the fact that we wouldn't be trying to deceive the court, and that we've sort of vetted things out to make sure that we're not just pilfering pure crap like some Photoshop picture or something like that.
Sure.
But that's the assumption about lawyers generally, and that rule gets applied far more liberally than I sometimes think is warranted. As metadata, as the world gets more evolved, I expect to see metadata to be more of a regular thing in courtroom trials.
The law always trails tech. Always trails tech. And it's not like a legal team would submit, like, I don't know, like a social media interaction that's like a year out of date in a trial context for witnesses or anything like that. They wouldn't. Nothing like that would ever happen.
And to answer David Hyland's question here, so the metadata, there's a little bit of a gap in our public understanding, because even though there's a lot of filings in this case on the Fairfax County website, linked in the description below, even though there's a lot that's there, there's also a lot that's not there, because there's understandably a lot of medical information here that's been passed between the parties. So when they are fighting over this stuff, there's a lot of filings that are referenced by other stuff, but not everything is on there. And I think a lot of that has to do with confidentiality issues between the parties. Protective orders will be put on them to basically say, like, yes, we will exchange this over to you, but no, you cannot share it with anyone else. And so that'll limit some of the stuff that gets put onto the Fairfax County website. But one of the last thing that we saw posted on this issue of metadata was a motion for sanctions that was in at the end of March. It was actually like a second or a third motion for sanctions on this issue. And from that last motion for sanctions, it looked like there was still quite a bit of data that was supposed to be given from Amber's team to Johnny's team so that they could do a forensic analysis of the metadata of that data, photos, text messages, all this stuff that was on her phone. And that they, well, number one, had not turned in all of her stuff. So had not submitted everything that they were entitled to, everything that Johnny's team was entitled to. And number two, the stuff that they did was like a huge metadata mess. It was like gobbledygook. Like basically, like it was suggesting that the photos were created, like the metadata that was on these photos was showing that the metadata was older than the technology has existed for metadata. Like it was like that level of like, this doesn't make sense. This is completely corrupted. And so there was all kinds of issues. What's that?
That matches Amber Heard stories too. It all doesn't make sense. It's all out of date.
Exactly, right? We're following a theme. So I don't know exactly what the conclusion has been by the court, because there's been a number of, those Fridays when they're going through evidentiary issues for this case, where there's no cameras in the courtroom, right? So we don't know exactly what they've talked about, but they've indicated that they've been there from like 8 in the morning until 5 p.m. going through this stuff. So they've had some very long days. They could very well have touched on, my guess is that they probably did touch on this, and the court probably made some conclusions for them if now we're starting to see photos come in as evidence. But my guess is that we'll see in cross-examination Camille Vasquez get full license to go to basically tear those photos to shreds with regard to their metadata.
Let's be careful and not talked up the cross-examination again, because last one was a disaster. We talked that up like, my God, this is going to be great. And it was kind of like,
If it's not a great cross-ex, you got much bigger problems.
Yeah.
I won't be on the panel again because I'm rage quitting.
Yeah. And I was just about to say that, the only issue with giving them license as a remedy, giving Johnny's team license to comment on the metadata issue, is a lot of people are asking, what is metadata? You don't necessarily have a jury that understands the concept of metadata. This is something that is relatively new in a legal setting, very new in a legal setting, in fact. So it's one of those things that is not necessarily a guarantee, even if she is able to bring it up and talk about it and argue about it. So
well, my point was, I wouldn't be surprised if 10 years from now the metadata is something like that becomes second nature, that it becomes included with with this sort of evidence.
It should have been already.
Good. Because we already got it, and we can tell the picture. Yeah, it should already be.
Law just moves too slow on this stuff. I mean, we've been, as lawyers, we've
All
been
things
working with metadata scrubbers for at least 15 years. I mean,
yeah, the way we do it now for metadata is we do foundation, lay a foundation. You got to witness who took the picture. That's essentially metadata. The person.
Yeah.
The metadata is equivalent to DNA. It's like you're basically saying, I'm verifying that. To me, I think it's
in a
not the exact
sense,
same thing. It's not the exact same thing. What I'm saying is metadata is basically establishing that this is what we, to the best scientific proof available, this is what we know to be accurate.
I mean, it can change fairly easily. So
I was gonna, the issue is metadata is pretty damn hackable. So I mean, the courts have to figure that out.
Is it? So this is something I'm unaware of. So metadata can be manipulated.
Oh yeah, sure.
If you're good, I mean,
it doesn't even require you to be good necessarily. I mean, it can just be changed.
Oh, so if you're telling me that metadata is more like a polygraph than like DNA, that's a little disconcerting. I didn't know that it was something that could be relatively manipulated.
Well, that's one of the issues with this case, is that the metadata on some of the stuff that they were starting to analyze was suggesting that the photos were older, twice as old as Amber Heard.
It's pretty funny.
Now, if you were hacking metadata, you probably wouldn't set it to 60 years ago. But hey, that's what makes it so hard.
Was it January 1st, 1970? Was that the date?
Something like that.
Yeah, then that would be the Unix timestamp. That's the default date. That's why I know that.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. From what I remember, 1970 was a year that came up. Yeah.
So we have the metadata. The metadata. Is that what's going to be a thing now?
Metadataception.
Yeah,
4 levels deep. You got 4 levels deep in metadata experts.
Oh yeah.
It's 4D metadata. Fuzzy Lapugas says the whole time she's telling her story, I can't help but think back to her PA's deposition and Amber's character that she established. All the red flags. Mikkel Nino says Amber Heard said in May they did drugs at the trailer park, and then in June of the same year it was the first time she did drugs with JD on the Russia plane. Huh?
I think she said it was the only time, didn't she? Am I misremembering that?
I think so. Or she said, she also may have said, if I'm thinking back, that the flight to Moscow was the last time she would do it.
Okay.
But I don't know. Even still, yeah. Emma Rain says Amber Heard quotes, he hits me, breaks nose / bloody lip, and I took photos. Unquote. Produces pics of JD sleeping.
Well, that's
true. When you say you're producing photos, people are going to expect that they're of these injuries that are so horrific that you've graphically described.
Mm-hmm.
It's a letdown. It's you're starting to do what we did on that cross-examination of Dr. Hughes, boost up some expectations, and then when they're not met, then people are super disappointed. You make things worse off when you talk about the fact that you have evidence to back something up and some really bad claims or some really bad, allegations. And then when you're like, yeah, I have photos for this. And then the photos that you provide, you would have been better off if you said, I don't have photos for this.
Yep. Absolutely.
Or just not talk about photos.
It's your own direct. You didn't have to mention the concept of photography at all.
Right.
I'm going to share a quick screen with you here because this really sends the message, and it also reminds us about the importance of remembering that there are actual victims out there. So I'll just share this tab here. This is why she's such a disappointment in her pictures.
Yes,
that's what a victim of domestic violence really looks like.
Yes.
And this is what Amber Heard looks like.
Yep.
So I don't care. There's no cover up. There's no arnica cream or anything like that could fix Rihanna in that picture there. And when she's describing, and then when she's telling this tale over, and it's getting so much more, instead of just being hit, being punched, she describes over and over and over and over again being punched in the face. Are you crazy? I mean, I was thinking she'd be dead. She would literally be dead if he was just like bludgeoning her like that. And that's what she's trying to paint for the jury, and she would certainly look like Rihanna, you know.
Yeah.
And instead, she looks like Amber Heard, which basically it's just not.
And this is not to say that every real victim looks like Rihanna.
That's true.
Because of course, that's the case. But the allegations as Amber described them made it seem like she would have looked like Rihanna.
Yes, the way she went on and on about them and how she's such a victim. That's what you would have expected to some degree. And that doesn't mean that someone who even gets hit just once isn't a real victim. They are a real victim. But when you overplay your victimhood, it makes you say, I don't believe anything you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah. So true.
It's a tragedy because there are so many victims out there, countless victims, and some of them have no voice at all. It's very, very frustrating what she's done to those victims, where people now will question them that much more. The credibility, the viability, start examining their bruises. Well, I don't know, maybe you fell on, it's all of a sudden she's mitigated their voice, the strength of their voice, and it's terrible. It makes me so angry. It makes me think of her as being genuinely an evil person, like selfish, narcissistic. I don't care about the impact this has on countless nameless, faceless people that I will never meet. I need to be queen of this throne. Even it's like she's resentful that she wasn't hit. Like, I feel like a part of her wishes she actually had been hit, just so she could show those pictures and retain that status of queen of Me Too. And that's what it's all about. She makes such a joke out of every victim, and it's like it makes me so outraged. I'm sorry. I've been railing here. You guys.
No, it's good. It's good. I'm glad that you are. I also am getting links to one of the mods sent me. Somebody sent to one of the mods a way to bring up super chats. So I appreciate it. And this is a lot of stuff that I can't look at this. I can't read at the same time that I'm managing the stream, but I will find a way to get in between stuff. But thank you. But yeah, Joe, those your points are exactly well taken.
And I shouldn't leave out men who are victims also. They're I think men have a more difficult time coming forward.
I think a lot more difficult.
That's what emasculating and humiliating to admit that it's far more difficult for them to come forward.
I'm hoping that will be the real good takeaway from this trial. I'm hoping Johnny Depp wins, and he'll take some time to do some PSAs for male domestic violence, and maybe we can finally get the culture to accept that men can be abused too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly. Rachel Hailemariam says the jury is not dumb. I am certain they can see through her story. Hope so. William Schaefer says, do you think Amber's team is purposely doing these shenanigans, knowing the objections and sidebars will drag out their direct exams through the break?
What shenanigans are we referring to?
Shenanigans, knowing the objections and sidebars will drag out. I'm not sure. I mean, this was during her direct, so the ones that were objecting were Johnny's team. And
there's more effective ways to do that. If you're saying they're purposely drawing objections for time, they don't have to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
If that was the question, then no. They know they have more. They have like another day left. They didn't need to drag out that testimony. Their volume was like set at 2.5 or 3 days.
Yeah, agreed. Polished Panther says, Spidey's channel sent me. Love your channel and guests. Hey, welcome. Flo Bella says, you all aren't mentioning, though, the AH might give us all this evidence in pics, witnesses, etc. later in a case. Why is that? You all are great.
This is fair.
Yeah, it is fair. It is fair. I mean, I've personally seen most of a lot of the photos. Info. Yeah, I've seen a lot of the photos so far, and to me, they all look just like the ones that we saw yesterday. So I don't know how much that's gonna change unless there are new graphic ones that somehow weren't linked to TMZ. Which why wouldn't those have been leaked, right? Why would those?
You could still get there with some witnesses. I mean, I think there's no question that the stories are embellished. Like there's no way around that for the photos that's shown. I agree with Joe completely there, but I'm not quite where some of you are that says if she's just that kind of personality and she just embellishes everything, that there isn't necessarily a bit of a fight that happened, and then that kind of photo would be realistic, but then she goes and does what she does, and that's not fair. That's not fair to Johnny Depp. That's not fair, and everything that you're saying about that would be correct, but it doesn't necessarily mean that nothing happened. That's why I want to hear from other witnesses if they exist, because if she did get hit, if she did have abuse put upon her, then it's not right to just dismiss all that because she happens to be a exaggerator of big fish tales.
True. Jan Overeem, or Jan Overeem, I think, says the jury will probably get bombarded by friends and family with opinions, etc. I know it's allowed, or probably I know it's not allowed is what they meant to say, but still, it's going to happen and have influence. Could be, hopefully not though. Ankan Dabral says maybe they are holding the most incriminating photos for the end of her testimony. A la, tell them, Johnny. Could be. We will see. Lynn Pattison says, Nate, I resemble that remark. Clown emoji. I'm not sure what that means, but okay. Tara Strachan, thanks for your super chat. Atheist Miracle says, Nate going on Megyn Kelly. Okay, so yeah, we got that one. Lisa's channel says, hi guys, why can't AH and JD talk to their attorneys outside of court? They can, both inside and outside of court. Right now, Amber cannot talk to her attorneys about her testimony because she's technically on the stand. So she can't get direction on any of that kind of stuff. Carolina, thanks for your super chat. Monica Cordelia says, PTSD causes a person to flashback when they talk about and or think about the traumatic events, which include but are not limited to crying for real, shaking, and an inability to readily emotionally self-regulate. I think that sounds about right. I mean, looking at what we saw as PTSD potentially with Kyle Rittenhouse when he was on the stand, that seems to describe what happened with him. Like it was like a wave of emotion that came over him and it just completely took over and he couldn't, it was like it just like took over his body pretty much. That was what that looked like. It was very different than what we saw yesterday. Yep. And I don't want to say that PTSD should look the same in all individuals because I don't have enough training to be able to make that kind of an assessment. But I'm just saying, like, from what I have seen of folks going through that kind of thing, what she was doing seemed off.
I really appreciate that note, Alita, because the one thing I've seen in chat and even articles and others is that you can get into a true Scotsman type fallacy of like, no real victim of X would act this way. No real victim of this would act this way. And we should avoid that. You got enough facts in front of you to make the determinations as to what happened in front of you.
Yes.
Because people are going to act differently in all sorts of circumstances, and especially pretending. I know a number of you think I'm crazy to even entertain the grain of truth in this stuff, but pretending that there's a horrible thing happening or take a different case. People react strangely in all sorts of circumstances. You can put them in crisis mode, they react even stranger.
Yeah. And I've seen this.
That might have been the best use of the no real Scotsman fallacy I've ever heard anyone use. That was well done. That was well done.
I try to use my logical fallacies correctly, Joe.
That was well done. I'm genuinely impressed.
And I would say that, for me, the way that it comes to mind for me most clearly with my experiences has been working in trust and estates litigation, where you've got basically everyone involved in the lawsuit is grieving the loss of someone. Like it's either a parent or a spouse or someone in their life that they are grieving that they have buried at some point, whether it's a very fresh thing that happened, or maybe it's almost a decade ago. Sometimes those cases can last a very, very long time. And people act really funny in grief. Sometimes it causes them to file litigation that they shouldn't file, but like, it's like people have all kinds of different ways of dealing with it. And I would say that the same thing is true of a lot of different kinds of trauma.
Yeah. And that's not to defend Amber Heard, chat. It's just to say that particular line of argument I find weak.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed. Miranda Columbia says, what was with the junior associate holding up the legal pad? She could have been running interference for whatever Johnny was writing or drawing. I still haven't seen it, but a lot of people have referenced it. I'm sure somebody has tagged me on something on Twitter. I haven't had a chance to take a look because I'm finally getting caught up on some sleep. But I will.
Pretty clear she was blocking something, but not anything I would imagine is too terribly exciting.
Okay. Yeah. So this weekend, I'm also going to be trying to get caught up on all kinds of DMs and emails. I know a lot of people have been trying to flag me down for to put stuff in front of my attention. And I really appreciate you guys reaching out for all kinds of stuff and sending me interesting stuff as well. I love it. I apologize that I have not been able to get back to everyone, and I hope that people don't get upset if I don't end up getting back to you on all the stuff, because there's just been a lot of interest from people. And I would love to talk to each and every one of you, but if I don't, I'm sorry. Peter says, at this point, Amber's testimony is so awkward and confusing that with a 10-day break. Oh, I covered that one with one of the earlier ones. Fortune says, can you add the panel's emojis next to their links?
I don't know how to put a genie. I don't know how to put a genie.
That's actually a cool idea.
I do like that, actually.
I'm not good enough at emojis.
Yeah.
I can do that. I can do that in the description, and then people can copy paste. How about
There
that?
you go.
I like that very much.
Yeah, because I have a MacBook Pro that has the little track bar on it, which I love because you can add emojis to it. So that's how I'm able to do it.
We're signing emojis. What is yours, Joe?
Joe's is a genie.
Genie. Okay.
Because of those Purim genie.
I did a stream once where I was drunk and dressed up.
This doesn't sound like you at all.
Dressed up. I don't drink I don't get drunk very often. It's like only a couple of times a year, but when I do, I live stream it.
He put every drinking I've ever done to shame.
Yes.
Yeah. So I will tell you this. If I get to 100,000 during the course of this trial,
you'll dress up as a genie.
I intend to dress up like Captain Jack Sparrow and get drunk out of my mind.
Okay,
on camera.
Are we doing eyeliner? Eyeliner, Joe?
During this trial. I don't know about the eyeliner. I have to think about that.
If you commit to the eyeliner, you're getting to 100. If you don't, you're not. I'm just telling you.
And you need the dreads too. I mean, you need the dreads.
You got to commit to the eyeliner.
Yeah. Totally going with the dreads. Totally going with the dreads.
The people will give you 100,000 if you commit to the eyeliner.
If I get to 100,000 if it's got to be during some point during the trial, before by the time we hear the jury's verdict, if I get to 100K by then, I'll do Captain Jack Sparrow stream and drink.
100,000 tomorrow.
I'll do eyeliner for 100,000.
You heard it here first. Kurt at 100,000, you get eyeliner. Joe, we don't know.
But for me,
my gosh!
But for me, it would have to be dressing up as Amber Heard. I mean, right? I mean, that's the only way to fly, right?
You know what? We'll
do a joint stream.
We'll do a joint stream. You and me.
I'll get 100,000.
100,000. I'll dress up as Mara.
You get Kurt dressed up as Mara. Every Joe's version of Captain Jack Sparrow's fantasy. So we get those two crazy kids together, like the Keymaster and the Gatekeeper. 100,000 for each. You're going to get that special treat. There you go, chat. And if you don't want that, you can also just like and subscribe Alita, who has promised to do no costumes at all.
By the way, that promise got me like 200 subs. Boom, just like that.
Are you at 50 yet?
I went from 48.5 to 49.3, so I'm more than halfway there from when I came in. So.
Hey, awesome. There you go.
Good job, chat.
You guys are good. You guys are amazing.
Absolutely. And there's a question in the chat of is this legally binding? Yeah, because now you have some people that have subscribed with that. Yes, that have in detrimental reliance on your promise.
All right, we got to establish the detrimental. We got to establish the detrimental, Alita. I'm going to work on a white memo for this.
I'll get it on your desk in the morning. There are only so many accounts that someone can sub to reasonably.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
For their attention.
Somebody has arthritis, and it really took a lot out of them to hit the subscribe. We're going to work on this. I'm going to put a memo together.
I'll do it. If it happens during this trial, I will do it. Yeah.
It's a verbal agreement without consideration, chat. This is why we're trying to get around it.
I love it.
Oh, lawyer jokes.
So many lawyer jokes. I love it. Fortune says, oh yeah, can you add the panels emojis? Yeah, I love this idea of the panels emojis because folks on Twitter, I don't know if you've seen it, but there was someone the other day who made the whole list of people. It was so cool. So yeah, Magic Mike says 100 mil. Oh, actually, no. So that one I got already. Vasco Marquez says, question to Kurt. Oh, good. You're here for this. Yeah. It is notable that most of this objection and sidebar is caused by an attempt to introduce the JPEG and text from Amber Heard's phone. Could this be an appeal reason?
Yeah, sure. If it's in clear legal error, yeah. If the judge is making legal mistakes, then yes. Otherwise, it's abuse of discretion, which is probably the more relevant standard, to be honest, because the judge gets quite a lot of discretion in terms of what evidence can come in and not. So either way, though, you're looking at a very, very high standard, but it's possible.
Yeah. All right. USMC Burroughs Gaming says yesterday it was said that it would be good for her to not go into cross until after the break. Do you think that remains the same now?
It's a bit angels on the head of a pin now. But yeah. I mean, they weren't even close. We're not talking about they were almost at the end and they got to pick.
No, they have another day. I think they have another day. They haven't gotten into the writing of the article. And
they're not in 2016 yet, Joe. I mean they're not
exactly.
They're
they haven't got to the divorce yet. They haven't got to the divorce yet. They haven't gotten to anything. They have a full day. They have a full day.
They have a full day. They have a full more day. So yeah, regardless of the strategy there, this is how it was going to be. Like nobody was gaming that. It wasn't on the borderline.
Yeah. All right. Next one is J Miss Rage says, please check out the buzz on Twitter. AH directly quoted lines from the talented Mr. Ripley. And when talking about JD, can his team raise this during cross? They can because it's something that has come up in direct. But the question is, what would that do for them? I don't know that it would. I mean, other than make her look weird.
Am I wrong on this? Because I thought Nate said he saw those, he went looking for it, and he didn't see like it's a full on Twitter ghost meme. Am I wrong on that?
I haven't really paid. I haven't had a chance to really go too far onto any of the social media platforms, but I would just say, like, you know, something that comes up on direct is valid to bring up on cross-examination, including something like that. But my big question is, what would that do for Johnny's case, either for his claims or for Amber's counterclaims, right? I don't know that. I mean, other than making her look like she's being a weirdo, I don't know exactly what that would do for either of the cases when there's so many things that they really have to check off a bunch of boxes, you know. It's just there's already a lot on their plates that's going to be much more fertile ground for them to go through for those purposes.
I think people are hearing that it sounds like a movie. She speaks that way, and I think that's good enough. Honestly, the jury can't possibly miss that on their own. So I don't think it makes sense to spend the time. Yeah.
Emily P says, I think everyone is too focused in Amber Heard's past when the real bombshell is Elon. She will open the door when she talks about their relationship, and that will bring in all kinds of stuff. Possible. It's
People
definitely
are
possible.
Real excited about Elon Musk.
I know he's still not going to be called as a witness though, but they can talk about him for sure, and they can introduce, or they have introduced already in evidence the security footage of them using like the service elevator when they kind of like
did we get confirmation? We thought that looked like Elon Musk. Do we know that's Elon Musk?
We have not gotten confirmation, but that's my very, very, very strong suspicion based on the things that I know of. I don't know of anyone else that people have made allegations of her seeing in the penthouses other than him.
He looked like Elon Musk.
Yeah, other than him and James Franco. So it's like
it was not James Franco.
Yeah, it was definitely not James Franco. He does not walk around in those kind of suits, and he's not that tall.
It was. I could confirm that who we saw coming in through the service entrance was not James Franco.
Yes,
Elon Musk did not do us the service of looking at the camera and smiling, but
and saying hi.
Yeah,
it's Elon. Andrew Nichols says, "What we knew Nate before he was famous." True.
We did.
True.
We knew him long before he crossed 100,000.
The pre-women's soccer days.
Yeah.
This is before we knew him before women were playing soccer. That's how long we know him.
That's not true, because that existed before I was born. Anyway, Allison Bond says her angle is that he started abusing her early on, so she started fighting back to explain her abuse. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense to me. The way that she's described it doesn't make sense.
That's her angle to explain the late ones.
Yeah. But it's like the fact that it's that the violence supposedly started in 2013. And I don't want to come in and be like, I'm an expert on DV. This is how things work, you know, because I've never been through these experiences. I'm just kind of thinking logically about how things develop in relationships and how things can change. It usually is gradual, you know, like, and she kind of describes it. She's like, oh, it started with a bottle being thrown and then it became me, you know, but I don't know. It just, there was something about like the suddenness of like, oh, now he's beating me. And when we're in a relationship, he goes from all this love and all these gifts to ghosting me to beating me. It just, there was something about that felt very sudden and felt very almost like stuttered.
They put it all on the substance abuse. That's why they're hitting the substance abuse so hard, is because she doesn't appear to have a narrative for the why, right? We talked about this a little last night. So that's why it's all alcohol and all substances, and whether or not that'll play, I mean, the biggest problem she has is that Johnny had a lot of people that said he was drunk and drugged
Yep.
a lot of his life.
Right.
And
I think the narrative
Nothing.
is possessiveness, which
yes,
doesn't
that's
really,
in there too.
which doesn't really fit in when you consider she's saying how he's always leaving her. So it's like possessive people aren't the ones walking away and being chased down. And the whole thing, her whole thing about like, you know, if I was going to be in like a love scene with someone or undressed in a movie, like I had to get his approval. And I'm thinking, why are you looking to be in love scenes? Like, why? What do you mean? It's like he's holding you back. Why aren't you holding yourself back? I mean, have some self-respect that it's like, okay, you know what? I'm really gonna like limit the level of nudity and the level of sexual encounters when I'm in this relationship with a guy I genuinely care about. If you really love him the way you claim you do, you wouldn't be saying, oh, he's holding me back. And I understand in Hollywood, the rules are different. I get it. And in movies, it's a job. It's nothing. But understand this. Their relation, the genesis of the relationship was a shower scene in Rum Diaries. That's when things started taking off. And now she's like, how dare he keep me from doing shower scenes with other men? Are you that you're surprised that bothers him? Like that? Like really that he's a jerk for frowning on it and saying I don't like that? Like really? That makes
but there's a difference between the impulse and then you could go too far. Again,
yes, I agree.
If wear a sign that says Devil's Advocate, like I need a shirt, maybe with the Legalbytes logo on it, official Legalbytes Devil's Advocate. But yes, it's entirely reasonable when that's the origin of your relationship, and of course that could still be the genesis for abuse, right?
I'm agreeing with you on that. I'm agreeing with you. And he could take that line way too far. He could be like, I don't want you to do private readings with a guy because, you know, when a relationship, that would be possessive. You know what I'm saying? Or even say, like, I don't want any scene where you're wearing a sultry dress. That would be possessive because it's not being realistic about the environment that she's trying to swim in. So, yes, there definitely are lines. But she's making it out as if, like, if she would ever open a second button, that he's going to slap her down. And that seems not really believable. So
I hear you. Yeah, it's interesting we got all that context because they don't. I think, as Alita rightly said, there isn't one of those scenes, and I don't mean to say that as negatively as it sounds when talking about testimony. There isn't one of those scenes that connects that goes straight from, oh, you were wearing that out, to the sequence that she describes, or something that goes right from there to there. It's like that's a part of his personality, but I don't tie it over to. And
here's the thing. So as a professional woman in this world, I do fundamentally believe that her as a woman, she can choose to do those kinds of roles if she wants. And I understand that. I also understand the point that I think Joe is getting at here, which is saying that if you are in a relationship with someone who has a certain sore point about that, it's worth having that conversation to be like, is this going to impact our relationship? And is it that important to you? And how important is it to me to be in these kinds of roles that have these kinds of scenes? Does it really propel my career enough for that to make it worth it? You know, because it's like, that's the thing about getting into these relationships, especially when it comes to them being married, is that there comes a push and pull. Marriage is a negotiation at all points in your marriage. And sometimes, you know, one person has more sway, and then the other times the other person has more sway. And hopefully if it's healthy, it goes back and forth with relative frequency. Right. So but if you have a significant other who has communicated to you that they have a certain vulnerability or a certain like weakness about something that you are doing that is hurting them, you know, like that is also worthwhile noting. That is, you know, if that's just being dismissed, I can understand also, you know, that coming up. Hey, Mr. Hogue, thank you so much for the super sticker.
That's your dad?
Yeah.
I didn't even know he was watching. So
hey, Mr.
I
Hogue.
think you might be the most popular show at Senior Hogue House.
No, that's nonsense.
I'm sure you are.
Yours, virtual legality, is number one. Of course.
That's where they hang out. Virtual legality.
In terms of minutes viewed, I believe you passed me 2 weeks ago.
When
at my own
there's been more minutes to watch.
I feel your pain,
to put this
Rich.
on and put it in the back.
I can totally empathize. I brought my father onto my show for a live stream, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 times. And every time he's so much more popular than I am. That it's embarrassing. I'm like, okay, Dad,
I've been doing this.
Go.
This is year 4 for virtual legality. I'm thrilled to be doing it. Alita helped me get over 75,000 subscribers. I couldn't be more thankful for all of that. But the very first time in my life that I've ever been getting texts and calls from my mom and my dad has been, Legalbytes is amazing. Do you think Amber Heard's going to testify today? You're doing a great job, Rick. But did you think about asking this?
Why aren't you married yet? Is Legalbytes available?
I did a video today too before I came on Alita's stream. She's like, yeah, we saw, we got the notification, but about the trial. Okay. Cool.
I love it.
Thanks, Dad.
I love it. Yeah, that's wonderful. Mariah Morales says, correct me if I'm wrong. The DV pictures Amber's side presents are all taken by Amber. The pictures Johnny has, someone else took. That would say a lot. It at the very least suggests that perhaps his have not been manipulated. If he didn't have the opportunity to manipulate them, if they came from someone else, maybe someone else could have manipulated those on his behalf as well. But there's always that possibility. Playing devil's advocate. Ian McMillan says, could team not need to provide a list of people for stand, including air hostess and police, to ratify her claims today?
No, they need to be on the witness list.
They have to provide that. And that's before trial even begins. Flo Bella says, question, forgot to put question on the previous one. Hope you saved it. Oh no. Okay.
I'm sure you have it locked away safely.
Yeah. Simon Azcarate says, question, can JD's team consult with Dr. Curry before her potential rebuttal so they can ask the right questions? I think they can consult generally about some of the stuff that she's seen, but you got to be careful about that so that it's not like we're just going to line this all up very perfectly. You can talk with her to get her thoughts on stuff, but maybe not to the extent that you're crafting her testimony, if that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Kizo says, do you have or can you get the timestamp for Dr. Honda from yesterday? I don't have it right now, but I know a lot of people have been asking about timestamps. If I have time, I'll go back into the previous videos and put timestamps for various witnesses and stuff. It is something that I intended to do. I just haven't had a chance.
Oh, Dr. Honda was on here yesterday?
What's that?
Dr. Honda came on yesterday?
He popped in yesterday briefly, I think during lunch, and then also the day before at the end of the day, he came in for a little bit of a discussion with me and Rick and Ian, and it was
cool.
great. It was really great. And in fact, I'm going to reach out to him again to see if maybe sometime this week, maybe him and Dr. Grande, maybe somebody else, we can talk about, I can ask them about their thoughts on the borderline personality disorder, histrionic stuff, because a lot of people have so many questions, and I am woefully underqualified to talk about any of that stuff. But I feel like it would be a very fascinating discussion.
Second rule Bite Club, you try to bring in experts on things that you don't fully know.
Yes, exactly.
We'll set up a whole list of rules.
Yes. We'll make a whole rule book. Paul Bale says, question, why do they have a junior lawyer do the cross of Amber's expert instead of Ben Chu or Camille Vasquez? Oh, he's not a junior lawyer. He's a pinch hitter. He is probably one of the names. Well, maybe I don't know about one of the names, but one of the partners in the firm, for sure.
Oh yeah, Dennison is senior partner. I mean, literally and figuratively.
Yeah. Arvind says, taken alone, it is hard not to disbelieve Amber Heard's emotional, vivid testimony. Instinctively, you don't want to until you realize one of them has to be straight up fabricating. All hangs on the cross. Yep.
Yeah, taken alone. I think, who is it? Was it Nate or someone else?
I said that.
Yeah, you said it. If you're sitting at the bar with her, you're like, good Lord, that's awful.
Oh, there is a list of rules on our Legalbytes on Reddit. Oh my gosh.
We have rules?
I guess so. Somebody's making rules.
You gotta get your Reddit under control, Alita.
I need to pop back in there. I did go in there the other day, though. Actually, let me share the screen so you guys can see what this looks like.
People making memes of you.
Oh, well, it's memes of the case. Memes of the case. And it's cool. I haven't been able to do more than like a basic browsing.
Nobody
of
can
a lot
imagine
of this stuff.
why, Alita.
I know, it's like I don't exactly have Hermione's time turner. Boom, Harry Potter reference. But besides that,
we'll have to see if we've missed any days at that, because I'm not sure that you have.
I don't think so. Yeah. Oh, wait, here we go. Nope. There we go. Yeah. So this is the Reddit page where we've got a bunch of people that are 204 members. That's
nice.
Incredible. Well, we've got a lot of memes that people are making. So if you guys are interested, share memes here. We will be doing a meme review at some point. If not
awesome.
this next week during the break, at some point after trial, we will do some kind of a meme review. We did that after Rittenhouse, and it was a really fun time. But yeah, Die Hard reference. Yeah, all kinds of all kinds of stuff.
Well, yeah, look at that. Oh no, that one was wrong.
Someone share with me this Johnny's a fat old man thing that they want me to check out. Just like 10 minutes ago I got that.
Yeah, but there's just like the one that you shared earlier, Joe. So anyhow, I just wanted to share that really quick. So if you guys are interested, you can go and check that out. Share some memes. If there are rules, I've got to check that out. I wonder if that's I do have a friend that's a mod in there that has he kind of helped set it up, and so, but I hadn't really popped in there, and then recently people were like, "Oh yeah, there's a thing on Reddit. Should we go over there?" And I was like, "Yeah, go ahead." Anyhow, it's very nice to see some interest in there, and I would love to give them some love by doing a meme review. Erica Henderson says, I saw an interview of JD and AH's neighbor from the condo. She said the pool gate is heavy and hit her. She had the same bruising on her arm as Amber Heard's bruise, and then she had a pick. Interesting. I think that was on Popcorn Planet. I understand that she was on there. That's an interesting interview. I'm sure that would be good to check out. I'll have to see that. ASTE TV says, love from Germany. Your stream is every day so good. Thank you. Shindigit says, prediction. She won't come up with all these witnesses and she'll say that Johnny drove them all away.
Probably.
Well, Jerry Judge is definitely not going to be able to talk, right? Because he's passed away. That's one. Elena K says, I drink a lot of tea as well. When she said that it made me very self-conscious about my tea drinking. I just like tea. I like tea as well. And if you guys do want to, how can I turn this into a grift?
Do it.
There's a link in the description below to thedragonstreasure.com. If you guys want to, it is the best tea that you will find anywhere. It legitimately is. I don't want to go back to any of the pre-bagged crap that you can get at the grocery store, because this stuff is legitimately good.
They called me out for my Panera glasses while I'm doing all this trialing. They called me out in the chat. It's all right. Okay. We'll get some on order. We'll get Alita a commission. This is
10%.
Not
10% off. Ooh, yeah. 10% off for if you use the code AmberTurd at checkout. And I get a small commission from it too. So it helps the channel. It helps a small tea business that it does some amazing work. Absolutely. So yeah. Be sure
and
to
that's how the pros do it, folks. Did you see that segue? That was
a lot of tea. But legitimately, there's some really good ones. One of my favorite ones, I've said it before, is butterbeer. It's just like fascinating because it's like kind of buttery. It's a weird way to describe it, but it's really good.
Alita, how much would you say that blatant Harry Potter reference affects your enjoyment of that tea flavor?
I would say if I didn't know that it was labeled butterbeer, I don't know what I would think about it. I would be like, "Oh, this is interesting." But the fact that it's butterbeer and it tastes kind of buttery on top of it that makes me think like this is probably what butterbeer actually tastes like.
All right.
So, yeah. Sophie K says, "Are you aware of her alleged use of movie lines in her testimony?" Yes, we are. Frederick Gillet says, if JD was such a violent monster, it's weird he would invite her best friend, a UFC fighter who could kick his butt, to live right next door to them. I didn't realize that she was a UFC fighter. Lars Mickler says, keep up the good work. Thank you. El Ray MRZ1 says, since none of AH's friends testifying in person are depots from the libel or for this trial. The depots are from this trial. And I assume that from the libel, you're referring to the UK case. They can also use those transcripts as well, because those are previous statements that they've made as well. So if they deviate from those too, that's also what they can use for impeachment. Kuro Gamey says, question, why is Depp, JD's sis, you mean Christy Depp, on Amber Heard's testimony list? I mean, sometimes, even if somebody is technically mostly adverse to you, if there is testimony that you think would be beneficial to your case that you could get out of that person, you'll still put them on your list anyway, because just to make sure that you have the opportunity to call them in case you want to. remember that just because somebody is on a list does not mean that they will be called. And that is especially the case for Amber's list because it's incredibly long. There's no way that they have enough time to call all of those people. So they will be, those are basically like, it's just basically a way of reserving your right to call those people is by putting them on the list. Rad Roz says, can you react to the Popcorn Planet yesterday's video about cheating in court by Heard's lawyers? Oh, I saw this one earlier, but I didn't know exactly what that was about. I'm not sure if that had to do with like a cell phone or something. I don't know.
I don't think I know of Popcorn Planet.
He's great. I've actually appeared on his channel a couple of times.
That's Andy Signor. I know I've been meaning to go onto his channel for his like end of the day kind of wrap ups, but my streams end up taking so long that I just haven't been able to make it in time before he closes down.
Yeah, no, I when I was doing Ghislaine Maxwell, that's when I met him, and he's very professional, and he covers basically things of social import, and does a great job on it.
Yeah, and I didn't realize that he also started Honest Trailers.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
Wow.
I learned that recently.
I had
I was
no
like,
idea.
wow, I'm a huge fan of your stuff.
Yeah, I've been watching Honest Trailers for the last 10 years.
Yeah, seriously. Which he's not part of it anymore, but he was the founder of it.
That's very cool.
Yeah. Renee Gassioch says, at the end, will the judge be able to make a statement to the court? If so, with or without jury present? Thank you. The judge can make all kinds of statements, but I'm not sure what you mean. If you mean like what she thinks of the case, like who should win, I don't think so. No,
the judge will give the standard speech to the jury. Thank you for your service. Blah blah blah. That's about
doing a civic duty, all this kind of good stuff.
Blah blah.
Yeah,
you're free to talk to anyone now if you want to.
Alita, does Johnny Depp have another sister?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. I suppose.
At least one chat says it's about the other sister, but I don't.
Secret sister.
Debbie Depp was living in Johnny's Kentucky ranch when he decided to sell it. So she and her husband say they were kicked out. Don't know what else she has to say. Oh, he does that actually. That does remind me. He does have some family members who say that like he supposedly gave them loans and then he said that he supposedly gave them money and then he said no, it wasn't a gift, it was a loan. There's some controversy there with some family members.
Yeah, this typical family, don't lend money to family, just assume it's a gift and move on.
Or if you do, have some kind of a written agreement with a way of paying it back so that everybody is understood and have that in writing and signed by all parties.
Promissory notes for everyone.
Mm-hmm. I've done it before.
You're a lawyer.
without causing division and rifle in the family.
Yeah, okay. I mean, worked out.
If you're okay with it. Transparency is always the best.
I mean, because it's and the way that I put it was like, let's just make sure that we are both clear on what it is that we're talking about, and not to, and you do it in a way that's not forceful and it's not aggressive, and you just say like, so we're agreeing to like, lending money here, it'll be repaid in this way at this time, and then if it isn't, okay, what do I like? What are you going to do if you can't make a payment? That kind of thing. You just say you have those kind of conversations.
You do some federally imputed minimum loan rates for your tax forms. No, I get it.
Yeah. Daniel Boss says how the jury work. Most of the votes apply or all match. They all have to match. It's unanimous. All of them have to say yes or no for each.
And on the award as well. So that's part of what they have to figure out.
Yep. Yeah. Ophelia the Fair says, so 10 days of prep for JD's team. Yep. 10 days of prep. Rohui says, from Singapore, what do you think about the intimate relationship by Don Hughes? Oh, I saw that one actually. I already got that one earlier. Maria says, what will I do without you together next week? Well, we will be having some get-togethers for sure. Maybe not for 12 hours a day, but definitely there will be some live streams. So stay tuned. I'll be putting it on all the social medias and stuff, inviting these folks to talk about various subjects. And probably I'm going to try to have some psychologists on here too to talk about
constitutional law analysis. I'm sure at this point that'll be next week.
Yep.
Well, like I said, if I have a live stream, I'll just invite everybody too. So, just keep track of it.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
Alita says she'll be there. I can't promise you Joe will be in any eyeliner on my channel if he comes. So you just don't know. We don't know. It's a mystery.
If if it'll be my first time on, so I'll be aiming to impress. So who
and
knows?
Joe, that's not a thing. Just so we're clear, I don't generally have guests on the channel. I've never run.
I know.
Guest
I've never seen you. I've never seen you ever have a guest on. I've never seen you ever have a guest on.
You're not be blackballed.
It
Even when
took
Kurt
me
was
forever.
I've been a guest on
forever
there.
to get on this channel. Forever.
I was on yours. See, that's how little guests I do. Is Kurt chased me down for like a year and a half,
Yep.
and then he got mean with me, and he was like, "You
were blowing me off for a long time, though,
nice.
Richard.
You're blowing me off." Yeah, it was something like that. And I was like, "Well, geez, I wasn't really." But we got together. We had fun.
Yeah. Yeah. And Suresh Ravi, to answer your question, 10 days, it's because the judge next week has a judicial conference, meaning in the state of, or in the Commonwealth of Virginia, it's technically not a state, they have a conference where all of the judges have to get together. They have a party in their robes. They do things that are judge things.
It's a
Party in the there's the YMCA is done. They're all in their robes, giant ballroom.
It's a week.
They eat from a gavel cake.
It's a week-long continuing legal education for the judges because Virginia new laws go into effect on July 1st. So you kind of have to have it at some point. You can't. Virginia has a short legislative session. They only meet for 3 months of the year, so you can't really have it any earlier because
Good to be a Virginia legislator.
They're still meeting earlier in the year, or they're doing veto override, and obviously you can't meet much later because July 1st. So, you pick a date on the calendar and this is what you got. So they can all learn about all the new laws about to come into effect. Fun and exciting.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be as bad as all that. They'll go for
no,
drink. Hotel
don't worry.
bar.
We will be filling next week for sure with good content. Janet Dick says, is it possible all the hearsay objections being sustained are cutting her testimony time down? I don't know exactly how the objection discussions are being calculated, but I know that when they are approaching the bench, so when they're talking just with the judge at the bench, that time is not being calculated.
That has to be like a pause, right? For like the full-on sidebar. Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty. Wendy's Cafe says, how is the court going to ensure the jury doesn't look at anything about the trial during the break? IMO, I don't believe there's a person alive that will go 10 days with no internet to avoid seeing it. I know some people that would. I know some folks
cut themselves off from the internet.
Yeah.
That's too much to ask. I can't do that, man.
They would go that far. I know some.
I don't know any Amish people. So
see, the reasonable standard to me is you do your best, go about your business, don't search things out. If something starts popping in front of you, turn it off. But de minimis is just unavoidable. I just think that's the reality.
Yeah, yeah. I do legitimately know some people that have a very strong sense of guilt that they would do everything that they can to try to avoid it in that week.
I get it for the weekends, but this 10-day interregnum is like, man.
I feel like Alita is describing Andy the game maker here. So
perhaps could be. Actually, Mr. Bites is another one, and actually Mrs. Game Maker, 100%.
I believe fully in justice. I'm just saying that it doesn't seem reasonable to be able to say I can't go check out my whatever my game forums or the Doctor Strange review because maybe something pops up in front of me.
I have to stream.
And by the way, thanks Ruth S. We are 400 away from getting Joe to 50K.
Look at that,
guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We want to see him dressed up as a pirate at 100K.
I kind of do.
I really do. And then just drink all the rum and then ask why the rum's gone. There's just so much you can do.
Are you doing the rum?
I was gonna say, are you dressing up as him, or are you doing like a full-on impression? You're gonna do this third voice?
I'll try working my impression. You know what? Once I get past 75, I'll start thinking about working on my Captain Jack Sparrow.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe there'll be behind the scenes content there. If you get Joe past 75 grand, he'll start doing little bits as he gets closer and closer to that 100,000 and Captain Jack Sparrow. So something to look forward to.
All right.
Yep. Gemini Hex says, were her lawyers unprepared or just incompetent? How were they not ready for hearsay objections when they used them excessively against JD's case? Well, I think one thing is doing a direct examination is hard. You're thinking on your feet, you're responding to the story, and then you're trying to craft questions in your brain in as good of a way as possible to try to keep things flowing and that kind of just makes sense, So I think that the part that got me about lack of preparation was her not being able to track which exhibits have
The
already been
evidence,
admitted.
yeah, that's
Those like that was the part that was getting me, that I was like, you should have had somebody that was tracking this throughout the trial, and they just give you a list of things like admitted, not admitted, like checkbox, to say like, this is what you need to get through here. And then everything else is already in.
You've got the direct, where the things go. So no, that's what I agree, because I think what people are reacting to, and we can give people strengths and weaknesses because no human being is perfect, no lawyer is perfect. Elaine is a bad responder to an objection posed to her. She doesn't have that circuit. It's not very strong. So whatever she says kind of sounds weak. And then she doubles up on her efforts after she gets it sustained against her and argues it to the judge some more. She's not good at that. That doesn't mean she's a terrible lawyer. It means that is a weakness in her portfolio.
Yeah.
And she gets huffy. I mean, it's the things we've commented on. But in terms of like guiding Amber through the direct, except when Amber goes completely tangential and then starts doing hearsay on her own, I thought Elaine has been really good at kind of going through what the story is that they want to tell. She can't control Amber and what she says, but in terms of just going and putting it in order and trying to go through, I very much appreciate that it's a full timeline. And she announces the date so often. I really like that. I'm going to take you to the fall of 2015. Thank you, Elaine. Like that is helpful.
Yeah.
So
flagging
I think
those dates.
I think it might be too critical because I've actually been pretty impressed by her on direct, with the exception of objection responses. She is bad at them.
Yeah, she's a lot better on direct than she is on cross-examination is my overall opinion of her. But yeah, that the huffiness and responding to objections and stuff is just in it. And it's just a either a personality thing or a style thing that I just fundamentally disagree with. And I don't know. It's just the way that she reacts to stuff, and maybe it works for her. Maybe it's fine.
The huffiness, right? But I mean, like even what Ian was complaining about yesterday, right? Because like she's leading. It's like, yeah, she's pushing it right to here, but as long as the judge lets her, like that's
the what if anything, what if anything, what if anything, and if it works for the judge, of course. Like I don't blame her for using it if she's found that it works for this judge.
Oh, I love the chats when we did that a couple of times because they're like, well, did you murder him? Well, what if any did you murder? Like, well, yeah, some of them sound like that a little bit.
Yeah.
But what if anything did you do concerning a horse or something like that? It was like it's like
concerning a horse on a Tuesday with a switch.
It was like speaking to an AI. What if anything concerning a horse happened that day? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Hugo Peters says, this is great brain food. Thanks all. Question. Can the parties and lawyers already anticipate whether their case is strong enough to win after discovery? Also, is super chat revenue shared between the panelists? JW. So anytime someone is hosting the stream, the super chats go to that person. This is why I'm also trying to go on to other people's channels while going through this case and whatnot, to sort of share the love. I understand there's a lot. I feel a little uncomfortable because it's like it's all public information. People can find this stuff.
Alita, you talk about transparency, right? So Alita, if I were in the South, this is where I would say bless her heart. This is I get why you feel that way. This was the deal. We talk about transparency. This is how LawTube works, and we could not be happier for how generous the chat is being and how much money you're making. That's awesome. Okay.
Number
I got people
one
on my channel that are like, you should ask Alita for your cut. I was like, okay, slow your roll.
No, slow your roll, dude. Slow your freaking roll. But I am
the
proud.
idea
every day
is
this week you've been the #1 super chatter in all of YouTube.
That
Outstanding.
It's been crazy. It's been crazy. Yeah, it's been crazy.
Yeah, and when I'm doing something and Alita is making my channel vastly better and you're paying me, it'll be great. Okay?
Yeah, because
So,
the idea is
relax.
the idea is right now, this is my channel is where we're doing a lot of this stuff, but in the future there will be other trials that will be on Kurt's channel, on Joe's channel, and Rick doesn't really do trials, but maybe we can convince him at some point to host one.
I'm not going to do a trial, but we're going to figure out something that I can live stream because I like having these conversations. We're going to figure that out. It's on my whiteboard, but I'm never going to do trials because that's not where I feel.
I'll be first in line to hit join on those. So.
Yep. Agreed. So
we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some fun.
That's why we try to share the love by going on to other people's channels too.
I might be doing lawyer games. I really like games. You know this about me. I really like these personalities. I'm not fully co-ed on what it might be, but if you think that would be fun to see the LawTube lawyers playing some party type games in live stream environment, just having fun. I'm
Maybe
feeling like I might be doing that. So
like
just
a weekend
watch
type
the
of thing
space.
That could be fun.
Yeah. The other question here was, can the parties and lawyers already anticipate whether their case is strong enough to win after discovery? Yes, that is when you figure it out. That is why discovery is really where the litigation happens. That's where the case is usually, I would say, mostly won and lost, because you get what you get from the other side. You hand over what you have to the other side, and then you're able to look at the whole body of evidence. And sometimes when you get something, you're like, oh, this is crap. This is a crap case. We need to settle this right away. Or other times, like they ask you for something and you're like, just wait until you see. Just wait. Do you want to settle? We can talk about it, or we can continue proceeding. I don't know. Let's see. But that's usually in litigation. That's when things typically settle out, as when you've exchanged some information and you figure out, okay, this is probably about the number that we're comfortable with settling at. Dina says they aren't married yet. No cross today. Oh, they aren't married yet is in the storyline. Yeah, no cross. Not until probably day 17 is my prediction. Karen Hamrick says, I missed the part about the metadata. What was that all about? Also, I hope the concealer compact is entered into evidence. So we talked about the metadata issue, the concealer compact. There is apparently there is some kind of a makeup compact that is reserved as one of Amber's exhibits. So I don't know. Maybe we will see. Asley Slink says, question, why does the attorney next to JV lift her notepad when their team is discussing something? Well, we talked about that. This blind chick talks says, I want 24-hour live stream of a muffin on a table. You know what? We might be able to do that for you. Chelsea Flowers says, the clip of her insisting she only ever hit him once, and it was in defense of her sister. Documented liar. Interesting. Andrea Moreno says, what did you guys think of the judge admonishing Amber and striking her testimony? It was a little spicy, wasn't it? It was interesting. It's like when you get the judge volunteering to strike testimony from the record. Oh, Joe's muted.
Yeah, he was saying something, but
Yeah, no, I actually got a vibe from the judge that she doesn't believe Amber. She does not. She doesn't. She thinks that Amber is at least exaggerating, and we saw that with things like offering to strike testimony. I cannot recall ever hearing a judge offer to strike testimony without the average attorneys at least asking for DUI. There's like an echo. I don't know if I'm the only one hearing
something in the background, perhaps.
So, yeah, no, but I've never heard. Have any of you ever seen a judge offer to strike testimony without either side asking for it?
I feel like in Edgecombe you would see that.
Yeah, you would see Barkowski. Yeah, but that would be he'd be flying in a fit of rage, saying, "You know what? You're assuming facts, not in evidence. I'm done with this," and start striking like stuff left and right. But
yeah,
I'm talking about just calmly saying, like, "Oh yeah, I think we probably strike that."
Hi, DUI guy. Nice to meet you.
Hey,
nice to meet you too. Sorry, I'm at the airport right now, so I figured I'd pop in for a little bit before my flight.
Yeah, no worries.
What's your first name? What do people call you besides DUI guy? Is
Larry?
Larry? All right.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Larry.
Nice to meet you, Larry. Yeah.
Nice to meet you all. Joe, I've seen you on Nick's channel.
Yeah, we've seen each other, but I never knew you. I only call you DUI guy because I didn't know it was Larry. Yeah, I will tell the audience. Yesterday was Larry's birthday.
So happy birthday, brother! That's probably why he's flying to get away from work and celebrate.
I was snipe streaming. Nick, and I heard him wishing happy birthday. And I wish you happy birthday, but you didn't hear. So.
I appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I've been kind of like half listening to you guys talk about the whole Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. So as you all know, I was on Nick's channel, kind of giving my input. So I was told I should check out Legalbytes, and I've never heard of you until literally like a couple days ago.
Well, welcome. So what are your thoughts on the trial so far?
Well, it seems that, everybody was thinking either Amber is going to deliver a blow or she's just going to continue on with the same trend. I'm still Team Johnny until proven otherwise, and so far I'm not seeing the meat. All I see are allegations that are unsubstantiated. All I see is all fat with no meat. She doesn't have the witnesses to corroborate her testimony. All of these new stories that are coming to light about what allegedly Johnny did to her are unsubstantiated. It's just her word. And Johnny, everything that he was putting forward, he had witnesses to corroborate the incidents that she alleged, that happened or maybe didn't happen. So far, it doesn't bode well for her. Also, as I said on Nick's channel, I'm not a psychologist, obviously, for the record, but I do deal in psychology like we all do in our profession. We see humans, we deal with humans, and Amber is showing a lot of elements of psychopathy and sociopathy. She's coming off very poorly. Her tone, her words don't match her face. The physiological reactions that you would anticipate to follow what she's saying are not there. There's a disconnect. There's like a mismatch. Yeah. And it's not just me. I mean, it's obvious to most people who are watching it, at least unbiasedly, from what I've read and heard. So I don't know. I'm really looking forward to that cross-examination on the 16th or 17th. I'm sure I'm not alone in that boat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot that will be either revealed or not revealed during that cross-examination that will be it'll be revealing, to be redundant. But it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's when you have this cross-examination, there obviously she's going to get a lot of probing questions into these various incidents and into the evidence that she has to back it up and into these relationships that she has with these other individuals. And are these people that we can even hear from? But it's having the poking and prodding of these questions into her allegations. It'll be interesting also just to see her demeanor shift when she is talking to Camille versus talking to Elaine versus talking to the jury. How much eye contact is she going to make to the jury during cross-examination? And how is that going to look? Is that going to feel natural? Because we've also seen that in some of these high-profile trials too, where you have a witness who has made a lot of eye contact on direct with the jury, and it's giving their emotional testimony and everything. And then on cross-examination, it's almost like they've been told by someone during preparation, engage with the jury, make eye contact with the jury. It'll be good for you to have that emotional connection with them. And then during cross-examination, then it's like they have the attorney over here and the jury over here. And then they're looking at the attorney for the question and they go, yes, no. And it's like, it becomes very jarring to watch them like that. And that can also kind of get in the way of their emotional testimony too, if they're trying to battle it out. Is Amber in the process going to look aggressive? Is she going to start to look angry? Is she going to start to look, and how is that going to match with the temperature of the room? So I definitely agree. Cross-examination is going to be very revealing.
I think everybody's looking forward to it, certainly.
Yeah.
So I think the case turns on it, honestly, because I think if too much goes unchallenged on what Amber has said, I think it's possible for at least a smattering of the jurors to say, okay, I mean, that was emotionally told at bare minimum. And so you have to expose the contradictions that I think a lot of us think are there, having watched Johnny Depp's testimony. So we'll see.
Yeah. Yep.
If you were lead counsel, okay, and you're a man, so I have to hand this off to one of my associates here as a woman, because a man making Amber cry on the stand is just the worst look possible, right? And she's going to cry, or at least fake her crying. So would you? So I would, if I would basically have the best female litigator I could find to do this cross-examination, but I still wouldn't be able to hold myself back from having like a touchpad or some sort of thing like that, where I could just sort of write questions in there to like sort of pop up for her, because you sort of feel like this is the whole case. This is everything here. And I would have enough confidence that she would do a phenomenal job. But every once in a while you think like, there's gonna be something that I really want you to hit on right here and now. I can't tug your shoulder while it's happening, but if I had some sort of electronic device that I could literally text into you while you're standing up there and just sort of do like a quick alert to you, like, hey, follow up on this thing here, I think that's what I probably couldn't hold myself back from doing that.
I don't know, because I feel like you've also got to have a lot of trust in that person, and you also don't want to throw that person off when she's on cross too, because she's also got to be in the zone.
And that's exactly the concern that's the problem I would have. There is a natural tendency when you're a litigator to feel like a successful litigator, I feel, tends to feel like they will do the job better than anyone else. They want to be standing at the plate. When the game's on the line, there's 2 outs in the 9th inning, I want to be the one taking that crack. I don't want anyone else taking that crack. That's the difference between someone who's genuinely rises to the level of success that people aim for versus people who cower from that moment. And this is the game on the line moment, the cross-examination Amber Heard. I mean, that's what DUI guy pointed out, and I thought he was correct.
Yeah.
And so if you're that type of litigator, which tends to be successful, it's very hard to pass the ball and say, you take the shot.
Yeah.
Right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to be the Michael Jordan. It's like, look, the game's going to line right here. The reason they hired me is because they trust me. But I know I can't because of the fact that this potential damaging thing. So at the very least, you want to have some sort of ability.
I think though, we also don't know what kind of trial experience Camille has had before. She is a civil litigator, so my guess is maybe not that much, but maybe not. I mean, maybe theirs is a firm where people, where litigators hand off their cases to a firm like that to say, you guys are the trial folks. Like we do the pre-trial litigation. You can handle the trial. I don't know about that, but like, I don't know. Maybe this is just a firm where they actually have a higher trial practice than other firms, and maybe she has significant experience with doing high stakes cross examinations. So to the extent that he can just trust her, knowing that she is prepared, that she has done her work, and that she can handle it.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying it's a matter of trust. I wouldn't trust it's not a matter of her being a woman. I wouldn't trust any other person.
And I'm not suggesting that either. I'm saying
I wouldn't trust any other person. I don't care if it's F. Lee Bailey up there. I'd be like, no, this is my case, and I want to know that if there's something that's out there that maybe they're getting lost in the moment for a second, that I can.
But that's why I also have a lot of respect for Ben Chu for making that call to say, you know what, like, as much as I would like to do this, I know that I'm not the person to do it.
I agree with you. That deferring that role requires a lot of self-discipline, and I think that's the right call. I'm just saying, even with that deferment, though, I sort of would feel like, come on, what if something happens? I just really want to get her attention on. I don't know. That's how I would feel about it if it was like this kind of case. But
I get it.
It's a mindset.
Also, sorry, Joe.
No, you go, Larry.
I thought you were done. My question is, and I don't know if anybody on the panel knows this or not, who on earth are her witnesses other than the psychologist and Amber? Who else do they plan on putting on the stand, if anybody?
They have video deposition of her friends that have been around from some of these incidents, but they're not showing up in court, which is interesting. It's very interesting that her friends, supposed still friends, are not going to be showing up to court either because they are less supportive of her, or because they don't trust that these friends will be able to give testimony that will hold up in court live on that kind of pressure. I don't know. There's multiple possibilities for why that could be, but it is very interesting. That's
terribly damaging for her defense.
Yeah,
because we all zone out, falling asleep watching these depositions. We all just like sort of the eyes glaze over 10 minutes in, and it's hard to watch it. So if they could say the best thing in the world to help her, and half the jury's probably gonna be asleep for it if that happens.
Well, I'll say this though. I mean, if it's the video deposition, it doesn't seem like there'd be an opportunity for Depp's team to really poke and prod into what exactly happened with that relationship, if the context is that's a year ago from when they were doing the deposition. So that might be a saving play by Amber Heard and her team, right? Because whatever that looks like, it certainly seems from like the glancing references we're getting to it, it was a pretty big split.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me get another one of these. Marielle Hurtado Lopez says, what do you think about Johnny and Vasquez sharing snacks and laughing around? What do you think that is going to affect AH? I'm looking forward to it, TBH. Honestly, I think more so than the effect on Amber. I think that what they're doing is showing camaraderie for the jury. That is really who that sets an impression on, and that's much more important, because it just shows, and even like I've seen little clips of of like, you know, how Johnny has like, he's got a little pile of candy out on the table between him and Ben Chu. I saw a little clip of like Ben like reaching up and like kind of sneaking one and then popping it in his mouth, and then Johnny just kind of looking over and being like excuse you, and then like Ben like just kind of sheepishly smiling at him, and then him just kind of like laughing back at him. It's like those little things that are very subtle. They don't look like their performance art. They might
Humanizing.
be a little bit.
It's very humanizing.
So humanizing. It's so humanizing. And it just shows like anything you can do to show like a teamwork kind of environment where there's a lot of love, a lot of support. That is always going to be a good thing for the jury to see.
Ben Chu, since the jury didn't get to see the opposition to the motion to strike / dismiss, I feel like I'm just looking at like a sleeping dragon there as he goofs around and has the little frumpy little smile face, because it's like, jury, you have no idea. This guy's going to go off in the closing statements. It's crazy.
Yeah.
The jury has no clue.
And we got a preview of that during his argument that he made in response to the motion for the directed verdict. I think we got literally like 95% of the points he was going to make to the jury right then and there.
Absolutely.
Oh,
no, it was the spoiler alert for closing day, but it got me much more excited about it. I was sitting there going, what in the heck was that? Where did that come from?
Yeah.
It definitely like watching like this, you know, from our perspective, sometimes it makes me feel like we're watching like a TV show where like the characters, it's like they don't know yet. They don't know what's coming. And I'm sure other people that are like in the Justice for Johnny Depp community that are like in the chat and whatnot are saying that about us, because a lot of times they know the facts so much better than us. And when things come up, I mean, especially like, you know, like Joe and Rick and Kurt that know even less than me on these details. But like when things come up and they're just like, I'm so excited to see your face right now.
They played. I think there's a clip of me that you put up on your channel from the end of Redirect, where they play those audios about "Tell the World, Johnny, see who they listen to" and all this stuff. Where I'm like, oh my god, that's on tape.
Yeah.
By the way,
that existed.
By the way, if they structure their arguments properly and their testimony properly, that clip right there, "Tell the world, Johnny," that should be the very last thing of all the testimony. "Tell the world, Johnny," no one's going to believe you.
Yeah, no one's going to believe you. Well, you heard it from Amber Heard, jury. Now it's up to you.
Yep.
It's lethal.
Yeah. Tony Marie says, I'm sorry, but the court sheriff's walking Amber Heard to and from the witness stand as JD's going to jump up and stab her with AH gift art is so infuriatingly biased. I think that's actually normal. It's normal when you've got one party that's walking up and to and from the witness stand. I wouldn't look too much into it, to be honest.
Sure.
Yeah. Boss attorney Bree super chatted. What the heck? She says, you're doing a great job, Alita and friends. I hope to be able to join later. I have been swamped with client work. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Celine Appledorn says he has a lot of rings on his hands. They don't bruise. They would have cut her skin, even broken bones. GR from the Netherlands. Thank you. And that's a very good point. And there's a reason why he's wearing all of his rings on all of his fingers, while sitting there in front of the jury every single day.
You think that's deliberate?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he probably wears those normally anyway, but I think that if he ever normally had a day or two when he would take them off, that would not be any of the days that he's in court.
This is the superfluous exaggeration / details, though, right? When Amber Heard starts talking about his heavy rings, I'm like, no, you don't want to remind me that whatever I see should actually probably be worse.
Yeah.
Right? Because ordinarily people don't have their hands looking like Johnny Depp has had his hands looking for 4 weeks. So you mentioned that, and then I go, oh yeah, probably there should be like ring imprints and things.
She doesn't understand fish story. She doesn't understand how you're making yourself.
It's details. She's adding detail for color.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like I'm fully willing to be on the side of she definitely exaggerates her story. So anybody in chat that says I barely know what a simp is, this is not me. Okay, but it's clear that she is adding pieces of detail as almost like as a storyteller, like how you might do it while you're sitting down for drinks.
But it's like then she'll like squinch. So you know what I mean? It's like and then every time she squinches to like send credibility, she squinches her face up.
There's a bunch of stuff I'd love to talk to like psychologists about that are just kind of analyzing things almost like Spidey, because she has language where it's like, ooh, she knows that sounds a little bit superfluous. So it's like, this is strange. I know. And like all this stuff's like, okay, so you're defensive, like without prompting.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Yeah.
And the other thing,
the other thing
about the superfluous details is, I can't remember where I heard about this, but there was a study that was done that it may have been another Malcolm Gladwell. Whoa, hello, Malcolm Gladwell, like revisionist history podcast kind of thing, because it sounds a lot like it. About like, it probably was, because it had to do with like, how can you tell if people are lying? And there was a study that was done with Yelp reviews, where they asked people to make a review after having stayed at a restaurant or at a hotel or something. And then they asked a bunch of people that had never been there before to make reviews on them as well. And then the idea was to see if they could pull random people and ask them if they could tell the difference between the folks that had been there and the ones that had not been there. And one of the things that jumped out was that both of them would be very detailed, but the ones that were lying about having been there were the ones that were adding all of this superfluous detail on things that couldn't be called out. Things that like there were no details about like the actual service of the restaurant or the hotel, or like, like the experiences of actually being there, that somebody that had been there would be like, that's not what this place is, like that's not what that is, but they would really embellish on like other kinds of stuff, because it's like, you have this idea when you are fabricating a story about an experience that people are expecting details. They expect some kind of details. So when you are fabricating it, you're like, okay, where can I insert these things so that people can't detect that I'm lying, but I give enough detail that people think, how would you be making all of that up? That's a lot of detail, and that's something that I noticed about what she does, is she all of her details are essentially unimpeachable, because it's about the dirty carpet. It's about the birds chirping. It's about the mashed potatoes.
There's a lot of flooring. She's very interested in flooring.
Yeah. Anyhow,
it's been fun. I have to catch my flight, so I'll be on next week.
Safe travels, my brother.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll start sending
me.
you the link on a regular basis too now.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. I'll be back.
Of course. Yeah. See ya.
Bye.
Yeah. See ya. Yes. So that's.
I love the psychoanalysis as far as like trying to understand like why.
Armchair, right?
It's
it's just the things that she says, and if they were completely true, if we never had any question about it, it's like, well, I wouldn't be saying like, well, that doesn't help your story. So you can already tell that psychologically, like where my brain is okay. So if you're going to tell this as a story, you shouldn't include that. Like, just strategically, you shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say that.
Right.
You shouldn't mention a photo. So it does come across as odd because it's not a perfect story, which should technically make it more trustworthy because it's saying things that are against it, but it's just not how it's coming out to me.
It's also that as a storyteller, and this is one of the things I was thinking a lot about. Whenever she describes the beginning of the relationship or the good times, you see her face light up. Like there's this excitement on her face of a girl who's remembering her first infatuation, her first love. And it was so amazing. She's like, she lights up. And I'm thinking to myself, she doesn't understand that someone who's genuinely a victim and terrified, they would feel today, looking back on it, terrified of that person, resentful as to how they damaged who they are, everything they did wrong to them. When you're thinking back to the early days of the relationship, after you've gone through the whole experience, you're not thinking back and lighting up with excitement. You're not thinking like, wow, remember those great old days. What you're actually feeling about is sort of a sense of shame or like sort of like, I would think, I don't know, but I've never been
trick, Joe.
I'm not so sure about that, to be honest.
I'm curious those in the chat who would know better. My sense is you would feel a sense of shame, resentment. I've talked to a few people who have been victims of DV, and they, I talked to them about this. It's like you ask them about their wedding, and they'll be like, I don't even want to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't want to. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever. That was like another lifetime. Like they don't wax sentimental about the good old days in that relationship.
I tend to agree, right? But the story we've been told is of a person that goes through all of that and then like still marries him and then goes through everything in 2016. And then we have audio recordings of that sequence where she's effectively asking him to come back. So I don't, even the story she tells is of a person that might not be reacting to these things in the way we would want to ascribe to every person that has these things happen to them. Right. Like, so if her story is believable at all, it is of a very unusual emotional response to this. It's all Sturm and Drang. It's all teenage emotion, both directions. And so I tend to agree with you, Joe, but I'm not willing to just throw it in the bin as she couldn't possibly be that way, because she might just be an unusual cat.
Okay, I'm just saying, look, you might remember the good times, but you're not sitting there. I wouldn't think you would naturally just light up every time you talk about the good times. You just start lighting up with all excitement, thinking about like, okay. But if you're trying to write a story, I can imagine someone who's trying to write a story. You want the listener to feel like, wow, this was a great thing. This could have been an amazing thing that just turned tragic because the other side was this dirtbag slime. So that's why I would think. And so if you have the highs, it only makes the lows that much more catastrophic, that much more bad, that much more evil. And that's why I think she fell into it without really understanding anything very much about what a DV person would genuinely feel looking back.
I want to be clear. I slant towards you on this, but it's such an unusual story. I'm like I said, I'm not 100% ready to just throw it away.
I mean, yeah, I'm less sure, because I mean, we all hear stories about people in the situation of domestic violence, like why didn't she leave? And there's a lot of reasons for that, and I think it's not atypical for people who are in abusive relationships to have very complex feelings about their abuser, which might even include love. Because it doesn't strike me as inherently absurd that a person might wax,
sentimental.
Yeah, max sentimental, even when they're out of the relationship. They might, in some sense, still love them, and some sense still might be infatuated with them, remembering those good times.
Really,
I could see that. I could see that being a thing.
I could see that happening too, and this is, of course, coming from I can just see that happening. This is not with any kind of experience with people, saying that was their experience or anything like that. It's just not coming from an area of expertise on this matter. I'm with you, Rick. I'm careful to try to draw conclusions from that without more guidance from somebody with more expertise.
Well, I'll tell you one thing about her story, not just contradictions.
But I get it, Joe, too. I get your point, too.
The chat seems to be agreeing with me on this one. And I'll tell you, but go ahead.
No, you can. And no, I think that's fair. I slant towards you being largely right. But here's what I'll say. Listening to Amber Heard, these day and a half of testimony, the one thing I'm pretty certain I'm willing to do is to effectively toss out Dr. Hughes's she has no personality issues whatsoever, right? Because what I saw, even if you give it full credence, is that she is a fabulist. She exaggerates. She's got that magic language we were warned about from Dr. Curry. I don't know whether it rises to the level of disorder. I'm not the right profession to ask. But I do think that at minimum, she interprets and tells stories in a way that is different than other people I have interacted with. And I think that when I put her in that bucket, I personally, that was, as you said, the most sincere stuff I got was all of that velvety love kind of stuff. It struck me that if Johnny asked her back tomorrow, she'd go. That's what it sounded like in the testimony.
I get what you're saying. Those of you who disagree with me, even if you were never a victim of DV, think about this. Yeah. Think about this, which fortunately is, the majority of people, but most people have had multiple love relationships in their lives, right? Yep. Now, and even if you were not, but if it ended badly, and especially if you felt like somewhat wronged by the other person, they didn't DV or anything like that, but maybe they did something wrong in the way they treated you, and they might have stepped out on you, or they might have been, less considered than they should be. Now, think about telling over the story of your relationship and when you first met and stuff like that. You might say, you know what, there were some really great times, but your natural reaction is not going to be to light up with excitement. That's just not a natural thing that I've ever seen anyone do when talking about a past love that is just is totally gone. All the more so if it ended in the face of crazy, awful abuse that she's describing. And that's what I'm saying, to me, rings false. You don't even have to be a victim of DV to just understand. If you look back, if I think back about the first girl that I ever, really gave my heart to, and then that didn't end well, and I sort of felt burnt when it was over, I don't have any ill will towards her. I hope she has a great life. She's a great person.
Yeah.
Long before I met Lady Logic, who's like the love of my life, and she's amazing. But what I'm saying is that first experience, when I think back to the early days, I was like, wow, we had some really good times. But you wouldn't see me lighting up when talking about it. And I don't know anyone who would. And there was no abuse or anything like that of any kind. So all the more so when there is abuse, to me, it just rings so fake.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to agree with all this.
You say lights up, and again, if I give full benefit of the doubt, what I saw in most of that stuff is, yes, a yearning and a actual love / infatuation with whatever you want to say. It's Johnny. You want to say it's the concept of Johnny. I can't get that far into armchair psychology, but what came with that, whether you found it sincerely performed or testified to or not, was she did put on that kind of melancholic sadness for something that was lost, right? Like that is there. You say lighting up, that she did present that as part of her testimony. So to me, she's a very dramatic person that I could see having those feelings still. I do not believe that the incidents, if they occurred, are as she described them. I don't. But that doesn't mean I can't dismiss the idea that incidents did occur that are probably significantly less dramatic and thriller movie-esque. Joe, I hear what you're saying. I'm 50-50 on this. I'm not dismissing you either. I'm just saying I can see this person who just told me this story having that wild swing of emotion.
Okay. You're saying she's an unusual cat. So
I'm saying she's an unusual cat.
Mike, what are your thoughts on this?
I'm on the bitter end of the scale here. I've been through it a few times in my day, and I tend to I'm not buying anything she says whatsoever.
Right.
I think it's phony. I think it's put on. I don't think she ever loved him. She wanted this guy to improve her career. She wanted to get what she could from him. That's understandable. It's quite normal. It's human. But I don't think there was any genuine love ever at any moment.
All right. Well, here we got the Hogue parents, as you know, obviously very, very biased. Sorry, honey. Mom and I agree with Joe.
That is fantastic.
Boom. Just for that, I should go to 50K right now. Right now. I have 49
Dissed by your own parents, man.
Yes.
Wow.
Please,
Well,
Mr.
I
Mrs.
believe
Hogue,
in you, Richard.
It's good logic. It's youtube.com/C/good logic.
I actually think they subscribed to you, Joe, as soon as they found out you were a New Yorker.
Are they in Michigan?
They are.
Are they from New York?
I grew up in Michigan. That sounds like my people right there.
Well, yeah. Hogue family is from Chicago and Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
That was
There
great.
There you go.
I'm gonna put in my about description. I'm endorsed by Mr. and Mrs. Hogue.
I literally got the text. Sorry, honey.
Oh, that's awesome. Let me get through some lightning super chats here. Joanne McKenzie says, what happens to AH if it is proven she lied on the stand? It means she loses her case. Michael Thomas says, instead of 2 streams, maybe just add timestamps. That is a good idea. I'm thinking of still maybe doing a post trial second stream to go through super chats, because I know some people have been upset by the fact that there's a 12-hour cutoff, and then sometimes it goes to 14 hours, and so people don't get to see the response to their super chat. So I'm playing around with some possibilities here. Rebecca Osborne says, if you cross-exam Amber Heard, are you asking about the alleged DV where she's been seen in public straight after and showing pictures? Example, Tokyo Premiere and James Corden show. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. That James Corden show is for sure coming in on Cross. If it doesn't, there's an opportunity missed in my humble opinion. Crafting with Amy says
all sorts of stuff on my feed where other people are doing videos, and I wanted to see something outside of our bubble to see what the rest of the world thinks. Mm-hmm. Even though we're the best, let's face it.
Yeah.
But boy, there are a lot of people setting up sort of in a lay way, setting up cross-examination. I mean, a lot of people have not missed the inconsistencies here.
Yeah. Good. Yep. Apparently Good Logic is only 100 away from 50K. Let's make it happen, guys. Let's make it happen. So let's see here. Crafting with Amy says, just starting watching from the start. I see what you are saying, Hogue, but if she lied to the psychologist, that is intent, which is malice, right? Oh, I addressed this one. I went through actual malice. MS Mommy 01 says, question, have y'all discussed or have y'all addressed the fact that AH did not turn over her phone for discovering time for forensics? Yes, we have. Winter Sale says, this is from yesterday, but at the start of her testimony, Amber admitted she wrote the op-ed. Will this affect cross-examining? No, because that issue about whether she did or didn't write certain portions of it has to do with the title. And so what she said about the op-ed doesn't necessarily mean that she's admitting to writing the title of the op-ed. So that same issue, it stands even with her statement. I know a lot of people seized on that. And found some importance in it. But there's a little bit of nuance to it. Britt Cormier says, Mike, the average, oh, good, you're here for this. The average guy might now have to worry about $100 million, but he will might not have to worry about $100 million, but he will have to worry about custody of kids based on unfounded, unprovable allegations. That is true.
Congrats, Joe.
Thank you. God
Good
bless
job, Joe.
you, Legal Bytes. God bless your chat. I actually refresh it on exactly 50. So
Perfect.
I want to say thank you. I have to take a screenshot of this.
I was going to say, you hit 50 on the button. That's impressive.
Like you won't believe me. I'll share the screen.
I don't believe you.
Okay.
You're the Amber Heard of this panel. I don't believe you.
I will first congratulate Alita when she hit 50.
You were the first to congratulate Alita when she hit 50. Is that what you said?
Oh my God. Here we go. Here's my screen share.
So
you all know I literally hit it on. I refreshed on exactly 50,000. Look at that.
Good times.
I like Hogue is having an existential crisis.
Share that, Alita.
Good job, Chad.
Share what your channel did right there. Beautiful.
Boom. Yes.
Boom.
I told you we'd get you to 50.
God bless you.
Joe, are you committing YouTube violations of community guidelines?
Yeah. When I think out of the 1,500 people who subbed today, probably like 1,200 will see my content and be like, "Whoa."
My goodness.
Oh, no.
I have a strike. You have a strike.
I can say for now.
Arbitrarily enforced.
I can say for now, like, look, I hit 50 at one point, so there you go. And if I hit 100, here's my little drink to your chat here. God bless you. Thank you so much. I really want to say thank you to your chat. They're very supportive, encouraging of all LawTube and certainly of you, Alita, and bless you, Alita, for your constant promotion of all these people who are working with you, the whole panel here. You guys
do an amazing job.
Are amazing.
I have to. My content wouldn't be nearly as great with me just sitting here and talking about the trial by myself. It's way better having other friends to talk about it with and to go through certain ideas, right? Because I can only play devil's advocate so many times with my own brain.
Yeah.
No, I take on that role. I get everybody yelling at me and saying that Amber is wholly unbelievable. I concur, but
I've gained 600 subs since the start of this stream. That's not bad.
Nice. There you go. Where you at now, Kurt?
I need a 63.9, so I need 1,100 more to get 65.
Let's do it. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it.
Right.
If you like constitutional law, you want to understand how the Supreme Court works.
Got a great discussion on the Roe versus Wade opinion, overturning it from 3 days ago. It's 2 hours, 40 minutes, really going through it in nuance. So hope you like that kind of thing.
I watched a good part of that. It really is good.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have commenters telling me that Kurt's is only marginally better than mine, but still better.
Now you gotta watch both to judge for yourself.
No.
Of course. That's the answer.
That was a pitch for Kurt. I literally have a commenter that's like, "Good try, very, very close to Kurt."
And Mike, where are you at these days?
I'm at 36, which is good though. I was at 31 when the trial started.
Awesome.
Okay.
That's going nowhere. You know how the whatever. You guys are creators. You know the algorithm is just. But I was in a dead space.
I do know it. Yeah, you just get a month where you put things up and it's like, nah.
Yeah.
So
and then the next month it explodes for no reason. You're like, okay,
good job.
And then you're like, seize on that.
You're blowing up now, but you're doing this trial. It's like, okay, we know what the reason is.
Yeah.
You know,
We're gonna have to fake additional days of trial. Even after the verdict comes back, we'll just have to fake more days of trial. Well, it's Johnny Day trial number 158. Really expressing some great testimony today.
Legalbytes and Legalbytes never stopped broadcasting the Johnny Depp trial. Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, day 6,321.
Well, but it never ends. I mean, we all saw Rittenhouse recently. Something goofy's going to happen, and there are high profile cases all the time.
Yeah. Well, and there's the Marilyn Manson boogeyman. He's got a lawsuit too, that is against Evan Rachel Wood. Yeah. So I mean, it's federal, so there's not going to be a publicized trial, but it's in the early stages of that case. I've done some content on it, and I fully anticipate going through that as it continues to develop as well. Because that's a very, very interesting case too. I know that they're friends. Marilyn Manson and Johnny Depp are friends, as are Amber and Evan Rachel Wood. So there's a lot of interesting kind of crossover.
Is it the same sort of a deal? Is it defamation or is it a divorce or what are we talking about?
It's defamation for the same kind of claims.
Yeah, it's interesting. Now that we're in Amber Heard's testimony for the tail end of 2015, I had thought Marilyn Manson was going to make a more coate appearance as an actual force. He really literally is just the boogeyman from the Heard team side, isn't he? Like we went flying through him with a couple of mentions. How do you like the detail that Johnny Depp is getting drunk and listening to Marilyn Manson music? Like, just to make sure you get the reference in, like, really, I want to know, just in terms of coincidence, because like a Hollywood screenwriter would say, no, too much on the
it's too cute by half right there.
So it's like, really, was he really? Because it's like, okay.
The big problem is everything that they think is shocking isn't, like, his use of language or getting drunk. Like, does anybody expect anything else of these people? Come on.
No, I was completely desensitized to the substance stuff by the time Johnny got done with it. I was like, man, that sounds like a tough life, but I have no indication that you became a rage monster. And then Amber just says he was a rage monster. And I'm like, well.
Yeah, I got the impression of like a lot of like basically not necessarily like self-hatred, but like beating up himself in a lot of ways and beating up his body in a lot of ways through that drug addiction.
He doesn't sound like he loves it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, that's the impression that I got. Not necessarily that has been externalized at all.
Well, I don't think it's helped by one of Amber's main pillars of evidence being pictures of him sleeping. It's like, okay.
If she had video of him being in a blackout rage and throwing things, like in a hotel room, that would be helpful for her case. All she has is the kitchen thing.
The kitchen video,
and we're not even sure that he's drunk. He has wine with him, but
the kitchen video is bad, but not that bad.
I think it's effective evidence for Amber Heard, but I agree with you. It's not.
In the kitchen video,
you don't want videotaped.
She makes a verbal act that he is not abusive to her in the kitchen video. That verbal act is, if she was at all worried that he was going to hit her, she would not be walking up closer to him, but she would be backing away. The fact that she's
Joe, you're making me do devil's advocacy now.
She's
got him on tape. It's for the purpose of establishing a tape. You don't think she could potentially be trying to draw a conflict there?
No, so you're saying she's trying to get him to punch him?
I'm saying that you can't use that logic when she knows she's taping this, effectively at that point in time in their history, for this reason.
Oh, so you're saying that maybe she figures, I'm finally going to catch him popping me on tape.
Well, she's smirking at the end of the tape because she's trying to catch him looking like a rage monster, right? So I don't think you can use the logic to say she wouldn't be that close if she was legitimately scared, because frankly, Amber Heard is looking to get popped there if she can, right?
It's an interesting.
Again, he's not a maniac though. I've prosecuted maniacs. I've had women with broken arms in my office crying, saying, "Please don't prosecute him." I have seen the real deal. You don't play cutesy with those kind of guys. Just trust me.
It's not entrapment, chat, if she stands close to him and gets popped in the face.
It's also not entrapment because she's not a governmental actor.
It's not entrapment.
I will say this, Richard. Your argument was sufficiently compelling that I won't repeat that claim.
Okay.
I'm not sure you convinced me.
All right.
Mike.
See you, Mike. Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
You haven't convinced me enough that I'm wrong, but I'm sufficiently shaken on my belief in my position that I won't assert that again, because I do think there's a legitimacy to your point that arguably maybe she was just looking to get popped and she figured, this is it, he's about to pop me, let me get this on tape, let me bait him and set him up, and this way I'll be the queen of the Me Too movement or something.
Well, I mean, she's thinking that something bad is going to happen. She wants to get it on tape. She's smiling about getting it on tape. So it's not the same scenario as he just rolled in and we don't have cameras on, right? It's like watching a reality TV program. There are cameras right there.
Yeah, the thing is, she also looks very satisfied with what she got.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, it's not like I would feel like if there was actual violence that she anticipated possibly getting from him on her, she wouldn't look so satisfied with what she got there, because it's like, okay, I haven't been hit. That doesn't quite get it.
I mean, I think there's levels of achievement, right? I think she doesn't care. if she gets hit, maybe outside of actual physical damage right there. And so I think she's smirking because as I watched that video, I think it's effective evidence for Amber Heard. And so she got effective evidence for Amber Heard. She got that out of that.
It's effective evidence for Amber Heard if it doesn't have any more context of like I don't know. It's effective until it's not. You know, like I understand, and I don't think that you're standing for the point that like this is proof that he's an abuser. No,
nope.
I don't think anybody's saying that. But basically, I agree that it's effective up to a certain point, but it has its limitations because of the fact that it's him getting rough on a cabinet door. You know, it doesn't mean that that he's been getting violent with people. I don't know.
Yeah.
I agree.
But I get the implication of that video is this is someone who is violent with things and maybe also with people.
What you're saying
what
you're essentially saying is her smirking at the end is basically a statement of like, aha, I got the win that I was looking to get, which means that she knew she wasn't going to get hit. So you're supporting my position, and I think
why that context is so important, and the way that it was produced. I think the version that was offered at the UK trial was the cut version that didn't have the smirk.
Yeah, which is BS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyhow, let me get some more. Oh, by the way, Rob, hi, welcome back. I see you're testing out a new channel name.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep flipping through them and see which one sticks.
Nice.
Sounds good.
Rob's permanent A/B test.
I did figure out how we can get Joe to 100,000 and the game that Rick could play on his channel.
That sounds scary.
I learned last night on Civil that LawTube karaoke is a thing.
Yes.
Oh God.
Yes.
We actually got Runkle of the Bailey to sing the Canadian national anthem in French.
I'm not
fantastic.
Were you guys okay? How was it last night, gentlemen?
Fantastic, beautiful.
Was alcohol involved?
I didn't want to. Yeah.
It was beautiful karaoke. It's the most beautiful karaoke.
Man, I missed
that was
out.
a good impression. Yeah, no, Kurt and I have had our series of duets before.
Yeah.
I had Chicago in my head the entire day yesterday because of some of your commenters.
Yeah,
y'all have to watch.
I
it
had
with
it in my
your
head
lyrics,
too.
Your lyric chats.
It was great. Let me get some more super chats. Danny Makes Things says, has anyone seen testimony of self-observed physical injuries? Even Amber Heard's hired experts seem to say patient reported. Am I missing something here? She indicated that she had the propensity for self-harm or something, or that she had done self-harm at some point. I think that she had said that there was like a period of time where she was doing self-harm, but she didn't touch on it any more than that. NM says, Natty UK, Heard scans jury. Did I? Oh no, I did this one already. Okay, earlier when I was the ones that had been recovered. Ashtray of LA says, can we talk about YouTube taking down Mr. H's video about Amber using the talented Mr. Ripley as her opening testimony? They're censoring y'all. Mr. H. I'm not sure who that is exactly, who you're referring to, but it unfortunately happens. That kind of stuff happens. Drew Bradley. Oh yeah, like my primer video on everything you need to know about this case has been demonetized because they're like, this is too sensitive.
Lame.
Even though, and they had a manual review of it too, and then we're like, nope, this is too sensitive. Even though I don't show anything, I don't get into any, or unless maybe I do show some of the photos, but of like her face. But it's like those have been plastered everywhere. Anyway, ridiculous. Drew Bradley says AH claims JD turns into a rage monster when high while simultaneously showing pictures of him passing out because drugs. Pick a lane and stick with it. That is true. Dublin Gooner says, question, don't you think JD's security would step in to stop any altercation he was involved in, regardless of who is the aggressor, example on the plane?
I think they would notice it for sure and maybe testify about it.
Yeah, but her what she's going with is, well, they're all in his pocket, and so they're in this conspiracy, which is it's a big ask.
It's a big ass conspiracy.
The jury is already evaluating all of these guys based on their performance on the stand. So some of them, they might be willing to believe like, okay, he might do this, he might do that. But everyone, that's a lot to ask of the jury. Peter Fasano says, I have detoxed before, and that sounds just like it feels. More to live for says, why wasn't Amber Heard happy to have a reprieve from her beatings when JD disappeared for days at a time. She states it like a negative.
Yeah.
Raph G says, do you think the cosmetic company saying that the product wasn't released until 2017 will come back? Perhaps. I mean, we haven't finished with the direct testimony, and I want to hear something about makeup, some kind of a question about makeup that she used to cover her bruises, because then they can, Camille can at the very least ask about it, and then see if something kind of pull on the thread and see if it goes anywhere. Charlene Revel says, how I wish Team JD had time to pull out, prove, and present all her we went through that one. Marie Holman says, the sad thing is Amber's testimony makes it seem like she is actually sicker with HPD than we believe. Rubes, what did you mean about the metadata? I got that one. Kimberly Affleck says, love watching you all. Hogue, old lady WoW player here. Enjoy your coverage of Blizz. Hope Johnny wins. Nothing less than everything. Kim Davis says, I think
reversal of his testimony. That was good.
Nice.
I like that.
Yeah. Kim Davis says, I think her bringing him up, having an accident, was more about humiliating him in front of the world. Yeah. About losing control of his bodily functions. Yeah. Bernhard says, New York City pension group suing MSFT is insane. Freeloaders, if the option would be undervalued, Carl
This is
Icahn would likely have shown up already.
Yeah. We did a video on New York pension funds asking for documents in the Microsoft Activision case, which was, of course, reported on by many outlets as New York City sues Microsoft. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Hyperbolic headlines are the enemy of virtual legality.
They give you so much content.
You're killing me, headline writers. And that goes for you too, Washington Post.
And New York Post.
Yes, God.
These days, especially. Lydia Rizvi says, if JD wins, if AH can't pay, what happens? There's multiple.
Stuff.
What's that?
Take her stuff.
Take her stuff. Multiple avenues for possibly taking her stuff, garnishing her wages, that kind of thing. But ultimately, if she really can't pay, he can't collect. Jason Henshaw says, have a good idea for the long trial break. How about an old school Reddit AMA with the panel?
Hey, Rob, chat's upset that they're trying to subscribe to Law and Lumber and can't find it. Can you please explain yourself?
The chat's lying because I actually don't have a single video, but somehow have 5 subscribers that I didn't know about.
Well, go find it, chat. Is it Law and Lumber? Do you have a big long string of numbers to put in a link here?
Put a link in the private chat. We'll edit the description.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
All right, Rob. Rob is in the game, folks. You forced him.
We'll get him to 1,000 already before he has any content on there.
He's gonna have 10,000 monetized channel before he puts up a video.
That'll be good.
That's awesome. Natalie says, jumped on the behavioral analyst, and one of them said it started as a case of defamation, but became a case of defecation. Oh, jeez.
Okay.
Bernhard said,
I don't want that on merch, but it's also brilliant. So
yeah. Bernhard said, did they withhold lunch for her to fix her hair? Withhold lunch? I'm not sure.
Did she fix her hair?
I don't know. I didn't
notice the hair change, but I never noticed anything.
Yeah. Danny Makes Things says, I cut my finger making dinner one night. I had to get stitches for it. ER separated me and my husband for 3 and 3-year-old daughter to get information because it was on my dominant hand.
Mm-hmm.
They can be very serious about those kinds of things. Venray LOL says, Dirty Carpet Story sounds like it's from the Netflix show / movie Made. Interesting. Wendy's Cafe, that message is from someone who relapsed, not someone who assaulted a person. About Johnny's apologies and whatnot. Yeah. Could be. Ariana Fowler.
They're really weak texts to bring in to make the case that they're trying to make with them.
Mm-hmm.
They just are very oblique.
Yeah. Yep. And it's like all they have is inference and supposition.
Yes.
That's all they've got. Ariane Fowler says, is it unusual how much she stares at the jury? Was she coached to keep looking at / talking to them? It seems odd.
That's one thing that a lot of litigators tell them to like sort of make eye contact with the jury. I don't think she's doing it as unnaturally as we've seen from some people like Gage Grosskreutz, right? I mean, we saw Gage Grosskreutz basically every time he said yes, he would just were like, yes. which is like
Yeah.
unsettling. So I'm not surprised she knows she's talking to the jury. I think she might be doing it a little bit too much, but that's a stylistic thing. I don't think there's anything. That was my just weighed in with my thing, but I'll let
Dr.
you all.
Curry was the best at this, in my opinion, when you watched her swing around and engage with both of them like she's giving a lecture.
Right.
Yeah. It was almost like an interview, really, for her.
Mm-hmm.
We scared Rob off.
So we have a link now. We have a link to his channel.
You had to go get the link.
Nice.
Pulling that up. Oh, I'm going to subscribe. Let me see here. What is this? Oh, I hit the wrong button. Okay, subscribing. Boom. Got it.
You're the 6th subscriber, Alita, or whatever.
I'm actually the 132nd.
What? How did that even happen? He hasn't uploaded any videos. People.
141. Let's get it to 1,000.
1,000 with no uploads.
That's awesome.
You're gonna get an email from YouTube that's like, "Are you a bot?"
You're not gonna start selling crypto, are you?
I mean, I just gave myself more work.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I mean,
you don't have to add anything if you don't want. You gave yourself more opportunities.
There you go.
There you go.
Mm.
There you go. There you go. Here, I've got a. Here's the link. Here's the link. It's in the
Pin it
in the chat.
Pin
Oh
it.
yeah.
Pin it.
I will pin it.
This
There
is
we
what
go.
we call peer pressure, and it's always a good thing.
Domi T says her testimony sounds like JD is an evil genius. Snickety Snack says while you're on the while you're on the floor crying, you look at the place where the wall meets the floor and you realize you didn't paint it very well. Unquote. Richard Sykin.
Alita, I'm sorry, I just got prepped for Sabbath, so I got to shut down here.
Sure.
But I want to thank you and your chat again, and tell you that this is just really, it's an awesome privilege to be a part of, like, working with you guys. I really enjoy it,
likewise.
and the opportunity. And
Well, my parents have changed the locks. They're just going to invite you over now.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. I can't wait to meet them. And just for kids out there, what Rick just said was spot on. If your friends are doing it, it's probably totally fine for you to do it as well. With that, I'm out of here. Have a great weekend, and I'll see you on my channel on Sunday, Alita, and hopefully the rest of you as well, Law too.
Sounds good.
Godspeed.
Sounds good. See ya. Yeah, literally, he's at. Let me see. Law and Lumber is at 870 subscribers. It's going to be 1,000. It's going to be like 2,000 before the end of this stream for sure.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. This makes me so happy.
You're a kingmaker now.
I suppose. That's hilarious to me. Stephanie Reed says, do they have the metadata of the photos where she has bruises? If the photos are taken directly after the incidents, then maybe her case is more believable. But otherwise, it would indicate she has been planning this hoax for years. Yeah. We still don't know the input on the metadata issue. Lily Gabrinegas says, thanks for the awesome coverage. You all are great. Thank you. Okay, let's see. I'm going to go. Johnny Cause says, when is Cross X? Probably on day 17 of the trial. That's my guess. Alrighty. Little Panda Cub. What does it mean? AH is always referring to people as she, he, even this is known to people. Isn't this like minimizing stuff? I'm not sure.
I think potentially that's a comment for IO. I think some people are getting confused between Rocky and IO and gendering. I think.
Yes, I think so too. And Rob is over 1,000 subs. Awesome.
That's just how easy it is, Rob.
That's how long it took me to get my first 1,000 subs. Let me tell you.
Yeah, no,
your chat is insane. Thanks, guys.
Of course.
It's not a grind at all. It's just that easy. Yeah, no. That's awesome, Rob. You're coming on my channel, right?
Apparently, yeah.
All right.
Anytime.
All right.
Yep.
We're gonna make it happen.
Let me see if I can. Okay, so I still can't. I can't pull up your tag you by using your name yet. It's like you have to be at a certain.
You had to have 100. You see, you had to have 100 subscribers to ask for a custom name. So YouTube wasn't sure about you. So now you can go and hit the button and ask for a custom name, Rob.
Yep.
Okay.
But I would recommend maybe don't do that until you're sure what you want, because I think you can only change it once afterwards.
Never, ever again.
Yeah.
So only once. Oh.
keep
stuff.
testing now, and then when you've decided, then do it, and then we can start tagging your name.
We'll get you an emoji. I don't know. Is there a plank of wood?
Yeah,
I'm sure there
is.
You know what? Let me see. I can actually. I've been updating everyone surreptitiously this whole time.
Excellent.
So
Surreptitiously.
Everything you do surreptitiously. I go back. I look at the descriptions. They've changed like 16 times. When did Alita do that? I don't know.
Here we go. Lumber.
Wood.
That's funny. Someone in the chat just said, "Is Rob's channel going to be dedicated exclusively to cases involving carpentry harm?"
That's a very niche.
I was gonna say, you want to find your niche, but you want to find a bigger one.
yeah, exactly. Because you need content still. That's coming up to talk.
It could be all construction. That'd be good.
Yeah,
talk about the mafia maybe or something. That'd be fun.
Just grisly injuries. Just do like workers' comp insurance suits.
Yeah. Tree law.
HUN says, for Hogue, love your channel, by the way. You said you want to believe Amber out of guilt, but what about Johnny? She ruined his career and reputation, her winning. Oh, actually, we talked about that, but you were in the chat for this. Do you want to address it?
I think I did answer it. It's not out of guilt. It's essentially not wanting to believe that someone could be intentionally doing those kinds of things. And in terms of comparing it to Johnny, I'm of course sympathetic to that, because if it is, I think I've described it as the face of evil. If it's intentional lying, that is sympathy to Johnny. If that is what we were sitting here looking at, right? And for all the chat that says, "Oh, I'm too devil's advocate" or whatever, I'm just a guy that likes to get to a certain place of certainty, and I want to give Amber Heard the chance to try to corroborate some of this stuff. I'm sitting here thinking she can't. All right, so that's the God's honest truth. I think she can't corroborate it. I think she's probably lying about basically everything, but I want to give her the chance.
Yeah.
It's okay to think. It's okay to think, man, even though they tell you shouldn't think. It's okay to think.
It's got to be a lyric of some kind, right, Kurt?
Probably.
Okay, come on. It's a lyric.
Sarah Zeldon says, I saw the link for who the witnesses are for Amber Heard, but I don't know who they are other than the celebrities. Can you share more detail on who could be the most damaging for JD's case? I think the only one that I know of that could potentially be damaging is Whitney, her sister, because she was there for the stairs thing, and she could say, "No, I 100% saw Johnny, thrash her and throw her down the stairs, or try to throw her down the stairs, or whatever."
And there is a website, deathdive.net, and there's a link on it where it says notable characters or who's who, and it gives kind of a summary of all the different parties.
Yes, good point. And we can get a link to that in the description below, because I also have that saved here.
How many super chats do you have today, by the way?
A lot. I'll be here for a while.
Okay.
I don't know the exact number because it's StreamYard is a dum-dum. But so here's the link in the chat for Depp Dive. But yeah, I'm going through. Krista Joe says there are multiple movie and show references in Amber Heard's opening testimony yesterday that she's twisted for her narrative. Is it allowed? How do you disprove it? You don't really disprove it. You just basically figure she's being weird. She's being metaphorical. Factually, it's not really changing anything for the substance of these allegations, it seems, but it's just weird.
I will say where metaphor really wasn't great on the stand was, you remember when she starts talking about, I couldn't see him. He was black. And then like he's talking about his eyes and things. And it took me a beat to be like, oh, she's speaking in poetic metaphor. Yeah. It's like, that's not ideal for witness testimony.
Yeah.
So if you ever find yourself testifying, theatricality and sarcasm do not play well.
I'm so screwed.
Yeah, Kurt's dead. Don't put him in courtroom.
Dead in the water. Wendy's Cafe says, when she was describing that just now, she had her hands in a fist like she was punching. So is she actually punching in, but saying he had her pinned on the floor? I don't know. Noella's 2.0 says, question, without her friends or sister not testifying, won't jury be suspect as to why, since she claims they're her support team?
Sure, they will be curious as to why.
Yeah. New Star One says, is she George Floyd? I don't think so. There's a lot of differences between these two cases.
A lot of differences.
Little Panda Cub says, does anyone notice that all the physical violence only hurts her heart? only her emotions. She only describes feelings because there is only
Yeah.
because there is on experience.
I did particularly enjoy the part where she's like, I'm being beaten in the face and I didn't even feel the pain. I'm like,
and the
okay.
thing about the bottle with the blood and then being like, I don't remember the pain. I feel like that's one of the things you would
I
probably
think you might remember that one.
Yeah, the only pain she said she felt was the broken nose.
Yeah, which I do believe that she probably has broken her nose at some point in her life. So that would be where she would draw that from if that's the only experience that she's had.
Yep.
Sandor Yuhash Jabo says, if there is there any rule on who can object? The whole team? No, it's just the person who is going to be cross-examining later. So and then later on cross-examination, it will be only Elaine objecting. Lakeisha Brown says, wait, so she wrestled her down and started kneeling on her. Is she telling George Floyd's story? Oh, I see what that's about. Okay. So it's like the knee on the neck kind of thing. Like she's saying that Johnny Depp was being Derek Chauvin.
Yeah.
Ann Karch says, where's the photo of the swollen nose? Agreed. Alrighty. Going up for questions because any of these are just comments. I know that I displayed them. Pollyanna says, can her lawyers let her say these things if they know they aren't true, or does there have to be a possibility of truth even if unlikely? Yeah. If they know that she's lying, like you as an attorney, you don't put someone on the stand to lie.
Criminal.
Suborning perjury.
Suborning perjury.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. Alrighty, continuing on. There were a lot of comments here. Okay,
I'm just watching chat give us Rob subscriber number updates. It's
I love it.
It's very amusing. I love it.
It's
all
wonderful.
Rob all the time, man.
Let's do it. Let's get him to 10K.
I think he's going to be at 2 in like 3 seconds.
I know. It's so fun. Crafting with Amy says, as a DV survivor, I would not be worried about recording him hitting cabinets. Did her psych say you would try to leave, not do anything to irritate? Yeah. Kelly J says, what if JD's research team found some of her statements in a book or movie verbatim? Would attorneys want to bring that up? No, because
maybe, but probably not.
Probably not. There's better places for them to use their limited time for a cross-examination. Pamela says, question for Spidey. I'm sorry that he's not here, but we'll try. When they broke for lunch, Amber Heard had a quick little smile at the jury when she stood up. Then she went right back into sad mode. Duping delight? That would be interesting to hear. Bernhard says, this is so repetitive. Are they running down the clock to prevent cross before the reset? I don't know that they were running down the clock. They definitely were filling time, though. This is a very robust direct examination. Chris Gloss says, wait, all this and the wedding is just now happening? Yeah. Allie Brown says, how can she use pictures that don't necessarily depict something wrong, like the picture of him passed out? Could he just be sleeping?
Yep.
I mean, it also depends on how you define sleeping and I often use passed out to describe sleeping.
Yep.
So language makes a difference here too.
It's so true. Doesn't Johnny ask that in his testimony? Like, what do you mean by passed out? Doesn't he say something like that?
Yeah. Monique Siddle says, JD said daughter wasn't at the wedding. She hated Amber Heard. Yes. Streaming Fordict says, wasn't she in New York when he hallucinated over the phone? But was he hallucinating over the phone? She was in New York when he was like giving her a hard time about someone that she was with.
Going on. I see I'm here with my brothers in Avatar world.
Hey, what's
Everybody
up?
get advertised.
Yes.
Avatar's the way to be, mate. Change my
mind. Am I offering too much here? I mean,
it's me and all my Avatar friends.
Yes.
We're just no, it's all good.
Torian Retribution says her full opening testimony yesterday was ripped from White Chicks Talented Mr. Ripley made True Detective Notting Hill. Can they push that in cross? They can, but I don't know that I would recommend it.
Can I just say something about Rob?
Yeah.
I want this to be his channel. I actually don't want any other content. I just think it should be long live streams of him working in the shop, maybe
and talking about law,
maybe occasionally saying something to the camera, but like not even trying.
Yeah,
like I think this is a niche that you could do.
Just chime.
It's like
chime in
a new
randomly?
version of like ASMR, but
Yeah,
like
almost
not
like the
without
video
the
you
weird
put on-
without the weird creepy context part. But like seriously, it's like very relaxing.
Yeah,
It is
the
relaxing,
video
yeah.
you'd put on maybe while you're working on an agreement or something, just to feel like somebody's doing something over there when you're going to sleep. You know, whatever.
I mean, that's the channel is kind of a conversation. It's a debate. We get to have this cool discussion where we all have different opinions. We listen to each other, we talk, and we make jokes.
See?
Yeah.
I think it should always be
Amen
there.
to that. That's a great channel, great idea.
Yeah, fantastic. Arvind says, do civil trials usually have such massively divergent narratives? I expect her to narrate the same events, but more sympathetically from her side, not this completely out of the reality.
That's exactly what I said yesterday, because that's what I was expecting too. I was expecting a version of the stories to be the same.
It eliminates this whole idea of the muddy middle. There's so much less concern about the muddy middle now.
There is no middle. It's either Johnny is a violent, crazed maniac who wants to kill Amber, and she's some princess, or it's the reverse. But there's no middle.
Yep.
Yeah, she made it. She made it one world versus the other.
She killed her legal arguments.
She did. Clivey says, if Johnny was kneeling on her back, how did she see his face? It's impossible unless her head spun around like Beetlejuice.
Ugh.
Viking React says he will not look at her. I love his commitment to that, but may it be seen as an admission of guilt?
I don't read guilt there, at least not automatically.
But we're also lawyers, so
No, I mean, but didn't Rick? You pulled up one of the articles from the Post the day after that, and it was like Depp looks at the table while ex-wife testifies to brutal, savage beatery.
Yes, yeah. That, I mean, they're doing that, right? But they're doing that anyway. In terms of the jury, I think if again, devil's advocate, just taking positions. Okay, if I say Johnny Depp is the abused and he went through all this and his story is roughly correct, then, especially if we imagine swapping the genders, we totally understand not looking at that person on the stand, right? So if I'm believing Johnny's story, I'm totally okay with that.
Yeah. Calm on Ground says, do you suppose she believes it? Confused girl. Possibly. Don Lionheart says, away for work was worse than the alleged beatings. Yeah, that was another part that was a little bit sus, right? Because I would think that if you are being this viciously beaten, it would be nice to get a respite from that.
Joe just crossed 50,000, but yeah. So congratulations to Joe.
Yeah, he did it on the stream earlier. It was great.
But the funny thing is that the picture you put up shows that he's got like major content violations.
Warning, we love that.
Well, that is somehow appropriate for his channel.
Yeah.
Fiery but mostly peaceful.
Yep. that is true.
I'm at 64-1 myself, so we're still
all right.
Nice.
Less than 1,000 to 65. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. Carly says, did any psychologist check AH for pathological lying disorder? I don't know. No one has testified to that one way or another. K Horner 10 says, how come yesterday she was able to talk about the flight attendant, but today they object to every time a third party comes up?
It all depends. You can talk about someone. You can't mention what they said.
Yeah.
That's the difference. So she was there. She saw it. You can bolster that up, but you can't say she told me. That's when you start getting the hearsay problems.
Unless there's no objection. Some of that, when they're saying that they were letting a bunch of this stuff in the other day, the other attorney might just view it as being beneficial to their own case, so th're not going to stop it from coming in.
That's a very good point. Yeah,
or just something nobody cares about is the other one.
Yeah. Anna Richards says, are these the pictures that Ben King had but didn't turn over originally? That's how she phrased it. I think so. The one that had a bottle on it. That may have been. Erica Henderson says minus 1.40. Elaine says, given the strange nature of this photo in passing and getting the picture up, is there something wrong with that? I'm not sure I have enough context to figure out which photo she was talking about. Valerie Creason says suddenly she has tons of pics to turn over. I mean, she had a lot of photos before. She just didn't turn them over enough soon enough. Shannon Jackson says, is her constant stare at the jury creepy? Could be. Moving forward.
About her creepy,
it's the scanning that I find the creepiest. when she's going over each face. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, lots of people will look at the jury, but it's the like mid cry where she goes and has a look, and I'm like, people don't do that.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to ask. So I did win that bit, right? There was a tear.
There was
like a single solitary tear.
Yeah.
That all right, cool. I want to make sure. You guys had me nervous here. It was like,
well, we got to go back to
You're being cheap.
If it's a solitary tear, we'd really have to go back to the tape to see whether you said tears or not. I think you might have said
true.
tears.
I think I might have said tears.
I mean, I think you said that she was going to break down on the stand, and then
no. I said we're not betting. I said we're not doing a full Rittenhouse because that was a joke. We're not saying she was going to go full Rittenhouse, even though I think eventually she will. But we were like, it's going to be a tear. Something's going to fall out the eye, and I think it did. So
now, if my DMs are accurate, you've got the New York Post apparently adding tears to the headline imagery that they're using. I don't know if that's accurate.
Moving forward, said, did she decide to add her scrapbook? That's funny.
People is just hitting no, Nate, you lords. No, you guys, you evil Johnny Depp people. She cried.
I will say, in spirit, you lost, Nate. I would have expected more. I was with you.
Yeah.
V Marie Ashes tried. She tried so much. Like she tried for like 2 days. She gave it the old college try.
It looks like she was working for it. You don't blame her. Yeah.
I don't think any of us have ever wanted anything in our life as much as she wanted to fully be able to cry in that moment.
It seemed it.
V Marie Ashes says, question, anyone seen Lie to Me? I may have seen like one episode, but I don't remember, to be honest. Yeah. Bluebird says, can I be a hostage there too? Oh yeah, this is in Australia.
I think we should all be hostages there. I'm going to kidnap you all. We're going down there.
I'm down with it.
It was a cool looking estate.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. It's the one thing that's also bothering me about this trial is still the expert testimony of Amber's expert. I don't know. It just that testimony just rubs me so wrong. It was just like, it seems like that expert was just so biased. It was almost like talking about it. Even at the end of her testimony, she looked really upset that she didn't do more. Like I don't know. Did she really? Looking back on it now, she looked more because I looked at it again because I was trying to do a video about it, and I was like, this woman just looks so biased. Am I reading it wrong, or everybody reading that? Because I'm seeing her bias was like at 100. It wasn't even like at 50. Are you guys getting that same thing too?
It felt that way because of her language.
I binned her testimony as soon as I got to hear Amber Heard because it'll live or die on her. But everything that Hughes said is. She clearly talks in an exaggerated form. She clearly talks in a heavily emotional way, much more dramatic than I would expect.
As opposed to clinical.
Everything she says about she's like perfectly normal, and then she just relays the stories. Hughes honestly was more effective at telling the stories because they were less fantastically organized. Yep. And as soon as Amber Heard kind of got halfway through, regardless of whether or not you believe her or not, Hughes is wrong on her not having at least an unusual personality demeanor. So everything Hughes has said is gone for me. And it lays with Amber Heard.
Hughes comes off more like somebody on Twitter who just won't let it die that, one of the diehard Heard fans, it's just like so defensive and so reframing of everything that, no, I thought she was awful.
Well, one thing I noticed about her testimony is that she admitted that Amber hit Johnny, but she was saying, "Oh, that's all reactionary, right?" But then for when Johnny hits her, it's all abuse. And then when you just lay on one more layer, who's the person that all the witnesses, all the experts, everybody says this is the person who was aggressive, Amber. She's got a history of domestic violence. She's got a family history of violence, and she's coming into this relationship and there's more violence. And you call everything she's done, all the violent stuff she's done, reactionary, and then everything that Johnny done, he has no history, no nothing, but yet everything that he's done, which we have very few, only evidence that you've had that he's done these things is her own testimony. He's the abuser. It was like, this really doesn't add up because she's almost making excuses for Amber. And then just saying Johnny, who did the same exact thing she did, is the abuser, while she is not the abuser. it really rubs me the wrong way.
I agree.
Yeah,
agreed.
and
Obi-Wan
you know
Classics.
that if the genders were swapped, if a guy had behaved the way Amber, there is no way in hell she'd come to the same conclusion.
Completely agree. Obi-Wan Classic says, objection, this is not Australia. None of these photos are upside down. Ryan Burns says, how does the jury work? On days off from the trial, are they allowed to go home or anything? Even though they themselves can't talk about it, wouldn't they know public opinions on the matter?
They're hostages in the courtroom at gunpoint and cannot talk to anyone.
They send them to Australia to go hang out in the house.
Yeah, we need a site visit. We need to see it in person.
Yes, to truly investigate this matter ourselves.
We need to see the private island too. I mean, just to be clear, Your Honor.
Yeah.
We need to go hang out at the private island a little bit.
Yep. But to answer the question, yes, they do go home at the end of the day. There is a possibility that they could be sequestered at some point, which means that they would stay in a hotel. But there's a lot of resources that go into that. So there's a very high burden of putting that into place. Also, you're like restricting people, like everyday people. So there's a lot that goes into that analysis before they make that decision. But otherwise, they take precautions to make sure that they are gathering at some other undisclosed location and then brought to the courthouse, probably by buses. That's usually what happens with a lot of these big cases. And then they go home at the end of the day and they go to their families, and hopefully they don't talk about it.
I'll say, if my wife was on this case, I'd be like, babe, what did you hear today? What did you think? I would be all over it because I just want to know. We have marital privilege. We can talk.
That's right.
Want you to tell me.
That's right. That's damn right.
Nate, I've got a great story on this one. My sister and brother-in-law got put on the same jury. In Nederland, Texas. They ended up being on the jury, and they go through and they say, please state your name. And the judge addresses them, Miss Blank. I'm not going to say her name out her like that, but Miss Blank. And then goes to the next person and says, Mr. Blank. And then he looks back and says, are the two of you related? And my sister goes, husband. And my brother-in-law goes, wife. They ended up on the same jury. Now, my brother-in-law ended up being an alternate, but yeah, pretty crazy.
That is crazy.
That is really, really crazy. I mean, it's cool because then like you can deliberate together, and
but you're not supposed
to.
Well,
not during, but like during the deliberations though. Like you can have conversations that like you already have an understanding with one another. But I don't know if I would prefer that being one of the attorneys on the case.
If I was an attorney, if I was dealing with that, I'd be killing that as soon as no, not want.
It was a 30-minute deliberation. It was a deadly battery with a deadly weapon, but it's slam dunk case. Dude was guilty as all sin, so it didn't even matter.
Yeah, fair enough. A lot of cases go to trial that just aren't as interesting in terms of the factual scenarios like this one or Rittenhouse Rittenhouse was a pretty clear case, but tons of them are just like, so this is the guy that robbed the bank. Yeah, how do we know? Well, here he is on the video camera wearing no mask. Here is his fingerprints that he left behind. Here's his DNA that he left behind.
Here's the note he left in his own handwriting saying, ha ha ha, I'm robbing the bank now.
Well, and he got caught in the security gate at the outside that locked him in. So he made it just to the lobby.
Imagine a long deliberation and you're the holdout and your wife looks at you and goes, do you want to reconsider your vote, babe?
Yes.
No, maybe.
Undue influence.
You're like, I need a hotel because I don't want to sleep on the couch.
Yeah, seriously. One more round by Grace says, question, any expert thoughts or opinions about the frequency with which age says, I remember ... this, or I remember ... that strikes me as disingenuous.
Well, so you, I forgot. You guys didn't hear the body language stuff that came out. So, when you're in law enforcement and you move up to the investigator roles, they send you to a course called interview and interrogation. And in that course, there's like a body language piece to it where they teach you how to read people's responses to questions, because there's no human lie detector. That's just no one's going to know if someone's lying, but when someone's trying to deceive you or being deceptive. So what it does, it gives you an avenue of investigation. If I know I've asked you a question, you're being deceptive about it, then I may want to follow more with that to investigate that piece of that line of evidence a little bit more. So in this, some of the tools they tell you about when a witness or a victim or an alleged victim of a crime, there's some consistencies with stories, and it's they call it the percentages. There's one that's called start stop, where someone starts a sentence or starts talking about something, and then they stop, and then they'll start again, and they call it start stop. Now, usually victims of crimes don't do start stop, because they'll give you a full, they'll keep telling you the whole thing, right? When they're comfortable, you'll hear a complete story. But you usually get start stop when someone is putting in something into the story. That's when you get start stop. So that's why I think Runkle is hearing that. Usually she kind of starts a narrative, stops, takes out something, fills it in with something else, and then starts again. So they call that start stop.
Interesting. Okay. Mamik Photog says, question, has Amber even listened to her own tapes? Her testimony doesn't seem to match what she was telling Johnny. Yeah, that's one of the biggest things that kind of stuck out to me with her tone, was that it is so different from what we heard on those tapes, that it almost felt like she's starting to say, don't believe all of those other guys. Don't believe, Johnny. Don't believe his crew. Also, don't believe me on those other tapes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Believe me now.
I want to hear her explanation for that when it's put to her in the, when it's put to her in cross, because I'm betting she's going to try to explain her way out of that, and it's going to be hilarious.
Yeah. Danny Makes Things says, RE, her refusal to turn over pics and data to court, given 180 this took from a few incidents to massive daily attacks. Is it possible the pics could be altered? Hate to think that, but WTH.
Sure, they could be.
Yeah. Yep.
It's one of the reasons you want the metadata, because that might be a clue. Although that, of course, can also be manipulated. Everything can be faked, pretty much.
Yeah.
I want to share this video of this body language expert. It's a quick little clip. She's the top body language expert essentially on the planet. And it's interesting because most, if not all, body language experts who are even here on YouTube all come to the same consensus that she's being manipulative. But a lot of the tactics that this one uses, because she trains CIA agents, she trains law enforcement, and she also trains FBI agents.
Interesting.
For this. So this is Court TV. She goes on Court TV, NBC. She's everywhere. But listen to what she says about Amber Heard's testimony. It's fascinating. And you guys will hear terms like front loading, but she'll explain it. And again, what she's saying is what they taught us at interview and interrogation for law enforcement.
Played earlier, it's interesting because her percentages are off. The question was, do you remember the first time you were hit? And she says, yes. And she stacks the deck in the beginning. This is something we saw with Jussie Smollett, who staged a hate crime in Chicago a couple of years ago. He did a huge percent, about 60% up front in his story. The actual incident where this bad stuff happened to him was like 20%, and then a short after. We're seeing the same thing here with Amber Heard. She's stacking the deck up front. She gives us this big stress about how much cocaine he had in this bottle. She's giving us irrelevant information. Liars will often do this, Vinny. They'll give us a lot of truthful information at the front. They're stacking the deck, right? They're telling us all these things.
Man, that's a strong stance.
Cocaine was there. I believe it was a big bottle. I believe they were sitting on the couch together. The problem is when she gets to the actual attack, it is such a small percent. It's maybe 15%. We have a big before, a big after. The incident itself is small. The percentages are off here. We're always looking for about 30% up front, 20 to 30%, 50% of the attack. And then we're looking for a small after. What happened after? It should be really short, maybe 10, 15, no more than 20%. And so her percentage is off. Also, I want to talk about something called statement analysis, if I may. One of the things when she said, he slapped me, I want you to re-listen to it over and over again. She doesn't say he slapped me. She says, slapped me. she drops the pronoun. And when people are being deceptive, Vinny, people will have a change in pronouns or they'll drop it. She doesn't say he slapped me. She also changes her tense.
Yeah.
So she goes from slapped. The first one's a slapped. The second one's a slapped past tense. The third one is a slap. That is current tense. When people are making up a story, they'll talk in current tense. I wrote down some of the things. She then said, before I knew it, he starts crying instead of he started crying. Her current tense to past tense
Come
is
on,
indicative
man.
of someone who's making up a story.
I'm gonna
in the
have a
spot.
rant about
I think
that.
parts of it are true,
Yeah.
and many of it is deceptive, and that's why
Okay.
anyone in law.
Nope. All right, I got a rant, and the rant goes like this:
Do it, Ian.
this stuff is not acceptable in court, and the reason why is because it doesn't hold up.
Okay.
When you actually test these guys, they suck. They fail repeatedly when you actually put all of these experts to actual tests. A lot of what they're saying has no scientific backing. A lot of it comes down to basically astrology. And so what we've got here is this is a back analysis. And as much as I agree with the conclusion, it's a back analysis. We have somebody who is clearly lying, and now we're pointing to things to say why we think they're lying. But we already know they're lying because the evidence is terrible here. I have real issues with some of this stuff because a lot of it is used in police interrogations, not because it's effective or accurate, but because telling people that they're lying with some sort of something will often get them to confess. This is what lie detector machines are used for as well. You can't bring them into court, but you can certainly pressure somebody with, you failed a lie detector test, which is often coin flip accurate. And they'll say, oh, well, yeah, okay, then I'll admit it. I got real problems with a lot of what she said there. And you'll see some of these experts saying, oh, well, somebody looked to the left and that's, indicative of lying or truthfulness. And it's like, no, this is not, that's not how the world works.
I agree. I agree
Yeah.
1000%. But the only issue is that the way they trained it to us is to use this analysis to find avenues of evidence. In other words, if someone seems to be being deceptive about something, and so you'd ask more questions about that particular topic. Okay,
Yes.
Why, well, here, this is not, well, tell me more about the incident. Tell me more to try to figure it out, because that generally this doesn't go like that. And the first thing they do tell you in the training is that there's no such thing as a human lie detective. Anybody who tells you that they can determine if someone's telling the truth or a lie is lying to you themselves, because there's no, but what the best you can hope for is to try to figure out where to go, because that's what an investigation is.
Places
At
to
the beginning,
dig.
you don't know, and
Places
that's
to dig.
kind of where you're trying to figure out. So, but it's interesting because a lot of the techniques that they tell us that they do train us to do, at least to try to determine the deception, she pulled them kind of all. Like if you talk the 19 out of 20, she actually literally pulled 19 out of 20 points of deception. That's why I was like, well, this doesn't make sense for someone to check all the boxes, just like with the PTSD thing. If she checked 5 boxes, 2 boxes, but she checked all the boxes. So it again, it just kind of leads you to a conclusion. And also about, let's say, the psychoanalysis part even of this trial. We have 2 highly qualified experts in their field who've given the same test and have seen the same evidence in front of them, and have come to 2 diametrically opposed conclusions. Now, I'm not saying it's junk, but I'm saying there seems to be a problem with PhD psychology. If that's so, but again, it's I think if someone's telling you body language is used to tell you that someone is actually telling the truth, is different than somebody's being deceptive. If that distinction makes sense.
I mean, the other thing that makes this a bit of a sore point is that I've got attention deficit. I'm well into the whole neuroatypical range. And when you start playing around with body language about, people who function differently, you're going to get weird behavior because we just are different. And, Amber Heard trying to say, like, let's plot her on the scale of normal. She doesn't come off as somebody to me who is normal, in the same way that I think if she was being honest, she'd be weird. I think she'd be you know, and I don't believe she's being honest for a whole lot of reasons, but I think she'd be strange to hang out with, just, you know, to go for drinks with.
Yeah.
So like a lot of this kind of picking, I bet she uses literary references and flowery language and all of this, even for shit like I went to the store and bought milk. You know, I bet that sounds like an epic quest every time she tells that story.
I think it might, but Ian, I think that's exactly right. And I saw chat saying, you know, Runkle versus Spidey. I've talked to Spidey now, I don't know, 100 times, and I don't think he would ever make those definitive declarations. Ooh,
Right.
She says cries instead of cried right here.
Yeah.
And that's obvious. Like bullshit. My immediate reaction was, what? No. There's nothing that definitive. Nate said it exactly right. Can tell you a place to dig. Can say, hey, maybe there's something there. But it's none of this. Aha! Now we know you're lying, and
that's exactly how Spidey has put it too.
Yeah.
It's a place to start.
I mean, I was on briefly when Spidey was on, and he didn't make me go on a rant because
we'll talk about that later. But Ian, I'm in such violent solidarity with you. The only way I can properly describe it is to say, go and like and subscribe to Runkle of the Bailey, folks.
Yes,
because this is the kind of analysis you are getting. Now, sometimes it's Canadian. I don't really hear Ian say too much or talk about Tim Hortons, but he is out there doing analysis like this fantastically well, and you should like and subscribe over to him, because I know you want to say Amber Heard is lying, and I think a lot of us think that she's got massive sincerity problems, but it's not done the way you just saw on court TV. It's not.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I got into a bit of an argument with Spidey over this on the channel once, and probably not so wise, but I tend to agree with you too. And the studies I've seen, you know, show that trained experts tend to not be very good at this. So maybe there's exceptions to the rule, but I'm
it's you got to be careful with this stuff too, because you know, like I've said before, I've gotten people to confess to crimes they did not commit. Because I was using these same techniques.
Yep.
And I was thinking someone was being deceptive when they were being truthful and dug too much. So that's why whenever I mention this, I always say with the caveat, no one is a human lie detector. If someone is telling you they're doing this and can tell someone's lying, that's just not true. But what they can do is it does lead you to doubt. But sometimes, like Ian just said, if you have some type of medical condition that causes you to do some of these things, that could also trigger. There was one time there was a guy who was arrested. He was he had a sweat gland issue, so he sweat a lot. But that made the investigators think that he was being deceptive because he's sweating. Oh, he's sweating more. And then the more they got anxious about him sweating, he got more anxious about sweating. That made him sweat more because he's anxious about that he's thinking that they're thinking he's not being deceptive. So he's sweating. Geez. Then he's sweating more. So it became like this negative feedback loop. So so no, I do agree. But I think we can definitely make, and you guys have made the distinction from using it as a tool than using it as something definitive, because anybody who's saying that is just not being honest.
I mean, I have had people say, like, I sometimes get another person to sit in court to just watch a witness and say, tell me if you notice a point where they change their style, you know, or if you notice something that seems odd, because sometimes those can be worthwhile as places to, you know, as you said, places to dig. But if you go in there thinking you know, just because somebody behaved weird, you don't. I mean, sometimes I had a cross-examination that didn't go well because I was giving this guy the gears, and I was eventually like, you look really uncomfortable. And he's like, I got to shit. What? He's like, I really got to go, and I just want you to stop asking questions because I think it's going to happen. I'm like, we can take a break. And I just realized afterwards that where I thought I had this guy on sort of nervousness, he was sitting there worried that he was about to
lose control of his body.
And I was just like, I'm not getting anything out of this witness.
Oh, man.
You know, you don't actually know what's going on in somebody's, you know, head or what's happening.
Yeah.
Well, especially with, you know, people with diagnoses that make them unusual.
Yeah. Let me get a few more super chats here. Salmon says,
do a couple super chats later, and then I do want to talk about this. Yes. Because I want to welcome you to the world of video game journalism.
Sounds good. Sandman says, question, can recall old events, but more recent ones, no. Yes, that is a very interesting point. Just keep scrolling. I mean, yeah, because it seems like memory kind of works that way, right? Like it seems strange that her memory seems pretty crystal clear about some of the older stuff, but some of the more recent stuff, maybe not so much.
Weird.
It is weird.
Well, and trauma memory too, right? Like
trauma memory especially is weird.
If Amber Heard experienced these things, that all sorts of things can happen there.
Yeah, true. Zori Imas says, did anyone notice AH sniffed at something off her tissue during one of the sidebars? She even looked around to see if anyone noticed. There's been a lot of talk about that.
I noticed when you all sent me video clips of it.
No, I did notice the first 8,000 times. Yeah.
I don't think she would have been brazen enough to do cocaine in there. I might go so far as to think there might be some merit to the theory that she was like hitting the Vicks vapor rub or something.
Yeah, some sort of pepper or smelling salt or something, maybe to make her cry. I don't know.
But yeah. I mean, who knows?
Johnny F. Face says, get the feeling she's trying to line up the future speaking gigs. I got back up, has been said a lot. Stood my ground type rhetoric.
Yep. She'll lose and she'll say that she was victimized and she'll go on a speaking tour.
Yeah.
Probably won't be as profitable as it was 2 years ago, but it'll probably work out a little bit.
Chimera Truly says, can we get merch that says, okay, cross you next Tuesday? Oh, I saw that. Okay. I covered that one earlier. That was good.
I like it. We should
yeah. Cross you next Tuesday. I think that's good.
Yeah. I'll leave that one to you.
I feel like a camp counselor here. I feel like a camp counselor. All right.
Court is extended for another extra hour, right?
You feel like an extra hour counselor?
Yes.
Yeah. Jocelyn Shelley says, question, do you think age upgraded from shrooms to PCP? I have no idea.
PCP is a hell of a drug.
I mean, one would think shrooms are too.
Not as much as PCP is. They'll fuck you up.
Yeah, okay. I don't see much PCP in court cases these days.
Zicky's 101 says, question, is Amber Heard's testimony putting anyone else to sleep? Just me? Okay.
I'm not asleep. I'm kind of, interested because I'm just like, where's she going to go next?
I was feeling the same way.
To sleep. I was captivated.
I was too. If nothing else, than for the what the F is she talking about kind of thing.
Does she? Yeah, because it was such wild, like she's dragging me around the room and throwing me on the walls, and and everybody's seeing it and nobody's saying nothing. And they all come into court lying to you guys about it. It's like, what? Really? Like, is this really happening? Yeah. The whole security team is bought like that?
Yeah,
that's to me a bigger indicator of deception, because this happens so often when people are BSing a story. Is they want it to be a good story, they want it to be exciting, and they don't realize that like most domestic violence files are pretty pedestrian when you get down to the allegations. I said something, we had a fight, but it's not like this wild stuff like beating my head against this and the broken glass and all of this. Like, even the really violent ones tend to be less so than this. So it's just such a dramatic story. Yeah. And when you look at the people who have gone through those really hellish experiences, and there are people who go through really serious shit. Yeah. They don't present the same way she does.
Yeah. Duce Elo says, did she really say that she drank a big swig before her when she drinks $10,000 worth of wine per month? Yep. Bugaboo Boone says, question, is Amber auditioning to star as Meghan Markle in the next series of The Crown? Her delivery is copycat, the sad, poor, perfect me dramatic delivery, even down to the scratchiness in her voice.
It's, for her performance is one thing, but I think the thing that's killing her with, especially this group, is what she's saying more than less than how she's saying it, right? Because for me, it's kind of like what she's saying, it's either too convenient or it doesn't make sense in a case of the timeline. It's just one of those two things keep popping up.
Yep.
Or something that should be corroborated and isn't.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I got 10 people on the plane that saw him kick me in the back. And here's my proof. Here's this recording of him saying, like, really?
And I told it to somebody who's unavailable, and there's mystery witnesses that we're never going to see. Like,
extremely convenient.
Yeah. Let's see here. Catastrophe says, question, do we suspect that maybe some of Ben's picks are being saved for rebuttal to debunk the phone thing? I addressed that one earlier, actually. Okay, I can skip through that.
I was surprised at the lack of detail on the finger. She didn't really have a story. She just had kind of a counter.
Yeah. Counter narrative.
Yeah.
Dandra Ninja says, question, all these wounds and cuts and bruises and no need for a hospital. Amicary must be damn near magical.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
What they call him? The cheerleader from what's the Heroes.
Yeah, save the cheerleader, save the world.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. I'm looking for one that says question, because most of these are stuff that I flashed on the screen. Paul says, is Amber Heard confessing via role reverse testimony?
Maybe.
Kind of feels like it at times.
It does.
And
Oima said,
that's not uncommon either, is people, when they're lying, people are bad at just coming up with things out of nothing. They assemble things.
Yep.
And so often you'll have stories of people who get into a bar fight and they both have the same story of who threw the first punch and why they threw, but they both are sort of putting themselves in the same role.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because one of them is lying and one of them's telling the truth, but they're not coming up with a different story. It's just, I'm going to pretend I was the other guy in front of me.
Yeah.
But you know what, though? It's actually been found that sometimes they're both telling the truth. It's just they perceive it differently. I've been in situations where you think like this person, but you come like, they both actually believe they're being truthful.
Yeah.
Oima says, question, why doesn't her body narration match her words?
I got a theory.
Ooh, okay.
That she's not
lying.
Yeah.
His theory is pretty clear. It's it's not, it could be bunnies.
Alrighty. Okay.
You guys got that reference. You can leave it in the chat.
Okay, I'm scrolling through looking for a Q colon, because there's a lot of these that. Okay, Kai says, please read. AH is vile and evil. Every SA/DV survivor who listened to this nonsense, I'm literally in tears. She is mocking all of us. The lies are so obvious, so unnecessary. Why would she do this? For her own grotesque personal gain.
Yeah, I was going to say there's millions of dollars at stake.
Yeah.
Lots of people would do way worse shit than this for millions of dollars.
Yep.
Technically, it's 150 million at stake if you really want to go all in.
Yeah,
but if you guys really think about the level of lying here, though, either she cut his finger off, or he cut it off himself, and both of them are telling us the opposite. That's what we're talking about. We're at that level of deception.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
but
it's only one way.
What's the going rate for a hitman in your area? Where I am, it's not that much. People are always shocked at the amount of money that changes hands over these things.
Well, I do have to say the whole phone destruction, and then kind of I'm out, and then suddenly he's got his finger cut the next day. Ooh, you got a lot of detail on stuff I don't care about, and I need detail there, and it all disappears.
Yeah.
It's mighty convenient.
It is mighty convenient because it's the unimpeachable detail versus the impeachable detail, right?
I hear a lot about parakeet floors. I don't hear much about how a finger got severed.
Yeah.
But that's that concept of giving you all, because it happens a lot with people who are especially trying to get away with a crime. One thing they like to do is give you a lot of true stuff and then throw in things that are false. And it's hard for you to pick out what's true and what's false, right? Mm-hmm. It's like we were here, we were there, we were doing this, but here's something. And you're like, what's true and what's false. So I think that's what she's doing. You really see her trying to essentially just straight up say she is Joan of Arc and Johnny is Satan. And that's the way she's going to play it. And I don't think any reasonable person who may want to believe her or even believe him, who may want to even be on her side, can really accept that. I think This was a traumatic, horrible relationship that they both were in and that they both were contributing to. That's the story she can sell and win. I don't think she can sell this and win.
Well, and I think pieces of that, he could have destroyed a phone against the wall, right? I don't think that leads to a severed finger, but he could have. And then that's a part of the story that's like true, but not true. I mean, like you could construct it that way. It's just, I was just thinking of that. It's like, wow, I wanted to know what she thought happened to the finger, and instead she gave us. And then I was hit by a rock in the head and passed out, and then wow, there was a finger. Okay, all right.
Very convenient, right? Very convenient.
Very convenient. Daniel G says, as lawyers, have you ever heard of this much described violence in a case with no witnesses or medical evidence? If proven lies, is she in trouble? She's in trouble with losing her case. I can answer that one. How about you guys?
I don't have any experience
there's a lot of DV cases that there are no witnesses, there are no tapes.
Yeah.
There's no nothing, right? So it's difficult because I don't want to coach this as a DV victim has to have 100% ironclad proof that this happened to the person. There are situations where that's just not the case. I think that's probably most likely the case than not, that there's probably someone who struggles with this like that. But it's not. That's why I keep saying it's not about what she's telling me, but it's kind of like what she's not showing me. Because if you're showing me these things happening, and you don't have to show me all the evidence, but it's just too damn convenient that every single time this happens, no one, in a house full of people, with a house full of security guards and waiters and waitresses, no one sees anything. That's just, and no one is brave enough to even come on. Even the former employees aren't brave enough to come forward and say this happened. It just, it's just, or something. It's too fantastic.
It is too fantastic.
What's weird about this one is not that, it's not that you need video or pictures, because usually what the number of video and pictures and other witnesses is 0. That is it's almost always he said, she said in domestic violence cases, maybe with a medical report or something.
Yeah.
This one, there's so much other video and pictures and so forth that have been gathered. And because they're so wealthy, they've got all these people around them all the time.
Yep.
And I'm just thinking, like, this is where it starts to get strange, right? It's like saying somebody, is committed a murder in the middle of a crowded, square and nobody saw it. It's like, how does this happen?
Yeah.
We need an explanation for this.
Yeah. Eric Ashford says, why wouldn't she seek medical attention? I mean, there are multiple reasons why someone might not want to seek medical attention in a DV case, because I can understand why someone wouldn't want to run the risk of the case being reported and then the abuser finding out and then that causing more abuse. I can see that happening.
It's embarrassing too. A lot of times, and I think people don't really understand this, like how DV actually works in real. But take it from somebody who was in the Bronx County District Attorney's Office. DV is a nightmare, and it's a nightmare for a couple of just simple reasons. If the husband and wife, usually these homes in the Bronx, you need both parents or both people are bringing in income so people can live, right? Both those incomes are needed to pay rent. So she gets hit, they call the cops, he gets arrested. Now you got a problem with him going to work. Now he may lose his job, depending on the job he has, because I've seen that with cops or fire. If you work for the city, DV, you may lose your job. And then on top of that, you got the whole, who's going to take you and pick up the kids. So it becomes a total nightmare. And then the wife, at the end of the day, is going to say, I don't want to press charge. I don't want to do anything. I want my husband back so we can continue to live. So a lot of people just say, why doesn't she report it? Why doesn't she report it? Well, until you're in that woman's shoes in that kitchen and that your husband smacks you, but you know that rent's got to be paid and who's going to watch the kids if he's not going to be there. That's a hell of a choice they got to make. And some women, they choose to stay, they choose the pain, they choose their kids instead of choosing the system. And that's a choice I don't want to make. And that's a choice that unfortunately that's a real choice that people make every day.
Yeah. I remember catching up with a friend who had been she was one of my high school classmates, and I hadn't seen her in like 5 years or something like that, maybe a little bit longer. And so we randomly caught up, and she told me about how she had gotten married, had a kid, and then subsequently they divorced. And I just remember her telling me, I was like, oh, I'm really sorry it didn't work out. And she was like, no, it's a lot better. And she was like, it wasn't until he started hitting our kid that I decided to leave. That she was like, she would have stayed in it for however long to keep things together. But as soon as it wasn't until he started to reach for their child and to start to harm him that she decided she needed to leave. So, and she was a very intelligent woman too.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
intelligence, people have all sorts of stereotypes and notions about, how this goes down. And a lot of them are wrong. And that's kind of a danger. And I mean, one of the things I'm hopeful about this trial is to undermine one of the stereotypes in terms of that men are never victims. I would love to see that undermined and people have a more full understanding. But there's a lot of stereotypical discussion that goes around that I'm like, eh.
Yeah. Britt Cormier says, question, how many people that have been dragged over glass and take sleeping pills while their attacker is in the house awake? I want Uncivil on the case to find these stats.
That rang false to me too.
That rings false.
Yeah, it really does. After something like that, how could you possibly feel safe enough to take sleeping pills and sleep in that space? Especially when she also had the resources to go and stay someplace else. She also had, concierge medical personnel that were there that she could have called to be like, hey, can I come and stay with you guys? Or something.
It rang false. It did.
Yeah. Next one. Sujanya Viguru says, question, can she be impeached against her previous testimony, deposition, and or UK trial? Also, for someone who only just has flashes, she remembers a lot. Yeah, I noticed that too. So can she be impeached against her previous? Yeah, they can use her previous testimony. Any kind of a previous inconsistent statement they can use to impeach her on the stand.
Get ready for Camille Vasquez to say, could you please bring me plaintiff's exhibit 137? I mean, like that's going to happen 10 times, if not more.
Yep. Okay. Continuing up and up and up. I really appreciate that a lot of these were just comments for the screen that don't require addressing. Scalid said, question, Amber Heard says a lot that she told JD she did not cheat without actually denying it. Can they go after her for fidelity now? Well, they can't really go after her for fidelity. What the whole point of her fidelity or infidelity is, it seems like what her team is suggesting is that Johnny was also abusive in that he was making unsubstantiated claims of infidelity against her. So the idea for Johnny's team is to say, look, he had every reason to believe that. In fact,
you got the nightgown.
You probably
story.
did it.
What's the deal with the nightgown?
Yeah, that was weird.
The nightgown story is weird.
Very weird. Very, very weird.
If my wife's doctor was like, here's a really fancy nightgown, I would be like,
that's it. That's it for that doctor.
Yeah, it's kind of last day you go into that doctor's office.
I mean, I'd just be like, I got some questions, and or could you imagine if you gave that, like, as a lawyer, if you gave a client a gift like that?
The client's wife. Here's some sexy lingerie.
I would be really, really creeped out by a gift like that.
I would not want to justify that to the Law Society and be like, oh yeah, no, it was just a nice gesture. They'd be like,
it's just a nightgown between buddies.
There are plenty of other wedding gifts that you can give that are not that.
Like, I gotta wear this? Is this for me or
no
for the wife?
It's just weird. It just sounds odd. That's all.
It is odd.
Does.
It's not.
It is.
That it sounds odd. It's just straight up weird.
It is. Yes, I agree.
It is just straight up weird.
Polar Shift says, question, did anybody notice at any time that her voice cracked? Anytime, just once. It was always even. I have never heard anyone cry and still remain so clear. Pavel says, question, where are the tears? Sjogren's syndrome. Interesting.
I thought she did okay with emotionality in some places. It was the on and off switch that was really kind of
the
wild.
suddenness of it.
Yeah.
Kate Pauling says, surely the fact that she's bringing in SA ties her more closely to the headline.
Again, okay, people. So you don't just fight against the headline because you think you can't prove SA. You fight against the headline because if you win on that count, you auto win. You don't have to argue it anymore. It is totally worth saying I didn't write it. regardless of whether or not you think you can show SA. Okay, so like it's totally worth it.
Yeah. There's no downside to fighting.
None.
Yeah. Valerie Creason says, question, can JD recall Ben to counter all of this testimony? Oh, I think I may have addressed that already, but I can't remember if he's subject to recall. I don't think he is. Matt Pelzer says, question, is the contractor that had to remodel this house on the witness list? Oh,
Ben said there were many different contractors.
And I would imagine so. I would definitely imagine so.
But he said it wasn't a big deal. It was only about $50,000.
I mean, to be fair, also Hollywood, like movie producers and so forth, have contractors whose entire job is to unfuck houses after they do filming. Like, hey, we're gonna go film something here, and we need to run wire from this room to this room, and all right, we'll just knock a hole in the drywall, and people will come fix it. We got
yeah.
It totally makes sense, Ian. I thought you were just referring to actors, and I was thinking of like the guy that made Everything Ever, like testifying about Hollywood and how it operates, and I just had this image of like Hollywood desperately trying to just manage things that the stars who don't care break as they go around to various places. It's like, yep, that's what we got so far in the testimony.
Yeah.
Hey, quick question. If who do you think would be best to play the judge in a made for TV movie?
I don't know.
Amber
like,
Heard.
That's why
I've heard.
You want me to add this to the stream, Nate?
Yes.
Wait, what are you adding?
This is who they got.
No.
He looks almost identical to the judge, except gender wise. But
I was saying she
You're just
looks
looking at
like
the
church
glasses.
lady to me.
You're just looking at the glasses.
Yeah,
glasses.
Just the glasses.
I think I don't know, same nose. Yeah.
That role
That's
Amber
so
Heard,
funny.
just because it would be hilarious to watch her twitch as she had to try to act through that.
You want Amber Heard to be cast as the judge?
Yes, I think that would be the most hilarious thing you could do.
Justine Paulet says, hi, everyone. Question, did Amber ever make a complaint at the police against Johnny for DV and SV? I don't know the term exactly in English.
She says they called the police a number of times. That was part of her testimony because I
Yes.
noted it down.
But they didn't. She did not file a police report though. So they asked her if she wanted to, and she did not.
No,
So
we
there was
don't know
two
about
times
these
when
other
she
police
did
that
call.
she just referenced, right? She's
Yeah.
not in 2016 yet.
Okay. So the one
I
that
see.
testified, we're not even close to there.
No, we're not in 2016. There's a portion of her testimony where she said, of course, we called the police multiple times, but nothing ever came of it. I'm like, let's go.
So now
Yeah.
the police don't respond to domestic violence complaints?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those
Those are the details.
Especially-
That's the details I'm talking about.
Especially when we have reports of the police showing up in 2016 and they're like, we came twice. We asked if you're okay. You didn't want to talk to us.
I mean, that's common, but like,
that's commmen for DV though. So
You didn't-
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. But that it's the accusation along with that evidence from later on. It's reasonable to put those two together and to say this doesn't make sense.
I mean, very little about this makes sense.
True. Very true. Okay. Cameron Jones, his question, how did they have these fights but no injuries? Well, there could have been there technically could have been injuries, but we don't have any evidence of them. But the bigger question is, why isn't there any evidence of them? Okay. Scrolling through. Lori Herget says, question, could she have been remembering childhood abuse, which we know happened? That's one way to get that kind of emotion to come out.
I mean, could have been. There's also
Could have
could
been.
have beens.
It's interesting because generally for PTSD, if you have child abuse and then you have like this kind of domestic abuse, the doctor, I'm remembering her doctor said that her PTSD was kind of triggered by her child abuse. Well, Johnny caused the PTSD, but the PTSD was kind of triggered by her abuse as a child. but she kind of seemed to just imply in other words, she applied both that you had both these things going on, but she didn't rule out that the child abuse that she had went through was the thing that caused the PTSD. She just essentially said it was Johnny. It was like, it's him, but even though she has this traumatic experience that could have also caused the PTSD.
Sure. DM says, Alita Battle Angel, thank you. Could Team Heard be attempting to earn a jury pass on defamation based on her being too mental to know better, i.e. pathological liar? That doesn't seem to be the play that they're going for here.
I think they could have. I think they could have leaned into her exaggerative personality and gotten to a place that was a stronger legal position. And I think that was a PR nightmare, and they decided to not do that. Because this is not the strongest way to present this, in my opinion. And so I think they were avoiding having to go and say, effectively, she is some manner of a little bit crazy, because I think you could have pulled that off.
Yeah.
And I think they said no.
But it would be such a fatal thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
for her career and whatnot.
Well, you'd have people like Momoa might be going, well, in my contract, I need to make sure that there's somebody to, be there just to witness at all times, just in case she does something.
Yeah, that's so true. Jinx says, question, what was this Australia incident the same time they got into trouble for bringing in their dogs? It was the same time.
Which isn't
got into a dog smuggling issue, which was, he was already there. She was the one that brought the dogs. And from my understanding, it didn't come out in testimony, but my understanding was she also blamed it on her PA, because she did a last minute, let's fly to Australia, and didn't bother to look at any of the paperwork that's required to transport dogs from one country to another. There's a lot of paperwork that's required to transport animals, and oftentimes blood tests and medical records, and you've got to make sure that they've got their rabies shots and all kinds of stuff. Okay, Bohica 462. What happens if a juror?
Rob hit 2,000. Says
hey,
the chat.
nice.
Rob, you're doing a heck of a job promoting your channel, Rob.
Awesome.
I just gotta say, Rob's growing at a tremendous speed, and I will admit that I will be a little bit sort of. I'll have a little bit of peak if Rob's channel passes mine without posting a single video.
It would be amusing, but I don't think you have to worry about that just yet, Ian.
Yeah.
In a few days, it might happen.
Let me see. Where was I? Oh yeah, Bohica 462. What happens to a juror caught rolling their eyes at the testimony? Nothing in the moment. The judge may have everyone may during a recess or after a recess bring everyone in and say, "Hey, just so everyone knows, try to keep a straight face," but without calling out that particular individual.
Yeah, it's gonna be good to watch the lawyers if there's some bombshell testimony that we know hurts, to look at their faces, because some people just can't hold it back. Some people
poker faces, right?
I would have been a very poor stone-faced juror for the end of Johnny's redirect. I would have been very poor.
Yep. Ingrid Johnson says, at what point is her legal team in breach of fiduciary duty to her? The testimony, quote unquote, of these horrific injuries with absolutely no proof seem legally questionable at best. No, that's them doing their best work, I think.
She wants to be up there telling that story. That is the fiduciariest of duties.
Yeah.
To give her help her tell her story.
Here you go.
Yeah, exactly.
They can't have her tell a story that's a lie.
Right.
They have her tell a story that can't be verified as a lie.
Well, right, but
she even can't verify.
But let's say she's a real DV survivor, and she doesn't have any other evidence to corroborate it because it all happened in private and there's no photos or whatever because she was too afraid to take photos. But she still goes up there and testifies. That doesn't mean that they should not put her on because there's nothing to corroborate.
No.
So keep that in mind too as we go through this kind of stuff. Gabrielle says, question, did you guys just see that when going on break, JD was leaving the courtroom, AH was coming off stand, and they almost met face to face. Court officers raised hands to step back for AH to leave first. JD gestured, oops, sorry. Yeah, I think I saw on Twitter someone being like, oh no, he's obviously aggressively walking towards her. And I was like, are you kidding me? Like literally, we've seen him walk through that door every single day. She's between him and the door that he normally uses. Get out of here.
Yeah, it was just an oops. Stuff happens.
Yeah.
Oh, whoopsie.
Yeah. Ryan Burns says, are the jury restricted outside of court times, as in can they go home, and if they are legally bound to not speak about the case, could public opinions from social media or word of mouth affect them? I mean, there's some of these are kind of repeat questions. Yeah, we've talked about this, so I can move on past.
Oh no, that's a new super chat. I thought because it literally read like the old super chat.
Yeah, we get a lot of similar questions. That's why I want to do a frequently asked question video. Here was a question. LNT says, why is she just allowed to talk about what JD said? Because that is something that would be hearsay, but because okay, there's that reason that Rob
this
gives.
is the kind of content you can get from Rob's channel. But I guess the legal argument for it is that it's hearsay, but it falls under one of the exceptions, and that is it's a statement by a party opponent against their own interests. So, yeah, they can definitely quote each other.
Isn't there a bar question about in federal court, the party opponent admission is classified as not hearsay, right? But in all state courts, it is
formally is not.
I think it depends.
Exception. Yeah,
I think it depends on the jurisdiction, though.
It's like a weird rule that
that should be not hearsay.
Yeah, in the federal rules of evidence, party opponent admissions, they classify as not hearsay, but then they classify exceptions to the hearsay rule. So
Right.
on the test, they'll ask you, is a party opponent admission hearsay, or is it fall within one of the exceptions? So if you say if it falls in one of the exceptions, you're wrong. It's an exemption. It's
you sure did get us on that one, MBE.
The law is stupid.
Yeah, it's so silly, but it's just to make it even trickier, every state in the union considers it an exception. So the only thing that the federal government, which they test, that's what they test.
Meanwhile, in actual court, you have the two lawyers and the judge, each with their own copies of the Virginia Rules of Evidence, yelling at each other for 15 minutes. That was my favorite sidebar, is when Elaine tried to read from the Rules of Evidence from the podium, and judge says approach.
Yeah.
Approach. Yeah.
Please come here for yelling.
Laura Pelletier says, do you think the jury will believe it, though? That's the ultimate question. Zane says, thanks so much for answering my question. Second question, any ideas if Johnny gets back on the stand for any reason? I don't think so. I think it just opens up another can of worms. Yeah, there's not much of... Yeah.
Well, you don't want to give him a crack at cross right at the end, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, it's as good as it's going to get, and it's as bad as it's going to get.
Yeah.
You know what? See, I wonder what happens. Let's say one side or Amber's side runs out of time, and Johnny's side has 2 hours left. Can they put him on for those 2 hours?
And just not have a cross-ex?
Oh, that time is out. That's what I'm wondering.
I think so. That sounds like exactly what Judge A has said.
The judge actually saying, if you're in the middle of a witness, I'm going to cut you off, was like, damn.
Yeah. I don't think she's going to deliver on that. I think that's an over-promise, but...
No,
Rob says otherwise.
She will. So not in her courtroom, but in another judge's courtroom, one of the other attorneys didn't get a rebuttal argument. So in closing argument, I represented the non-filing. I was the responsive spouse. So they got to close, then I got to close, but he didn't get to do the rebuttal because he didn't have any time.
I love it though. I love it so much.
I knew that before I delivered my close.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh wow.
That is wonderful. I love that so much.
This is like Scrabble rules. If the other party runs out of time, you could just keep playing letters and run the field.
Yeah, yes.
That's crazy.
Let me see here. I totally had a question here lined up. Oh yeah. Sigbjorn Hvidson says, so when she is on trial for defamation and she gets on the witness stand and says things without proof, doesn't that support her defamationability? I think you mean like, doesn't it support the fact that her statements are defamatory?
She could be a defamer. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but not see that speaks of the burden of proof. Not having proof doesn't mean it's false, right? It just means it can't be corroborated. So we're testing their credibility. That's kind of where we're at right now.
But I think it goes to willingness to defame, I think, right? Like, to me, that's what the ACLU Children's Hospital stuff goes to, is like a willingness to, at bare minimum, stretch the truth for personal gain.
Yeah.
And like evaluating credibility in that context, when you get to a place where it's like, yeah, that doesn't feel right, is like, okay, we're establishing that you're willing to do this kind of stuff if you think it benefits yourself. And that helps lean, maybe not by an evidentiary basis, but in a kind of psychological way, towards, I think you're the kind of person who could defame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here's a question from Muffins and Megapints. I love that name. Says, can the jury watch Rum Diary on break? I think that one's probably okay.
You think Rum Diary is okay? I think it is.
No.
Very not.
You don't think so?
Where
because
they
it's
just
the beginning
described the kiss?
They did reference it. Yeah, no, that's true. Because you could analyze it to be like, who's more into it?
They would.
Binge watch 21 Jump Street. That'll be good.
Yeah, 21 Jump Street. You could do most of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. Probably not the last one.
We don't think 5.
Definitely not Monty Python.
That's like
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
You know,
There's got to be an exception to the rule. Everyone should be allowed to watch Monty Python. I mean, come on.
They just can't go check for the reference, Kurt.
I mean, Cruel and Unusual Punishment.
Kaya K says, what happens if the J team doesn't have enough time for rebuttal by the 27th? I think that probably most important to the judge, though, is not so much the date, but the time that's left, the number of minutes, because she's already kind of extended things somewhat, and she's adding more hours on the on the daily. So I think that for her, it's more about, do they have minutes left? This
judge will cut them off and not let them talk anymore. And I think
I love it. I think that is like the best thing in the world. That was one of the things that frustrated me about Judge Schrader in the Rittenhouse trial, was like, he was like, you prosecutors, you're not going to get all this extra time. And then they got all the extra time that they could have possibly ever wanted and asked for.
Criminals is a totally different beast, though. Like, the judges don't have as much leeway as they do.
I guess
so.
Civil. That's true, because you're talking about people's lives being put away.
Yeah.
Charlie Harris says, how is Rob feeling about her testimony? Also, can I just say that I love that Virginia judge? I do too. Rob, how are you feeling about her testimony?
It was a hot mess. If you want a more thorough understanding, Kurt has a great video where he breaks down why it was a hot mess, and I joined in there as well on his channel.
Yeah.
So
nice.
It was a nightmare.
It's a nicely trending video I posted today, and it's already at 80,000 views, which is a huge number.
Oh, wow. That's great for you, bro.
My video from today is at 2,000. So good for you, Kurt.
Drinking and shop time. That's
the key.
The algorithm just couldn't handle it.
Yep. Kathy Aguirre says, question, why am I looking at pictures of tables and bottles and not of injuries? What she is claiming is horrendous. That's Yep. And it kind of goes along with the whole like the extraneous detail about things that don't matter. That's exactly what she's doing, is she's filling in details that don't matter. No one cares about these details. People will care about the details about her injuries, about the nightgown that got shredded, about the bottle that was used. You know what I mean? Like,
yes, yeah, speaking of, a shredded nightgown is physical evidence. Do we not have a shredded nightgown?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Bernhard says, did she have an affair with Dr. Kipper? It's weird, right? It's weird gift.
Look, I get all sorts of bad vibes from Dr. Kipper. I'm sorry. It's just a vibe thing. I just have to be honest. So it wouldn't.
Are you not going to accept any nightgowns then?
Well, unfortunately, I've already accepted a few nightgowns from Dr. Kipper, and it was a mistake.
Oh, man. Brick Cormier says, picture of all these mirrors, but not of her in the mirror. Vampire? I'm thinking so. That's funny. Love it. Britt has some of the best
the theories. That's now my favorite.
Yeah. Britt's got some of the funniest super chats. Aaron O'Herlihy says, question, what are panel's feelings about Vasquez cross and not Chu? What would be an effective cross style? I want to see AH get mad. Oh, I actually already talked about this one. So we can unless you guys want to add to it.
Only that I have basically full faith in Chu and Vasquez.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to add.
Yep.
So is Vasquez is confirmed she's doing the cross?
Yeah, because she's been doing objections. So no, they can't switch.
That's weird to me.
She's been on fire with those objections, though. Those
Oh, yeah.
Well, if they
cutting
can
like
switch, they
steel.
haven't throughout this entire 4 weeks. Objector
true.
is
Fair.
crosser.
But
No,
according to
They
Rob,
can't switch.
Thank you, Rob.
One
Oh,
horse,
there
one
it is.
rider.
There it is.
Yeah.
But,
The voice of
what I'm saying-
lumber.
What I'm saying is Vasquez is like a surgeon when it comes to objections. Because
Oh my God,
she
yes.
is like,
Yeah.
oh my
I
God.
would love to have a stat
I can slowly see myself becoming a Camille Vasquez stan.
I would love to have a stat board
Oh, yeah.
because I think she's got the best batting average on objections by a good chunk.
Yes, I think so. I definitely think so.
Slowly, I was about to propose.
I think she's already married.
What can you do?
Well,
Yeah,
it's,
that
that's
first day,
that's not a fixed
she was shutting
thing. You
him
know,
down.
that can change.
Artica says, hasn't AH basically accused almost every witness JD had for lying, some for multiple years, and without any evidence? This is not normal procedure. I mean, it's just it doesn't help her credibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
Because
saying
it's like,
everybody
what objective
lied.
reason do we have to believe you over these other people that we have already evaluated separately?
Okay.
Her story requires a lot of people to be wrong.
Well, it's got the doctor, the nurse, 4 cops,
Another doctor.
another
Yeah.
the drug dealers, they're wrong too. Like everybody's got to be wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and her best defense of that is most of the people are somehow connected to Johnny and or financially connected to Johnny, but still, I don't view those biases as strong enough
not
to,
the
say-
cops,
to just,
though.
just ignore. No, the cops are the cleanest.
Leafy Fifi Fu says, could a release from Jay Judge's estate allow the use of recordings containing him? Major evidence being excluded because of a death seems crazy. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. I've never dealt with that before. I would have to do some research on that. What do you guys think?
I'd be the same.
Yeah. I don't know because typically you need consent. You need consent from that person. And there is the ability to give consent on behalf of someone if you are representing their estate. I know that because there are many deals for for publicity rights for celebrities who have long died that show up in commercials and performances and all that kind of stuff. And those are deals that are made with the estate of that individual. So I know that there are ways to make agreements with them for those kinds of rights. So I would imagine you could get some kind of consent from the estate for something like that. But I don't know that would reach to every kind of consent.
Yeah.
But that's a really good question. Frederick Gillet, which, if any, finger did you lose in that incident?
The questions were getting to that some kind of. What, if anything, did you notice about severed fingers in the area?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I think through here. Kerwin Bratt says
about the specific. Yeah, it was.
Okay, we got to keep it from going on. Right. By the way, before we do that, Alita, I wanted to ask you how are your super chat numbers doing right now, and do we need to do 1 sentence lightning round?
I think we're making some good progress, and it's because I'm having to scroll through a bunch of comments to get there, but we're making some good progress.
Okay.
Kerwin Bratt says wine pattern problem. It indicates poured, not thrown. Appears set up. That wasn't so much a question, but
Are you scrolling through the chat from yesterday for the super chat? You know you can go to your back end and get them all, right?
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. Casey Myers says, question, did anyone else notice that she was claiming the Maker's Mark bottle is the one used in the photo? I guess
she
so.
tried to. She couldn't.
She implied it, right? Did she state it? I think she implied it.
They tried to get to stating it, and but she'd said that she didn't actually see the bottle, and so that got shut down.
Yeah.
Which I think actually might be a loss for the Depp team, because there might be a question of like, really, that's what was going on, and it's still got the original factory wax on it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tammy
I
LT
haven't done any tests, but that seems odd.
Tammy LT says, Deviant SV Survivor here. None of this makes sense with the lack of physical evidence on JD and AH. What is the standard of proof required in this case?
Have up to the jury, to be honest. And what is abuse is up to the jury.
Yeah. True. All right. Carly says, question, do you think the 10 days break will be in AH's favor more in JD's? Will the jury see through her? I think either one can benefit depending on what their strategy is. That we don't really have access to their strategies individually, but I do think that I see a lot of benefit coming for Johnny's team.
You know what's funny about that question to me is because I am a sports fan, and so often, you go into like the NFL playoffs and people ask, well, is it a benefit to have the bye week or something? And it's basically random, depending on how your strategies work. This year, for instance, everybody that got a bye week lost as soon as they got it. And so who's it going to work for? Your guess is as good as ours, I think.
Yeah. I think I would agree with that. Going up. Alrighty. Crafting with Amy says, question, you think she will try to say the reason she has no photos of the alleged really bad abuse is due to her phone being hacked? Remember her phone.
But they hacked it in order to get photos, like they were downloading her content.
And then releasing them.
And then releasing it.
And those would be the most salacious ones to release.
Yeah. Like, that's not just, hey, we could post this on... That's something you could potentially sell to somebody. A newspaper might have paid for that.
Yeah.
It just seems really weird that if she's got, taking pictures of her abuse, that didn't... It's an odd detail, I guess.
Yeah. Kevin Horak says, question, how does the what if anything reference get around the objection? It shouldn't.
What if anything?
It's been frustrating all of us.
As a locution, it doesn't assume the answer. Like, that's why the judge allows it.
The problem is that isn't the definition of leading, is that leading is anything that can suggest an answer over another.
I get you, Ian. See, we got to keep Ian from doing a 10-minute rant about leading questions.
I will make a video on the leading question.
There you go. LM says, question, if they were to recall Dr. Curry and she were to say AH's recount of DV isn't in line with typical DV survivors' way of recounting, could they show the court stream video as evidence to demonstrate that?
I don't know. Probably not.
No, I don't think so. That would be cumulative. You would get a cumulative objection, and they would say rely on your memory. You've already seen this.
Isn't it the jury that determines credibility? So you can bring anybody in to say this guy's more credible than that person. That's their job.
Yeah. Alrighty. Okay, scrolling. Shurkin says, question, will AH's team be able to talk to her during the break to prepare for cross, or is she restricted from speaking to them as she is still testifying? She can talk to them, just not about her testimony. So about her cross, no, she cannot.
They just have to phrase it very carefully. That's the key we've learned, right?
Yeah.
Magic words.
What
words. If any? What
if any advice would you have for me if hypothetically I were on the stand and testifying?
I kind of like what if anything as a channel name now.
What if anything?
All right.
Alrighty. Continuing.
Virtual legality is pretty badass. I'm not gonna lie.
It is good.
I love
it.
Really
good. It's really great. Lisa Piazza, is there court tomorrow? No, I'm sorry, I'm just answering it now, but no, not until May 16th. That's when we go back.
They're not even doing hearings today. Everybody's taking a break.
Yeah. Everyone is sleeping. Alice's question, will JD's team bring up the metadata analysis? Maybe. I don't know. We don't know exactly how the court has ruled on that, but I would like to see it if they can do it in a way that the jury will make sense, or that the jury will understand. Paul 2 says, where is the fast forward button so we can get to the cross? Oh, that's funny. Continuing. Ann Richards, is this the event that she was on the talk show the day after Headbutt story? So if this is if so, this is way too violent sounding to cover with makeup. Yes. Yeah. If you're referring to the December 15th incident with the headbutt, yeah, that's the day before, and that was incredibly violent in comparison to the photos that we saw. Suzanne LeBlanc says, have you noticed she never feels any pain, been a victim of DV, and I remember physical pain quite clearly.
Yeah.
Rhiannon Adams. Yeah. Rhiannon Adams says, is this the crescendo? Think they wrap at 5:30. It's yeah. I mean, rapping and your choice of words, I appreciate it. Alrighty, continuing. Brick Cormier says, Runkle of the Bailey, you young people may switch to shotgun, but us vets from the first Doom games bust out the chainsaw. LOL.
That's right.
Oh,
I
am older than that. I started on text adventures, man.
Oh yeah.
So Doom was fancy when it came out.
Yeah, I think Chad.
Doom was so amazing when it came out.
Let me tell you guys something. Every time, so Mr. Bytes likes to go back and like replay old games or watch.
Mr. Bytes is awesome.
Of course. He also likes to watch like documentaries on like the making of these old games, and it's so funny. I always love how like whenever he plays a brand new game, one of the first comments that he usually has is, "This is so beautiful. This is so beautiful." And I'm like, well, okay, sure. But then like when he goes back to old ones, he's like, "This was so beautiful at the time."
Yeah.
And then an even older one, "This was so beautiful at the time."
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I tend to say they're shiny. So my wife will come in and be like, "Is this a shiny one?" It is.
I love it. Anyway, let me go back to finding more questions.
Great talk. I'm having Mr. Bytes on the channel. I'm settling it. We gotta get him on camera.
I still have a fondness for an old game called Planetfall.
Are you kidding me? You kidding me, Ian? One of the best scenes in gaming.
Yes, and
I know exactly which one.
Yep, and it's one I still feel bad about spoiling. So it's like, yeah,
tragic loss. You will feel emotions.
So,
Final Fantasy VII.
This
Final
is
Fantasy
actually
VII, the third best Final Fantasy.
This is actually a big kind of historical thing.
Final Fantasy IV fan.
At the time, there was this huge debate over whether video games could be art, and like even in the video gaming community and among game developers and so forth. And Planetfall actually ended up having a huge impact in that, because the scene we're talking about, and I don't want to spoil it.
No, we don't want to spoil a game from the 80s. That's how powerful it is, all right? Check out Planetfall.
It hits like a truck.
It hits like a truck. Planetfall, Wishbringer, Zork, A Mind Forever Voyaging, Portal, not the dumb Portal from the 80s. Anyway, sorry, Alita, I now return virtual reality / geeking out with Ian to your control.
I'll just say that Mr. Bytes has a certain obsession with Catalina now, and it's not even necessarily because of Catalina, it's because of The Last of Us Part 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's where it started. And then we visited and he was like, "I love this place. I want to explore this place like a video game."
Did you play it with him? You know Catalina is a horror show in The Last of Us Part 2.
Not Catalina, Santa Barbara is.
Okay,
Catalina is where they escaped afterwards.
Okay, I'm getting my California locations mixed up. I apologize, California and Catalina.
Yeah, no worries. That was the place where what's her face?
Yes. We're not spoiling Alita.
Okay, sure. Good point.
Yes, it's where the thing happened with the thing.
The less gruesome thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good point. Yeah, you guys were talking about not spoiling video games from the 80s. What am I doing?
Well, text paragraphs from the 80s, but that are very strong. Ian is going to come over to the channel. We're going to hang out.
There you go. Kerwin Bratt says, all photos taken with backlighting forcing face into shadows. These are falsified. This is not what the injury claimed to look like. There was also no question in there, but that's great. Yes, I agree. I do agree. The lighting sucked, and she should know lighting because she's done a lot of modeling. Jake West says, "Is this the picture where you were murdered?" Leading. What if any murder? What if any murdered you? Let me do this again. What if any murdered you is depicted here? I kind of botched that, but it was good. It was good. I promise.
We're going to take your word for it.
It was funny.
What if any license plate TJL372 didn't you see it? You know.
Well, you have to admit the circling and like, did you see any injuries on this photo?
Yeah. Is there any injury right here?
It was like a satire. It was like Saturday Night Live, like
like Arrested Development version of lawyers.
Yeah,
it's what you could do in law school as like a "do you see a problem here?"
Yeah,
just for humor.
X-Rock Mantic X says, "Is it possible they were trying to discredit the video, that it wasn't a good representation of the events? it was a weird segment.
It was a weird segment where she basically she blew away the foundation of her own photo. Was this a true and accurate representation? No. Apparently we're admitting it anyway.
Yeah, that was the foundation question, and she's like, well, it was worse than that. It's like, well, okay.
Yeah.
We're just asking about the photo though.
Yeah. Purple Pros, is the ACLU not a big player in how we got here? A little bit. They've got some hands.
They're a player.
Yeah. Okay, going through. Janet, can this be recreated in style of Drunk History? Interesting. Aaron Fleming says, has everyone noticed that she has a habit of biting her lip throughout the trial? Looks like the same area where she had damage in photos. Okay, yes. Hola, yo soy Mariana says, did she testify to not remembering the bottle assault until seeing the picture, but the therapist said that she told her in a session? Memory issues are an issue here. Brick Cormier says, if Johnny is right-handed and hits her in the face, why are her injuries on the right side of her face? It should be on the left side because she is facing him, unless it's a backhanded one, which there was one allegation of a backhanded hit, but that was it. Alrighty.
And I just linked the Zork Anthology Steam link in
there. You go.
You can pick up Planetfall as part of that.
I love it.
That's got a Mind Forever Voyaging in it, doesn't it? That's one of my favorites.
Ross H.
Not in that package. Nope.
All right.
Ross H. Gage says, is Rocky going to testify? Maybe, but only if she does, only as a video deposition. Molly B says, question, why does she keep dragging his kids into this? It's painful for him. That's why, I think. Georgia M. Simmons, why didn't she fight back during the sexual assault? I don't want to go down that road because there's a lot of that gets very into dangerous territory. There's a lot of reasons why a woman might not, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it didn't happen.
Yep, that's a bad argument.
Yeah. Reformed Mr. Sin says, you guys having a hard time following. Example, she saw JD nodding off. She asked if he was okay, but he spilled wine on her. She then said she changed pants 2 times already. Her stories are convoluted. Sydney Houck says, question, she was afraid and ran but didn't grab the kids. Don Lionheart.
You can't grab the kids. I mean, because
they're not her kids.
They're not her. They're yeah. So yeah.
Don Lionheart says, Hogue, was that quote unquote at least an 8 a How I Met Your Mother reference? Oh yeah,
of course it was.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Jordy, Jordy says, question, after all the abuse, cuts, and everything she described, why doesn't she have at least one scar on her body? What do you think? I mean, scars, I can see scars healing over time, but the question is photos of the injury around that time, or medical records of talking to a doctor, having someone look at it, make sure everything is okay. That's the kind of stuff that is more for me, because you can do things to make a cut heal better or worse, and maybe not leave a scar. And especially someone who is in Hollywood, you have access to people that have all kinds of crazy stuff that they can do to their faces to make them look 20 years old when they're 60, or some version of 20 when they're 60. Angela Ramos says, what to do for 10 days now? Keep coming back. We've got more content coming.
We don't disappear while the trial isn't on. That'll be good stuff.
Yeah. Alicia Barrett says, why did Ben Chu do an air punch when Amber Heard mentioned Kate Moss? Will that open the door for past relationships? He seemed excited about it. I think it might. I
think that's where they're going to go with that.
I think so. I think they're going to bring in Kate Moss.
Sweet.
As a rebuttal witness.
Oh, that would be exceptional.
Yes. As one of the closers. Are you kidding me?
Is she anticipated to completely deny the veracity of that story?
She has made some statements to the effect of Johnny Depp is a sweetheart and he's wonderful. And
he's never done anything wrong to me.
Yeah.
Basically.
That would be good for Johnny.
Yep.
This is the legal analysis you get.
Oh, yep. It would be very good.
That would be Christmas.
Well, it's it's Friday night.
Yeah, it is. Savannah, Georgia says, question, do you think, and I encourage everyone to play Cliff Richard's Devil Woman? Interesting.
Oh, the music. Okay.
Yeah. TL says, love the panel and thanks for the great commentary. Question, what do you think we can expect during cross? Will Vasquez take an aggressive approach? No, I think she's going to take the same kind of tone that she took during her objections, and it will be perfect. I think that's exactly the play that they should do, in my opinion.
I'm on the record saying that the soft objections were, that is such a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
Especially because it's like, you want to jump in and she probably has like a lot of adrenaline at the same time too. So to jump in but she was very soft when she was getting in at exactly the right times. It was like perfect.
Yeah. No.
Anna says, question, can they bring Kate James back for rebuttal? Kate states that she was mortified to see that Amber stole her violent SA experience and twisted it into her own, as per UK trial witness statements. I don't know, because she was only by a video deposition anyway, and I don't think that she's subject to recall by her video deposition. NM says, if Amber Heard team have circa 16 hours left, Amber Heard's testimony back on May 16th is at least a full day. This means that they'll have at most 9 hours left for the remaining witnesses and post-rebuttal, correct?
With that.
Lawyer math. I suppose. Yeah, I guess so. If she's only got 16 hours left. I didn't take down the number of hours precisely. But keep in mind too that like 8 hours in a day for a trial doesn't include the recesses and the lunch break and all that kind of stuff too. Shelly D says, thank you, Rob, for your support. My DV and SA group and I are buying t-shirt. Take her down, Vasquez. Nice. That's awesome. JFFAR says, question, what would be your first question with Cross-X? Would you come out right away with attacking her lying or start off slower? Start off slower would be my play.
First question is, liar says what?
Nailed it.
No way. But really, what do you guys think? Would you take an aggressive approach or a softer approach at first?
I almost always start slow because you can amp up, but you can't, like, once you've gone hot, you can't go back and undo that. So,
honey before vinegar.
Yep.
Carrots before sticks.
Yep. Agreed. KBL says, what happened to being held hostage in Australia? Yeah, that was an interesting part that didn't really seem to come out. Phoebe says, during the rebuttal, does the defense get to question the witness? Also, thanks, love you guys. Yes, they get a cross-examination. Little Panda Cub, can Ben be recalled because he saw her the next day and traveled 15 hours after she had a bottle in her thingy? No, but we already heard from him on those accounts, right? Like, we already know, and he said he's like, everything seemed like normal. At the end of the flight, I saw a few scratches on her arm, but that's it.
You all weren't kidding about Ben Chu's reaction to the Kate Moss stuff, were you? I just put the photo up.
Full on fist.
Well, I just put the photo up of him reacting to Johnny. I didn't realize he looked like this.
Yeah,
that is like the worst poker face you could imagine, because I don't think he cares. If
can you share this one?
Sure. Is this video or a photo?
No, it's just a photo. It's just a photo. I mean, like.
Well, you should see the video clip of it though.
Yeah,
but I mean, technically speaking, that's probably worthy of a judicial admonition.
But it looks more exaggerated here. I feel like if you see it in the video version, it looks more subtle than that. Like, that's such a small flash that somebody I think just caught and freeze framed.
He turns over, he makes sort of a yeah expression.
Yeah.
And then he looks to one of the lawyers behind him and he does either
a fist bump or a thumbs up. I can't remember.
All right. Yeah. It strikes me as I can't believe they went for that.
They stepped in it. Okay, we can use it. Let's do it. We talked about this. Okay, David Queen says, falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. Abuse is complicated and messy and sometimes mutual, but her account is completely incredible. Travenclaw says, it's not a lie if you believe it. George Costanza. Misty, thanks for the super sticker. Ruth Pacheco says, as an athletic trainer that has had wrestlers and athletes get broken noses from headbutts, I call BS. Sierra Callahan says, question, to what extent does being a juror impact daily life besides having to spend weeks in court? Is avoiding TV and phone enough? Also, are jurors allowed to take notes home to review. Do they? I don't think they're allowed to take notes home.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, that would be there's a lot of risks there with things getting leaked and all kinds of stuff. Avoiding TV and phone. I mean, reasonable precautions is what I would say is what they need to take. So yeah, probably that's enough. Jessica says you can actually hear her voice change and demeanor differ during the pieces of truth she infuses into all of her lies. Alicia Peterson says 8 to 10 ecstasy pills. Space Cake says, question, Howell witness list says that Whitney told her that she got in between AH and JD because she thought AH would throw JD down the stairs. Is this hearsay, though?
No, it goes to her perception.
Howell says that Whitney told her that she got in between Amber Heard and JD because she thought Amber was going to throw JD down the stairs.
It sounds too much like a law exam.
Yeah, I think there is a level of hearsay that we can't account for, and that is Whitney telling Howell, because it's after the fact, presumably, not.
Yeah, we could get it from Whitney, not from Howell.
Yeah, exactly.
That's an evidence test question.
Yeah.
3-level hearsay.
Yeah. C minor OP67 says no evidence supports her. She has to lie to save her career. Sam Hot Damn says, question, in your opinions, would it have helped her to admit abuse? She would have lost her whole case, potentially.
Yeah.
Jason says, anyone know of the dark triad of psychology? Amber Heard reeks of all three in this court case, especially narcissism and Machiavellianism. I don't know about the dark triad. Mostly Dead says, Rob, could that pick be a doorknob hitting the wall?
He said it was a bottle indent, and it was clear that there were parts of truth put into Amber's testimony.
That looks like a bottle to me. It doesn't have a rounded bottom.
Mm-hmm. Karen Nelson says, can the judge watch TV and social media during break? Yeah. I don't think she wants to, though. I wouldn't, because I wouldn't want to see the comments that people are making on me and my decisions and whatnot.
I heard that question wrong. I thought it was like when they go for like morning break, can the judge go watch TV and read social media?
She's allowed to do whatever she wants, really.
She's the judge.
Yeah. Lori Light says, can you tell us the difference between acts that are DV and that which is worthy of condemnation but doesn't rise to that level? Normally we have jury instructions to determine that, but in this case we don't. So it's kind of up to the jury's interpretation.
I mean, more broadly, it's a moral and philosophical question.
Yeah, it's kind of like their own perception. When is enough, I suppose, is a philosophical question.
Yeah. Akash Modi says, I think because we have 10 days break, jury will find some hole in Amber's story. Maybe. Utopia says, Phoenix Wright cross-examining an orca and a parrot was more believable than whatever this was. Also, thanks to the entire panel for the coverage. Thank you.
I was making Phoenix Wright references yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah. Chad Ben says the biggest emotional touchstones are real. Johnny was done with her. She loved that shirt. She loved that painting. They all make her creepier, though. Marianne says, who would AH dare to passively suggest that she adopted because conceiving could be problematic since being a victim of the violent SA? I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. Fair and Balanced says, Rob, law and lumber. I'll take the 5% commission. Oh, well, you're testing it out.
So, as a transactional attorney, I got to talk to you about timing, and claiming consideration.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, but you're late.
Andrew says she isn't evil; she's unwell. Daniel H.C. Jung says we need Nate with Donald Trump makeup saying "This is MAGA country." Thanks for the awesome coverage, Alita, in the panel. Yeah, there's a lot of makeup. Wistra says, can you think of reasons AH is not lying completely?
I mean, completely, sure. Yeah, I can think of lots of reasons she's not lying completely.
Yeah, because maybe there's a little bit of hint of truth to some of her stuff.
Yeah.
Or even all of it. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's telling the truth. Jessica Hanby says, not sure I agree that the bottle mark on the wall looks bad based on Johnny. Looks bad on Johnny. Was that not the pic they showed from where she threw one past his head? Water Unleashed says, Nate, New York City has a strong BS meter. Squizomatic says, I hope JD's lawyers notice in the picture in front of the fridge that you can see clearly a calendar that says Uary 2015, indicating this picture was taken in January, February. Yes. Diana P says, Rottenborn and Bredehoft have had successful and respectable careers until now. AH is their kryptonite. In this case, will be their Waterloo. I don't know about that. No.
I think they're pretty good attorneys.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Dark Ace 74 Files says she had 2 Freudian slips. I loosened my grip, quote unquote, and the other one is I ran out of things to throw. Possibly. Neon Vixen says I'd believe more if she wasn't trying to be so pure. Yeah. Shannon Payne says they said Rocky hit her in Dr. Curry's testimony. I don't remember that. But maybe. Phoebe says, did the team of lawyers work on their cross-examinations together? Will Ben Chu help and approve of Camille's cross before she starts it? Oh, I think I actually read that one yesterday. Yes, they do collaborate on that stuff to make sure everything fits and everything's good and that she hasn't left anything out. Yeah, she's not writing that entirely by herself. Samuel Aspinall says, does the presenting time for each side include closing arguments, or do they get additional time for closing arguments? I think that includes the closing.
Yeah.
So you better save some time because, wouldn't that be funny? You just
run out of time for closing.
Oh man!
Well, they're sitting there and they're like, we've got an hour left for our closing or whatever their plan, and then it's like, yeah, we're calling Johnny Depp. You got to split that between cross-examination or your closing. Which do you want?
Yeah. Samuel Aspinall says, does the presenting time for each side include... I already did that one. Denny Rosner says, can they show footage from the James Corden show? Yes, and I expect they will. CK says, what if JD's attorney received a photo from new sources over break? Well, they'd have to disclose that to the other side, but potentially they could maybe use it. Depends on what it is. Nicole K says, question, when Amber Heard posed for the camera during her testimony, what are the chances the jury saw that? She noticed the cameras pointed at her and held her tissue to her nose for a pose. I've seen the video of that. What's the chances of the jury noticing? I don't know because we can't see if they were watching. Brent Stewart says there are some publications photoshopping tears into yesterday's testimony. Yep. Misty says a narcissist will very often play the victim. Alyssa Mayer Wood says, question, if you wanted to, could JD potentially try to get Amber Heard on criminal charges if she wins this for false allegations? No. Polly Hollister says she has accused him of so much physical and sexual abuse that the question of whether verbal abuse is irrelevant. Bruises are fake. It's defamation.
Hey, quick question. I mean, not quick question. Quick note. That question from New York, I saw that yesterday. That was pretty far back. We have quite a way to go, huh? The question about New Yorkers.
I think this is after the testimony now. At this point, I think this is the end of the day.
I remember hearing that. I was like, oh, all right. I was like, wow, we got some serious super chats going.
Yeah, I mean, we're still working through it, but we've managed to scroll up a bit. In happier news, yesterday in Popcorn Planet, a former neighbor. Oh, okay, I read that one already earlier. UVA Double Wahoo says, I thought abusers tried to separate you from your support system. He paid all her friends and family to live next door. That's another interesting point. Yeah. I hadn't thought about that consciously, but you're right. Olaf Dahlstrom says, I think that the reason that she didn't take feet pics was that she didn't want to work with Tarantino. Sweet As says, I predict the crazy lady collapses when she loses. Maybe. Kevin Hunt's, I got those earlier. Karen Hamrick says, here's where she lost me. She said she donated $7 million to charity, but she only donated $350,000. Here's where her legal team lost me when they misunderstood on purpose about the muffins and the interview and dinner with Depp's team. Interesting. Leanne Gudjanovich says you wanted 18K likes on the video and you shot right past that goal. Only 600 more for Hogue 75K. We got that. Spicy says, I've helped some friends who have gone through abuse, seen wounds and emotional impact, and went through lies of people that I thought were close. She's a terrible actress and a bad liar.
We did get that. You went through that so fast, and I'm still very thankful.
Yeah. Charlie Marino says, if Jussie Smollett was punished for lying. Why wouldn't age be punished? Statute of limitations,
He
all
was in
kinds of
trial
stuff.
for lying.
Yeah. Okay. Ruth Nash Holmes says, quick question. Could the Heard/Depp trial go from civil to criminal if Heard is found framing a man for IPV or domestic violence? Thank you, Ruth.
No.
Kate Did It says, am I the only one that felt she was calling him a piggy bank? Definitely feels that way.
Yeah.
Okay. Continuing on. Danielle Elliott says, one, some borderlines maturity is similar to a teen. 2, can they not order an x-ray? Radiologists could tell if there is ever a fracture. I'm sure whatever medical examinations they could get, they got. If they were able to get a psych evaluation, they were going to get her medical file and everything. Bernhard says, she also said he is an old guy who sits at home with other old guys playing guitar. Otto Taz, what are the chances for perjury in this case? Almost 0, if not 0. Yep. Johnny V says,
I will say I did look up the Hollywood vampires. That's like such great PR for that group. Because I was like, the Hollywood vampires, he's part of a group.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Johnny V says, has anyone ever stepped in blood? I'm a combat medic. Oh, I remember reading this. Okay. Mike Townsend, can we please talk about the Amber bots and stands on Twitter posting supportive tweets with their replies turned off? New PR team at work? Could be. JJV, love her uncle. He's great.
Well,
that's right.
Yeah, I agree. All right, let me come up. Siren is sleepy, says, question, sorry if answered, but did you see AH acting scared of JD as he gets near her on the last break after the jury leaves? What are your thoughts? I think he was just trying to go to the door and she was in the way, and it was just an awkward moment and people are trying to blow it out of proportion.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
It was a violent attack by Johnny and he was caught in the act.
He was aggressively walking towards her.
If the sheriffs had thought it was aggressive, there would have been some commentary with the lawyers.
Yeah.
They would have, removed everybody and there would have been some like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Carolyn C., from your perspective, do you believe the jury will not be influenced by social media? Realistically, how does that work? Will this influence the case? My recommendation to all of them would be just to stay off social media because everyone is talking about it. Hale says, question, no one can believe this, right? I was violently sexually... Oh, I read this one earlier. Okay, William Wofford says, compare the UK deposition to her testimony to today. No jury to play to no waterworks, and the stories totally do not match. Can they show this on the cross? Because it's going to destroy her. Gone girl big time. Only if they catch her in an inconsistent statement. But also, I think that they probably are going to use transcripts instead of video deposition for that, because that's what they've been using so far. Forever Keeper. How about Barrister and Carpenter for Rob?
Funny names for lawyers.
I know. Alex Tarragos, this question, did JD always take off his rings before hitting her? Just imagine a backhand with those rings. Yeah.
It's like, hold on, I got a 20-minute wind up here as I take all these rings off.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Darian RL says, question, did you see the clip of Amber Heard's photo op today? Literally posed for a photo to be taken while she was crying with a tissue. You'll see it. Yep, we talked about that.
I think people are getting so hyper aggressive with trying to analyze every single,
I mean, but this happens. It happens though. It happens in any high profile trial. People get very excited about this kind of stuff because they get very interested, which is understandable. Erin Ramsey, was she overconfident because everyone believed her in 2018 and she won in the UK? Thought it would work again? Maybe. Could be hubris.
To be honest, if Johnny Depp comes into my office, I think we have a loser. I don't think we can get past the motion to dismiss. His lawyers just happen to be better than me, but I would have thought
his lawyers are fantastic. Okay. Angela B says there's a 0% chance I would sleep in the same house as my bottle rapist and then make him a cup of Joe in the morning. She lost me completely right there. VR Finagle says, question after today, which doctor in your opinion is more believable?
Curry.
Yep.
I
Winter
think
Sale
Curry's
sent
way
this
more
before.
believable.
Yeah. Winter Sales has sent this before, but where are her bloody footprints? Good question.
Read in a British accent.
Yeah. Dark Lord 0529 says DVNSA accusation starter kit. Look up Amber Heard. Mary Brown says, if you can request an exam by Dr. Curry on mental damages, why could you not request an exam to review for physical damages like the broken nose? You could. There's just a question of like, request a physical exam now. I mean, it could be healed by now. There's also a question of maybe she has plastic surgery, and so that's like under a protective order or something, because she's in Hollywood and doesn't necessarily want that to get out.
I mean, I think that the doesn't want it to get out ship may have sailed on this.
Oh, that's true. That's fair. That's very true. Vegeta Solo says, do we get the verdict on the closing argument day? It takes however long it takes.
My answer is yes. They're gonna finish the closing arguments before lunch. It gives the jury 5.5 hours to deliberate. They'll be done by supper.
Can I take this bet?
Yeah, I was just thinking. I'm in for this action.
I think Kurt feels Memorial Day is very motivating.
I feel like Memorial Day is very motivating.
Yeah, what's the odds on this Memorial Day bet? Is it? What's the parameters?
Truly
I
like
might
a
want in on
5-hour
this.
thing, or do they stay late until like 9 o'clock? Like, I mean, there's a way we could actually play this bet out.
That they come out with a verdict before they leave for the day on that Friday.
Yes, LawTube, legal analysis, and your betting pool needs.
So hold on. So your bet is they will be done before 5:30 on Friday.
Well, if they extend out, maybe they extend out. So that's like before they leave for the day.
But you think the jury's going to go for it because of Memorial Day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Taylor Bielan says, I've accidentally done a pirouette on a piece of broken glass about 1 centimeter long. Bish, I went to Care Now to get that taken out because it got corkscrewed in. I couldn't stand on it, let alone walk downstairs to make a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Viking React says, my Rittenhouse comment earlier was in regard of her trying to squeeze tears out in a way he did while reliving his trauma. Didn't believe it, though. Alex D'Agostino says, is her sister testifying? If no, why not? If not, it's because she didn't finish her deposition. Debbie101 says, the bruise pic is a different person. Look at her eyebrows, space between her lips and nose. I don't know about that. Misty says, maybe.
Yeah,
Misty
we're getting
says,
into body doubles. That's a new level of conspiracy.
Yeah.
But Johnny's case isn't that great now.
Yeah. Misty says, if you Google her pics, she wears a lot of red lipstick, but said she didn't wear that color. It was to cover the blood in the interview. Yeah, no, there's a lot of red lip, Amber Heard. At Forever Keeper, you have 10 days to get through all these super chats. Donald Gooch says, hard to say. I married a BPD, stuck it out for 7 years. She left, tried to lie and take my son. 40K, 2 years to your row. Social study and I prevailed. So hard to see the echo of the gaslighting and hurt in AH. Ugh. I'm sorry. That sucks. That's awful. And hopefully things are better. Another Czech girl. True, the outcome of the abuse is almost romantic and soft. Weird. Thanks for all your coverage. Kim Duff says, to be fair, who can be the judge of how emotional someone should be when recounting events? Turns me off to conversation immediately. It's not how emotional someone should be. It's how authentic it feels, right? We're all human and we all judge human behavior on a regular basis in our daily interactions, just like anybody else. So, and that's fair.
We're trying to judge someone's credibility. How else, that's part of that assessment.
Yeah.
How emotional? What how we kind of judge it based on how other people would react in a situation. No matter, even though there may be a bad metric, but that's just how we do as human beings. And the jury is analyzing their credibility based on the performance you're seeing right now from Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Dinosax DMR says, hi all. Hey Runkle, is your name a play on the show Rumpole of the Bailey?
Absolutely is.
Jenny Ralph Grievous says, Google, does anyone, number one autofill is believe Amber. Oh, Andy has something to say. Hello. You need to go pee. Is that what
Hey, Ian,
what happened to you?
What's your subscriber count at, Ian?
Oh,
give me. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, no, we're just gonna pump Ian up. Just you can go take care of Andy.
Ian,
sounds good. Thanks.
64,200.
So you're within 1,000 of
Oh.
65,000 subscribers, Ian? Is that
I
accurate? Lawyer math
am
is always
indeed.
questionable.
That means we're close
Chat.
to each other.
Chat. There's 10,000 of you. Do you enjoy Planetfall and discussions of Infocom games from the 1980s? Do you enjoy discussions of the Great White North, Canada, and all of the legal things that it entails? Please do check out Runkle of the Bailey. Our good friend Ian has a like and subscribe button just like Alita does, and it works in much the same way. So go, please, check out his channel. You guys have been so great to pop my channel up, to pop Kurt up, to pop Joe up. I don't know if you've done anything for Nate. Haven't asked him, but you can do something for Ian right now.
Yes, no, bless this chat. They have come in. Yes, thank you, chat. Yes, no, I will not. I am unworthy.
Just part of the
chat's
bit, Nate.
praise.
Just part of the bit. They've been such a generous chat. I mean, look, you guys have gotten Alita up to #1 in the world. That's insane.
Yeah, and super chats. Yeah, and I just don't want to make it seem like I'm not grateful. They have come over and they've subscribed and what. Thank you so much. I am extremely appreciative.
See, I put Nate in an unfortunate position there because it was part of the bit, and I apologize, Nate. Everybody here on the panel is grateful. Everybody here that's visiting the channel is grateful, but Ian will be the most grateful if you like and subscribe to his channel right now. Pop him to 65,000. He hasn't promised to wear anything for you. He hasn't promised to wear eyeliner or act like Captain Jack Sparrow. But I do know, I'm hearing from chat and from others that did you sing in French recently, Ian?
Yes. Yes, on Uncivil's channel. I ended up singing the anthem or the Canadian anthem, the French version, because there's a French version, an English version, and 2 different bilingual versions.
Are you fluent in French then?
I took French immersion in elementary school, and my French is probably pretty bad. So
I can guarantee you, my French, for if you want some Hogue lore, the only D I ever got. So real bad.
You know
in
what?
Fact,
that
I was thinking of having
bad phrase, Hogue.
that.
That's a bad phrase, Hogue.
I was thinking of doing merch when I was trying to pronounce Ubisoft executive names for a couple of videos, and people were mocking me. I was like, you know what I need? I need a Virtual Legality like sweatshirt that says "Pardon my French," like literally, because it's god awful.
I mean, side note: the way we got Runkle to sing that was I threw out like someone throw a $100 super chat in, and Runkle will have to sing it. Like as Kurt was winding his stream down, and the super chats just kept
what? So look, if you'd like to paint Ian to say things to you in French, if you want Ian to paint you like one of his French girls, please do check out his channel with likes, subscribes, and more. Apparently, he's willing to sing French for you.
Yeah, I didn't give Ian a choice or even consult him in the matter.
No, that was totally, I was voluntold.
I love it. I love it. Yeah. What can I say? Any event. So,
what do you
Andy's
at,
still
Hogue?
using the bathroom.
What do you at, Hogue? 74?
What's
your count at?
74? What am I at?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Alita and chat went crazy on my channel yesterday. I'm at 76.
There you go, man.
5?
Damn.
Yeah.
It feels good to be a gangster.
They were the best. They are the best. I was never expecting anything like that. So I'm very appreciative. You can come by my channel if you want to. We're covering basically wrong-footed headlines this week as the gaming journalism industry tries to deal with understanding Hart-Scott-Rodino and the way ordinary antitrust review works in America. We're struggling through it together.
Well, it doesn't help that the Antitrust Act is what, like 110 years old at this point?
It is. It's from the 1890s. But HSR, understand, it's a standard form of review. We have a regulatory agency that looks at this kind of stuff, and video gaming is currently undergoing an era of consolidation. So, like all of your typical pop culture websites, your IGNs, your GameSpots, whatever it might be, really, really struggling with the notion that a $70 billion acquisition that is 8 times as big as anything the industry has ever seen is going through what we call second request review, meaning the FTC says, hey, I think we probably need to see some more documentation about that. But it gets reported as if war has been declared on the gaming industry by the Federal Trade Commission in the United States. Nothing like this has ever happened. I could show you headlines that say, FTC takes over investigation. Completely unprecedented in American history.
Is that what they do in every investigation? All of them?
Yeah.
They review all of them?
Yeah, Kurt, they review all of them. So no, I have these conversations. I get into fights with Bloomberg tech reporters. I have all sorts of good times with these various headlines. It's just been a struggle for journalism on these various topics, and we have fun with it over there. It's one of the reasons why I don't know how many of you were on the stream earlier. I was thinking about potentially doing a live stream with law tubers during the break here, called something like Headlines or Depp Lines, where we just go over how the media is reporting on various things throughout the weeks that we have covered the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, because I and Virtual Legality in general talk about a bunch of things, but we talk about corporate messaging and we talk about like media coverage. How do these things get filtered out? I love that stuff. So if you love that stuff, pop over. But this was not designed to be a pitch for me. This is designed to be a pitch for Ian. How are we doing, Ian?
Let me just hit refresh over there.
Hit that refresh button.
64.5.
64.5. I know we can get 500 more. I know we can get 500 more. Do we have to ask him to sing in French again? He would sing in French again, I think, for 500 more subscribers.
Sing for your supper, Ian.
Ian will spoil Planetfall for you without 500 more subscribers.
Oh, no.
I actually wouldn't. I got some principles, and that Planetfall is sacred.
Look, you want a man of principles, you go and you follow Runkle the Bailey.
There you go.
Alrighty. Where are we? Fantasia Build says, have you seen the clip of her posing for the picture taken during crying? It's on Twitter. Check it out. Yep. Eva Eleanor says, I work in offender psychology and there is never or newer literature on financial abuse in DV cases. Abusers will take the victim to court to continue abuse and expensive.
I'm sure they will.
Legal setting after separation. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Just adjusting that. Bohica 462 says, I could hear the eyes rolling in the courtroom from Utah. What would happen if the judge catches the juror rolling their eyes and scoffing during testimony? Tell the whole group after a break, basically, don't do that. Maintain your face. Yeah. H. Yun says her recollection of her romance with Depp is to frame him as a narcissist. That's why she kept talking about his grand gestures and gifts. She was trying to plant the seeds, not recall fond memories. Maybe. Aaron Ramsey says he wanted sex constantly while detoxing and wasn't like him, but he was always SAing her. Make it make sense. I know. Happily Retired says carpet under hair looks freshly vacuumed to me. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the hair picture was just so like, sorry,
yeah.
No, that's not what that looks like.
Yeah, it's weird. It doesn't feel right. Crystal says, I was yelling at the screen because I know what that looks like, so thank you for addressing. Johnny V says, do men who are abused and administratively attacked by their SO have help? I'm 37, a combat medic and Blue Angel alumni. I was beaten and threatened with false accounts to not tell family. My life and name was stolen. I had to make a plea deal. Due to my lawyer saying I was being naive. Yeah, no, we got that one before. I'm sorry, that sucks. Di Santana says, arrows, I hope the jury has this face. Like pointing to its own face. XJams X says the bottle incident in the wall with blood spatter. Kristen N says AD testimony on JD in Boston was filming Whitey Bulger in black mass. Anger/nodding out could be running lines and exhaustion from filming. Maybe. T in Tennessee. Oh, I got that one before I remember. Pollyanna says the jury should be forced to wear full face masks to hide all emotions. Maybe Guy Fawkes masks.
Oh yeah, that
would
be
how dystopian would it be?
Oh my god,
to face a jury wearing Guy Fawkes masks.
Well, and also one of the things I try to do every Halloween is avoid anything that involves wearing a face mask for a lengthy period, because like those rubber masks are gonna just. Can you imagine that for like a several week trial as you're sitting there baking in your own sweat?
Thanks for bringing that image to mind. I can now.
Seriously. Yours Livy says, please tell me you caught where she 100% posed for the photo op, spotted camera, put the tissue to the nose and looked at the camera, it flashed, then put it down, hope the jury seen. Yeah, we've got a lot of people talking about that. Jennifer Mark says, after leaving Australia, she wouldn't have been able to walk from one gate to another after walking on broken glass. Also, why take a pic of the mirror, but not the tub with ruined clothes? Doesn't add up.
Also,
Crystal.
Those courthouse masks would be reused.
Ooh,
you'd be like, you know,
that's okay. We'll do it bowling alley style. Get a little Lysol. I'll be fine.
I hate. Stop.
Yeah, it's like a bowling alley shoe that you're putting on your head.
Yeah,
jury duty is bad enough as it is.
Stephanie Pushman says, I have found myself on LawTube since this trial. LawTube is with me, is my everything now. I love you guys. Thanks for being genuine with your opinions. Hey, of course. Thanks for watching. Charlie Marino says, it only costs $50 to harass the married host, though. LOL. This is business. LOL. Nicola Roa says, will the jury have a chance to rewatch their testimonies on video? AH paused as she was wiping her nose to pose for a photo right when she was on the stand. You see the camera flash going off? Yes. Nancy Juria says, question, what if she did get punched by sis and buddies? Well, then it's still a staged photo because she's saying that it's from being punched by him. Johnny V says, it's not about better actors. This woman is a rare one. Psychotic women exist, and it's about time we stop acting like they're mythical beasts. I myself had video evidence and a clean record. My ex was on probation for DV. I found the crucible equals me. Yeah, I remember reading that. Sorry. I realized that halfway through. Yeah. Sorry. I realized that halfway through. Dapper Dave 2021 says, we are headed down a dangerous road in society where we are excusing all bad behavior and or violent acts under the banner of mental health. This is setting a dangerous precedent, not saying it does not apply in some cases. I don't think that that's what anybody's doing here, though. Right?
No, I mean, she can be mentally ill and also a terrible person.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're either excusing or blaming based on that premise right now.
Yeah.
Right. Moral Graver says, AH reminded me of Jodi Arias's testimony in her trial with the over-explaining and oddly specific details trying to connect the lies. Alyssa Miravis says, question, what % of DV survivors ask for money after divorce?
No.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
And you know what? Like survivors may well be entitled to compensation.
Yeah.
Like,
of course.
We have a court system where you are to be compensated for wrongs. That's kind of the whole idea. So
yeah. T in Tennessee says, I mean, Muffin Gate alone, Elaine should have stuck with the dinner. Lisa M says, if Dr. Curry is called on rebuttal, can she point specifically to moments in AH's testimony as indicative of BPD behaviors?
Probably not.
Are we in a zone where we read these?
Some of them were,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah. S. Stacy, we're getting to the end of yesterday.
Okay.
S. Stacy says, why can't the video where Amber admits that she cut off Johnny's finger be used as evidence, the one that has Dr. Kipper in it?
Stipulations.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it.
If you agree to things, you're stuck with them. That's
yeah. Tracy M says, there's a whole Twitter thread with all the movie quotes. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got that one earlier. Peggy Reardon says, please be careful on name calling. She's terribly mentally sick and needs intensive treatment. Che Dustin says, if JD wins $40 million, think he'll donate it to male DV charity? No idea, but he's entitled to do whatever the hell he wants with it, as far as I'm concerned. Team Lasso says, I'm watching on replay to find it fascinating that in AH testimony, she also mimics JD's, where she has a memory when being shown a pic regarding Australia. Interesting. LB says, regarding A's affect, switching through emotions, emotional than not. This is normal in trauma response, can be dissociation, not inherently suspect. I can see that. Zach Frisch says, question, when preparing for cross, how many people are involved? Do you each look for different things, or is it more communal reading over the transcript? Just thinking it's interesting. Thanks for the commentary. So when you're preparing for cross, it depends on the firm. You can have different practices that have different levels of involvement. I mean, here, this is a big firm. They probably had one person that basically put it together, and then, or maybe you had some associates that worked on it, or I don't know exactly. But my guess is you probably have like 2 or 3 different people touching it with fingerprints on it, is my guess. Miss Arugula Ragu says, today is Missing Murdered Indigenous Women Awareness Day. To all real victims and those who have seen the effect of real abuse, those photos are offensive.
It's oddly specific.
It's a really big thing in Canada.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be a day.
It's there have been a whole lot of people, killed or gone missing, and in many cases, the investigation's been not good. If you look up, there's been a whole bunch of situations where it's like, oh yeah, it turned out we had a serial killer operating for a while and the police weren't on it. We could, not to derail with some really dark shit, but it gets ugly in a real big way.
Sorry to hear that. Christine K says, found Legalbytes via EDB. Have followed you all now. Highlight was last night's YouTube crossover with Dr. Honda, Spidey, and EDB. Thank you for the community. You're welcome. Thanks for watching. Riley Crosswhite says, I'm confused about the bottle being thrown against the wall. And in Australia, Johnny said she threw one and it missed him. And she said the same thing. Help. Why are you afraid? Says victims often continue to protect the perpetrator. JD avoided details of the fights. Think a public figure like JD would want to tell the world he was rused and abused. Yeah. I think I have similar thoughts to that. Julie O says tears only when about them not being together anymore. Flo Bella says, question. Amber said today she might have heard Manson music playing. Got distinct feelings. She has told Elaine she thought Manson was there prior to today. Hence all the questions about Manson. Could Elaine be pissed if so?
I don't think that that's the case. I think they're playing it as a subtle cue to the jury.
Right.
Yeah, he's the boogeyman.
Yeah, it's.
Although, was it you, Ian, that said that you thought that the lipstick on the mirror got away from Elaine?
Yeah, well, it's hard to tell, and on rewatching it, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because there's a real thing where it's entirely possible that there's two interpretations that I could see. One, that Elaine was expecting the opposite answer of, I did the lipstick at some point, and possibly like I did the lipstick a week prior or something like that, and was a little surprised because she does this, like, she starts to go into the next question and then backs up and is like, and then changes gears. And if that's Elaine changing gears on the fly because she's just gotten an answer that she wasn't expecting, then she's worth her money, because that is something you can't let the jury figure out, right? You don't want the jury to be like, oh, that's, she just lied.
Oh, there's a blunder.
Yeah, that would be a terrible thing. But then to me, it feels like she switches gears at that point to say, well, it couldn't have been Amber because the black goes over the red. But my take on that is that they're trying to get Amber to testify to that. And the only way Amber can testify to that is if she wrote one of the things, right? Because that's the only way you can know the sequence of events.
Yeah.
They're trying to do it by the colors, but the point I make in the video, and you guys should check out the video, it's posted, but once you smear something onto the glass, like once you write on it in Sharpie or lipstick or whatever, and then you go to cross over it, you're now writing on glass and then something else. And that something else may take the substance differently than the glass. So as a really dramatic example, I've got like a can of hydrophobic coating spray.
Nice.
And so if I had a canvas and I spray that in a line, and then I go with a watercolor, that watercolor is going to have a gap where it hits that hydrophobic coating spray. But you couldn't conclude from that gap that it was actually the watercolor that was first and then the hydrophobic spray over it. That would be a mistake. So if that's the argument they want to make, they can't do it just by having Amber look at it and go, yeah, that's what happened. They need an expert for that. That's expert, that's into chemical analysis and all sorts of, I'd want to hear an experiment was done. That's complicated stuff. So
yeah.
If it wasn't that Elaine was misled there, then I think it's improper what she would have been trying to do there. But
yeah. Peru Sarvasava says, why did she take Kate Moss's name? I didn't get it. So she referenced Kate Moss when she was at the stairs incident, kind of referencing like similar to what happened to Kate Moss or something.
Yeah.
By implication. And I would love to see what Johnny's team does with that. Use the Force 1977 says, I saw her 2016 depo. Some stuff didn't line up with that at all. The depo mostly was, I don't know. And now she does. I don't buy it. Yep. Grounds for impeachment. Kevin Hunts. Oh, this was $50 for $50 for Nate the lawyer. Double if you can cry on command, but he's not here anymore. But I think I actually read that to him yesterday. Rhiannon Adams says, didn't talk about child abuse on purpose, frames PTSD solely on TV. Yeah, there's, maybe cross-examination. We'll hear about it. Squizomatic says, you all noticed the Uary 2015 calendar in the fridge pic. Can they use that to help her perjure herself about when the pic was taken and its authenticity? They can definitely ask about it. Super Spence Mum says, do they have all the metadata yet? We talked about this earlier. Alyssa Ramirez says, how many DV survivors will go to court for money after divorce? We talked about that too. Julie O says, her voice never cracked. She only looked at the jury like she's giving performance. How is it landing? I'm a DV victim and she's full of shit. Cameron Phillips said, she alleged physical abuse in every incident so far. Razwhirl 13 says, my friend mentioned today that JD and Manson are friends. Amber is good friends with Evan Rachel Woods. Manson is suing ERW for defamation. Both Amber and Evan have defended each other. Well, they have reason to, right? They're both in a similar position. Adrian Sabo says, any thoughts on how this is landing with the jury? Any way to find out? Only way is to be in the courtroom and to see if their faces. And even then, maybe not. Maybe you don't have enough information even then. Lucy says, X should ask, or Cross should ask to see Amber's feet. Are there scars? Even still, I would want to see medical records from that time. Scars can heal in different ways.
Chat, stop asking for feet pics.
Yeah. Faye9 says, I think people get psychosis and psychopathology confused, and there are some very important differences between the two. She strikes me as the latter. Yeah. Interesting. Remy says she is running the winning UK strategy again. Julio says, did you notice the Marilyn Manson was blaring in Australia? They love bringing his name up for no reason. He's the boogeyman. That's why. Christiane Charles says Amber gets raped, walked into broken glass and beaten up, and she takes pictures of the house, no pictures of herself, and takes a plane to LA. She still has her witnesses, but can't believe her.
It's hard.
Yeah. Jashy63 says, also, Manson was with Rose McGowan, #MeToo movement. Interesting. I didn't know that. Mildly Sober says, if Good Logic starts driving off, I'm going to lose it because he was in his car. Like Shy Guy says Camille Vasquez is trending heavy on Twitter, and I posted. Okay, yeah, I got that one yesterday. Dark Lord 0529 says Hogue at 74.8. 200 more, guys. Come on.
I feel really bad now with hearing these because you guys got me to 78 already.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't feel bad. Feel awesome about it. Sadie 1964 says, question, the red on the mirror can't be blood because blood turns brown when dry, correct? Yeah. Marina L says, if there was so much blood from Amber and cut up feet, wouldn't there have been bloody footprints and nurse reports about it, as well as taken to the hospital like JD was? No evidence was presented. Yeah, same thing with the bottle issue. Same thing with that. Sarah said, I mean, because she testified that there was blood. What woman doesn't? Okay, I'm not going to say that because I don't want to be. I don't want to be. I don't want to be. Putting things into a position where actually putting. Because she's.
Rob's getting blue with cardboard writings,
Sarah says she had to get on the stand and say all those things because that's what she's been saying for years. Inconsistent stories, though, and she cares about her credibility. It's insane. Super Spence Mom says, has the metadata all been handed in yet? We don't know. Lori says, I'm just catching up. She squeezed a tear out when she was talking about her backless red carpet dress. Dollar tongue emoji. Rod McCaslin says, coached by Dr. Hughes on how to testify. Probably not. That would be improper.
Yeah.
Penguin the Gamer says, can Shannon Curry be asked to speak on AH's testimony if called to rebuttal, or can she only discuss Hughes' testimony? I feel like no, she can comment on anyone's because she's in the courtroom.
Yep.
Elizabeth Brewer, 75K. We did it for you, Hogue. Christine W says, can Curry call out that Amber copied JD's outfits throughout the trial during the rebuttal? Maybe, but I don't know if that'll land. Whisper says, AH is claiming she was out cold for hours. In Archer, they always poke fun at Hollywood like, that's really bad for you.
Yeah, that's...
It is really bad for you. I don't know if we can use Archer in evidence, but...
but it is. Like...
Yeah, it is, yeah. Raw Zero Sugar. Hogue, you're sweet. Can tell you're shook. Same. Elizabeth Brewer
Y'all
says,
Y'all got to me. All right.
Yeah.
It's still very cool.
Yeah. Elizabeth Brewer says 155K for Legalbytes. Yeah, thank you. Kurum Second says, I am convinced that she thinks she is innocent. May be true. Joe Capobianco says, okay, just got all y'all subscribed, belled. Thanks for making the layperson a little smarter about the law. Fascinating. Good. Awesome. April in Wonderland. Because crazy people are good in bed. Alec Long says, let's be real. There is no way these jurors are abstaining from all sources of information that is out there right now, right? Are there things put in place to prevent them from looking? No, there's nothing.
Honor,
not really.
Duty, civic responsibility.
That's about it. But like no structures in place.
There's no courtroom trunk monkey that'll sit there and like pop up and smack them with something.
Yeah. Andy Dobbs says, congratulations, Hogue, 75.1K. Tori in Retribution says, watch before tears. She squeezed a napkin over eye.
This is unfair. These chats are unfair. You did this yesterday. You guys did that. I got through it.
I got through it. Let's see if we can get some tears from Hogue today. No. My old house says, question, how are they getting these photos into evidence?
I think a lot of them are stipulation.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Bree says, yeah. Bree says, congrats on the growth of all your channels. Thank you for your amazing, genuine, and informative coverage of this trial and being so lovely to your audiences. Yeah, no problem. Happy to be here. Kyle Leroy says, Joe is interviewing the bird Amber's on the house. Crystal says, Dr. Curry mentioned that in her testimony that a person with AH's diagnosis often bite their lips, pick at skin, etc. Akash Modi says, this break from hearing is bad for Amber, I think, because the jury has time to review and maybe find some hole in her story. What's your thoughts on that? Yeah, I think so. I think the more you think about it, the more it doesn't make sense.
Brains, right?
What's that?
The jury can't review anything except in their brains, right? Like,
yeah, but they can think about it a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Chris Chastity Rodriguez says the picture of her face healing has a calendar that says January, February 2015, not December. Emily Schiff Slater says, in all of Amber Heard's accounts of abuse, she describes trying to get away from JD. In almost every audio recording is JD trying to get away from AH. Drippy Thoughtsicles says, Kurt and Alita, female INTP viewer, catching up. Nice. Oliver says, the sound he made on the plane could also be him having nightmares and terrors. Heard weirder things from people sleeping. Carla McDonald says, what happens if a juror's caught checking social media? They would get kicked out. They would be off the jury if they
summary execution.
Firing squad, that's what. Eric Kling says, Amber talked about Johnny leaving for a flight for shooting Pirates 5. Should they check if a contract was signed at that point to strengthen the Pirates 6 claim? I mean, they do have a contract for Pirate 5. Yeah, they did. That's how he got paid for it. Oliver says, what percent of jurors do you think won't look at the news? I don't know. 1337.
I'm cynical, 0.
I think it's above 0. 1337 okay, Kiko says, like a sub, it takes 5 seconds. They sit hours for all of us. Oh, thank you. Raspberry 13 says, in the December 15/16 side-by-side pic you shared earlier of AH, did she say her hair was covering the bruising and swelling? Yeah, but if she's not covering her nose though, or the middle of her face where she says that she has bruising. Rob Burton says, plot twist. This is all just a new form of scripted reality drama from Depp and Heard Productions. Season 2 airs a week Monday. Bring on Vasquez's cross. Eileen says, question, isn't it a big risk that the jury will research the case during such a long break? Thanks, guys. Love listening to your thoughts. Yeah, it is. It could happen. Potato Pirate says, read all the horrible abuse Manson describes inflicting on women and his mom in his book. Oh, I read this one earlier. Janet Tucker 68 says, I am super left, Joe, and I don't believe AH. Miss Jane Bronte says, Johnny's people released a statement on Court TV and Twitter. Yep, saw it. And so did Amber's team. Elizabeth Heichel says, any chances her bruises are from Botox? If you look at her cheek ones, they look like needle marks once they've healed. Maybe. Julie O says, the bee that stung her dog at the trailer park. Oh, yeah, this is referencing something else. Regina says, greetings from the Netherlands. I would love watching you listen to the Australia audio and see you reacting live, and then hearing your thoughts about the impact of this audio if played in court. Okay. Yeah, maybe after the trial, though. I kind of want to keep things to the evidence that we're seeing admitted.
I was gonna say I would absolutely be a part of, I don't know, a post-mortem stuff you didn't see, director's cut, the info they didn't want you to know, kind of stream when all this is done, right? Because I'm getting like 7 million DMs and chats about if you only heard the Australia audio, you'd never think these things, Hogue. Totally fair, but I'm not gonna listen to it. So
not yet, anyway. Not yet, anyway. Yeah, I kind of like not having as many spoilers. Hellsgate says Rob should create a channel called Lawyers Workshop. Mystic Wolf 116 says the photo of the mirror was smeared in the photo Amber's lawyer showed. Vika says Nurse Erin saw none of the injuries reported. Ali Saif says, do you think AH planned all this from the beginning, including the no motivation for money to help her case in court and get no money when she wins? I don't know. I don't think she planned on being sued by Johnny. Shendra's Concept says, have you all seen the tweet of Amber Heard holding her dog out the car window? I mean, she wasn't exactly. I have seen the video. I've seen the video.
It through
it's
the
like,
window.
Yeah,
it's a cute. Yeah. It's a cute picture. It's
kind of cute. It is. White Snake says there's video of her posing for a pic while on the stand. Andrea LEC says petition to remove AH from Aquaman 2 went from 2.5 million to 3.6 million in less than a week. Cheers from Argentina. Julie O says percentage after today's train wreck. I'd say I'm about in the 70s. Carl Nerney says I just saw a clip of Amber snorting something on the effing stand. Jennifer Marks says CNN reported AH testimony a little inauthentic, quote unquote. Somewhat. Yes, Magnificent says, question, if Amber is lying under oath, what consequences could befall her should her allegations be proven incorrect? She loses the case. That's what. Katie Jean says, video of poo hiding a container too. Interesting. Annette Matt says, just woke up in Australia. Did the Hollywood Reporter article about JD's career demise come up? It's very damning. No, it hasn't come up yet. Purple Prose says ACLU made AH an offer to triple her contribution. Interesting. Zoe, yeah.
I don't want to delay us because I know you're on a roll. But Rob, can I get a special contributor chat request here? My wife is asking what it is that you're doing. So Mrs. Hogue would like to know.
The planer I was trying to fix has died. It's now just post-mortem sitting next to me.
I'm very sad.
New planer.
Okay.
So I'm waxing the surface of the planer so the wood slides smoothly across it.
Fantastic, Rob. I'll pretend I understood that, and I'll relay that to Mrs. Hogue.
All right. Zoe's Movie Corner says, IDK, I don't know if y'all talked about this, but did y'all see Amber sniff something from the tissue? Yes, we did. Michael Payton says, please see fridge pic with calendar January 2015 claim December. Magic Sufi says, so was the word for word from the talented Mr. Ripley ever confirmed, or was it a rumor? I don't know. I think it was more of a rumor. It seems. JJV says press is spinning her way. How? Just not right, because it's the press. Mary Belfort says Chew got excited when AH mentioned Kate Moss exes. Yeah. It'll be interesting.
Really did.
Carl Nerney says tagged you on Twitter of Amber snorting something. Could it be to help her cry? Maybe. Erica G says, did you guys see the clip on Twitter that shows she posed for a picture on the stand? Yes. King Sovereign X says, did Amber Heard really pose for a photo on the stand? Yes. Morik Murray says, Ian, I totally caught in a boat there. Hi from On Terrible. Julie O says, onion oil or something like that is mentioned with Alec Baldwin and George Stephanopoulos interview. Actors put on their fingers or something. Indiox says, having been in JD's position, this case is gut-wrenching. What I find scary is, one, how Amber Heard mimics any Amy Dunn and Gone Girl, and two, she used her ex-PA's SA story. Sharon Yavari says, what it really comes down to from Amber's testimony is that I want to believe her, but how can your claimed abuser come out of all these violent episodes more injured than you, the victim? Gracian Charles says, question, agree with you guys, but is it not too early to conclude that JD won public opinion? Her witnesses have yet to take the stand. Fair point. Also, there's a lot of media out there that's still reporting in her favor. Lynn Huliston says, it's a cold sore and a sty. It's so obvious. Lena Nemi Star says, is Elaine allowed to remind AH at parts like that? Why do they keep showing evidence that don't match AH's testimony? They did that several times. Yeah, she's not supposed to really be able to remind her. Don Lionheart says, can we talk for a minute about the D having less time left than the P despite 1.5 days presenting the case? I was as surprised as Hogue. Other thoughts?
I thought it was interesting. I would have expected to be slightly slanted towards the plaintiff. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah. MI 16121 says the jury does not have access to the evidence that we do due to technicalities of law. I would say not technicalities. I would say requirements of law.
Yeah, maybe I'll make a video about why I don't like the phrase technicalities. Friday night, folks.
I go on rants about that on occasion.
Yeah, and they said, and then they went on. We see the contradictions that they can't. In the court of public opinion, she has demonstrated herself to be a narcissist, liar, and monster. Lynn Huliston says, calendar behind her clearly says January 2015. The victorious one says Amber Heard is a mutant, freaking Wolverine. Katrina Raven says a testimony clip was taken today where it is obvious AH posed for a photo. Can lawyers present this as new evidence that her testimony is fabricated? No. Mark says, will the text she sent along with Bruce pics come in on redirect as 801 prior consistent statements if JD's team goes hard on hoax theory?
God, I thought you said Hogue's theory. I was like, what theory did I?
It took me a second to parse that out too.
Yeah, will the text she sent along with the bruise pics come in on redirect as 801 prior consistent statements? I don't know. I don't have enough.
Don't ask us for evidentiary rulings.
Yeah. Oliver says knew nothing of what happened before. Nope, Amber. Elena Alejandro says, with some of the headlines I've seen and the photos they showed, among other things, it feels like more than anything she wants to humiliate him. That does feel that way. Janine Bryce says, have loved all the movie references today. Have you seen there's apparently a Twitter thread showing AH has stolen her stories from the movies and books, etc., i.e. her opening being similar to the plot of The Talented Mr. Ripley, LOL. Starshimmer Moonlight says, question, do you think the jury can see her using movie references as a way to help cope and prove their lies to them as she is an actress, and that may be a way to cope for somebody like that? Could be a coping mechanism. Could be just the way that she talks. Louis says, hi from Kuwait. Yesterday and today, I log off as soon as she comes in and come back later to check when you guys are on discussing the testimony, as I couldn't look at her face and hear her voice. Understandable. Arvin says, do we know the racial demographic of the jury, the degree of embellishment and outrage that has a very Amy Cooper Central Park energy that non-white folks might pick up much more on? I don't think there's a race thing there. I don't think there's a racial thing there for picking up on embellishments and stuff. I feel like that's something that can cross races. Ann Maher says, can they motion to strike the entire testimony of Hughes on the basis of hearsay? Also, do you think the judge falls short on the rules of evidence? I think I disagree with her sometimes, but I think overall she's pretty good. Can they motion to strike the entire testimony of Hughes on the basis? No, it's too late for that. You have to do it. You have to make your objection timely. And in order to strike the whole thing, it has to be like a Gina Deuters kind of moment where like she made some serious mistake and there's no way that you can trust in anything that she said. And you have to catch it in the moment. Phil Jones says, sorry if asked, power went out. Wife is worried that she ended the break week on direct and it will help her if that was planned. I think it backfired. What do you think? I think there's plenty of space for Johnny to win with Amber's performance so far, including with the break. Chelsea Flowers says, the one recording itself completely contradicts everything she said in the whole dynamic, including Australia, which she says was the last time they were allowed to fight without him running away. Yeah, I agree. Kathleen R. says, question, do you think the Jennifer Hewitt testimony in rebuttal will seal the deal for JD's case? Maybe. I think Amber's cross-examination is what's maybe going to seal the case. Maudra Geen Mulholland says, compound, what if any reason was there to show the pictures of grounds on the Australia case? Enough time to discredit Amber Heard's claims? What if any reason was there to show the pictures on the grounds? I don't know, actually. I really don't know. I mean, well, I guess it was to show how remote things were, how like she felt like she was off, not around people. She couldn't get help. She was kidnapped basically against
But
her
they didn't
will.
wind up establishing that. Although I will say kangaroo photos always relevant.
Especially when you're trying to establish a kangaroo court. Cracklin says, could a psychiatrist diagnose Amber in court as a sociopath based on her actions? Would you encourage it? Diagnose
You
Amber
don't want
in
to
court as-
diagnose anyone in court, but
Yeah, no, that's going to look bad. McKenna G says, do we know if Whitney will testify even though she didn't give a full deposition? Also, thanks for getting me through 2L finals week. Hey, congratulations and good luck on your summer internships. We don't know. Dr. Kartoffelsalat. Question, can we quickly talk about the fact of defense already used more time? They did use quite a bit. Miss Arugula Ragu says she didn't just ref movie. She used words as hers. Yeah, more than just references. Misty says, what would each of you ask Amber on cross? I would talk a lot about those recordings. TH says, Amber Heard's testimony seemed to prove to me Curry diagnosis. If jury believes Curry and AH is exaggerating, is BPD a mitigating factor in considering malice? I don't think it's a mitigating factor at all.
I don't think it's relevant in that sense.
Yeah. Chelsea L says, are the jurors instructed to keep a poker face? If I was a juror, my face would be full of disbelief and disgust during her testimony. They are instructed to keep a poker face. Rob Burton says, can I just say, what a lovely bunch of people you've brought together, Alita. Those present, Nate, Andrea, Colonel Kurtz et al. Great legal family. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's wonderful that people have agreed to come on and continue to come on. It's been really great. Karen W says, question, but why does it matter now if she wrote the title or not? Wasn't it because it accused SA? She accused him of SA on the stand. I'm sure I'm missing something. Oh, yeah, we talked about this between the title and all that stuff. Tishan Topsy says, last night, didn't Dr. Kirk say stab victims think they've been punched? AH was saying today she didn't know she was penetrated by a bottle but felt pressure against her pubic bone. I think AH was watching Legalbytes last night. I don't remember him saying stab victims think they've been punched. Maybe though. Do you guys remember that? Because you were there.
I don't. I'm sorry.
Sina says, I like the part she mentioned buying a book to fix her marriage after the incident, because there is a book out there on how to fix your marriage after your husband raped you with a bottle. Oh yeah, I read this earlier.
Kristen definitely read that one.
Yes. Kristen says, can you all explain more about the metadata for the vid and photos and sanctions? What was the ruling and what are the consequences? We don't know what the ruling is, but we did discuss the metadata earlier. Oliver says, wondering if the jury feels actually insulted. Don't know.
We don't know.
Walter
I would
Jarrett
love
says,
to be sitting there just to see their faces right now.
Yeah. Walter Jarrett says, great job, guys. It's been very entertaining listening to you while working. By the way, is it acceptable for Age to pose for photos while she is testifying? I don't know about acceptable. If the jury sees it, it looks weird. But I mean, I guess if you're in Hollywood, you got to get your shot, right?
I don't think the jury saw that.
I don't think so. It was so short.
Yeah.
Appy says, couldn't imagine being in that jury. Talk about heart on my sleeve. I'm a heart on my face person. Ellie Bletta says, what, if any, witnesses will testify on behalf of AH? We don't know for sure. We do have her witness list, but we don't know exactly who she's going to call from the witness list.
I think I'm on that list. It's so long.
True 3 Affinity says, Rick, please check Twitter and DMs. You all need to. Johnny V says she is banking on the fact that no one should ever question her word because who would lie about this? She would. T in Tennessee says, is there enough time for defense to get going or to get to those witnesses at the pace they are going? We'll find out. Don Lionheart says, is Rob going in next trial day or day after for cross? Yep. Sounds like it. He's nodding. Deborah Breeden says, video clips from today clearly shows her trying to use the tissue to conceal her inserting something in her nose. Maybe, or maybe she's just got a booger that she's trying to get out of the inside of her nostril. That could also be. Annette Bruin says,
team booger or team cocaine?
Team booger, team snow.
Annette Bruin says, wishing for a graph timeline for all AH and JD events. You and me both, man.
That's
Amir
gotta be coming in closing. Gotta be big time.
I hope so.
Yeah.
God, I hope so. Amir says, I can't help but seeing Amber constantly and possibly subconsciously shaking her head no as she is telling these accounts. Do you guys see this too?
No.
16121 says if she is banking on people not believing that somebody would lie about this. People are comfortable with the idealism that she does not exist. Matt Such says Amber
these are directed at me. I feel these are directed at me.
Maybe. Matt Such says Amber called the campfire girl Kelly Sue. Yep. I forgot about that. Christine W says Tasya was previously listed as a live ex-witness for Amber, so if she does get called, can JD's team bring up the DV arrest during cross? Maybe, possibly. Oliver says jury had the chance to experience real witnesses. Big contrast to her. It's like night and day. Too many things just feel wrong. Real life versus movie. Mm-hmm. Ricky Mishia says, I'm rewatching the beginning of the stream and her eyes are searching like she's trying to find what words to say and like it's a memory. Ricky Mishia says, but it's not a memory because she is not tracking like a thought. Her eyes are literally darting back and forth like a lie. Courtney says, OMG, did you see the vid of Age posing for camera on the stand? Tuesday Mori says, you're tagged on Twitter. Amber talking about Kate Moss. Ben Chu turns around and fist pumps. What do you think happened? I think he got excited. They may have opened the door to bring in Kate Moss as a rebuttal witness. That would be fire. That would be great. Julia H says, Ben Chu gave a fist bump to his team when, oh, okay, what does that mean? What I just said. Tiffany Byer says, Alita, thank you so much for this amazing channel and exposing us to these great panelists. Hogue, congratulations on your 75K. Fran S says there's TikTok video of fans handing him gifts in the SUV outside court. Could this come up as an issue? No, I don't think so. I mean, unless there's something like, not even like if they handed him drugs. I don't know. Like,
well,
what could they do?
Issue? Could there be an issue? Yes, there could be a separate criminal action of some kind.
Not like information wise, like about him, like getting information about the case, right?
I just have an image of Johnny Depp sitting in his hotel with his own DMs being like, oh yeah, that's a good video.
Fran S. Got that one. George Pennick says, I'd pay a lot of money to watch JD comment on this testimony when this is all said and done. Also, Elaine will never what again in any conversation. What, if any, rolls off her tongue so fast now? Maybe she does it all the time.
JD, open invite. I will have a stream. Come on, we'll do that.
Yes, Johnny.
What
Depp,
if any?
You want to be on anybody's stream? Sure. I think that's unlikely, but sure.
I mean, hey.
I would love to have him on. Open invitation to Johnny Depp to talk to me on this live stream afterwards. It would explode. I would get 10 million subscribers.
Chat. This just goes to show you. Shoot your shot.
Yeah.
Right? Reach out. What's the worst that can happen?
Yeah. Yeah, shoot your shot. Why not?
As a criminal defense lawyer, I could tell you lots of worse that could happen.
Amy Horrell says Amber in UK trial said someone had told her recently about JD pushing Kate Moss downstairs when they were together. So is Chu excited because he can now bring up Amber's DV? By the way, Kate Moss never claimed that. Not so much about Amber's DV, but she's brought up by implication a situation where Johnny has actually been violent with a former partner. So I think that the remedy there is to actually bring in that former partner to testify to the exact opposite. She's a dumb for doing that, in my opinion.
Oh, I'm sure that she was told, do not touch this. And the problem is that when you tell a certain kind of witness, like, don't touch this,
I want to touch it.
It just gravitates in their head, and
touch it.
They're going to reach out and touch the hot thing.
Ooh, I'm going to touch the butt.
Yeah, she just put her hand on the stove. That's what that is.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm referencing Finding Nemo in case anybody is weirded out by that. Clara Isasi says, can JD's team bring on Cross the Milani launch date? Also, I read some lines that Amber Heard has said on her testimony are from other movies. Can they ask this on Cross? Love in Mexico? They can, but I don't think it's a great idea. There's better questions to ask, in my opinion. But the Milani launch date, I think that they possibly could. They could at least explore what kind of makeup she was using and then see if they can dig into that. Princess
Unless
Patrick
she testifies that she used the Milani, it's a dead issue. Like,
well, they can explore as to like what kind of makeup she was using.
But you're absolutely right, Alita. I think they're going to have so many bigger fish on their wide open fire fish fry at this point in time.
Yeah,
I don't know whether they'll wind up using it because I just think There's so much to choose from. I think Camille,
You're right, Rob.
her biggest issue is, what do I pick? What do I pick first? What, you know,
Yeah. Yep. Princess Patrick says she used and abused him. BRT out the worst in him. Oh, brought out the worst in him. Yeah. 5 bags of popcorn. I want popcorn now. Says, hello, my lovely unstoppable attorney-ator. What's that?
We're in a great place. I have to say, I absolutely love you saying a completely innocent Disney movie line and then being like, shit, it's the internet.
That's how we roll.
I mean, that's the internet, man.
No,
we've been living here long enough to know, right?
Yep. No, you're like,
Just Jace has been watching you since the start of the trial. Love. And then there's a video game emoji, so probably Rick. Question: would Nate win the $50 bet for the tears? Saw New York Post photoshopped picture of her crying. No,
we
but
might have another 4 weeks of stream as we adjudicate whether Nate or Andrea won the tears bet. We'll have evidence. We'll have hearsay objections. People will say what, if any.
So many leading questions.
And then
we'll get into the muffin gate of it all.
Yeah, and
there will be many mega pints.
Ultimately, no matter what is decided, we will make sure Nate does not actually get the money.
Matt R says Legalbytes said 7 minutes, 17 minutes later, LOL, can't stop.
We do that.
Yeah. Just Jay says, now I know we're getting close to the end.
I know right where we are, actually.
Yeah. Want to add that everyone on the panel is 10 out of 10. Chelsea D says, what were the funny bits today so I can rewatch? There were a few. Yeah, all of them. Basically all of it.
Beginning to end.
It's her spewing something that isn't fact.
It was her day.
And we'll move. And we'll host on Law and Lumber. Hey, there you go. We'll host on Law and Lumber. Perfect. Tiffany Byers says, it seems she keeps saying that she's jealous and paranoid. he's jealous and paranoid. Crow T Robot says, I know she can't, but I wish Vanessa Paradis would take the stand. Maybe she'll reference Vanessa Paradis too. And then she'll be able to come in. Ash Lockhart says, regardless of whose story is real, the damage is done to the public. Many people will feel like there is too much risk with trying to find love. I hope not. I really hope not. You guys, it's possible to find a loving and healthy relationship that has its conflicts, but with proper conflict resolution methods. So I really, really, really hope that doesn't end up the case for most people or for any people, really.
Use caution before entering into relationships with Hollywood stars/starlets.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with having a proper vetting process before you really jump into it with anyone, regardless. Ash Lockhart says, oh, I already said that one. Lufier says, why didn't the lawyers on JD's team catch witnesses to say I plead the fifth if the AH lawyers keep interrupting their answers? So pleading the fifth refers to not incriminating yourself. So that's if there's any risk that what they're going to get into on the stand could possibly have some criminal consequences for them, then that is where that's a proper thing to say. But that doesn't seem to be the case for any of the witnesses here, including Amber and Johnny as well.
And the crim is real important there. The crim is needed. This is a sieve.
Yes.
I mean, potentially there could be criminal implications if there was stuff that happened in the U.S. and that,
Yeah, but we're in statute of limitations territory though with all of this stuff. I mean, the latest that anything happened was 2016.
Yeah, and it's self, it's not others, and it has to be criminal and not just liability.
Yeah. Penny Walter says no one has accused JD of violence for all his other relationships, and he just suddenly becomes this horrible person. Doesn't ring true.
I think that's what's so big about. I didn't understand why they were hitting that so hard, because that's fine, but it's like propensity or anti-propensity. It's because they knew what was going to be presented against them was Monster King, which is really hard to go together with. Never had any complaints ever. So
yeah, it's such a weird.
Yep. CB says, I showed the alleged broken nose photo to my eye surgeon friend who knows nothing about this trial. He said, that's from tear through filler. Who is that? Is there a plastic surgeon on the rebuttal list? I don't know if there is, but that would be interesting. Monica says, regarding the question about whether a guy dressing as a pirate and visiting children's hospitals can also be a monster, yes. See Jimmy Savile. He had a children's show on the BBC and was a pedophile. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's a good point. RY9, thank you for your super chat. Tatiana Zelenina says, if she was watching you now, can she change her behavior? I wish she get caught and at least fined for perjury. Evie doesn't look ethical. Yeah, you don't want to change any behavior because if you're Amber Heard, because then you get caught up in inconsistencies, and that's where you get into impeachment territory. Tiffany Byers says, Fairfax County has many millionaires. Ryan says, greetings from Melbourne, Australia. Just wanted to say, great work, team. This has been really informative for us with next to no knowledge. Hey, you're welcome. Happy to help. Rajinka, and also thanks for watching. Rajinka says, greetings from Holland. Good job, guys. Could you listen to the Australia tape live and elaborate on the impact it would have if played for the jury? We'll do that after trial, I think. Cajun Horror Talk says, did you guys see that the New York Post photoshopped tears in Amber Heard's face from yesterday's testimony?
That's what people have told me.
Yes, we've heard about this. Kizzy 180 says, I had to take a break from her. It's just too much. Totally understand.
Take a break.
Pen and Chisel says, I love that 8-minute warning became 30 minutes. Hashtag LawTube time. Thanks,
Inception. Rob's talking to us under a different pseudonym from the past.
Courtney says, OMG, did you see AH posing for PR picture on stand? Yep. Eleanor Aquitaine says, guys, do you think the men on the jury are buying what she's selling? They believe her fake tears?
I hope nobody's buying what she's selling.
I don't know that anybody's buying what she's selling. No.
Leaf says, Johnny wears a ton of rings all the time. If he hit Amber the way she's testifying, her face would be hamburger. She photographs cocaine, but not every time she breaks her nose. Her pics are pathetic and fake. She is pure evil. Pen and Chisel says, just a few more. Seriously, love these folks. Pen and Chisel says, donation to Elitist Sleep Fund. Haley Martin says, did you catch it where she said that she screamed until she couldn't hear herself and then followed it with she couldn't breathe or scream even? Yeah, weird stuff. Pen and Chisel says, just marrying uncivil. Evie Warner says, when will they talk more about concealing with makeup? I think that's going to come soon. Katharina Gertica says, while it's sad to see Hogue slowly lose faith in humanity as this trial goes on, I'd love to see his reaction to the Australia tape if and when he listens to it. I don't think that's the case. I don't think it's lost his faith. Actually, you know what? No, let me say this. Let me say this. You know what? When we've had a lot of these discussions about all kinds of stuff, I feel like Rick is always the most white pill out of all of us. Typically that's the case. Like when we were talking about the metaverse video and we reacted to it, the rest of us were like, that's it. The robots are taking over. We're done. We're gone. Facebook's going to own all of our privacy. They want all of our confidential information, and that's it. And they're terrible. This is the end. And Rick was like, I think it's actually not going to be that bad.
I am an inherently optimistic person. I don't know if that comes out while covering this particular trial. And I will admit, this stuff makes me unhappy sometimes. I have finished a stream, walked up to my wife and said, how about a hug?
Yeah.
I mean,
Same.
it makes you feel that way a little bit some of these days. But no, my faith in humanity remains. I love humanity. I love redemption and grace. We've talked about that on the channel. Don't worry about me. I have not lost my optimism.
Yeah. Hot Tub Balloon says, question, doctor gifting sexy nightgown, ask on cross. Oh yeah. That's weird. Although actually that point actually probably isn't so relevant to Johnny's case. It's just a weird thing. Actually, I wouldn't even ask it. It probably stuck out to the jury too.
There's so much other stuff to go after.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to make a pitch of she's stooping the doctor. And I don't think that's going to sell. So
yeah. Because we didn't get anything like that we didn't get a vibe like that from Dr. Kipper.
Yeah.
Bethany Red said, I need to go eat, but I don't want to miss anything here. Oh no, go eat. Alicia Peterson says, please compare Rihanna to AH. Yeah, we did. That's different. A wholly different case. Tolly Mang says, Ben was happy A mentioned Kate Moss backdoor opened. I think so. Personally. Sophie Jane Waltzing Matilda says, Holmes equals double of my Norman. It's his birthday. Yeah, I remember seeing this. Happy birthday again to little Norman. I hope you have many, Wonderful treats. Oh, I can't scroll up anymore. I'm getting to the top. Okay. Theophrastus 3.0 says, since 9/11, the idea that you can assault someone on a private or chartered jet and the crew does nothing is simply not true.
Yeah.
That also makes sense. That also makes a lot of sense. Pen and Chisel says, but seriously, Alita, get some sleep. Kurt's about to go fiery and I'm all about it. Fiery, but mostly peaceful lawsuit. Keep this train rolling. Diane Tincher says, I have a tuxedo cat. Penny Walters, thank you for a super chat. And then Kelly McKinnon says, did anyone else hear the "here we go again" whisper at one point when they were going to reconvene for her testimony after a break?
Like, here we go again. No. Okay. All right.
No, I didn't.
You got to sing the Canadian national anthem now in French.
I can't say I know it.
I for the longest time as a Michigander here, right? We had a lot of Canadian stuff, watched a lot of Canadian TV. I thought you were saying, I stand on God for thee. And I was always wondering why you were so an irreligious people. It's God's honest truth. I was younger. And I also learned that my quarter had a caribou on it because I watched Canadian Sesame Street.
Ah, there you go.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Did you get to the end, Alita?
I did get to the end. Yeah. So I've now turned on super chats.
Oh, see, I can always
why?
You can always tell. You can always tell when Alita is really close to the end of one of these long ones because she gets super excited in the last 10 chats. If you could go roll the tape back, she starts to get really pumped about the fact that the thing's not scrolling or whatever's happening. Behind the scenes. So yeah, enjoy that, folks. You can go watch that on the tape. I'm like, we're right at the thing because Alita's losing her mind.
Yep. That's usually the case here. So anyhow. Well, yeah, we made it. Although I'm certain that there were a good number of chats that have been lost to the ether because of whatever happened on StreamYard, and I'm still pissed about that. I'll try to figure out some way to capture them. Maybe, hopefully.
Throw a community post up. You got 163,000 people. Say, hey, anybody know any way to get this stuff back?
Yeah, I mean, well, some people already sent some links to some things, so I'll check those out at least. Okay. Sulanthus and Jiwa, thank you. Says 3 days of punching walls, but no marks on JD's hand in Australia. Hospital pictures. Anyways, it is really good that this trial is televised. I'm not sure how much media will show. Very true. Very true. And thanks for the super sticker.
Oh, I gotta put up this article.
Oh yeah. Brick Cormier says, finally I get to super chat. I'll be infringing on my free speech by not allowing me to spend money. Thank you, SCOTUS. Just like a woman to try to keep a man down. JK, I'm not a good
virtual
man.
Legality triggering with that chat. Yeah. So I wanted to talk to you about this because this was actually, you never know when these things are going to go up when you give interviews, right? So this was one of the articles that I was talking about. This is Kotaku. This is a Gawker site, but it's for video games. And so Twitch is a video game streaming site. And you can see the direction they want to go with this. I actually think this is a pretty good article, but that they're talking about essentially the irresponsibility of Twitch streamers. You can see the picture they start to use. It's Pokemon, and it looks like they've got counters here, smirks and laughs and things like that. And I just wanted to point out that we did get the quotes we wanted in here, so you guys can check out this article. Maybe I can give Alita a link.
Quote. I'm in there. Let me see here.
Yeah.
Okay, so, Richard Hogue, a lawyer who specializes in digital and video game law, is the main creator of the Virtual Legality YouTube channel, explained to Kotaku over email part of the reason why folks are enamored with the Depp V Heard trial. Almost everyone knows Johnny Depp either from his more avant-garde work or from his late career Disney Renaissance. Hogue said, who's been streaming the trial himself with fellow YouTubers like California-based attorney Alita Majeka of Legalbytes as part of a collective colloquy known as LawTube. From there, the actual details involved. Wait, where am I? I'm also capturing this at the same time. Give me a second here. Okay, from there, the actual details involved are themselves more salacious than normal, even for a case of this type, with cocaine, MDMA, alcohol, several fingers, bloody writing on the walls, hours upon hours of intimate audio clips, and 2 mutually exclusive descriptions of the world, all fighting for attention. Outside of the O.J. Simpson trial, we may never have seen a case with such a potent combination of celebrity and salaciousness. Yeah.
And then we got what I wanted up here, which is that what they want to talk about is the spread of misinformation, right? And we did get, you don't have to read this all because you guys can check out the article. This is not just to give you my quotes from interviews.
He quotes you by name, Legalbytes. It's nice.
Yeah,
I love it.
We got Legalbytes, we got LawTube, we got you directly in there, Alita, and we got Virtual Legality because I'm giving the interview. We'll try to get more in there. I was already while I was writing this, I'm like, this sounds like an advertisement. So you're doing good work. We've already talked about the good work that LawTube's doing in general. But I think this was a good interview. I think this was good coverage of this in this, and actually serves, I think, as a pretty nice antidote. Might be a little bit strong, but suggesting that there's good coverage of these things that can go on out there. And of course, coming from us, Kotaku, big circulation, 2 million uniques a month. So I think that's good stuff. So I want to tell people about it because I did give a couple of these today. I think more of these are going to go out as people start talking about LawTube more from a critical and cultural direction.
Interesting. Nice. Yeah. So do you have a link to that? Can you pop it in the chat?
I'll shoot it to you right now.
I'll link it I'll pin it in the.
I'm doing hype man stuff all over the internet.
Oh yeah,
all over the interwebs.
You are the best hype man ever, man.
Seriously.
So we'll get if I can work it into other interviews, I'll try to rotate through names of other channels that are on here. I have a strange amount of journalist friends.
I at this point I should probably bid you guys a good night. I got to go grab dinner, but
returns to the Bailey.
Exactly.
Sounds good.
Yeah, wonderful hanging out, and didn't quite make 65K, but next time.
All right.
Where are you at? Where are you at?
This shall not stand.
About 12 or was it 160 away?
160 away.
I feel like we could get there.
160. I'm about ready to start 160 sock accounts. And you
see, that might be bad because then YouTube might be like,
YouTube would get angry at me though. So don't make YouTube angry at me. So help me out. Too. Thank you for being here, Ian. I love you. You're going to be on the channel. We're going to talk old Infocom games. We're just going to call it Text Adventure, and we're just going to. That's all we're going to do.
Have you played Spider and Web? It's a new text adventure.
I don't know that one. See, all right, we're going to have to talk about this. DM
all right, talk to you about that later.
These things. Go get some rest.
Cheers. Night.
Yep. See you, Ian. Awesome. All right. Well, now we've got a bunch of new super chats to go through. So.
Yeah, we set up some time
52
there.
of them, it looks like.
We talked about an article for like 3.5 minutes. I don't know, something like that. 53 super chats. You guys
amazing. You guys are so kind and so generous.
I'm gonna be getting off here, I don't know, in the next half hour.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. I completely understand. And yeah, this has already been a long live stream, especially for one that's not a trial day. So let's see if we can get through these.
What's happening in the corner? All right. Okay. Rob succeeded in, it looks like, flattening wood. So cheers.
Awesome. Cabula says, question on Cross. Would it have made sense to ask Amber's expert witness why Depp has not been arrested for abusing Amber?
No.
Yeah.
He's not in a position to answer that.
No.
Real Big Coffee Cup says, why is JD's team letting AH testify in narrative? Well, because it's her direct examination, and the same thing happened with Johnny Depp's team. It would have been a weird objection to not let her do that after they let him.
Yeah, I know. She was picking her spot so cautiously. That's what made it so.
They love the narrative over there. I'll tell you what, man.
Yeah, the fact that she was getting sustained objections while you have broad authority. You saw what Johnny Depp did. Was very impressive.
Yeah. Yes. Agreed. TV for Defunct says, challenge win Amber's case with current evidence. No, I don't know if I can take that one.
This is what you got.
Forever Cuber says,
I'll give it a try because I'm always glutton for punishment.
Forever Cuber says, super chat's back up again. Need to get mine in so that I can see you read it in the same day. Keep up the great work. You made it. Made it, Forever Cuber. You and a whole slew of people all at once. Regulator 30 says, AH said she was the one who wanted the pre/post-up because she didn't want to look bad, all about appearances and not facts. It also doesn't make sense. I talked about this in the recap that I was like, this does not make logical sense. He's the one who would have every motive to get a prenup, not her, because she's the one that has no money. He's the one that has all the money. So having a prenup really kind of more protects him rather than her. Although, benefits of having a prenup can go both ways in various ways. You know, it opens you up to conversations about how you want to organize finances and kids and all this kind of stuff. So I don't know, but it didn't make sense to me.
I found it hard to believe, but then I'm like reflecting on it. It's like, did Johnny ever say anything about the direction the lack of prenup went? I just assumed maybe.
Yeah. The chicken coop says, so did the nurse dig the glass out of her foot, or there's nothing about what happened to the glass in her feet? Paulina says, hi team, I love this live and I'm kind of sad there won't be trial next week. Don't want to be annoying, but Rob, are you single? I like what you're doing. Great panel and can't wait for the cross.
Oh no, Alita's going to go off on matchmaker.
He is single.
He said he can't hear.
Good. Yeah.
Don't worry, Rob, you're still going to have to answer the question at some point because someone's going to keep asking you in super chats. LM says, AH can't talk to her lawyer about her testimony, but she can hire another lawyer to analyze her current performance to get coaching to improve. No, that would be improper. Richard Freeman says, LawTube Among Us. It would be wild. We've talked about this before.
I'd love to do some kind of social game online. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah. A social deduction kind of thing. Aubrey and Sabo says, thank you so much. I love watching all of you. I just got into law school and I can't wait to become a lawyer. Thanks to you guys in EDB. Awesome. Congratulations. I would love to hear where you're planning on going. And yeah, but otherwise, besides that, just congrats. Best of luck. Ezekiel Crow says, please explain objection on form, i.e. the phone records. I can't remember what that exact question was, where she objected as to form. I mean, a lot of times that objection is going to be like, it's kind of a place filler where you're like, object to form, hearsay foundation.
Yeah, I think she says foundation right after it.
Yeah,
it's form, then foundation, and I think it goes to a sidebar.
I think it's when you object to form, it's usually just the way in which you've asked a question. There's something about it that was either vague or ambiguous, or there foundation wise, like the fact that like, how do we know that this person even knows what you're asking them about? You know, like I had an example at the beginning of the stream a long time ago that was like, you know, asking what did Johnny have for breakfast? Well, first you have to ask questions, placing you in the kitchen and placing him in the kitchen, and then having him eating. So it's like you have to ask a series of questions in order to put that together. Romy says, Runkle is pretty chill. That is all. Thanks. Hey, thank you. Dylan Lee says, did you hear when she said, I walked out of the room, he slapped me across the face. I turned and looked at him and said, why did you hit me? A lot of people have found this kind of stuff. Like him being on her back and she sees his face. There's a lot of weirdness there. Chelsea Flower says, will JD's team bring up other parts of audio with lies? I would anticipate to be ready for that. 1920 Farmhouse says, did you hear them say AH is level 3 sommelier? I think a strategic move to justify excessive wine purchases. Yeah, it could be.
She is not a level 3 sommelier. There's no way.
Yeah. FPVX is Kotaku. Oh, wait. I think I may have mistakenly started this one. Well, we'll read it anyway. As any news site, example, New York Post, who fakes pictures for their narrative. Yeah. Well, you know, everybody has a business to run, right? So
like I said at the top of this stream way back in 2013, what I'm getting from the inquiries that I've gotten today and yesterday is a certain amount of cultural article that they want to write that I try to steer them into the fairness position, but that at least some people are interested in, from a media perspective, tearing down some of this stuff. Mm-hmm. I actually think the Kotaku article came out pretty well. But like that's the thrust is, hey, to some extent, Alita is so popular and it's because of you guys, so generous, and everybody that's sharing this channel around and liking and subscribing like they're going to do right now, that they represent a threat to the old way of doing things. I mean, that's just the honest truth. You don't have to feel one way or another about that. So what I'm telling folks is I can see the wind on some of this because I do have these friends that know me as a source. Mm-hmm. So expect more of this, and maybe a lot more during the break week. LawTube is a known thing. Alita is a known thing. Hopefully it's positive. Some of it's going to be negative. And, check it out. Maybe we'll talk about it in Virtual Legality.
Hey, sounds good. Linked in the description below. Sleeves End says, why was the doctor not allowed to say the name is Amber and Johnny, but when asked, she was allowed to say that the reason she used her so much was because she was referencing Amber and Johnny. I don't remember when the doctor was not allowed to say the name is Amber and Johnny. Oh, because
she was giving, it was like her background. It was like her general stuff. And then the objection was like, you can't just throw in associations with your general, like, this is how psychology works testimony.
Yeah.
I think it was overruled though.
Yeah. It was an interesting twist there. Alyssa Ramirez says, question, is the judge just waiting to get the tweet into evidence so that she can make a ruling and stop this circus? No.
Oh, well, I don't know. It's a circus, but yeah, I mean, she'll rule on it when she sees the tweet.
The judge is going to rule on it when she feels like there's enough information for her to be able to rule on it. Because keep in mind, I mean, a ruling like that is going to be potentially appealable. Judges don't like to be appealed, or at least overturned on appeal.
I'd expect her to say that the motion to strike is denied when she gets that as part of the house cleaning. And I'd expect them to bring another post-argument motion to say that links aren't republishing for purposes of defamation.
Yeah, retweets aren't republishing. There's case law on point.
I would expect them to bring that.
Yeah. Jason Henshaw says, Alita, are you taking AH's Provigil? How are you still awake? LOL. I'm not on my local time zone anymore.
So much caffeine.
I am just not, and actually not that much. I had 1 cup of coffee at the beginning of this live stream.
I wasn't answering for you.
Oh,
sorry.
yeah. No, it's I've just managed to train myself into a radically different time zone. And actually it helped that I started the trial in California. So I just basically kept in the same physical thing.
You just never transitioned back to where you are.
Never transitioned. Yep. And actually, come to think of it, by the time this trial ends, I'll have maybe like a week before I go back. So craziness.
It's all working out. Just never go. You'll just be back. You just never left California.
Never left. The Art of Zem says, please get Dr. Kurt Honda from Psychology in Seattle on the show more. He is the person I found to talk about the psychology of this trial. He comes at it from a very compassionate perspective. I agree. He came from a very reasonable and empathetic perspective, and I think that he would be wonderful to have on the show. I would love to have a show just on the psychology involved here, the various, like the ADHD, the personality disorders, PTSD, all of this stuff. So in which case I will probably post if I can get them lined up, I'll probably post a request on the community post and maybe Twitter and elsewhere, asking for people's questions ahead of time if they have them. Shiv Roy says, sorry for the late question. No worries. Do you think Amber can keep her cool for 10 days? And do Amber's lawyers need to believe her? They don't need to believe her. They just need to believe that they can adequately represent her case properly. Do you think Amber can keep her cool for 10 days? Whew, I don't know. But she also is probably not going to be in the public eye. So there's a lot that she can do privately to keep herself calm. Martin K says, whatever. Even based on what we've heard in this case, drugs and alcohol, who knows? Martin K says, Dr. Kirk Honda posted part 1 of his review of Dr. Hughes today in the Depp Heard trial. Keep in mind, he hasn't viewed the entire trial to date. True. And that's what he told us when he was on here as well. NGV says, I find reading people difficult, but watching Amber Heard's testimony with no sound was mind-blowing. Oh, that's an interesting twist. Elysian OH says, aloha from Oahu. Aloha. I catch your streams, a great listen as I work through my own contracts. Oh, awesome. Thanks for joining. Cherokee Girl says, in case the last one got lost, want to make sure I pay my girl, Indy. Indy very much appreciates it. Thank you, Cherokee Girl. She loves all the super chats that you send her regularly. Bloody Blah says, stream idea. I analyze how opening statements have fared so far versus the case in chief. That could actually be a very interesting one to do. Funky Monkey says, can judge do anything if Amber Heard has found to be doing drugs on the stand?
Yeah.
Maybe, but like, I don't know. Yeah, maybe, but I just don't see that coming up, honestly, based on what we've seen so far. Priscilla Panquit says, as Amber Heard has brought up Jerry Judge as a witness to her injuries, does that open the door for the Australian audio? No, because everybody's referenced Jerry Judge at some point.
The stipulation seems to be just to get around any kind of illegality.
Yeah.
Of the tapes. So I mean, like, that's what you're running up against.
But the stipulation is between Johnny and Amber, so you're getting their consent for it. The issue is whether or not you can somehow get the consent of any other third parties involved. So
we waive any illegality, but we can't waive for other people.
Yeah, exactly. So that's really the big question for Jerry Judge audio. Hopper says, clarification, is Rob going for cross or before?
Oh, Rob, are you still going?
That's the hope. They put up signs. They put up signs the other day that basically said, you can't start a line until after 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I'm like looking at I'm looking at like line waiting services.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah.
Yes.
I've used
That's what the news agencies
before.
are doing.
Yeah.
What you pay somebody like an Uber to sit in line?
Yeah, I've done it before.
That's what the like Fox News and other people are doing. Is they're paying people to stand in line, and then they walk in at like 7 a.m. or like, hey, okay, cool.
Yeah.
In DC, it is a business. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Because in Congress they have to do that too. But like, so apparently on Thursday, if you did not get there, I think the time was 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning. That was the last that got into the courtroom.
Nice.
That is the craziest thing.
Wow. More to live for says, is it just me, or did any of you feel like Amber Heard only frames herself as either the hero or the victim, never the perpetrator? Well, I mean, she has every interest in doing that. But it is interesting that she doesn't ever portray herself in a way that shows any kind of like humility or error, other than like, I understand, like, he wouldn't want me to judge him for his drinking or whatever. Like, she says things like that, but it doesn't stick, in my opinion.
And she doesn't know who Carly Simon is, so
yeah, a stark contrast to Johnny Depp, like a noticeable contrast.
Yes, 100%. Team Zero says, could JD's team poster board actually victims of DV with black eyes, etc., to contradict Amber Heard's beaten photos? No, that's going to be way too prejudicial, not probative at all.
Yeah.
Ian Kelly says, did you see the picture of facial damage that was used in the UK trial compared to the one used in this trial? Very big differences.
Like, there's a matchup photo that's slightly different?
I did not see that.
Okay.
I did not. I'd be very interested to see that, though. Jane Benjamin says, question, so was watching something else, was wondering if county is providing security, or is that private security when they leave? Johnny has private security, I believe, always 24/7. But otherwise it's local sheriffs are the ones that are running security there, right?
You can see him escort him to the door of the building, and then you can see like the security entourage with Johnny.
Which brings up a point from like earlier. If you want to get a tone for how this is playing for the jury, the best people in the courtroom to watch are the bailiffs. They can't, their facial expressions they can't hide them. So whenever I'm trying a case, my eye is always set on the court reporter and the bailiff. So they give you a pretty good sense of how testimony is coming across.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Also, Lisby, I see your chat here that you intended to add some context to that super chat. So I'll answer it here. First super chat, and I didn't know how it works. Mine was blank. If Amber Heard has fecal phobia, how could she clean up after JD loses bowel control? Very good question. That is a good question. Little sus. All right, so we got that one. Mostly Dad says, why is Elaine allowed to reference the Australia recording and ask if it accurately depicts what happened? Now the jury thinks there is evidence that backs up Amber. Seems very sneaky.
It was a bad question.
Yeah. Yeah, it was because it was like, the thing is, they built an expectation like the jury was going to hear something, and then there was nothing.
Well, and it's just an improper question. I mean, improper in the way that audio doesn't really accurately reflect anything. When you're laying a foundation for a photograph, the rule is you basically have to hold the photo up and say, yes, this is a photo. Yes, I know how it was taken. I know that the day it was taken. And yes, it fairly and accurately represents what is depicted in this photo. That is something that's a verifiable truth. When you hold up an audio or when you listen to audio and you ask, does this accurately reflect what was recorded that day? That doesn't make sense because there's no context. So the question it was a poorly phrased question and it didn't get anything.
There you go. See the Cause says, if even half of what Amber Heard has said is true, can you imagine JD bringing her to a very public court and counting on his witnesses not to slip up during trial? Yeah, it would be a lot. I mean, there would be potentially a shady vibe coming from all of them, right? I mean, you can tell when somebody is trying to oversell even a little bit. We feel that way I feel that way about Sean Bett, because I was like, he seems like he's a little bit slippery, and I understand it, but I feel like he's a little bit slippery. So you can get a vibe from people, but then again, maybe all of them are wrong.
It does seem interesting looking at it from that direction, though, because it would be a hell of a gambit if substantial chunks of this were true, just in terms of putting it in other people's hands.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's that's why it's the conspiracy. The mass Depp conspiracy is hard to take in.
Yeah,
it goes too far.
It does. It really does. You could say maybe one or two people, three maybe, but like every single witness on his side, that's too much. AN says, Kurt has a heart-wrenching live stream on the 4th. He may need a hug. Kurt, please don't beat yourself up for being perfect. Hashtag what if any muffins.
For not being perfect.
Oh, what happened?
Well, I'm not exactly sure. I think I commented, I don't know if it was on the 4th or not, but I think I commented that I had situations in my relationships where I'd gone through things that weren't, domestic violence, but still, and so I, understand at least to some degree some of this, which is also part of the reason I said things like, well, I think some people might have complicated feelings. Maybe that's less true in a DV case. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's like, well, so that's what I think they're talking about.
I get it. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Oh, well, we all love you, Kurt. Thrashley says, question, what were the examples of great cross-examinations? My number one top one that comes to mind is always Corey Chirafisi's cross-examination of Gage Groskowitz in the Rittenhouse trial. That was like chef's kiss.
That's because his style plays to you because it's not overly aggressive. It's that middle ground where he's assertive but not aggressive.
Yes,
like that's the style that you, just from what I've gathered, that's the style you like.
Yes, and it was incredibly effective. He got everything he could possibly ask for out of him, and it just completely destroyed him. Like all the way down to like in the beginning, Gage Groskowitz was like trying to fight against him, but he just ended up like just leading him like a dog on a leash down through his questions. Like he gave up and then just was like giving him everything. So it was very, very beautifully done from my perspective. Earl Gray's cross-examination of the mother in the Kim Potter case, the mother of the decedent, that also was a very effective one, because anytime you have a grieving parent, spouse, child, anything that's on the witness stand, is a very difficult cross-examination to do, and I think he did it effectively. So
I believe it was Groskowitz that was the very first time the world was blessed with an Alita viral clip. Is that correct? I think that was the first one I saw.
Yes,
he's actually how I found LawTube.
Hey.
Oh, really? That's awesome. Yeah, no, I literally had like you know that something's reaching a lot of people when you start to get people from like high school that you haven't heard from in years that are like, hey, I saw you on Reddit.
Yeah. So thanks, Gage. Hope your arm's doing better.
Yeah. I hope so too. The Cindy 1023 says, if we believe the pics of AH face are genuine and from directly after JD beat her, we have to assume he has zero upper body strength, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, because wasn't she talking about him being particularly weak or something like that?
Maybe, but then I mean, like the stories are like he's throwing me around the floor and things like he sounds like, I think there's some commenter that says it sounds like she's fighting Thanos. And it did. I mean, it really did. So also, I'm happy to announce he's not here to say it, but you did get Ian up to 65,000. So
Good. Kurt, where are you at?
Let me see. I know I'm close to that as well. I'm at 64.6.
All right.
64.6.
Another 400. Let's do it. Let's do it. 400 folks.
Right there. Oh, come on, Don.
Don Lionheart, Disney and Pirates is JD's late career hoax. Yeah, of course. Are you kidding?
It is late career.
Yeah, it is.
I even worked in Disney Renaissance. Come on. These were gold quotes.
Johnny Prabhu says, name for Rob's channel, Sea Law Hammer. Logo, a wooden disc with a hammer instead of a hammer. And Marvel hired JD. Hulk smash. Sadie 1964 says, question, did anybody find it strange when Amber Heard on tape said, I hit you, Johnny, not punched you. You baby.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. That is quite an admission right there. Kimber S. Thank you. All good. Thank you so much. Bing bong, bing bong. It's just funny to read some of these names out loud sometimes. Yeah, it reminds me of Inside Out. It says AH saw bits of her dad in JD, i.e. drugs, never loved JD, but loved dad. Memories of abuse were probably from her childhood. Took out resentment from dad on JD. That's possible. I mean, I think both of them to a certain extent married their parent, right? Of the opposite gender. That's what it seems like based on what we've learned. But I don't know if her memories of abuse are taken from her childhood. That might be a little bit of a stretch for me personally. Carolyn says, 1, Tuggs Beeman is a better actor than AH. I'd add a GIF from Tropic Thunder if I could. 2, the SV and DV victims reacting to her is gold from Popcorn Planet. Suspicions confirmed through them. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of reactions from people that are DV and SV survivors.
I was thinking about this, by the way, because Chuck has been crap on this. I think I would actually, if I were in the jury, I would wind up leaning on the women. I would wind up asking how they felt about the testimony. I think that's what I would do.
Yeah. I can see that. Alyssa Ramirez says, Rob, Sea Law Hammer. Can we talk about how AH said JD was drinking clear liquor, but pointed to a Maker's Mark bourbon? Yeah.
I mean, we can.
And also, I'm getting hate. What's that?
We can talk about a lot of things that she said.
Yeah. I'm also getting hate from people by pronouncing it GIF, even though that's how the creator of the GIF pronounces the word GIF.
It's a GIF. Yeah.
We're gonna go with GIF over here. All these memes hurt my feelings.
Death of the author. Death of the author.
Heretical Coffee says, I wanted to include at least one non-super chat one, because I know that people have been asking for that. Legalbytes question, are they legally allowed to use that capture of her stream for their article?
Yes. Go to Virtual Legality. I cover fair use and internet stuff all the time. That is not remotely a substitute for watching Pokemon in her natural element. And it's a news article explicitly about that. So Kotaku, I'm confident in saying, is fine.
Adam Gold says, even if it is time capped, could AH flop be a stall tactic? Break feels abnormal in length. Any thoughts on impact on jury memory of the flop versus evidence when they come back? Nice quotes, Hogue. I think that the break is there's nothing abnormal about it, just because there's a legitimate reason for it. It's a real thing. But I there's a lot that can happen in the meantime. Jurors are thinking about the case for sure. They'll probably be thinking a lot about her testimony too. I would not be surprised if they had their strongest evidence coming in afterwards, though.
How much is the judge going to be asked about the case at the conference?
I would love to be her shadow at that conference just to hear about that. Yeah. Interesting. Sandra D says, my son 19 was just charged with fake SA. Thank goodness I work in that field and knew lawyers. And that one of the girls willing to testify that she said that she was to get her ex-BF back that cheated. Oh my God. I am so sorry. I can tell you, I know of someone who was falsely accused of the same kind of thing in college, and thankfully he happened to be clearly on the other side of campus on the night that something may or may not have happened, and he had his like card key for getting around campus that like placed him in like the library or something like that. He was definitely not anywhere nearby, but otherwise it still was a harrowing experience for him. And it was something that ended up following him for some time while he was still at school. It sucks. It sucks because people didn't necessarily know about the fact that he was cleared of it, but they heard about the rumor that followed. So
I don't like any of that story.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. It sucks. So, but yeah, so I feel for you, and I feel for your son, and I'm really sorry that you're going through that. And I hope that everything gets cleared sooner rather than later, and that his name can be cleared in a better way than what I saw. Dana Hall says, I PTSD a link in the chat. So Super won't let me send it. Def must watch. Okay.
For the record, that's posted and not PTSD.
Yeah, posted. Sorry, PTSD. I see that and I'm like, this is.
It's got a P and a D. Yes. No, I got you. I hear you.
It's me and reading acronyms, and especially when there's acronyms and emojis on top of that, like it's the easiest way to really trip up my reading of these super chats.
I hear you. Well, you're on like 7,000 of them. It's all good.
God bless, right? It won't let. Okay, so sometimes it doesn't let you send stuff in the chat. I think you either need to be modded or something in order to do that. But thank you for sending it. Maybe send it in a DM. I might hopefully
Wait,
see
I
it.
can just blast GIFs into your chat. Oh,
Well,
hold on.
not GIFs,
here.
but you can, but links you can. Wilker Photo says, Tug says AH's ID is in the Coke table photo. That's what I have heard. It's like the back of her driver's license is what I've heard. I can't tell myself if that's her signature. It's like a little bit too grainy, the versions that I've seen, but it could be.
I promise you it's composed. I have no doubt in my mind that is a composed shot.
Yeah, it is definitely an arrangement. Phil Jones is for Rob. Does the jury have to be from VA? How long to qualify if moved from somewhere else? If you are registered to vote in that area, that's when you'll start getting questions.
Correct.
Michael Gaunt, thank you again. Very generous of you. Question, joining late tonight. Do you ever sleep? Happy you're all here though to give me my Depp V Heard fix for the day. Can you explain hostile witness? What makes them hostile, and does this change how the lawyer can approach with questions? Very good one. So hostile witness just basically refers to the fact that their testimony that is anticipated is adverse to one of the sides. So all of the witnesses that are called by Johnny are generally going to be adverse to Amber Heard's side. So they are hostile witnesses to their case, and likewise vice versa. So if someone were to call, so if Johnny's team were to call Amber as an example, she is actually a hostile witness for them, even if they are calling her for it. So that does change the way that they can ask her questions, because if you are calling a hostile witness, you are allowed to ask them cross-examination style questions. You're able to ask them leading questions. The danger with that is that then the other side, whose witness is a friendly witness to them, they also are potentially able, depending on the jurisdiction, also potentially able to ask cross-examination style questions. So then you end up just a bunch of leading questions for that witness. So sometimes it can be good, sometimes it might not be worth it. But basically that's that.
Also, we don't sleep. Alita doesn't sleep. None of us sleep.
Sleep is for the weekends.
Alita, this last 4 weeks has actually gotten me back up to my old big law patterns. It's nice to know. It's nice to know I can still do it.
You're like, I left this for reasons. Umbrella said,
this is more fun. Don't get me wrong.
It is more fun. Umbrella said, I know everyone is excited. Just a reminder, regardless of how the case turns out, don't annoy the jury afterwards. Yeah. Agreed. Although I anticipate we'll probably see some kind of media requests from them, or media statements by them.
Does it seem like to anyone else like media requests of juries just don't really go as far as they used to? Like jurors get maybe interviewed like once and just kind of is done. I mean, no one's going to get a book deal out of it, right?
I mean, the real deal is if they come on to Legalbytes and have a full interview about their experience on the case.
I haven't. So we're really only realistically halfway through this trial. I think this is going to spin out into full zeitgeist territory. Like, it's already got massive momentum in so many quarters that I just don't think a lot of people were ready for on day one. So I think Alita was ready.
I was kind of ready.
You wouldn't believe it. We got the announcement on this trial like 6 years before her coverage was set to start. But I really think you're looking at some zeitgeist stuff. And if you are, I think you're going to get more of that, I don't know, mid-90s juror celebrity kind of feel when this is all said and done.
Yeah.
So?
I think maybe. I'm not committed to it, but I think maybe this is we're not at OJ levels, but like we're creeping up there on this particular trial.
Yeah. Charlotte Cussin says, I've been enjoying the streams. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're watching. Thank you. Attic Hatch Sound, Bob Koval says, need to start fantasy casting for the miniseries. Maybe take polls. I vote Jane Lynch is Elaine. Actually, she would kind of make a good Elaine.
Jane Lynch can do most characters. So yeah.
I like Jane Lynch. She's really funny. Carolyn says, could the fat lip be due to lip plumping gloss? Could be.
I demur on the workings of lip pumping gloss.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it would probably have to be a lot of it though. I mean, it seems more like almost like she got a bee sting on her lip. Maybe she had some what's it called? Lip fillers or something done. It could also be something like that, you know. Alex Martin says,
plumped in a very long time. I'm sorry.
It's been a while. Collagen. That's what I was thinking. It's been a while since I've even heard of anybody talking about collagen.
I think it looks so stupid.
Yeah. I think that's why I haven't heard of anybody using it in a while. Alex Martin says, how AH and her PR campaign was tanking, no TV or SM. Have you guys heard anything new about their PR stuff? I mean, other than I saw that there was a statement that was put out yesterday, and it sounded very much like
apparently one today as well.
Oh, really?
Oh, the statement yesterday cannot possibly be real, right? Did you read this thing?
I did read it.
It can't be.
I thought it was real.
I think it is.
I thought it was. I saw Emily D. Baker tweeting about it, and I was like, "This is ridiculous." It also is right on par with the way that her lawyers have been. It's the same vibe.
Yep.
Yeah, but there's rough language. I mean, like if this is a PR firm, there's bad transitions, there's poor grammar.
There was. I think there were misspellings and stuff too, huh?
There's it looks like a screed a Redditor would have just posted off as a response. If that's being the reported. New firm, no, I stand on team fake on that.
All right. Sounds good. Darcy Beeman Black says, did you all notice that the only pic AH produced from Australia Aftermath was the one that she wrote on the mirror with red lipstick? Love you all. Yeah. At least that was the only one that they talked about. Well, no, that's not true completely, because they also had the bar area with the phone and the bottle on the ground.
And they had a couple of photos of the lampshade.
True. Glenda Montana says, did you guys see where JD's lawyer was flipping AH off?
Do you really think he was doing that, by the way? Do you honestly think he was flipping Amber Heard off?
Yeah.
I didn't actually see that.
It's one of these.
Oh, could be. I could see.
Yeah,
I could see that.
It was real.
I think so. Yes. Cameron Phillips says panel should do discussion about which of Amber's allegations has been disproven so far, what they feel hasn't, and what's still needed to be disproved.
One where she said she took a photo and didn't produce it is out for me. Pretty sure Boston is out for me based on just what we've got in evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Australia's out for me based on her blacking out and not being present for any of the things that happened.
May 21st is out for me because of the police.
Yep.
She hasn't gotten to give her story on May 21st yet, though. I have to leave that.
All right. Sounds good.
After the police came, that's when he beat me.
He was
exactly. He came back to destroy everything.
But yeah. It was long developing bruises.
Yeah. Jonathan Miller says, Dr. Karen Cross, recall saying Amber Heard did low-level violence. Karen, yes, shows finger pick. Would violence causing this be low-level violence? Repeat. Low-level violence is in his finger was low-level violence.
Yeah, but that's Hughes's testimony. I mean, yeah.
But that just shows it's ridiculous what she said. How is that low-level violence?
I think as far as Dr. Hughes is concerned, she's working off of Amber's story. Amber didn't sever that finger. In Heard world.
I suppose.
Heard world
Andrea
sounds scary and confusing.
The stories I've been told about it are scary and confusing, Kurt.
Yes. Andrea Alisi says, I know there's no metadata on pics, but they can still analyze if they were modified by pixel density. For example, Rob working is too distracting.
There are other tricks to be able to tell, yeah.
Alrighty. Sage of Rosa Seca says, haven't been able to watch the live commentary, but really have gotten a lot out of your daily recaps. Thank you. Thanks for keeping us informed and in the truth. Keep up the great work spreading the light of the law. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. All right. AT, thanks for your super sticker. Leon Holmer says, if Whitney testifies and confirms AH's story about the staircase, can JD use Howell's hearsay testimony to impeach? I mean,
who's Howell?
Howell is Whitney's former boss to whom Whitney told a different story about the stairs thing.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know, about you would still need a hearsay exception for what Whitney told what's her face, Howell.
Okay.
I would think. Because she's not one of the parties, so it can't be like a statement against her own interests. So it's like a next level kind of side thing. Mary Ann says, how do you think public opinion will affect AH's image as activist and humanitarian, especially as an advocate for women? Completely.
Yeah.
Completely. It'll be completely reversed as a result of this trial, I think. I
don't know whether it'll be public or whether it'll be silent, but I would be very willing to bet she's not going to be an ACLU ambassador for much longer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Crusader Saracen says, how would you handle Amber crying to distract and cross? I would just ignore it. Just ignore it and continue asking questions.
I'm interested. I think.
But I'm also a woman, so I feel like I can get away with that.
Yeah.
Lexi Autumn Stab says, thanks to the varying panel for always patiently breaking everything down for us. It's so appreciated. And channel name for Rob, Building the Case. Ooh, that's interesting.
Ooh, that's not bad.
Yeah. I kind of like that.
Building your case.
Ooh, even better. Even better. Ricky says, have you heard the audio from Australia where Amber Heard admits to hurting JD and you can hear Dr. Kipper insinuating that AH is an abuser? We have not. We will listen to it after trial if it doesn't come up at trial. I'm sure it's mind-blowing. Miss Percy to you. Thank you. For crying out loud, so glad you're still going. Missed most of the stream today. Was so happy to see you still alive when I got home. Congrats, Rob, on the channel and 2.63 subs.
You're not really at 2.63.
Yeah, I think he is.
That's amazing. I freaking love it.
Hang on, I don't think it's 2.63. Let me see.
It's 3.63 now.
Yeah, you're gonna hit us with actually it's 12.63.
It's 2.71.
Amazing.
We told you it's just this easy.
I'm a little bit angry at this point.
No.
Don't be angry. Don't be angry.
I'm really happy for her.
I mean, Kurt, I can help you build out your workshop if you need.
Okay, that's good.
There you go.
Rob will help build things.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like Bob the Builder, but Rob the Builder. Courtney Green.
Rob the Builder is a good title.
Courtney Green says, Ben King cleaned the mirror correct and stated what he thought it was. Is that contradicting what Amber Heard said? What is on the mirror? Anyways, thanks for all the coverage panel. I mean, everything he said about Australia and the cleanup phase was contradictory to what Amber said.
The timeline gets real weird in there when security arrives, when the doctor's there, when the butler comes, when the cleanup happens. It gets real dicey.
Timeline gets real weird in virtual legality.
Well, it does. ... and virtual legality.
Yeah.
That was the biggest problem I was having. Is like, wait, no, people are supposed to arrive. The finger's supposed to happen. You went to sleep. Now you're doing coffee. Wait. Just the wins of this. What is going on?
And Amber accidentally admitting that she didn't touch it, or accidentally trying to say she didn't touch the mirror.
Yeah.
Unexpected. I don't know how you. I didn't touch it, and I did. And do you know who Carly Simon is? No, I don't believe you. Like, what a weird thing. I know who Carly Simon is, and I'm not a music guy. So, all right.
Julia Zaleski says, question, would it be possible for JD's team to bring a doctor as an expert witness and react to her testimony and picks? I'm 99% sure that an OBGYN/plastic surgeon/ENT will call BS. By the way, thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. You're welcome. So
excuse me.
I have to take a look at the witness list again to see if they can call someone, if they have anyone on the list for that. But I think possibly. I don't see
Maybe,
why
could be.
not.
Could be maybe.
Could be maybe.
Call me maybe. Call her maybe.
We're getting slap happy again. Voluntarism is key, says, is there a reason Nick Rekieta isn't part of the panels anymore? I miss his dynamic with the rest of the group in his combined input. He's got links to it as well. I include everybody. He's just been busy with his own thing, I think. I know people have been speculating a lot about what's going on there, but there's nothing.
There's nothing going on.
No, he's running a show at the same time. So is Emily Baker.
Yep.
Yeah. But no, he's got a link to the to all of these live streams too. I post them for everybody. Jonathan Miller says, Rob, what is suspicious of quote unquote Johnny broke bed?
Oh yeah. You did say you were adamant that was BS.
Because that's a chip. That's when you break something, a break happens and it's a fracture. It really is. It goes from like where the point of a screw is. If you imagine where the bed is, the bed comes.
Oh no! Hang on. Oh wait. There we go. Okay, he's back.
Am I back?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you imagine where a bed is, there's two bolts that come in on the side. Where a bed breaks is it breaks at that point. That's the point where the stress is on the wood. It breaks and it breaks down, and you see a big crack in like it'll crack up. The fact that what they tried to say was he broke the bed, and what you see is honestly what looks like either a chisel or a blunt object hitting a piece of wood and knocking a chip off.
Yeah,
that's what you see. That's not how a bed breaks. You need to have something that hits that point that causes that to break off.
So you shouldn't just go to trial to watch the cross-ex. You should just be admitted. You should get up there, qualified as an expert.
Oh my God, I would have so much fun.
The Adam Project says, Rob needs to keep planing that piece of wood until super chats end. Then it will be a piece of paper.
No, but look how smooth and shiny.
He was so excited about his wood.
As we all are.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Thanks for that. Thanks,
Sorry.
Rob. I had to put it out there, man.
I couldn't help it.
It's Friday night.
Shame.
Richard Freeman says, Rob, can a planer do what a jointer does?
No, they are different. They're different tools. I have a jointer over here that I will mill one side of it. The planer jointer mills one side flat, then the planer mills the other side flat. The planer needs a surface, and the planer's sole task is to make the other surface that you're milling co-planar with the surface on the bottom.
All right. Cool. Dwani Prabhu says, if you are Camille Vasquez, Rob is single.
He did say he wanted to propose, if I recall correctly.
That's true. Millie Herbig, thank you.
She's too quick on the objections. I think I'd lose every fight, and I don't know if I could do that.
Yeah,
that's also true. Laura Piano Lover says, splitter applying to top law schools next cycle. Any recommendations on what I can do until apps open?
Keep studying.
So I'm not sure I understand the first question completely. Applying to top law schools next cycle, I get that, but the splitter part.
Okay. So it basically right there in between where she didn't get her application in time to get into law school for this period. Here's my recommendation: if you want to be a trial attorney or do any type of trial work, try to find a law firm and work in a law firm. What they teach you in law school is not what happens in courtrooms.
Yeah.
Learning what happens in courtrooms and learning the back end of it, which is a lot of administrative stuff, that's where you need to focus your time.
And if on the off chance you don't want to be a litigator, same rule goes for conference rooms. So
Agreed. Yeah. No, I think that just getting your foot in the door in any kind of a law firm will be helpful to you. I worked in a litigation firm in my year in between, and it was great. It really helps when in civil procedure when we were learning how to do different forms of discovery, especially because that was my turn to get called on by our civil procedure lady, who was absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, our tort professor was terrifying.
Oh, ours wasn't. He used to play the guitar. God rest his soul. Cyvirus says metadata can be faked by resting the device with the wrong date.
Resetting. I mean, it says resting, but it's resetting.
I'm Ron Burgundy. A non-hamster says, have you heard the AU 5-hour tape?
No.
I think AH had to take a psych break and JD was on the
Never heard about it. There's a tape from Australia?
5 hours. 5 hours.
Whoa,
It's
that's new.
It's on YouTube, down to 30 minutes with subtitles. Do a show on it. People need to hear it. Still team JD, by the way.
Postmortem. We're going to squeeze another week out of this, Alita.
We will. At least 1 week. If we can get some interviews from people like Isaac Baruch. MI16121 says, I feel AH is banking on people being unwilling to believe somebody would make such terrible lies. Easier to believe that they are true. She is taking advantage of people's idealism, as most prefer believe she doesn't exist.
These are aimed at me.
Could be. All right. One more came in. Okay. Just want to make sure I get them all. Like Pokemon. Caleb Cass says, you see the video going around showing Amber sniffing something from her handkerchief while testifying yesterday. We did. Dodman says, we can watch Rob work all day while you read super chats. I can see Hogue is mesmerized. Also, Rob, can you build me a computer desk?
While I'm watching it, I was mesmerized for a little bit. I'm like, why does this thing need a hose? Where does the hose go to? What does it do?
Of all, you know what's funny to the chat? Of all the people who have subscribed to Morton Woodworks, which is the little side hustle, you know who has not? Legalbytes.
Wait, Morton Woodworks?
Yeah.
I didn't realize you have a channel for Morton Woodworks?
Dear, you've been posting the direct link for Morton Woodworks for every day I've been on the channel.
Is that?
Oh yeah. Oh, you mean on Instagram?
Yeah.
Fair point. Good call out. I will go and follow you on there.
That was what we call shade in the legal profession.
There's no shade. Somehow I have a channel and I didn't really know about it, and then all of a sudden it has almost 3,000 people in it. So no, there's no shade. There's no shade. LawTube is in good.
No,
is in good
it's
form.
funny. It's funny. It's a good point because as I was like, I gathered the links because when he reached out to me to see if I needed anybody that was local to come onto the channel, I was like, yeah. Also, what kind of links would you like to have in the description so that people can come to you, come check you out or whatever? I was like, maybe your law firm name, any social media, and he sent me those. And I just very quickly was like, okay, done. It's with all the other links and everything. And I didn't think like, oh yeah, I should probably go check it out and go like follow myself. Fair point.
As we've observed, Alita is not sleeping very much these days.
Also true. Next one is Bubbles says there's an AH pic where she's undressed and has a sign covering her torso with a creepy message. Good afternoon, my beloved Tonto man. This blonde Texan B word will eat you alive. I want, give me, that's mine. That is interesting.
It's also hacked material. Don't advertise that. Not okay.
Yep. Not going to go check that out. For crying out loud says, loving Rob's ASMR vibe. This should be his channel. I think it is going to be his channel. Julie O says, Megyn Kelly video. I genuinely believe her. Me, unsubscribe and cancel Good Rancher subscription too, since she promotes it. Is that what Nate was supposed to be on? Well, no, he was going to be talking about the Supreme Court thing, I think.
Oh.
But that's interesting. I'm curious to go and see her video on that because
I would be happy to try and persuade her to the contrary.
Yes. Agreed. Yes, and Keffy says, seems like Amber sniffed something during her testimony to be able to shed her first tears check at 1:48:01 Eastern time. YouTube, could it be useful for Johnny? No, I don't think so. It's the either the jury saw it or they didn't. That's all. Destiny Nay says, great points in the article, Hogue. Big ups to all of LawTube. Thank you. Michael Gahn, thanks for another one. He says the White House Reception Committee greeted the prime rib roast minister, and I do the I do the cha-cha like a sissy girl. This is not Anchorman, but what's the other one?
Well, I might be cheating, but the next sentence says it's Bruce Almighty.
Thank you. I did not continue reading. Sorry, I had to see if you could read a Bruce Almighty quote. Also, please give some pets and scratches to the dog in the back row. There you go. There you go.
I was given the cheap materials.
I'm telling you, I don't read the end of it until I'm until I'm there.
I know you don't. Neither do I.
I shouldn't reveal that because now I'm gonna get more super chats just like this. Beth Callis says the difference between the 2 hours is Hughes talks about AH and JD scenes as part of her testimony. Curry just explains Amber's diagnosis and tests and how someone with that diagnosis could act and react.
Oh, you caught that too.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Alrighty, next one. Rhiannon Adams says, to a comment from ages ago, AH may have used surrogate because Accutane causes horrible birth defects and can take months to leave the body after stopping. Ah, that is true. That is true. Like it's like horrific birth defects that it can
What's
cause.
Accutane?
It's a very, very potent acne medication that you take, and it's like really it can really harm your liver. You have to be careful. You have to get monthly blood tests with it. If you're a woman, you have to make sure that you have to like go to a federal website and go through a questionnaire to certify that you have at least two methods of birth control. One can be abstinence. The other one has to be something like birth control. And like it's a very, very serious thing.
Dear.
Apparently they've discontinued it in the States or something because of how
sounds like thalidomide or something.
I don't know. But it can definitely get rid of very deep cystic acne. It can still come back later if whatever. But it can also cause some problems like depression and other stuff like that. VVA Graphic says Amber Heard spinning masochist as truths explain all. Yes. I don't know. I'm hesitant to apply things like narcissist, masochist, and that kind of stuff to her. Mm-hmm. Angela Yang says, was the book by Amy Banks published when AH bought at LAX?
Apparently not. Someone said it wasn't published yet. Yeah.
Ina says, was in court Thursday, would love to come on to share thoughts on the jury, etc. for your audience. Hey, that would be awesome. Can you send me an email? I'd love to reach out to you.
Also, if you're
Liz,
going on Monday, let us know because I might need a companion standing in line.
There you go. Thank you, Liz B. Samantha Desporte says, I'm completely obsessed with LawTube. Have y'all seen the video of Amber wiping her nose with a tissue on the stand?
Nope.
But it looks like snorting Coke, and she looks around to see if someone saw. Yeah, we have.
It would be like a 10-minute video for you. That's like a lot of people want that one.
Yeah. Lindsay says his lawyer was hiding the screen because day prior camera caught an evidence pic of Amber that ended up not being allowed to be admitted, but is now public. Oh, yeah, that would be a reason.
Yeah. So from one of the video angles, and I think I pointed this out during one of the objections, and I said, I'm guaranteeing you this is the text message. And you remember the next video shot over, you could see over Johnny's shoulder. You could see the screen. That's a concern.
I see.
Why is it? I mean, I'm just trying to figure this out. The public has all sorts of stuff. Why are we super concerned about the public?
During the middle of a trial, I mean, the thing is, yes, the jurors are instructed not to focus on media, but you don't really want the media to get more ammunition that could be prejudicial. Right now, the media can see what's going on in the courtroom, and yes, they're reporting on secondary or tertiary things. But if the media reports on in court, this was on the screen, but the jury didn't get to see it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good reason.
It's like multiple layers of trying to protect the jury from this kind of information.
Okay.
Adrian Sabo says, I think I will be going to law school in Seattle, either UW or Seattle U. Thanks for all you do. Ah, awesome.
Pacific Northwest.
Awesome. Congratulations. That'll be very exciting. Richard Freeman says, will you ever do a Mr. and Miss Bites Q&A chat? He doesn't like to be on camera. He really doesn't want to. But maybe one of these days.
I know this about him, but we're gonna get him playing games. We're gonna do like some online gaming on YouTube.
Maybe we can do like an avatar for him.
Yeah, or do like the shadow thing when they interview people and they do the voice muffler.
Hello, I'm Mr. Bites. It's a pleasure to be here.
Exactly. Yeah. Lori Hergit says, sorry if this has been asked and answered. Thoughts on the press releases?
Asked and answered. The Johnny statement is real, and I refuse to believe that the PR team could write that poorly. As professional messengers,
You mean that you refuse to believe that the Amber Heard one is
the
real?
Amber Heard PR team? Yeah, because technically the Johnny Depp statement is from a spokesperson, which is PR. But the way the Amber Heard statement has been reported is it's her PR team, and it's like, yeah, you understand these are professional communicators, right? Yeah. So look, if I'm proven wrong, if that is 100% true, I don't know what to say about that. I literally review messaging both in my day job and in my YouTube job all the time.
Yeah. Kurt vehemently disagrees.
Kurt thinks it's true. Yeah.
Michael Sully says, at what point is it too much for the lawyers to handle before they want to or have to bail / recuse themselves? Would any of you bail on her?
No, during trial?
Not during trial. You have to so when you're even in litigation, not even like at trial, but in litigation, you have to request permission from the court basically to release you from representation of that person, because you can severely disadvantage them by leaving them without counsel if you just bail on them. So, so you have to actually request for permission from the court. And if you're in the middle of trial, there's absolutely no way you're going to get that. No way, not no how. Jake123 says, will the defense call JD? Also, I listened to the Australia tapes yesterday. They are so different from her testimony. Surely this has to be brought in.
If they can clip it out where it's only like one of the two of them or both of them, maybe. I don't, it's they have this rule. If there's other people, it's out.
Yeah. Richard Freeman says, reminder, Uncivil Law, only 99 cents to join on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You can become an
uncivilian.
An uncivilian for 99 cents.
Uncivilian.
Kurt, do you have merch that says uncivilian on it?
Not yet.
You need to.
Why do you not have merch that says uncivilian on it?
Look at the brand new YouTuber
I've had
getting on other people's business models here.
I have difficulty creating merch. I don't know what kind of merch to create.
Go to Teespring. Go to Teespring. That's what I do.
I want a tie that says uncivilian, and I'll wear it in court.
Parisian Nicole says,
like a political message.
Parisian Nicole says, are they not able to edit out the others and play the audio of them in Aussie? Planet Popcorn says that the audio earlier, and it would be case closed on this case. I was shook when I listened to it. I'm sure we will be too when we eventually hear it.
It would be interesting if you could like effectively white noise edit it, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they will be able to do it, and it'll come out on Amber's Cross, because that would be pretty wild. I mean, they brought in a lot of interesting stuff during Johnny's Cross, right? Shelly says, uncivil, help me smile tonight. Say, Alita and Hogue, have you seen them yet? Oh, but they're so spaced out. Kurt, Rob and Runkle O, but they're weird and they're wonderful.
Okay. Smile tonight. Yeah.
There you go. I love it. Thank you.
Isn't that taking out tonight?
It's so spaced out. Kurt, Rob, and Runkle O, so weird and wonderful.
I love it. Susan Woodcarver says, watched every hour of trial and updates. Chat needs a favor. Can't always hear when judge allows or dismisses. Please give us a thumbs up or thumbs down. Really appreciate it. Oh, that's not a bad idea. So if the objection was won or lost, like objection won, objection lost. Sure.
If I remember, sure.
Yeah. No, that's not a bad idea. Can't you just settle after seeing bad feedback?
This is not settling. This is going to go the bloody end and beyond.
Yeah,
Settling
settling could
Beyond
have
is right.
happened. Settling could have happened maybe like the last day before trial. That's probably the last opportunity for it. But once they started trial,
She's committed now.
there you go, Rob.
It's like Wile E. Coyote down there.
Yeah.
I do like the that's nice.
It's great. Ian Kelly says, yes, same picture. One appears to be altered heavy. Interesting. about
Okay,
the
so
UK.
yeah, I asked that question. So that's always the risk, right? You got magazine shots or things that are going to be sold around. You can do stuff that'll enhance images in
I can't
Photoshop
help
and
noticing that your super chat count went up since I last looked.
Yeah,
she's very popular, Kurt. Did you not? She's very popular.
I have a very generous chat. Amanda Lucero Serenity says, I haven't watched the UK trial. I'm wondering if her story matches. I am wondering that too. And that might be also a decent post-mortem to join in on after this. Lynn says it was the US photo versus the Sun front page. Oh, that also could be, there could be some editing done for the Sun's front page also. Kimber S says, why wouldn't you gift JD a ring with the inscription rather than a knife if you were so terrified of him? You guys were amazing. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Totally agree. Mama Justice says, question, should they have AD explain sommelier? Many don't know. And then ask her how many she met at Al-Anon, squash all inconsistencies. So many. Yeah, it was a weird thing, the sommelier explanation thing there. But that was weird. Amanda Lucero Serenity says it's a bit funny how JD is violent because he associated with Manson. Flashbacks to 9, the Columbine shootings where he was partially blamed for it. Yep. Patricia Douglas says, question, Dr. K said she did this. Amber Heard needs to go back to LA. Her guilt will enrage her. AH is trying to discredit Dr. K with the lace nightgown comment. That could be. Okay, let me just capture all of these. Alrighty. Richard Freeman says, thanks for reading $2 super chats. Broke, but glad to participate. Of course. LM says, Vasquez needs to control the room while allowing for enough space for Amber Heard to ramble, inflate, and exaggerate in order to open more doors and create more plot holes. I think allowing her some room to ramble is fine, but mostly she wants to try to keep control of her if possible. Rick Cormier says, by her descriptions of his punches, he is the weakest man on earth. However, she made sure to comment that he threw very heavy cloth racks down of a set of stairs. Sus much? Yeah, there's a lot of inconsistencies there. John Armin says, sent the Australia video to your Twitter. A must. Thank you. Joseph Baca says, if AH was constantly slipping on the floor with bloody feet, there would be streaks of blood, not blood droplets. Cross is going to have a field day. I think so. Tanya, if you want to post a link, that's fine. You can post a link. Chrissy says, how quickly do you think they will finish direct when they get back, seeing as the defense has less time? And did I miss something, or did she even talk about abuse from her father? She has not talked about abuse from her father as far as I have noticed. And I anticipate that most of the time spent for Team Amber Heard is going to be on her direct examination, because she's their main witness. And I don't know how many other witnesses are really going to be able to put much sway into her case. Don Lionheart says, how does one go about joining LawTube while a lawyer without being a YouTuber? Example, Rob. Also, JD was 40 in 2003, mid-career at best. Also, Jiff. Haha. Thank you. Mid-career. Yeah, but it's late career for up to present day, right? So I understand what Rick meant there. Yeah, you can reach out to see if you want to come on at some point. Rob reached out because he's a local Fairfax litigator, and now he actually does have a YouTube channel. So fun times there. But yeah, you can definitely reach out. Dwani Prabhu says, can the verdict also include therapy for Amber mandatory? No, that's not one of the things that's requested. It's just about money. Vitality Bristol says, Amber claimed that the police were called multiple times. Surely if there is no record of all these incidents and police call-outs, Depp's team could hone in on his claim. I mean, yeah, they can definitely point it out. Say, you said that you called the cops. Like when and for what incident and what was the response? Are you really saying that the police don't respond to anything? Neth Star says, feels like Amber Heard is going to go scorched earth. I guess the tapes were right. Can't back down without losing credibility. IMO. I think Hughes prepped her for the stand. I mean, she already has gone scorched earth, really, with all of the stuff that all of the audio that's been introduced, and the things that she said about Johnny losing his ability to control his bowels, like this, talking about his kids. It's already scorched earth. We're already there. Rick Cormier says, when there is a difference of opinions between the creator of anything and the internet always wins. GIF Pepe, whatever else you want to put here. I still want to honor the creator, so I still say GIF. Denise from Canada says, uncivil karaoke last night was good medicine. Love Kurt. Have you heard about Homeland Security wanting to create a disinformation governance board in Wall Street Journal? Your opinion, please.
I've heard about it, and it's a total bullshit. Because I love the I think it was Babylon B, their headline the next day. Disinformation Governance Board counters information that disinformation governance boards is Orwellian. All rumors that were Orwellian is disinformation. So we're here to remove that concept. It doesn't make any sense. Ministry of Truth. I've read 1984 way too many times. Yeah.
And then we've got another GIF super chat. Graphics interchange format. Say graphics. It's not giraffic. Inventor is smart and it's also stupid. Okay, sure. Well, maybe I'll start pronouncing it giraffics.
That person should be a lawyer, because that was damn persuasive.
It was pretty persuasive, actually. Desiree, but now at this point, I have been pronouncing it GIF for so long that I don't know if I can go back.
Okay, I'll send you some memes.
Sounds good. Destiny Martinez says, since AH isn't barred from reading about the trial, is it possible that she saw that DV victims said how they would react to it on trial and then used it? Sure.
She didn't react like a domestic violence victim.
Yeah,
that's the biggest part of her testimony. If you watch Johnny Depp's testimony, he's in a shell. He's hunched over. He's noticeably uncomfortable talking about these things.
Yeah.
That is how a victim testifies. Someone who testifies like this, and they're trying to sell something. I don't know if there's any kernel of truth to what she's trying to sell, but that's how someone who's not a real victim tends to testify.
Yeah. Rosanna Chong says, question, did you see TikTok of defense slipping papers to PR? No, I haven't seen that TikTok, but you know what? I know that someone has sent me TikToks, so I would imagine that it's in my DMs. I'll have to check it out. I'll try to take some time this weekend to get caught up on some emails and DMs and stuff. Stephanie Beitzel, thank you so much for the super sticker. Jonathan Miller says, AH extreme testimony will backfire. If jury thinks she is an utter liar, they'll give JD a win on spite. P.S. Notice JD now surrounded with female lawyers. I mean, he has been from the start. Camille's been sitting with him pretty much every day. He's had at least one female lawyer sitting next to him every day. Hopper says, has Rob ever been in front of this judge?
Yeah. I love this judge.
I feel like I would too. Hooked Forever says, AH says, in my relationships to date, I hadn't landed a blow after the Kate Moss reference. AH grenaded the door open on the previous DV charge, I believe. I think the Kate Moss comment actually doesn't really bring in the previous DV charge. I think it brings in Kate Moss to rebut, because it's talking about Johnny's prior reputation of having hit Kate Moss.
I disagree.
You do?
I disagree.
Okay.
It goes to her understanding that a history of domestic violence can, in her mind, in her perception, a history of domestic violence can cause you to perceive realistically that violence can be inflicted on you. It goes to her perception. I'm bringing up the previous domestic violence. So you're saying that someone who has a history of domestic violence, when you reference Kate Moss, could perpetuate that domestic violence on you. Well, in that regard, have you ever engaged in domestic violence or been accused of domestic violence? I mean, I'm milking that for every bit I can get.
Sure. I guess for me, the most obvious way of pouncing on that is by bringing in Kate Moss. because she's implying that he has abused someone else, especially when he's been hammering the point. No one has ever accused me of this kind of a claim. So, but that's a fair point. Fair point there. Anne Gray, thank you. Brandon Lesko says, why won't it let me super chat sub to Uncivil? Well, you are super chatting on my channel, so it's going to go to me, but you can do a super thanks on any of his videos. He has that set up. So you can,
especially the video of last night. Go watch that. Say thank you. Send some money his way. Yeah,
absolutely. Please do. Bubbles says there's a tampon bottom in the Coke line photo. Yeah, it's like a tampon applicator. Doesn't mean that Johnny wouldn't have necessarily used it. Maybe there's all kinds of weird things that drug addicts or people that use drugs can use for this stuff. But it does look much more like a female kind of centric use, I suppose. Surreal Kit says, loving your coverage. Do you really think AH has good evidence? They've been making big deals of questionable evidence. Yeah, I can't. I mean, so far, what I've seen has not been good evidence on Amber Heard's side. I don't know what else they're going to try to bring in. We'll evaluate as that happens. But so far, no. Mrs. Popo Cameroodin says, here, Australia tape. It's something. And kisses to Hogue. Terry Zaleski or let me see. Shalechki, I think is actually how it's pronounced. Does anyone else find it unbelievable that Dr. Kipper gave her a negligee for a wedding present? Can he be compelled to testify? He's already testified through video deposition. So there's not going to be more that he's going to testify on that, most likely. But yeah, it's weird. It is weird to give that kind of a gift.
I can see a piece across, though, if that's on her registry.
Okay.
And his secretary bought her something dumb like that. Like, I can see bringing that up in cross. If she throws it on the registry, at least it minimizes it. Plus, I didn't really understand the whole, it just, that testimony felt weird.
Agreed. Yeah. All right. Mostly Dead says, reaction, please. Lawyer on TikTok says, anyone forming an opinion or posting about this case are narcissists since we are not DV experts or in the courtroom. Are they a real lawyer? I don't know. I think we're able to comment on what we see. I would like to see that full take before really commenting further.
I'm calling balls and strikes, and right now it's not looking good. It can change, and if it does, I'll change my perception.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. But I'd be curious to see the actual, like the full comment by that person first before really saying too much more. Phil Jones says, once the jury convenes, do they have to deliberate before passing a verdict? What if they agree going in? Once the jury convenes, do they have to deliberate before? I mean, they don't really have to do much of anything. If they decide to start with a vote and everybody votes in favor or of one way or another, then I guess they don't really have to deliberate.
Yeah, then Kurt wins the bet.
Yeah, exactly. Miss A says, is AH allowed to talk with her attorneys on break? Yes, just not about her testimony. Clueless Arguer says, thank you for the coverage and great commentary from everyone. Thank you. Carla Ferreira says, hi guys. Amber Heard said that she saw JD cheating on her, that she caught him texting in the iPad. Could you talk a little bit about that? Thank you. It's almost like it's trying to support this idea that he had unsubstantiated accusations about her infidelity, and that it goes even further to say not only was he accusing her of cheating when she wasn't cheating, and those were all unsubstantiated, but he himself was cheating.
Yeah, it was a massive misstep on their legal team, which honestly I think has kind of been what her testimony has been so far. Because the thing is, it's so grand. It's like you don't have to make an accusation in response to every single accusation that you have thrown at you. It's not like you don't have to hit the cheating with he was cheating. It was too much.
Yeah. Agreed. Shop with Delicia says, I'm a regular human, non-law. And to me, AH lips look like she took X or MDMA and chewed her lips too much. Just saying. Could be. Moe Don't Worry says, Amber Heard is trying to win an Oscar with that performance. Katie Peel, thank you. Jar of Dawn, thank you. Joseph Baca says, with so many lies, is it possible to cross too much? Yeah, you can lose the attention of the jury, because if they're not paying attention, you can get the best information out of a witness, and it doesn't matter because they're not paying attention. Alrighty, NGV says, can a witness produce evidence during cross?
Yes.
True. Okay. Anne Gray says, Amber said Johnny ripped off her clothes and she was basically naked. He literally dragged her through the floor and send her flying, yet no injury. At least we have no evidence of any injuries. That's the thing. We only have her testimony, her attesting to what injuries she got, which is not enough in my opinion. Alex says, AH's bloody lip looks like what happens when you pick or peel your lips when they are dry. Sometimes when you do that, it will swell up a bit. It was a habit of mine when I was younger and looks the exact same. All right. Stacey Farrell says, the first 30 seconds or so of the Austin video is in evidence brought in by AH team. You can hear AH clomping around in her heels. She was never barefoot. I don't remember that audio. There may have been. ND 2020 says, has anyone seen Incredibly Average? Austin video is there. I have seen it. Highly recommend. I mean, I have seen the channel, but I haven't seen the footage there. There's a lot of interesting stuff on that channel. Alex Martin says, how did AH know her PR campaign was tanking? Aren't they supposed to not know what's happening outside of the courtroom? She is allowed to. Johnny's allowed to. They're allowed to read up on the news, see what's going on, because they are parties and not just regular witnesses. M. Nielsen says, in nurse notes, Assy Clover ointment was given. I'm not sure what that is. Do you know what that is?
Not a clue.
Chase says, in the event she loses, can't Amber's lawyers just claim the personality disorders that Dr. Curry diagnosed so she doesn't have to pay mentally unfit? No.
Nope.
That would have to be an argument way before. Kathleen Fortier says, do you think that AH's lawyers will try to slip in the UK judgment to jurors like an oops, I don't trust them, or Amber? I think every opportunity that they get, they'll try to put that UK judgment or UK decision or UK trial, anything about that in front of the jury as possible. Mrs. Popo Cameroodin says, was surfing hashtag justice for Johnny Depp for hours now and saw the AH sniffing tissue investigations. It does raise a question. It does. But I don't know that I'm going to spend too much time going into that one. JG Breck says, how is everyone so certain Amber was abused by her father? Has there been testimony about that? Not by Amber Heard. She testified to that in the UK trial. That's what I know. Dana Hall says, I sent you the link in a DM on Facebook. AH quoted a book. Okay, thank you. Anthony 2 1993 says, do you think Dr. Hughes pushed AH over the edge mentally? She seems very incredible. And from her demeanor may have affected AH's mental state. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think she was just diagnosing her with questions and stuff. AJ Bell says, question, did you see pics of Johnny and Amber at Don Rickles one night only, filmed a day or two after 2014 Met Ball? She said he broke her nose that night. Oh, I haven't seen those photos, but that would be very interesting. I would anticipate those to come in during cross-examination. That would be very effective. Go Gidget says, AH bites her lip because of the stimulants in swollen lip. Kaido says, since Amber Heard's team is presenting the idea that AH has PTSD, what happens if AH pretends or will legitimately have a psychotic breakdown during cross when it becomes apparent that her case is blown during her cross?
I feel confident that she cannot portray a PTSD psychotic breakdown if it isn't actually happening to her.
So,
good call.
And if it does, it can either backfire on Johnny Depp's team or it plays to the jury. We'll see.
Yeah. Naughty 86 says, just want to get it out there that the person on Twitter said Johnny waited for statute of limitations to expire. FYI, no statute of limitations in Queensland, Australia. Interesting. Jennifer D says, in the Australia audio at the end, AH pretends to drop something and pulls the recorder out from under a table. LOL. She admits to everything. Huh. Okay.
I'd be curious.
Yeah. Danger Dog.
I'm curious too. I wonder how
Danger Dog.
it can be.
Yeah. Says the maker's bottle at that AH claims JDSA'd her with is uncapped and sharp hard wax on the neck bottle. That would have required an ER visit. Full stop.
Amber didn't commit to a specific bottle, did she?
Not exactly, but she tried. Okay. She's tried to suggest it.
On cross, I would actually ask her to point out the exact bottle.
Yeah. Phil Jones says Rob should make souvenir gavels for the panel.
Oh, I can do that.
I was there during Depp V Heard.
Yeah. Melissa Exley says, licensed esthetician here, no lip plumping gloss used on Amber Heard. Okay, thank you for clarifying that, because I was like, maybe. But I have so much I could say about makeup correction applications, not to mention as layman legal junkie POV on this case. Hit me up if interested. Huh. Okay. Matt
is esthetician the right? Is that a title for makeup?
Esthetician is somebody who like works on someone's skin. So like you'll go to an esthetician for skincare, for facials, for waxing, all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Matt Zara says if Whitney testifies, can they bring if the video of the TV episode with the bruises, or would that be something they'd have to bring up? If Whitney testifies, about the Big Brother episode or whatever, right?
Is she on Big Brother at some point?
Yeah, there was some kind of a thing where people were joking about how Amber kicked the crap out of her or something.
Okay, all right.
Maybe I'm trying to figure out how that would come in though. I might have to think about that for a second. Erica says, yeah, that might have to be something that they would open, would have to be opened up previously. Erica says, do y'all know if this jury is being sequestered? It's not. As far as I know, it's not. It might be during deliberations, maybe. But
I mean, do you guys know of any civil case that's had a sequestered jury? Is it in a civil case?
No, it's attorney suicide.
Like attorney suicide?
It's attorney suicide for your case. I mean, if the jury finds out in any way that you were the attorney that requested sequestering, you're dead.
Huh.
A 7-week sequester is a heck of a thing.
That is a long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a thing in the civil system that much. If it's not happening in the criminal system at all that much either.
That's a good point. Yeah, it does take a lot of resources. So it's like I said before, it's a very heavy burden to get there. Hi, I sent Legalbytes and Uncivil an email with the audio attached from Australia if you want to listen, not on air. Okay, thank you, Peggy Cole. Appreciate that. Rick Cormier says, Hogue, you only know Carly Simon because you're so vain. That song was not about you, LOL.
You got me on that one, Britt. It's so true.
Oh, man. Sleeves End says Dr. Curry said she first met JD at the first interview, so no nightgown.
At no point did Dr. Curry send JD a nightgown. So good to know.
Good to know. Or Cannon says, Lawn Lumber, do you believe AH sawdust in the carpet?
Oh, I like the pun. I see what you did there.
Lumber puns.
Oh my gosh. Keep them coming, guys. Especially if you throw a super chat Alita's way with the pun. I'm all for it.
AN says, Rob, dovetails, yay or nay?
Yay. I was actually going to practice some in a second.
Oh, nice. I have no idea what that is, but cool.
What does that mean?
Amanda Lucero Serenity says, does anyone have an animal? Sorry, not case related. I have 3 animals and they are lovely. One is
right there.
Yep.
Right there.
I don't have one yet, but I'm going to take one of Alita's.
Oh,
no, you can't. They're mine.
I think I've already brought my bearded dragon on stream.
You have indeed. And Holmes likes to feature himself during my pre-recorded videos, for example, more so than the live streams, I think, for whatever reason. But yeah, you can see him in the most recent recap, or not that one, the one before. So day 14 recap. He's like right here. Anyhow, the Islander says, hi from the Azores, Portugal. Must the selected jury have no knowledge of previous history between H and JD, previous litigations, etc.? They can know basically who they are, maybe, kind of, sort of, but they can't know about the case at all.
Yeah, so yeah, for that.
Chelsea D says, Rob wearing a LB shirt to court. Thoughts on how Amber's attitude on X progresses, how quickly? What hype song is Vasquez playing in the morning of Cross? Ooh. I don't know. That would be so interesting to know. I would. Okay,
like a wrecking ball.
Actually, it would be really cool if it was something like some DMX or something. I don't
It's
know.
gotta be Marilyn Manson. She's listening to Manson. She's listening to Manson. She's ready to go.
Oh my God. Yes, that would be hilarious. No, legitimately though, if there was a way that Camille would be interested in doing an interview on this channel after this case is over, I would love to do that because I would love to pick her brain about the whole case from start to finish.
Me too.
That would be.
We just can't put Rob and Camille on the same stream.
Hogue, stop talking. You're canceled.
Yeah. Let's see. So I got this one. Ina says, Rob, you can build my case any day. LOL, couldn't resist.
Get ready for those chats, Rob.
Okay.
Part of your brand.
Yeah. Minuet says, I notice that both legal teams don't strike questions from the record when objections occur. Will this impact jury deliberations? No, I mean, it's what gets put on the transcript. It's, I guess, more for appeal purposes, right? I mean, because the jury still hears and then they don't hear, right? So striking from the record,
unless you're Vasquez and doing it before they say anything, and then having
right,
very upset about it.
Yeah, you don't need to strike it if you get in before they finish, right?
She hasn't even started talking, Your Honor. That's
That's
what
that's the point. That's how this works, Elaine. That's how this works. Porcupine Butter says, this would be a closed case if the dog is put on the stand. Hanging out a window and poop in the bed are not good boy behavior. Much love in Minnesota. I agree. I very much agree. All Play This Game says, can they put in new evidence like voice recording? Nothing that has been previously available that is not from that has not been reserved on either of their evidence lists. So basically, like if there's something that they knew existed, no one requested it, and that's it, then no. Miss A says, the in bed photo, is that a pocket knife on bed? Cause I didn't notice that.
Was there a
I
knife
didn't notice a pocket knife. I might need to look back at some of these photos. Leslie Morris says, AH testimony is so bizarre. Is she now trying to use histrionic /PD as defense, setting up to go full Roy on Cross? Primal Fear, MH.
Great movie. Primal Fear, Ed Norton in his prime or pre-prime. Great movie.
in his primal prime. Anyway,
these are the mini mallets.
Oh, nice.
So I
love
these
it
for my nieces and nephews. If you guys want one, let me know.
Ooh.
Yeah, that would be so cool.
And these are dovetails.
Okay. All right.
I like it. That's really cool. I'm learning so much. Yeah, I don't think she's setting anything up to use the borderline personality stuff or histrionic. I don't think so. I think that's coming out despite what she wants, like in spite of her, not because she wants it. Lydia
use that way if you were going to go that direction.
Yeah. Lydia K. Tucker says, I just wanted to say I enjoy you all, but when I see that Hogue isn't there, sometimes my heart drops. Not the same without him. I agree.
What kind words. Thank you.
Yeah. Lauren R. says, the sniffing something in a tissue was rumored to be a liquid ammonia to help her cry. Yeah,
that seems a lot more likely than cocaine.
It does. It really does. Angela Pearl says, there is a pocket knife in the broken bed pic. Okay, we'll have to check that out at some point.
Yeah, that matches.
Yeah. Dingo says, I was actually in the courtroom yesterday, and it was even more obvious when Amber was turning on and off her victim mentality. Oh, shoot. She's very aware of who and when people are watching. Ooh. All right. Yusuf Al-Jama says, an abuser would try to isolate their victim from their friends and family. JD did the opposite by letting her friends live in the same floor. Yeah. Agreed. Katie Peel says, so how will they decide which jurors will be in deliberations? It'll be randomly chosen, most likely.
Whatever the court does, right? Was it Rittenhouse that had the pull your
the
own
lottery
jury? Yeah,
the lottery, and it was chosen by what, the defendant, right?
Yeah, it was that kind of symbolism of the law where Rittenhouse pulled his own jurors as that's justice being served. It was interesting.
Yeah. But different courts do it differently.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how it works this time. John Amato says, do any of you think AH should/will settle now/later? Nope. No settlement. No settlement. Yep. Once you get to trial day one and you start, you're in. You're locked in. I mean, you technically could settle, but I don't see that happening. And GV says, when this is read, Rob will be way over 3K. Is he?
I don't know. Is Rob over 3K? Is Uncivil Law over 65? You can check on each of their channels.
He's at 2.96.
And also add your likes and subscribes to each.
I love it. MGTOW Michigander says, I am concerned for Depp after this defamation.
I'm at 64.8.
Oh, let's do it.
You got this.
Come on, guys. Let's get them both over.
This. Also, I respect any Michiganders.
I am concerned for Depp after this defamation case is adjourned because we all know how narcissists, including the media, love to double down. Yeah, but then there's also a lot of people now that really understand what he's going on. So what is going on, and so there's I'm much less concerned for him after this trial, to be honest. Once it's over. Elisa Ramirez says, as for the retweet, judge said to Rottenborn during motion hearing that it was republishing if she added anything to her post. Her tweet starts with, "Today I published."
Well, if that's true, then that might very well do away with the argument. If her tweet republishing, it starts with "Today I published,"
and I think it does say that from what I remember.
Then
I think
she has a real problem now. She has republished the title, so that's republication. So she's now bound to that title. Sucks to be you.
Sucks to suck. That's a good. Thank you for pointing that out to us.
It's going to be a juror question, right?
Well, no. On this one, I think we're just talking straight law. I mean, what they believe the article means is a whole other set of problems. But the fact that she's adopting at least in my mind, the fact she's adopting the title, I mean, the republication with the addition means that she's adopting the entire article. So now she can't say, well, I didn't author the headline. It's like, yeah, you did by your republication. It's that's just a legal principle as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure I'm comfortable with the defamation case proceeding on the premise that you said.
I'm just kidding you, Rob. I'm just kidding.
No, if it's a legal principle, I'm just, you heard in the motion to strike that it's the defamation butts up against the First Amendment, and we have to be narrow about it. We have to be careful about what it does. So I'll be interested to see how that proceeds.
Yeah. Aaron Cowell says, watch The Professor, seeing JD now, that movie, Money. Huh. I have never seen it. Zach K. So Mr. Bites is going to be the next big VTuber?
Only in shadow.
Jonathan Miller says, best law school for finance, corporate transaction. That's a Rick Hogue question.
I liked mine. I mean, so here's the thing. I only went to one law school, right? So I went to Michigan Law, which is a T14 and is expensive. I will say that as part of
probably a New York school. They'll have more focuses in finance, is what I would say.
Just jumped and said not Michigan. That's fine.
Oh, sorry.
I was also going to add in that I have some of my favorite lawyers on earth are what they would call tier 3 or something like that at U.S. News and World Report. So you want to find a place where you fit that doesn't cripple you financially. There's a lot of good legal education out of there.
I'm tier 3, and I'm not as cool as Rich Hogue.
I've not ever said that.
It's also a walking encyclopedia of law. So
Michigan. I will tell you, Michigan Law is fantastic. I had a fantastic time there, but I do recognize it's ridiculous expensive.
Yeah, I mean, it's you can kind of get some geography for like where an industry is. So for example, if you want to do government work, going to a DC school is probably a good idea. If you want to do entertainment law, Los Angeles is probably a good area to go.
Sure.
Things like that. Finance, maybe New York. That's the one. That's the reason why I say that. J Beck says, I love Rob just working in the background. Keep that going. Hey. Leah says, do they check for drugs before they enter court? I don't think so. I think they just go through metal detectors and that's about it. But I wouldn't ever recommend bringing drugs to a courthouse. Monica Lynn says, really feel like Barflow wrote that press release. Could be. MG says, magic, madness, heaven, sin. Is she insane? Is she insane? Leave you with a nasty scare. Oh my God, look at that face. You look like my next mistake. Loves a game, want to play. Taylor Swift, anyone? Fear for her madness and JD's health. Now that I know what's going on, I can actually sing it. Oh my God, look at that face. You look like my next mistake. Loves a game, want to play. Anyway, okay, next one. We had to get some singing in here, right? Ashley says, finally
karaoke, yes. LawTube karaoke, yes.
We're doing it.
It's been a pleasure being in LawTube.
Ashley says, finally contributing because Rob using his carpentry knowledge for insight into claims made during the trial is amazing. Great job to you all. Hey. Peggy Reardon says, AU tape AH is speaking to others only. Oh, and not to Johnny. But it doesn't matter who she's talking to if she's the voice being recorded, is my understanding.
Yeah, they plucked out clips. We've got plucked out clips of other tapes, just not this Australia one.
Yeah. Abnormal Autumn says, I am heading to Fairfax the Monday it resumes for the trial. Part of me feels excitement, and the other part is wondering what the hell I'm going to do without the panel commentary throughout. Well,
just get an earpiece. A very small earpiece. You pretend like you're Johnny Depp.
Yeah, exactly.
Warning, a panelist will make you laugh at a very inopportune time. That is the toughest part of this job.
Making people laugh. Evie Warner says their lawyers both released competing statements. Why are they allowed to make statements to the press when Heard and Depp aren't supposed to talk? Well, their press teams are allowed to. They're allowed to make statements. I mean, that's in any kind of litigation. You're allowed to have people that are press people. They're just not allowed to work with your legal team.
I got to say it's a bad look for the administration of justice. Like the two teenagers, if both statements are correct, I think that it looks like crap to have them out there talking about the testimony in both ways. It's just an opinion, just subjective. But I think it looks like crap.
Yeah. Kelly Levis says, let's get Rob to 3K before we go. So close. And we are there. He's there. I love it. He already has 3,000 subscribers. That's so funny. No content. Coach Karen says, Rob, there is what looks like a switchblade on the bed because I thought the same thing. No breakpoint. Regulator 30 says, I watched every depo and testimony since the beginning. Skipped the last 1.5 hours of AH. Couldn't stomach it. Best part is watching Legalbytes at the end of the day. Thanks. Thank you.
That was a hard day of testimony. No question.
Yeah, it was. Nixie XO says, have you talked about Ben being excited Amber brought up Kate Moss? Can they bring up exes and possibly Amber's arrest for DV on her ex Tasta now? So Kate Moss, I was like, for sure. Rob actually thinks that they can bring in the Tastia stuff through that as well.
It would be interesting if they got that as part of a sidebar. Like it's not open enough, but if they raise it again in X, Y, or Z fashion, you can do it. And then warns the other side, and then that's what happened. Like that would be that kind of reaction.
Yeah. Kathy at 40 says, could they use a written transcript of the Australia audio? Maybe, but that's way less effective. What do you think, Rob?
I need your attention here.
Sure.
Okay.
The bed.
Is that what you're doing back there? Are you breaking fake beds?
Yes. Because this is a very good point. It's a really good point. The beds are joined by a post with a screw that goes into the slab, right? When that joint fails, this is how the joint fails, where the end of it splits. You see the screw hole creates the little crack, and that actually causes the split. So when enough force is placed on the bed, as in her testimony, where he slammed her down on the bed and broke the bed, right? This is what happens. This is what happens when I drive my chisel into the side of a piece of wood.
It looks more like that one. What do I win? Oh, okay.
That's how beds break. Like
it looks more like that one.
Chisel This is how her story should look.
Interesting.
Where else are you getting this kind of content, folks? Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe, guys, to all of us. If the jury decides to, Sinson wants to know, if the jury decides to award them $1 each, who exactly wins? I mean, they both win, even if it's nominal damages. Technically, yeah, then they would both win. All right, Casey Lynn, she's a level 3. Oh, I may have meant to get a super chat in there. For VR for Nagel says Kurt is the law assist. I kind of like that. Eric Clark says, for Rob's first video, discuss why Saw Stop is still holding their patent over everyone's head. It should have expired by now, right? It sounds like that would be a good video for you.
It's actually really kind of cool. You guys might like looking it up. So Saw Stop has this technology that is electroconductive. So basically, if a finger or a digit hits the blade retracts. Like it retracts so fast. Like they do hot dog tests where they put a hot dog and they run it into the blade, and the blade retracts so fast that the hot dog has like a little skin scar. But Bosch, the toolmaker, tried to create something similar at the expiration of SawStop's patent, but SawStop sued them remotely in Europe and won in defense of their patent. So now SawStop is the only saw company that can actually operate this electroconductive safety measure where the saw blade retracts.
That doesn't make any sense.
Don't, Kurt. That's why the super chat came in, and that's why this is such a controversial issue, because SawStop can also charge. So the table saw that I have, I think, is 1500 cabinet saw. It's a good cabinet saw. A SawStop of this same capacity is $3,000.
But how? On what basis could they win a lawsuit if their patent expires? They're done.
Kurt, that'll be. Look, the super chat said maybe that's my first video. Do you want to come on and discuss patent?
Well, that is technically my day job, so yeah, why not?
It'll work. We can do that.
There you go.
I yield to the patent lawyers. That is some
Agreed.
Special expertise.
Agreed. Gigi Bunny says claims JD smashed his phone, but how did he text Dr. K?
I thought that the story, and again,
it was a landline that was on the counter is the thing.
Yeah, because later on she says that's where the phone used to be. So it was a phone in the house.
Yeah. And you could see one of the photos had the landline on the counter. So yeah, David A. Hamilton says, just watch the first couple minutes of the Megyn Kelly clip. It's more than just that statement. It's a segment on how powerful Amber's testimony is, how believable she is. Ugh. Now I need to see that.
Well, I mean, I have statements on how powerful it was and how believable it is too.
Perhaps, but we'll see. I want to go and check this out now. Melissa Rose Irvine says, good logic. I agree with you 100%. I was married for 7 years, victim of DV. Toxic aspects were great at times, but the bad far outweigh the good. I refuse to think about anything good. I am ashamed. Don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed. It's not your fault that someone has gone out of their way to harm you. But I understand. Coffee Crisp says, love the streams. I was a CJ major and I have some experience in DV shelters. If you ever have any questions about victim behaviors, I'm now the person people ask for updates about the trial, and my office couldn't do it without you. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, you know what? Send me an email. We'll see if maybe we can correspond on that. Camille Lockman says, anyone notice Hughes described AHSA with a bottle, but then AH said she didn't even realize it was a bottle and not JD's fist until she saw the photos 2022 that Ben refused to show in. Thoughts? I missed that part of Amber's testimony, to be honest. I missed that about that she didn't realize it was a bottle until much later. Maybe. Sorry, but that would be interesting. Katie S says, could companies sue AH, i.e. Maker's Mark, SA Tool? No. If their stuff is in evidence.
Litigation privilege goes all around.
Yeah. Kerfuffle says, I'll fly down from New Brunswick, Canada, just to stand in line at Fairfax with Rob.
You got a lot of proposed line dates, Rob.
Yeah.
Come on down.
Susan Snyder says, Legalbytes debunking mainstream media fantasies. Keep up the great work. Best to you all. Ah, thank you. I love it. I love it. HV says, have paparazzi's photos of her walking around uninjured after incidents been entered into evidence? The drug box has been confirmed. A jewelry box, by the way. I don't know who's confirmed it because so far in the testimony that hasn't been confirmed.
How can you confirm it, right? I mean, like Johnny says he didn't carry drugs in it. Other people say he did.
Yeah. Yeah. But the paparazzi photos, those, as far as I've seen, have not been admitted into evidence unless they did it on a Friday outside of the presence of the jury. But it looks like they're doing everything in front of the jury. So maybe tomorrow or not tomorrow, on the during the cross, they'll probably have a bunch of photos that they'll admit. Thurston55 says, Rob, did you get a helical cutter for your planer?
No, considering that cost as much as the planer itself.
Oh, okay. It still all goes over my head, but that's fine. Bart Belmont says,
sorry for your loss. I don't.
AU tape equals Amber saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it to Johnny. Dr. Kip says she did it. She shattered his bone. J Judge telling B King to be careful. She eavesdrops and she had been awake for 5 days on drugs and meds.
Well, I mean, that's just a spoiler text. Super chat. Yeah, well, I mean, the one thing I would want to know from the tone of that tape, which I'm not watching until after the trial, is if you could plausibly frame whatever it is that she's saying as placating behavior, right? Because that's her claim, is that she placates him.
Yeah. Similar to what he said about some of his seeming admissions.
Right.
All right, next one. Archmage Raven says, please listen to the Australia recording of the aftermath and you'll realize the level of diabolical liar we are dealing with. Her testimony is so different from the recording. I think she is evil incarnate. She gaslit JD so much she broke him. Yeah, I mean, we'll be getting it. Matthew John says, consider having the Body Language Guy YouTube channel on live stream for Amber Cross. Has amazing clips. Congrats on the subs. And Rick up over 75K. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Body Language Guy. Okay, I'll have to. Yeah. AHL Good says LNC posted a 1.5-minute supercut of Vasquez objecting to Amber Heard's testimony. Ooh, I don't like long crime, but that might be worth a watch. For Crying Out Loud says, why are the cameras even angled in such a way to catch what is on JD's lawyer's table? Isn't that covered by privilege, even from the media?
It's the long shot, right? Like that's the one where you're getting the full like sidebar and the judge, and then cameras can zoom and move. So like they use that to give you that long wide shot forward. And that's the one that catches that image. Yeah. And also Randy Bond, thank you so much for the super sticker. What a super
very
sticker.
Kind. Yeah, very kind. Bex Howell says, AH setting up Dr. K with a nightgown. Bet she will say Dr. K coming on to her and she rejected him. So now he is mad and lying is a setup. I don't know. There's a lot in medical records that just seems like that's really tough stretch to sell. If she does, then that's just going to count against her.
Well, she was definitely setting Kipper up with the Cohen gave it to Kipper, gave it to Johnny stuff.
Yeah. Elena Georgiou says, Rob, do they have to ask to strike or is it automatic?
They have to ask. And I mean, and the judge did it sua sponte, which sua sponte means from the bench without any motion.
Yeah. Yeah. So the judge can do that, but generally speaking, you've got to ask. Camille Lockman says, also, you are one of the only people to pronounce my name correctly. Love the panel. And I tell everyone I can to subscribe and listen since day 3. Awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah. Welcome. Ashanti Fables says, can they recall Curry to dissect Amber Heard's testimony? Didn't JD win the case when AH said the op-ed I wrote? Why did JD's lawyer fist bump after AH said Kate Moss? We talked about the Kate Moss thing because it looks like she opened the door to potentially bring in Kate Moss as a rebuttal witness, is what I think. Rob was also saying that he thinks that that can also be grounds for bringing up the Amber's prior DV stuff with Tasta that they tried to get in. But when she said that she wrote the op-ed, that wasn't at issue whether or not she wrote it. It was the only part that was at issue about her writing it was the title, and they still are maintaining that. So she can say I wrote the op-ed and still say, but I didn't write the title. So yeah. And can they recall Curry? Yes, she is probably going to be recalled as a rebuttal witness. Nathan Wareham said, have you seen the video of JD's lawyer celebrating when Amber Heard mentions the stairs story with Kate Moss? Does this mean the doors open again for XTV? Probably. And also potentially for bringing in Kate Moss as a rebuttal witness. Shannon Wershing, thank you.
Whatever it is, we know Ben Chu is pumped.
He definitely is pumped, for sure. Absolutely. Elizabeth Slick says, what are your thoughts on the statements from Johnny about Amber's testimony?
So I guess I'm just a traditionalist on this stuff. I hate that grandstanding. I hate the cat fighting. I hate all of it. I hated it when Johnny started it. If that statement's true from Amber's team, I hate it more.
Yeah. And I think so. I'm going to give a 10-minute warning on super chats, and I'll turn them off because we are basically leveling out at the same place here. So
you get them in, get them while they're hot, because we can't make the number go down.
Yeah. It's such a blessing of a problem to have, but I don't want to have to spill into tomorrow. So let's I'll have to.
You definitely should spill in tomorrow. Then you can read those, and you'll be behind another 200.
I was planning on leaving early here, but my wife came over and said I'm going to bed. So I'm here for a longer day than a trial day. We're trending towards.
Yeah, it's already 9 hours just for super chat catch up. Anyhow, Afaf Arabo says Hogue press release is exactly how Amber Heard communicates. Possible she fired/hired the team to control the communication. Also not easily controlled on the stand. Yep.
So if she did that, she is very dumb. You're paying a lot of money to sound like yourself. Is dumb. Okay.
There you go. Dirker Owl says CV/JD very friendly at trial. Then the masterful objections and the cross as a kill stroke. Brilliant strategy. XOXO JD plus CV or both.
No,
I don't think there's anything romantically going on between them, but I think that she is a fantastic attorney, and I'm very happy that she is the one that has been objecting during the direct, and I think that she will do a fantastic job during cross.
Yeah, we're looking forward to see what she's going to do.
Beth Kalaus says, you all are so great. Have loved your info. No space on previous text to write this. The wood shop is calming and uncivil. Had a great chat last night. Yeah.
Everything's coming up LawTube.
Sack Guy 141. Thank you. E says, I read Depp team objected to allowing AH's sister deposition because counsel cut short 3.5 hours and never returned. What typically happens if the witness won't testify in court, but deposition is incomplete? They're not in. They don't exist as far as this trial is concerned. Paradise Before Paradise says, how long until Elon Musk can put Twitter back on the stock exchange? I don't know.
It would take a very short amount of time.
She's taking it private.
Well, I mean, it would take a very short. Elon Musk has 85 shelf companies. He can make it public in 2 seconds if he changed his mind after he owned the company.
Stargate 404 says, uncivil. I liked your Carol Baskin interview. You made it on Tiger King season 2. By the way, I heard your rant on Chevron an hour. Oh, you might actually wait. Uncivil didn't interview Carol Baskin. That was Eric Hunley.
Ah.
Yes, but yes, he's strongly affiliated with LawTube as well.
And Eric Hunley went on a Chevron rant? That sounds more.
No, that probably was Kurt.
That's Kurt.
I heard your rant on Chevron an hour, but you haven't mentioned where it all started. Florida East Coast Railway.
Oh, another case for me to learn to hate. Yay!
I just have this image of Eric Hunley just having a random Chevron rant, and I'm like, no, that fits so much better with Kurt.
Yeah. Rob Doppelganger says, 1, are all hacked photos a no-go? Are there exceptions? 2, why so much Infinitum Nile merch? I don't know. I mean, I use my own merch. So why not? Why wouldn't they? Yeah, there you go. There you go, Rick. And are all hacked photos a no-go? I don't think so.
No, but they're subject to DMCA claims, and you just don't want to be in that mess. Just don't do it, guys. Like, honestly, don't do it.
Yeah. Yep. I thought they were asking about like admitting stuff to trial. But if they've gathered and exchanged and whatnot, then they would be
if the photo was illegally obtained, it's not coming in.
I guess it's fair. Yeah, good point. I'm at an early hour at this point. Sean Spencer says, I think JD's lawyer with the notepad was blocking the screens from the jury and camera that had exhibits on them, and they objected to enter into evidence. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. LG Jamster says, I think the Kate Moss rumor was maybe verifiably non-existent prior to TVRO, which would undermine her narrative about the staircase. Okay. Jackie Cazares says, what would happen if AH refuses to answer? In her depo, her lawyers would ask for breaks all the time during her cross. She has to answer. She's on the stand. She's required. They ask her questions, she's required to answer.
She can give bad answers, like not terribly useful answers.
Yeah. Rob Burton says, because otherwise she can be held in contempt of court. There's all kinds of stuff that can happen. A lot of bad things. And also it looks bad to a jury. So if you're trying to convince them to side with you, that's not a good idea. Rob Burton says, when prepping questions for direct and cross, does counsel not anticipate objections and prepare responses in advance? Elaine's caught off guard with every objection.
It is odd because you're in that part that she's going to press for a piece of evidence that has a third party on it. And it did come off because they had a couple of sequences there once they realized what was happening where they were trying to admit it. Pressing the line is fine. You expect that from counsel, but she didn't appear to be ready for that, which is odd. You would think you'd say, this is going to get a hearsay objection and I'm going to fight it.
Depp's team lulled him in sleep. So the way that Depp's team handled a lot of the objections early on, they really didn't fight a lot. They didn't push back. They didn't do a lot of these things. So when you go up and present your case, you're kind of anticipating the same strategy, the same trial moves, the same everything. So it does catch you off guard when a lawyer changes tactics like that and you're trying to scramble.
That is interesting.
That is a really good point. Really, really, really good point. Julie Zaleski says, after a witness is dismissed, can they talk to the media? For example, can the doctor interview and say he didn't gift her the robe? Yeah.
I would love to know more about the robe.
Yeah.
I would like to know nothing more about the robe.
Russell Hogue. Do you have a family member named Russell?
No,
or is this
Russell,
somebody?
That's Russell as an avatar.
Yeah.
So he's saying I look like the guy from Up, which is cool. The wilderness must be protected or whatever. I can't remember.
Explored. The wilderness must be explored.
Thank
you.
And then
You
can't see the sticker, but it's a game controller yelling. It's super effective.
I love it. I love it. Thank you.
Very awesome.
Very kind of you. Fantastic. That's such a great movie. That's one of my favorites. Katie S says, Rob has the workshop I aspire to have.
It does look
the
cool.
The vacuum. Is that what that's supposed to be?
Probably. I'm not sure. This shop took quite a while to put together.
I would imagine so.
It's my happy place.
Nice. Mary Rose Lolly says, do you think H is mentioning JD kids to irk him and try to make him drag them into court? If AH is gambling that he won't do that to his kids. Is AH gambling that he won't do that to his kids?
I thought that at the time. I thought she was trying to take some free points if we're scoring it like sports because she didn't think he would challenge on some of the stuff she was saying about the kids.
Yeah, could be. It's freaking dirty though. I don't like it. Dwani Prabhu says, GIF debate for Freeman.
I'm sorry. What are you? I'm not positive you pronounce that. I just want to correct it for you.
Let's continue reading. With that logic, how would you pronounce giraffe? G before I. Sounding vowels is pronounced J. Here's another giant EG.
Yeah, what's that G stand for, though? I keep forgetting. What is it? Is it giraffes? I don't think it's giraffes. Man, God. It's not giant giraffes. Crap. All right, we'll come back to this one.
Annie Petito says, I was disappointed to see Emily mocked on here yesterday and you laughing after. What? I, amongst others, found your channel when she referred us. Please be kind back. Wait, what?
When do we do any such thing?
No. Everyone loves Emily. Emily's fantastic.
Yeah.
When she shows up, the chat goes solid purple. Honestly,
yeah, I mean, I secretly held many of the law tubers in contempt, but not Emily.
Yeah, I'm
Nice.
trying to figure out who would have mocked Emily. I mean, unless it's like, us, we often like give each other, a ribbing and whatnot, but it's always in good fun, never
tease each
intended to
other.
be mocking.
Man, I'd have to go back to the tape. I can promise you, I have not 1 ounce of ill will towards Emily.
Yeah, not for a second.
What did we do? What did we do?
Yeah.
Yes, Chad, I know
No.
what the G stands for.
No, I very, very strongly, I look up to her in a lot of ways, and she's very kind and very helpful, and she has really been a huge supporter of this channel. So I very strongly disagree with that statement. I would never be mocking her for anything. Yeah, no. I'm very, very strong against that.
I can't imagine Emily feels that way either. We were just DMing and texting with her this afternoon.
Yeah. No, I'm like was DMing with her, asking her for some advice on some stuff earlier.
Yeah.
Like, no way. She's my LawTube sister. Like, just like you guys are my LawTube brothers, like absolutely not. No, not for a second. Adelaide says, is there a particular argument from both sides that sticks out to you in the panel as the most compelling?
It's kind of a holistic image that is being constructed. I don't know if it's even an argument at this point. The argument is I didn't do anything from Johnny Depp's side, and it looks more palatable the more it looks like the alternate worldview we've been given seems unrealistic.
I would say that Amber Heard's argument, where she lays out the physical abuse in these graphic, over the top terms, is like anti-compelling because she doesn't have it. So that's like compelling in the reverse, I guess. Because
if I just had to put on anything, it's the cops for me.
And the cops were good. That was nice.
All right, and super chats are off, so that we won't be getting any more after this last one from Esther Dickerson. So
last call was over.
Yep.
You don't have to go home, but you have to stay here for 106 more super chats, and then you have to go elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly. It's honestly, for me, it's an impressionistic view. The more you start to see dishonesty from Amber, the more you start to discredit her overall testimony, and the more you start to think, well, how many incidents does she have here, and how many have to be disproven before we just stop listening to her? Anyhow, Stargate 404 says, sorry, I asked before. Why isn't JD's team objecting on narrative? Is it only for criminal trial? Seems a better way to mess up the flow than non-responsive.
They're the same, right?
Yeah.
Give or take.
Yeah, they're the same. They're the same objection.
Yeah. Okay. Just a local way of doing it. And Tanya, there are 105 right now.
Oh, people thought I was hyperbolizing? Nope.
Yeah. No, she said how many 160? She likes to do a countdown for me in the chat.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Ashanti Fable says, can the judge overrule the jury after the verdict if there's a monetary amount that the judge determines is too high for what has been presented in evidence? Then yes, but not just like the judge. I mean, the judge could order a mistrial, but there has to be a very specific reason for it, not just because she prefers otherwise.
Do they have a notwithstanding the verdict for civil?
Yeah, the judge can set aside the verdict, but it has to be that the verdict essentially is an impossibility at law. Like the jury could not have possibly found that way.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, judgment notwithstanding is like the judge tearing off the shirt and showing it's like the other wrestling team that I can't remember from when I was like in my teenage years.
Okay, Hoag's tired.
What? I've been tired for hours, Rob. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't be anywhere near any of those power tools.
Yeah, right. Erica Melzer says Australia audio will never get in. It's almost entirely docs and nurse and house manager talking, and will discredit their testimonies, but does make clear Amber Heard is at fault. Cool.
Yeah, hopefully going to NWO. Thank you, chat.
Yeah. Donna Ilya says, what, if any, are the repercussions? What, if any, are the repercussions for the defense team if they introduce edited photos to support Amber Heard's point? Have to ensure the photos are authentic?
You're supposed to be gatekeepers for what you're putting into the.
I mean, here's the thing. Authentication. We talked about it earlier in the chat. Authentication means this photo is what it depicts. It is what it is. I took it. I know the date I took it. It's based on one person's testimony. That authenticity can be slaughtered on cross-examination if someone comes up with the metadata and says, "You said it was taken on this date. You're a liar." That's the implication of someone getting a falsified photo in. They get slaughtered on cross and they look like liar, liar, pants on fire.
There you go. Carrie Smith says, I'm the previous SC, or in the previous SC, the thing about the sign Amber was holding that was notable is her writing matched the writing on the lampshade in Australia.
On the lampshade? That's interesting.
That is interesting. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how all of that writing kind of matches up to whatever these guys are trying to do with it. Other than I know that Johnny took his finger and he, wrote with the blood, and then he took paint and he wrote with that more. But aside from that, I'm trying to figure out what all of that even means and why.
She wants to completely divorce herself from claims that she wrote on anything in response or otherwise. That's clear.
Yeah,
I think it's entirely unnecessary. But I think it's very important to Amber Heard, probably more than her legal team, that she effectively admit to nothing.
The writing on the bar top is weird too. So if you look at the writing on the bar top, they'll bring it back up. But the writing on the bar top looks like, those old ransom notes that you would take out of a magazine.
Sure.
Where some letters are capitalized and some are not, and some are italics and some are not. That's how it looks. That's not how a normal person writes. That's how you write if you're trying to mask who's writing it.
Makes sense. Anna Fusinato says, question, could her lips chap from being on Accutane? Yes, 100%. Accutane really dries out your skin and it really dries out your lips. And I remember needing like the craziest chap lip stuff, like lip balm when I was on Accutane. It sucked. Shazbat says, do jury leave same exit as JD and AH? They'd see/hear crowd favorites. No. They go through a different exit entirely. No one gets to see them. They go through a secret entrance for sure. See the cause says, what if juror in deliberation discloses they consulted outside sources? Yeah, they'd be out. Paul Bale says, why didn't Ben Chu cross-examine Amber's expert? Why delegate it to a junior? He's not a junior.
The opposite of a junior.
Dennison was like one of the big guns in the firm. And he did a phenomenal job working on the direct examination of their experts. He did a fantastic job. We've got our druthers about that cross-examination, but we also don't necessarily have all the information about what their strategy is. So
honestly, whatever their strategy might have been, I don't think Hughes matters at all anymore. So whatever I was complaining about in the moment, I don't think she matters at all.
Yeah, agreed. Angie says, Rob, how do you think Camille will do on cross with Amber? How do you think she will approach it?
I was gonna do that too, but you were asked.
She's gonna go, I think she'll come in assertive, not as soft as other people have predicted. I think that she has to come in at least a little bit assertive and at least direct her pretty quickly and make her know really quickly who's in control. Yeah. That's where I think you're going to see, within the first 5 questions, Amber's going to try and go, yes, but, and Camille will cut her off pretty quick and then get her moving. And she's actually going to pick a fight with her at some point. She really is. She's going to try to get her emotional.
I'm so excited.
Amber Heard seems like an interesting witness because it didn't seem like Elaine could keep her on the track that they had planned. So,
and that's exactly why I say what I say about Camille. Is you put a witness up there like that and you have someone attack them and keep them in a box they really don't want to be in, and then they fight back with you. And if she starts fighting back, because people are worried about how she's going to come across in the cross-examination, that's not the concern. The concern is how Amber comes across when she's being attacked. If Amber goes into a shell, then maybe Camille responds. But how Amber testified on direct tells me there's going to be no shell. It's going to be combative. She's going to come straight out with it.
Agreed.
That would be worth watching. That would be can't miss TV, folks.
Yes.
So
must-see TV. We're going to all have our popcorn out. It's going to be great.
Be ready for week 5.
Exactly. All right. Tracy 3 says, question, sorry if this was asked. Have you discussed if there are jury instructions yet? Does the judge and lawyers go through jury instructions like in criminal trials?
These are available online. If you do a Google search, Virginia Model Jury Instructions Civil, they are available online, published by the Virginia Supreme Court. They are available. Jury instruction number 37 is the one you're looking for defamation.
There we go.
Can't get better information than that.
Chris Clement says, could Johnny drop the suit after Chew closes? Would countersuit still stand? Would love to see Johnny just drop suit and walk out having won public opinion. No way. No way.
That's a lot. That's expensive to not just go get your jury verdict.
Insanely expensive. And especially because I do think that he wants that piece of paper saying that he won. Not about the money, just about the win from the jury. I guess hypothetically he could, but the countersuit would still stand because that's a separate claim that has now been leveled against him. Omid G says, a bit late to the party, but did you already cover Amber mentioning Kate Moss? Any thoughts why Ben Chew fist bumped after she mentioned her? Yes. We talked about it. Alyssa Sanders says, let me just make sure let me just double check something here. Oh, okay. Oops. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that I didn't unclick one accidentally.
We're already got Rob telling me I'm too tired because I'm comparing things to wrestling in the early 1990s. I think.
No, we're good. Okay. So Alyssa Sanders says, what happens to AH if she is lying, i.e. perjury? She loses the case. There theoretically could be perjury charges, but I wouldn't anticipate it. Meg says, lawyer, acknowledged when I said Starbucks Amber versus Johnny tip jars. With Johnny's tip jar full, how can the jury stay away? Well, they don't have access to the outside world, right? That's interesting, though. Kami Pizzana says, expert Dr. H to give JD attorneys notes. She put them in a green folder, stood up, crossed her arms, even reached into the blue folder, gave her notes. I think that these are copies. The green folder was probably her copy, and the blue folder was copies for others if requested. That's my guess. I wouldn't go too much into it. I know a lot of people have had a lot of questions about it. Jennifer says, for close, can JD's lawyers show the clip of AH posing for a pic and say she is giving the performance of her life? No, I don't think so. I mean, they can still say that she's performing. This is the performance of her life for sure. But I don't think they can admit the clip of her. No, because that's all stuff that's happened in front of the jury. If they didn't catch it, they didn't catch it. Nathan Levy says, half a turd, half a turd, half a turd onward. All in the valley of grumpy. Rode the H lawyers. Forward the hearsay. Argue the rulings, they said. Into the valley of grumpy. Rode the H lawyers.
I love that. That was fantastic. Please do more.
But not today, because super chats are already off for today.
Correct. Come back.
Valentina Gomez says, if during the next 10 days, AH breaks the instructions of no talking about her testimony and they can prove it, what would happen?
Monetary sanctions.
You think so?
I mean, the truth is, it doesn't have. The thing is, as the chat has kind of already kind of gathered, everyone assumes that people are going to break that rule at least a little bit. And it's just one of those things you plan for. Even the jury is assuming it. That's the point I'm trying to make. Even the jury is assuming it. That the testimony might vary from day to day.
Yeah.
If it's a small violation, monetary sanction. I cannot see a lawyer being dumb enough to allow a violation that's so significant. Like, for example, you clearly lied about this, come back and correct it the next day. That could be more significant. But I just, that's not going to happen.
Bezo 1994 says, more people need to talk about the miracle Amica cream. AH looked great in HD, no swelling at Met Gala the day after she got dragged and punched in the face. Lots to compare to Rihanna, who didn't use Amica.
I have a bottle in the shop to protect me if I cut myself.
Perfect. Exactly. That's how I'm able to actually get through all these live streams and not look like someone who's like The Walking Dead is Amica cream. That's how I do it. Anne Gray says, why can't they take the James Gordon episode in evidence? She must have applied makeup on her face, but literally you can see her palms and fingers very clearly, no injuries at all. They will. The James Corden show, it's on the evidence list. I've seen it. We will be seeing that clip, is my prediction. Jessica Hanvey says, regarding to her not identifying the bottle, when they showed the pic of Maker's Mark on the bar, she said she didn't remember until seeing the bottle, but suddenly remembered feeling the square bottle hitting her in a very personal area. Yeah, the way she described that was weird. Rasa Lou 01, Luel 01 says, AH should watch Ben Chu fist bump vid to show to see how emotional syncs with physical reaction. Love the stream. Thank you. Yeah, she could study that, right?
God, somebody sent me the tweet from Amber Heard. God, I think they might have her on that publishing. She goes full in on I published this. It's not just a line, it's like a full 2 paragraphs of how I published this thing. Okay. Well, says, and that's okay. The weakest part of her testimony, right? Is the essay.
Yeah. Thrashley says, off topic, what types of law do you all practice? So right now I'm overseas, but I do some contract work. But typically what I've done in the past is I did some employment litigation, trust and estates litigation, and I did some transactional stuff in trust and estates too.
I think you all know me by now. I'm mergers and acquisitions, venture capital, private equity, entrepreneurship, building your company from beginning to end, hopefully helping you exit with Mai Tais on the beach. I love entrepreneurs. I love people following their dreams, and I love helping them get the paperwork ready because otherwise it's not what they otherwise want to do with their time.
Yep. I practice domestic relations litigation and personal bankruptcies, focusing on some more complex personal bankruptcies, reorganizations, keeping people in their homes, and giving people fresh starts, both domestic relations and bankruptcy-wise.
And I deal with the transactional side of patent law, which is the procuring of patents, making them happen.
Renee B says, Amber Heard's attorney used a clip from the previously excluded 5-hour Australia audio recording. Can JD attorney now bring in the part where she admits to hurting JD and begging to stay? If they've admitted a portion of it, then I suppose so.
Stay tuned for cross-examination.
Yeah. Joshua Arbor says, Hogue, Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness was awful.
No, don't tell me that.
I haven't seen it yet.
My eldest daughter has her school has rented out a theater, and I'm chaperone, but I'm looking forward to it. So I hope you're wrong. This is not an affront to you. I just hope you're wrong. I hope you're really, really wrong.
I hope so too. I like the Doctor Strange narrative.
I'll come back in week 6 with a report.
FitBay Move says, biggest revelation from Amber Heard's testimony, don't let actors write their own script. LOL, love the channel. Thank you. That's funny. Tracy 3, there's a pic of AH holding her dog out the window. Kind of. It's the front paws are at the window. It's not unlike what I've seen with doggos and their noses out in other cars. Sophia Ferronato says, a bottle being involved in sex happenings consensually in the opening of Diary of a Nymphomaniac. With all the cinematic reference AH has made, a semi-famous European film is not too out of left field. Ooh. Interesting. Bob White says, is it me or is it sus that AH claims Johnny is violent on MDMA, but MDMA makes people lovey-dovey? She also seems to have a good history with MDMA, so.
Yeah, especially her testimony about the person who was rubbing up on her on the plane. Just casually on MDMA. I'm going,
Yeah, it's
you're not sitting on planes where the other person, takes a MDMA tablet?
No.
J-Bo Baggins says, friend and I are driving from New York to get to court and see Cross after break. We'll be at court by 1 a.m. to start waiting. See you there at court, Rob.
Hold my spot.
There you go. Christian Schott says, much tribute. I went out tonight and came home only to see you still on. Yep, we're here. We're still here. TV4 Defunct says, imagine after direct, Heard TM find way for mistrial. No. Not until at least her cross-examination. That the request for a mistrial would be after her case in chief. Elise says Vasquez AH testimony hype was probably another one bites the dust. Queen, LOL. Dr. Curry's eval seems bang on. And another one down, and another one down, and another one bites the dust. All right. Imran Khan says, why is she easily lying in court? Isn't it perjury? Well, everyone kind of lies a little bit in court, most likely.
I love it when you go full Dr. House.
I feel like I'm starting to feel those responses. Phil Carr says, are you going to do a weekly recap video?
A weekly?
No. I mean, this is kind of the weekly hangout recap where we talk about the last week a little bit. But you know what? Joe on Sunday will be doing a bit more of a week recap. So if you want that, I will be on his channel on that. He's linked in the description below. Make sure you subscribe. You can check him out.
I couldn't tell Joe at the time, but there's no way I was getting another stream out on Mother's Day.
Oh, it's on Mother's Day. I didn't realize.
Oh my God, I didn't realize. No. Yeah. Good thing I sent that card earlier this week.
Michael Gaunt says, can Pistol and Boo sue Amber Heard for defamation by defecation? That's a good one.
Oh God, that's pretty good.
Joe Capobianco says, what did y'all do to me? Last night, both versions of 12 Angry Men and Runaway Jury. Give me another suggestion, Rick. Have a great weekend all.
Primal Fear. We talked about it earlier, super chat.
Primal Fear. My Cousin Vinny is the best.
OG 10 Angry Men is one of my favorite movies of all time.
He just,
so
this person just watched 12 Angry Men.
Huh?
This person just watched 12 Angry Men.
Yeah, no, but the OG version with Henry Fonda.
He watched both versions.
Such a great movie. It's one of my favorites.
You can watch 12 Angry Men again. It's fantastic.
The Judge with Robert Downey Jr.
Oh, I liked that one. I liked it.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm not endorsing The Judge.
No.
I'm withholding my endorsement of The Judge.
Why?
I just didn't like it. It's boring.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's fair. But My Cousin Vinny, that's a must.
Yes.
That is a must. Because it is a classic way of understanding how to qualify an expert witness.
A civil action is interesting.
Civil action is okay.
Obviously, The Firm.
Devil's advocate.
Tom Cruise telling
Devil's advocate. Yes.
Tom Cruise telling the senior partner when he says you graduated in the top 5%. No, top 5 was I played it to myself before studying for every final I was in law school to motivate myself to try to get a better class rank. So I literally did that. I watched that scene every time. Rainmaker
is great.
Yes. Yep. Awesome. There you go. You got a few recommendations there. Don Lionheart says, appreciate the invite to reach out. Was more general / feature question. I'm in-house transactional. Hoag's got my angle under control for this, plus more XP.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, cool. Yeah. In the future, reach out.
I answer DMs.
Dealy Moo says my flabber is still 100% fully casted.
I like that the first time too. I love that one.
Yeah. What do you make of the media still leaning against Depp while most of LawTube and Twitter are obviously seeing through AH? You know, one thing about the media is that it seems like it's very difficult for them to change course, which is very frustrating because why couldn't they?
Yeah, they should be responding to evidence as it's presented. I will say I'm showing you the New York Post headlines. I'm doing that kind of thing. I think there's stuff out there that goes both directions. So you'd have to really get like a researcher.
65 on the nose.
Yay! There you go. 65. Congrats.
2/3 of the way to that button, baby. Woo!
All right.
Silly silver button. So no, I think you'd have to be a real researcher to figure out like the full panoply of media options and what direction they're going. I think there's more pro Johnny Depp out there from mainstream outlets than there was before the trial started.
True. Bobby says, if JD wins the case, imagine JD as John Proctor in The Crucible.
He just starts funding and producing things about
that parallel his own life.
Yeah, wrongful situations. Yeah.
Amanda Lucero Serenity says, a serious question for Rob. My bookcase is leaning and about to break. It was cheap. What is the best wood to use but isn't too expensive?
If you're painting, use poplar, or you can do standard pine. But wood right now is super expensive. So I would stick with pine or plywood.
There you go. Peggy Roden says, Hoag, any of U of M LS grad can pass any bar exam. There you go. Crystal says, Ben Chu celebrating when AH mentions Kate Moss. Yep, he was very happy. Sam Camp says, does the jury have to prove/defend why they choose their choice, or could they go off of just vibes and gut feelings?
Give me them vibes, baby.
Yeah, they can. We don't. They could use a Ouija board for all we know, and it wouldn't be improper. Sniffs says, Rob ignored my Instagram DM. I feel rejected.
I'm probably inundated with requests right now.
I don't like, my phone has been going like, it's been sitting here next to me going crazy, and I have no idea what it's doing, and I don't want to look at it or touch it, but I get text messages from family, and I'm trying to respond to the text messages, and there's like, I will try to respond to people. I didn't expect this today. The chat went nuts. I loved it. It was great. Thank you guys so much. Now I got to put together. Now I have to actually pull the case up for Saw Stop so that I can actually have a conversation with Kurt where I sound somewhat competent. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I'll try.
Of course. Real Hydro PX. The reason why the super chats are shut off is because I needed to cut it off at some point, because this is already. It was already like a 9-hour stream.
You gotta have last calls now, guys, because you're just so darn generous.
I know. You guys are just too kind. Ezekiel Crow says Dr. Kipper had her on Seroquel. That's heavy stuff. Richard Freeman says, regarding Whitney seeing that video, the look at the very end shouts battered sister. I can't blame her. She has to deal with the aftermath of this case. Michael Gaunt says, I wonder if the Boots story struck a chord with Musk. You bet he's watching this trial, and she did that for him too. Maybe. Annette Motz, thank you. Ina says, AH stares at jury during SB. They try to avoid.
Well, this is the person that says she was in the courtroom, right?
Oh, that's right. Oh, if they're trying to avoid her gaze. Ooh.
Which is also explains the searching eyes, because when her eyes were darting, she might have been trying to find them.
Oh my goodness. Please do email me. I would like to talk to you and maybe have you on the channel if you'd be willing. Because this is very, very interesting stuff that I think a lot of people will be very interested in.
Me too, to give me like heads up before I go in on Monday.
Yeah. Brault Mason says, if AH loses the case and then tries to make allegations again publicly through article and book, would anything happen? Or is she legally not allowed to?
I mean, if she loses a defamation case and then calls him a domestic abuser in a different context, she is a silly person.
Yes. There will be a lot of stuff that will be coming her way that is not good. Jonathan Miller says, watch clip AH faking PTSD attack when JD walks over. Okay. I could believe it. She's a weirdo. Ash Elizabeth XOX says, I'm just here for the lumber.
Sure.
GR Gazzle says, ladies loving Rob, hold raffle for a date, then donate all money to women's, men's, and children's shelter.
It's a Michigan idea right there.
Annette Matz, thank you.
Why don't we change it from a date to like something that I can make you? How about that?
Ooh, a charity Rob gift. That could probably work.
All right. That would be cool. Stargate 404 says Notre Dame is the best law school ever. Hashtag Tool Pride. Sorry, Hogue, but go Fighting Irish. We will be a T14 one day. Barrett is our hero.
Notre Dame's a fantastic law school. I have plenty of colleagues that went to Notre Dame. But I mean, you're not Michigan. Let's be honest.
And as a Texas alum, I can understand the angst of being in the T14, not in the T14, in the T14, not in the T14. I can understand it. But also, congrats on, I guess, probably finishing your 2L year almost, or if you haven't already.
They maybe done. Maybe done with 2L.
The only reason why I say maybe is because I know University of Chicago is actually on the trimester system, so they go a little bit later.
Okay.
So I don't know if Notre Dame is the same or not, or if it's literally just University of Chicago.
Yeah, I don't know either. But Notre Dame's in Indiana.
Yeah. Doesn't mean they can't be on a trimester system.
I'm trying to figure it out. I know it's late at night, but what does the University of Chicago's schedule have to do with Notre Dame?
No, because I said, maybe you're at the end of your 2L year. I don't know their schedule. Yeah.
Okay. I thought you're like, I'm like, well, they're not like right next door, Alita. What are we? Okay. All right.
It's just
okay.
an example of a school that I know of.
Some schools use a trimester system. Got it. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
That was just an example.
Totally fine.
I love it. Late streams. Velathiel says, yes, Rob, break the bed. Give us an example.
Now, these are getting a little touchy go late night
Oh
here.
my!
We're moving on. We're moving on. Melissa actually says, acid clover cream for fever blisters. What her lip looks like after vesicles have opened and is healing. Oh, interesting. And Demon Wolf says, what are JD's legal options in case he loses his case?
The legal options?
Nothing, really. I mean, unless there's some major error that he could appeal on, but I would never count on an appeal.
No.
Not in a case like this.
Yeah. Anna Richards says, I was summoned for jury duty in North Carolina at age 20 and was not registered to vote at the time. You've said a few times you must be registered to vote to be summoned. Any thoughts as to how that happened?
Different states do it different way.
I have said that for Virginia. I have said that for Virginia
and
Fairfax County.
Yeah, that's been my understanding for California and I think DC as well. So maybe it's some other kind of records.
You got a driver's license,
driver's license, voter registration, tax rolls.
Yeah.
Other things like that.
Okay, makes sense. Dana Leah, thank you. Kat Wade says Disneyland Pirates ride shut down just before trial reopens just after. Speculation is they remove JD pending results of trial. Also at World of Color show when JD appears, spectators cheer madly. I 100% believe that is the case with the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, that they probably are figuring, do we need to take him off of this ride? Which would be so sad because it is a wonderful addition to have him on there. And also World of Color is fantastic and I miss Disneyland.
I don't believe that. I don't believe they're going to pull Jack Sparrow off of Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't believe it 1 second.
I think if this case went radically in a different direction, I think that they would have. I think that if this trial was not publicized, I think that also would have been a possibility. But the fact that it is available to the public and there's been so much like public outcry about Amber Heard's bullshit, I think that's much less of a case. But I do think that in preparation for it, Disney prepared just in case.
But they're not doing anything.
Disney does that kind of stuff. Disney does that kind of stuff.
But Disney World is still open.
Well, they're also just planning. They're preparing. If the Pirates ride is open during this litigation, imagine the demonstration that could take place out front of it. They're trying to
open right now in Florida.
Well, I mean, if the ride is shut down in anticipation that they might be removing JD, that's what your speculation is. But my thought is, I'm shutting the ride down because I don't want people on either side of this showing up outside the ride and either blocking it to facing it or doing some other stuff.
Counsel, is your contention that Californian visitors are crazier than Floridian visitors?
I think they are different sides of the same basket.
I think different size, same basket.
I work at Disney World. It's open, says chat person. I can't verify anything from.
Is it ride is open in Florida? Oh, okay, so maybe not. Maybe that theory is off. Okay, well maybe not. But I still wouldn't put it past Disney to do that though. So maybe it's just routine maintenance.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
That happens too.
I think it's still open in Florida. Who knows?
Because actually thinking of what month is it?
Disney's got May. So many bigger fish to fry right this second.
Can we just focus on the fact that Lita said what month is it?
Yeah, no, it's May. Okay, so that means that actually now is a pretty decent time. April, May is a decent time for that ride to shut down because the high season is when you want all of those rides to be open because you're packed with everything. So they probably have shut it down. Now that I think about it, if it's just the one at Disneyland and not Florida and anywhere else, it's probably just routine maintenance and cleaning and all that kind of stuff.
This is a person who's been to Disneyland a few times, folks.
I used to be an annual pass holder. I have my best friend, my maid of honor, used to work at Disneyland. She used to get me in for free. It was great.
No, I didn't know that historical tidbit. I heard that story and I'm like, this is a person that has some Disney paraphernalia just off frame here. There you
go. Yes. Yep. Agreed. Terry, I think it's Shalechki, I think is actually how you pronounce that. Agree with Rob regarding PR teams trivializing court proceedings. See Dr. Grande YouTube RE Histrionics PD. Okay. Rhiannon Adams says Amber Heard timeline confused me. Did she try to claim JD's finger severed for over a day before Kipper and King came and JD went to the ER? Finger would be dead. Yeah.
That's the thing, right? They should be coming right after it's severed, give or take. And like, what story did she tell us?
Yeah, that's why Australia is out for me because her version made zero sense.
Yeah. Yep. Virginia George says, if Amber believes her testimony to be true, can malice be proved? Or if her lies are true in her, if her lies are true in her mind, then she wasn't lying by technicality, right?
Yes. So the way I framed this out earlier was, if she goes to psychologists and she embellishes, but something, even a little thing that isn't real happened, but she tells that to the psychologist and it's not intentional, and then she gets back from her psychologist that you've been abused, and then she goes with that. Is that intentional malice if the things didn't happen quite as she told the psychologist? And it's like, that's tough. Like, the one thing I would be expecting if they were going that direction would be psychologist testimony that said, after examining her and everything else, I did advise her that she was in a domestic abuse relationship and to, seek help, whatever. Because if you got another voice telling you that, it's very hard to get to lies.
Yeah.
I mean, sell that to a jury. So.
Yeah. I hear you, because look, I think if they can set up the contradictions and the hoax factor of December and of May, I think Amber Heard loses because it just looks so wrong and intentional. But I have been playing with the actual malice being a problem if she's just aggrandizing and believes it somewhat.
Clown College 1 says, Rob, I hear people have to be at the courthouse at 9 p.m. No, because they don't allow people to be gathering before 1 a.m. is what they said.
Yep.
Well, maybe that's a new rule.
Yeah. Sage says, Hogan, Alita, you're both so easy to watch and understand. I'm from Australia, but learning so much. Question, why can't the rest of the lawyers on either team object? It's just the way that the rules are in Virginia. So,
it's an organizational thing, right? More cooks, more objections. Yeah. And, like if you're at an auction and you get a single bidder with a paddle, you want to be able to know where the objections are coming from.
Yeah. Jabers says, could it be that AH is going over the top with accusations to spur cognitive dissonance and gaslight the jury? Reviewing the transcripts without the influence of Amber Heard's emotional delivery would be interesting.
I mean, even if she's a storyteller, the strongest case was something close to what Johnny said, but with a hit here and there. Right. And that's not what she told.
Yeah. And GV says, I fear AH won't be physically able to cope if JD wins. Things will get very ugly and sad then. Could be.
Yeah, God, that would be bad.
Yeah. Kathy Bates says, hi from Australia. Love your work. Regarding AH unable to convince JD she wasn't going to sleep with Clive Barker, it never occurred to her to mention he is gay. Some fans she is. Yeah,
well,
a lot of
people. Johnny Depp would be, right? I mean, like, that's one of the few known commodities that I know. Like, I'm not following the sexuality of Hollywood people. I'm very sorry, chat. But I did know Clive Barker.
You are wrong, says the only question that matters is Mr. Bytes Pog. JK. What is Pog?
Yeah, the answer is yes. Pog is just basically really good. It's a really good thing. It's a gamer thing. It's a Twitch thing.
It's a Twitch thing. It is.
Oh, so is he really good? Is he really good at games?
Yeah. No, just that he.
The only question that matters is Mr. Bytes awesome.
Yes, he is. He is, of course.
I thought you were talking about Pogs, like from when we were kids. Like,
no. The Zoomers co-opted our Pogs.
Those were fun.
Have you seen the sun yet this morning, Alita?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. All right.
It's brightening up in Alita land.
Laura Lee C says, is it possible to have a hung jury in this type of trial?
Oh, yes.
Mistrial. Yep.
Oh, yes. And that's just all the fun, isn't it? Let's do it again.
We got a shot at that.
Oh, God.
Oh, Depp's going to do it.
Another. Well, if we're doing a retrial, I'm hosting the retrial. I'm just claiming it now.
Carrie Jerg says, trauma surgeon, none of these pics and stories are plausible at all. Not what happens and not what it looks like in real life. Yeah. Sage says, I saw day 1 to 3 on trial on Law and Crime with no commentary. Love the stream because it's nice to know my thoughts on the case were on point for someone who isn't a lawyer. Yeah. Awesome. Esther Dickerson says, Emily D said it was identical. Is it identical cup and multiple pics of damage?
Yeah.
The same. So she's saying that the Nihil cup is the same, maybe? Or
that it's been used in a lot of these different photos, and only Amber's been the one to use it, or something like that.
That's not the Nihil cup. Maybe the damage photos from Australia have like a same prop in a bunch of photos? I didn't see.
I think it's the infinitive Nile Cup. It is.
And I just figured out what the previous super chat was about, guys. If you're still in the chat, Emily D. Baker coming on and saying that cross of that expert was good was. Lawyers can disagree about things. We do it all the time, and we do it very peacefully and respectfully on this channel. She had a different assessment than we did on the cross of that particular expert. We all had great discussion about it, and that's part of this channel. That's part of what LawTube is.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
And mock Emily for that.
Yeah, no, absolutely no mockery of her. And in fact, like it was nice to hear her think that, because I was like, this is terrible. This is horrible for Johnny's case. But she was like, yeah, it's nice to hear somebody else be a bit more optimistic on that one. So no, absolutely zero mockery on that. Kat Wade says slaps don't hurt or leave marks. Could be some BDSM play she reframed as SA. First trailer encounter, he pushed her on the bed. Yum. She exploiting sex play. That is a particular danger in this kind of a case, because there's that kind of a danger happening for other people that enjoy that.
Yeah, that's the trailer. That's the trailer dialogue for her. Like that's when she was talking about the trailer park thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's how my brain framed it, and it was like, this is yeah. So yeah, I don't know. It could be that kind of a thing. Mary Rose Lally says, AH bringing in JD kids seems shady. Can JD call his kids to testify? Though I doubt he wants to bring his kids to court. Such a mess. Thanks for the coverage. Of course. So he can bring in other witnesses that aren't on the list in order to rebut her testimony. He has reserved that right in his witness list. So if it were necessary to bring in the kids because she's testified to conversations with them or experiences with them, that could be possible, but I don't know if he would want to do that. I don't know if they would want to. I mean, maybe they feel passionately in defending their father that they would want to. I don't know, but I can see that he would not want them involved at all.
I agree.
The Infernal Hallow says, have you had a chance to read the UK judgment? I find it shows pretty damning evidence against JD. I have not, but I do understand that some of the bases for that opinion were interesting. One was that the judge, as an example, did not find credible the police officers because of the fact that they did not put together a police report, which is stupid from an American perspective, because officers only create a police report if they feel it is necessary. If they don't see a crime, they don't need to make a police report or evidence of any kind of a crime. So there were some parts to it that I understand that were part of his reasoning. I haven't actually read the whole thing, but I have gotten bits and pieces that I disagree with.
Yeah, jury doesn't get it. I don't read it.
MS Mommy 01, thank you. Luke Mallet says, Rob, right to repair your own tools video.
Oh, I failed that one. The other planer died. So, but I have a new shiny toy. Look at this.
It's not a repair your own tools video, Rob.
It's a right to repair.
Oh, a right to repair.
Yeah.
Right to repair laws. Yeah.
Oh, I can do that too. It's late.
It's a late hour.
No, I love it. Well, maybe we can have a debate on it.
It's 11 o'clock here. Yeah, my brain.
People get mad at me because I don't jump on the right to repair train.
It took me a full super chat. It took me a full super chat to realize the flabbergasted joke.
Well,
it's that kind of hour, folks.
Yeah, it is. It is. Michael Gaunt says, Rob, thanks for the bed breaking test.
This is gonna be clipped, Rob. You're gonna be the bed breaking guy. You're gonna.
You know what though? I don't really care, because actually that I hope that clip goes viral, because the thing is, that's something that is people need to actually understand.
I'm telling you, you got right up in the camera and showed us, broken wood. I think you got a shot.
Yeah. Thanks for the bed breaking test. I believe there's an object in the pic to the right on the floor, which looks like a chisel. Source tug video. Interesting.
I mean, is the concept there that we think that Amber is going around breaking things to make it look worse?
I mean, okay. So she said the house, when she testified and said they brought up a picture next to the nightstand, and Elaine asked her, "What is this show?" And she said, more devastation. And I looked down, and what I saw was a wine glass that was knocked over. I saw a clock that was on its side. I saw what happens if I get out of bed and happen to hit the nightstand.
Okay.
Like I hate that entire bit of testimony. That bed did not break because of Johnny Depp, and I am willing to actually put a lot on that bet.
Okay.
All right. Humanity says Theory JD is a narcissistic abuser. Discuss, please.
I mean, I
don't know enough about
narcissism.
Yeah, I don't know enough about narcissistic personality disorder to say one way or another, and I don't really want to comment on it if I don't know one way or another. That's all I can say. Cat Wade says Samantha McMillan, makeup artist, not witness. Why? I don't know. Maybe she will be on Amber's side, although I think she's more Johnny friendly. Maybe on rebuttal. Hopper says, top line, guys, do you believe, without a caveat, bylines are tied to the writer? My bed broke exactly like Rob said. Rob, I love woodworking. May I help you? Dovetail is proof of a true woodworker.
Bylines are tied to the writer? Do you mean the title? I mean, there's no question Amber Heard is the byline on the article.
Yeah. I'm sure they mean title. Top line.
Yeah. Like I said, I can't tell you what the Washington Post procedures are. But I've turned in, I don't know, maybe a dozen articles, and I never got to write the headline. And I was never asked about the headline.
I mean, I don't really care though, because she was asked directly on point, like, is this, you published the article? And she was like, yeah, that's mine. If I'm the jury, I'm listening to her admission and her statement rather than any technicality.
Yeah, well, I think the tweet might just have her. So I'm not gonna push too hard on that. But I would, if I were fully lawyering here, I would say the op-ed is different than the title.
Gerardo Nieves says, can you react to Amber's Zombieland scene on YouTube, identical to her mannerisms in her testimony? It's the beginning of the 4-minute clip. I haven't seen Zombieland in a long time. I actually didn't even realize she was in it, and I've seen the movie. So that goes to show just how memorable her role was. And Cameron Phillips is saying that Samantha McMillan is on the witness list and is saved for rebuttal. Okay, thank you for that, Cameron. Maybe that should be on the movie list this weekend. Lexi Autumn Stab says, new drinking game, take a shot whenever someone mentions Australia. No, we'd be hammered in 5 minutes.
No.
Well,
Richard Freeman.
Say 2013.
Richard Freeman says, poll, ketchup or catsup?
K.
Ketchup with a K. Also, I pronounced it catsup. That should indicate what I think. Cars in Depth says, there are threats to protest Catholic churches on Sunday. Would disrupting a religious service fall under 18 U.S. Code, Section 241, conspiracy against rights?
Not really. I mean, depending on what you mean by protest. No, people have freedom of speech too.
You'll have time, place, and manner type stuff. But
yeah, agreed. JJ Beck says, will Rob sell the mallets somewhere? I would buy.
Law, lumber, and mallets.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he'll have to create an online store. We're already like making a whole online business for Rob.
Yeah, we got a whole model set up. Get you some drop shipping, Rob.
Now I got to make a video. Now I got to make like a jig to batch make mallets, and like I sleep at least 3 hours a night.
No, we're gonna outsource this for you, Rob. We're gonna do some drop shipping. Don't you worry. We're just gonna get some molds out there. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Katie Sims says, Rick, we want to see your face on your videos. It's hard to keep my attention on voiceovers. Congrats on 75K.
I occasionally put my face on the videos, but for the most part, my thesis was always that I wanted people focused on the information. So I'm there occasionally, but that's not the usual way I do virtual legalities. I do appreciate it though.
There you go. Just Aaron Things says, sorry if potato question. I think that may be an autocorrect.
I want to believe that's an Australian idiom for like stupid question or silly question, potato question.
Okay, because it says I'm from Australia. And someone in the chat, if you have some kind of an explanation for what a potato question means, that would be helpful.
Well, I've heard of like a camera being so bad that people will say it looks like it was taken by a potato.
Sure.
So maybe that's the same idea.
Sometimes I refer to small puppies as potatoes because they look like little potatoes.
Sure.
Boil them, mash them, put them in a stew. Boil them, mash them, put them in a stew.
Sure. A little some.
Okay, so people say it's a silly question. Silly is what that means.
Yeah.
Okay. So sorry if a potato. I want to use that now.
Oh, potato question is in. You're going to see it on Alita merch now.
Of course. Sorry if potato question. I'm from Australia. Can AH plead the Fifth on cross? #SuesFan. No, because even if she had any Fifth Amendment rights, she would have waived them by taking the stand in the first place.
Let me say something? Potato question. What, if anything?
You can't even finish.
Rob can't even get the jokes out. He's gone.
No.
Don't turn on any of your tools, Rob. Don't do it.
No, they're done. They're gone. Power tools are off.
We're almost done. Kelsey Goodman says, if AH was your client and you were watching her perform on stand, what would be going through your mind as her lawyer?
Well, Elaine's
getting paid.
Elaine's focused. I'd be curious about like what Rottenborn's thinking.
Like, please stay on track. Please stay on track. Please stay on
there
track.
is a lot of that, right? They definitely didn't tell her to go off on hearsay tangents and whatnot. So
yeah.
And
to people in the chat, lawyers are inherently type A. So when someone else has the reins and you're watching that happen, you are so uncomfortable. Like you want to be up there so bad.
I do. I would love Ben Chu's inner monologue while Dennison is questioning Dr. Hughes. I'm like, are you happy with this? He's so good at Stoneface. He just always looks like he's at a movie he doesn't particularly hate but doesn't particularly enjoy.
I mean, I'll give you a hint. It's just probably a lot of F-bombs. Like
Connor Fraish says Vicks Vapor Rub in the tissue to help her cry. Not. Could be.
I mean, it's the kind of thing that could.
For crying out loud says, so if her phone actually was hacked, did these photos end up in a rag somewhere or were they just online? Seems sus. They weren't all over tabloids.
Yep, that's Kurt's point.
Especially the most salacious ones with injuries. Raven Young says, I still think Rob's YouTube should be named I Rubject.
Oh my God.
I Robject.
I love it. That's so good.
Well, if you're not going to name your channel that, you've got it as an option for merch.
Robject.
Yeah.
Robjection, Your Honor. Robjection.
Robjection. Or that could be a theme of videos for you. Robjection, where like
Robjection.
You're like going over things that are terrible. I Robject. Bev's fried
because it
bread.
rhymes with the ob part. You see, that's why it's so funny to us trained lawyers.
Yep. Bev's fry bread wisdom says, why not play audio recording Amber Heard took in Australia where Amber Heard says she hit him first?
We shall see.
There's a lot of questions about that. We don't know. We'll see in cross-examination. Gabriella's Planner says, originally found you guys from EDB, but have enjoyed the panel all trial. Oh, thank you. Would love a stream with Spidey and Observe both on here to talk about body language. Ooh,
like a
that
body
would be
language
interesting.
fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Have one with psychologists, another one with body language analysts, another one with doctors and medical personnel and like Nurse Liz. That would be interesting. Jonathan Dreyfus, graph, gift, for, give, GIF, J's. I can play this game. Casey says AH said JD destroyed chandelier in hotel night of Met Gala. Worth it for JD team to disprove with hotel records plus pics of AH without injuries the next day. I mean, there are so many instances like that are just like
there are so many.
They have to pick their battles. They really do.
And yeah, Alita, you make the perfect point. Like cross-examinations and Alita, you've said this a lot, and it's honestly probably some of the best commentary you've given on cross-examinations. They need to be quick, to the point, few points, boom, 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 get in, get out, make your point, see you later. That is impactful cross-examination. Long cross doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, because people stop paying attention. Julie O says tissue breakdown on "Don't Ask Me to Smile" on Twitter, and holy crap. Huh. Okay.
Okay.
We'll have to check it out. Esther Dickerson says, question, Lost and Confused, so rewatched. Was AH in 3 places at once at the end? Downstairs to upstairs, in pants, then in bathing suit, suddenly got emotion drunk. Yep.
That's your new thumbnail, Rob.
And that's the last one. That's the last one. So we are finished with Super Chats right at about 10 hours. Just to catch up on Super Chats. You guys,
this is as long as a regular stream, man.
I really wasn't planning on hanging out here for like 8 hours today.
I wasn't planning on this being this long either. Otherwise, I would have started earlier. But this has been wonderful, you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for everyone in the chat. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to people that are super chatting. Thank you to everyone who has liked the video. Very kind of you. And of course, thank you to all of my wonderful LawTube friends that have been joining throughout this time. And of course, we are now officially including Rob because he has a channel that has no content but has over 3,000 subscribers.
I can now say like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. That's right. Last call to action, folks. Like and subscribe to our diehards that came and watched us get, just loopy here at the end. Like and subscribe to Legalbytes and Alita. Like and subscribe to Rob, no content. Encourage him to get some content up there. And like and subscribe to Uncivil Laws. You did all night because 65,000 subscribers is a big freaking deal. All
exactly. Right. Upward and onward, y'all. Okay, so we will see you guys in the next video.